Chapter 1. Passionate Patriotism, Not Rigid Science Fiction. The Mind's Lunar Leap. Nuwa and Fuxi are figures from the first epoch of the primordial planet, integral to the unfolding narrative. Rest assured, this is not mere clickbait. In a forest dense with foliage and strewn with ruins on this primordial world, sunlight cascades through towering trees, illuminating a short-haired youth. The boy gestures animatedly, muttering to himself. Zhang Weiguo, 18 years old, parents safe and sound, a beloved younger sister, childhood sweetheart, and a close friend with whom I've spent countless nights. Here I am, journeying solo. With a sharp crack, a wooden stake inscribed with words is planted beside a tree. Damn it, why does it look like a tombstone? Zhang Weiguo curses, angrily chopping the wood, preparing to delve into the technique of friction fire once more. The very name Zhang Weiguo hints at his family background. One can only surmise that those who dare to name their child thus in the new century hail from stalwart and patriotic lineage. Unquestionably, Zhang Weiguo is a patriotic youth, having just graduated high school at 18, with scores sufficient for admission to prestigious universities, yet he opted to enroll in a military academy. Just as he finished getting a crew cut and was about to return home, he realized a long-held dream had come true. He had struck it lucky. Yet, the sequence was a bit off. It turned into a stroke of misfortune. With a whoosh, he found himself on this inexplicable planet, abruptly appearing in a forest, certain that this was not Blue Star. After all, Blue Star surely does not host 1-meter-high bees or ants the size of wash basins. Fortunately, his grandfather was determined to send Zhang Weiguo to the most arduous places for military service. He had undergone special training since childhood, fearing that Zhang might not qualify. Now, at last, having survived, he was stealthily biding his time. For alongside his arrival on this planet was a mental space, containing a countdown and instructions. This mental space measured 3 by 3 by 3, with no indication of whether it could expand in the future. Inside, a 24-hour countdown ticked away, accompanied by a line of small text. Upon the countdown's conclusion, he would return to his original planet, acquiring immortality and the ability to teleport short distances. The contents in parentheses did not concern Zhang Weiguo in the slightest. Immortality and teleportation. He feared neither being bricked into a wall nor buried in the ground. Such remarkable abilities would allow him to command the elements upon his return. Whatever he desired would be at his fingertips. However, observing the countdown, he understood that he would have to return, ideally reporting back to the state. At that time, he could haul a truckload of arms back, establish a base here, and secure some minerals for the nation. Capturing those 1-meter-high bees would be no problem. The honey they produced should surely be delectable, with safety guaranteed. Having not eaten for a day, Zhang Weiguo felt a pang of hunger, primarily because the animals here were peculiar and the plants had mutated to the point of being unrecognizable. Since he could return to Blue Star, it would be wise to wait and eat there. A day of hunger was inconsequential. Steadying himself, he recalled the wise words of his mentor. A day of hunger leads to heightened vigor. With 12 hours remaining on the countdown, the color of the timer abruptly shifted to green, and Zhang Weiguo received new information. Within these 12 hours, he could return at any time, but after the 12-hour mark, he would be forcibly returned. Essentially, this meant he had to remain for at least 12 hours, with a maximum of 24. Without hesitation, Zhang Weiguo decided to return immediately. In his mental space, he began to gather the plants he had discovered, along with collected leaves and fruits, intending to report back to the state for analysis on what was edible and usable. This would ensure greater safety. Equipped with some weaponry and protection, he opted to return, currently clad only in shorts. Though it wasn't cold, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Thus, he resolutely chose to return. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, Zhang Weiguo finally found himself back on the Blue Star he had long yearned for. Gazing at the azure glow before him, he marveled at its beauty, but then wait. The stunning blue planet appeared beautiful, yet something felt amiss. In an instant, Zhang Weiguo's forehead flushed with realization. Why could he see the entirety of this azure planet? He then noticed the countdown timer in his mental space had adjusted again, now displaying 24 hours. The accompanying text had changed to indicate that he was locked to the planet, gaining immortality and short-distance teleportation abilities. Observing the desolation beneath his feet and the cerulean planet above, he understood that the space had designated the moon as his original planet, condemning him to immortality only upon its surface. What preparation was needed? Was he to subsist on lunar dust? Though his heart sank, his mind involuntarily echoed several phrases. The moon has been an inseparable part of China since time immemorial. I am a native of the moon, applying for incorporation into China. I am Wu Gang. The moon's desolation is due to my felling of the osmanthus trees. Enough! Zhang Weiguo ceased these fanciful musings. Lying supine on the moon, he found himself immortal, requiring no breath. However, he was still a corporeal being who could perish. At best, as long as he remained alive, he would fully recover upon reaching the moon. Despite this capability, living on that primordial planet, where even the bees could grow to a meter, was perilously daunting without assistance. He needed to devise a strategy, leveraging his immortality on the moon to secure aid. Moreover, he must ascertain the current time on Blue Star. Any discrepancies in time and location could be problematic. His childhood sweetheart was poised to marry right after military academy. She couldn't possibly be 30 with 2 children now. Could she? Though he could understand the circumstances of his disappearance due to sheer luck, it still caused him heartache. Zhang Weiguo racked his brain for anything that might aid him. Suddenly, he recalled a detail thanks to his steadfastly patriotic grandfather. Watching the evening news was a staple in their household. He remembered that China had a Yutu Jade Rabbit rover on the moon. If he could locate the Yutu rover, he could arrange for the nation to establish a video link to the moon. Not only would this assist him, but he could also contribute to the nation's technological advancement. A person active on the moon would hold unparalleled significance for the nation's space endeavors. To illustrate, the construction on the moon was initially akin to having ribs walk themselves into a pot and cook a global dilemma. But now, with a human presence, one could simply retrieve the ribs and place them in the pot. Pressing a button, hands were all that were needed. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Zhang Weiguo promptly set his plans into motion. He vaguely remembered a landing zone called Hongwan. While luck might lead him to success quickly, to avoid wasting time, he resolved to divide the moon into hundreds of circles. Searching methodically, this approach seemed far more prudent. Once organized, he immediately commenced his quest. After all, he was immortal, requiring neither food nor breath. The sooner he found the rover, the sooner he could aid China's ascent and indulge in the rewards. Zhang Weiguo embarked on his lengthy quest for the rabbit. As the 24-hour mark approached, just when he feared his return would be fruitless, he suddenly spotted a solar panel in a small depression. Approaching it, the familiar sight of the red flag brought tears to his eyes. It appeared to be stuck in a pit, unable to bask in the sun, thus out of power. With only 10 minutes left until forced return, and with sunlight still available, Zhang Weiguo hurriedly pulled the lunar rover out, cleaning the solar panel of dust, and sought out the camera to write on the ground before it. "Are you there?" Quickly, he scrubbed it off. Zhang Weiguo, focus! He silently chided himself. After erasing and rewriting, he sought to encrypt the message, adding a layer of difficulty for any potential foreign observers. Thus, he inscribed in archaic language, "What year is it tonight? Is China safe? Please expedite the establishment of communication." As he finished writing, Zhang Weiguo noticed the lunar rover clicked, seemingly taking a photograph. Turning, he beheld a dust storm stirred by particles from the sun striking the moon. Without hesitation, he stored the lunar rover in his mental space. It didn't matter if the message didn't transmit, but if the dust storm damaged it, he would truly be devastated. Then, as time elapsed, he found himself back on that planet. Meanwhile, a new research intern at the Lunar Exploration and Research Department, Wang Chong, began his workday. During this time, China had announced its moon landing schedule for 2030, leaving only 5 years remaining. However, this timeline was fraught with controversy. Not only was it met with skepticism from the international community, but even some domestic citizens expressed disbelief. There were also shameless public intellectuals fervently stirring dissent, proclaiming that they desired not the rise of a great nation, but rather the welfare of the common folk. questioning the utility of lunar exploration and the allocation of funds one and all. They were agents of foreign forces, utterly revolting, completely oblivious to the fact that technological prowess is the foundation of a great nation. Without technological strength, they would only find themselves, as a century ago, reduced to a battleground for foreign powers, with the populace languishing in dire straits. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wang Chong had already arrived at the Research Institute. Although he was a newcomer, he bore an important responsibility, which was, in fact, a tradition at the Institute, to allow each new researcher to experience the challenges of scientific inquiry and to personally engage with the history of space exploration. His task was to attempt to awaken the Yutu rover and to receive any signals it might send, in hopes of discovering whether the rover had revived. Originally designed to operate for 3 months, the Yutu had lost contact after 11 months of service. However, it was the first lunar child of the lunar scientists, and everyone hoped to hear back from it. Thus, every year, one individual was designated to dedicate half an hour each day to the awakening and signal reception, eagerly anticipating the day when China would land on the moon and bring the child back home. Wang Chong was this year's designated individual. Familiar with the procedure, he steeled himself and began the operation. Initiating awakening protocol. No response. Executing signal reception. No. I gazed longingly at the moon above. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed through the room. Wang Chong picked up his phone, only to find that no one was calling him. Abruptly, he looked up, his hand trembling, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. The Yutu rover, having been silent for many years without sending any signals, had prompted each researcher assigned to this task to customize the alert tone, a device that was not connected to any system, and thus posed no risk of data leaks or virus infections. This was the romance of space scientists, longing for the day when a Yutu rover could hear its beloved hometown music and reconnect with its family. The ringtone was the one Wang Chong had chosen, identical to the one on his phone. Rubbing his eyes and slapping his face to ensure he was awake, he finally managed to open the signal reception device, which boldly displayed the message. Message received from Yutu rover. Wang Chong pinched himself again and rubbed his eyes, confirming he had not misread the message. With a whoosh, he dashed out. His team leader, holding a cup of water, was about to take a sip when he saw Wang Chong rushing towards him, breathless. "What's the hurry? You're a researcher, now you need to be more composed, not like an impulsive young lad." Gasping for breath, Wang Chong pointed behind him. Who? After a moment of silence, he managed to speak. "Here, have some water, you look like you're about to burst," the team leader said as he poured a glass for Wang Chong. Without hesitation, Wang Chong exclaimed, Yutu rover, who? The Yutu rover has transmitted a message." "What?" The team leader could hardly believe his ears. It had been many years since any news had come from the rover, and this message held significant importance. Especially now, as they were preparing to launch a lunar probe, this information was crucial for ensuring the safety and various parameters of the lunar vehicle. Moreover, if this message could reveal why the Yutu had gone silent and what had caused its revival, its value would be immeasurable. The Yutu rover just sent back a message. Wang Chong reiterated. In an instant, the team leader snatched 2 cups from Wang Chong's hands and dashed to the Yutu control center like a rabbit. Wang Chong quickly gulped down a glass of water and began to follow, but before he could exit, he saw the team leader rushing out of the control center to report to the chief engineer. Wait, team leader, we can use the internal phone." The team leader skidded to a halt and turned back toward the control center. "Why didn't you call me just now? I got so excited that I forgot." The two of them raced to the U2 control center, picking up the internal phone. At that moment, the chief engineer and other engineers were engaged in a meeting, discussing various research issues laid out on the table. There were still many challenges to overcome in landing on the moon, and every engineer was anxious in the realm of aerospace technology. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays. The sooner they could land on the moon and establish a lunar base, the more significant the contributions would be for the entire nation. After an entire night of discussion, they established a preliminary research roadmap, asserting that they aim to land on the moon by 2030, a formidable task indeed. Chief Engineer Qian Guosheng has spoken. Let us proceed with the research as per today's established plan. Should any issues arise, please provide timely feedback. Everyone, Take a moment to rest before returning home, that a young engineer named Chun Fan remarked with a wry smile. If only there were a Wu gang on the moon to assist us, many of our problems would cease to exist. Upon hearing this, the others shared a moment of wistful reflection as they gathered their belongings. Preparing to head home for some well-deserved rest. At that moment, the chief engineer's assistant entered, hastily approaching Qian Guoxing to whisper, "Chief Qian, we have just received a message from the Yutu rover." "What?" Qian Guoxing exclaimed. Astonished, he was well aware that the Yutu rover, which he had overseen, was lost. It was believed to have been caught in a lunar dust storm and had fallen into a crater, rendering it unable to ascend or recharge its solar panels. The assignment had merely been a means to enlighten the newly appointed researchers about the arduous and unpredictable nature of aerospace exploration. To think that a message had been received today was utterly unexpected. If we could ascertain the reason behind this, it would greatly aid our lunar exploration research. The engineers, witnessing Qian Guoxing's astonishment, were equally taken aback. He had always maintained a calm demeanor as the leader, and such a display of emotion was rare. However, being in a confidential unit, they all understood the importance of discretion. Refrain from asking what should not be inquired about. If it is meant for you to know, you will, and if not, do not pry. Qian Guoxing noted the expressions of his colleagues. Comprehending the gravity of the situation, the individuals responsible for lunar exploration, they had all undergone background checks and could be informed that just moments ago, the long-lost Yutu rover had transmitted a message. All the engineers were struck with disbelief, grasping the significance of this revelation. The mere act of sending a message was, in itself, a profound piece of information. Qian Guoxing continued, "We are not short on time. We can endure a little longer together. Let us see what the Yutu rover has sent back." No engineer chose to rest, despite having gone an entire day and night without sleep. They eagerly rushed into the control room for the Yutu rover. Wang Chong, witnessing so many esteemed figures gathered in one place for the first time, felt a tinge of nervousness. It could be said that nearly all the pivotal scientists of China's aerospace technology were present in that room. Upon arrival, the group did not hastily open the message. Chief Engineer Qian spoke first. "Young man, you were the one who received the message. Please recount the process." Wang Chong, facing this titan of Chinese aerospace, whom he had only seen from a distance at conferences, felt his hands tremble slightly. He cleared his throat and replied, "This morning, I came in for the routine activation of the Yutu rover, but received no response. Subsequently, while conducting the usual message retrieval, I was unexpectedly greeted with a transmission from the Yutu rover." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Guoxing remarked, "It appears that the Yutu rover briefly reawakened on its own, transmitted a message, and then fell silent once more." This realization, a hint of disappointment crossed his features. If only it had been awakened long enough to provide additional information, it would have been even better. This might be a serendipitous occurrence, not sustainable. Perhaps it would never awaken again. The surrounding engineers shared the same sentiment. If they had successfully awakened it manually, there might have been a possibility for ongoing communication. As it stood, this was merely a fleeting favor from the cosmos. Yet it could potentially convey critical information that might help resolve numerous scientific challenges. Qian Guoxing, instead, smiled and patted Wang Chong's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. At this point, he had lowered his expectations regarding the message. It could very well be an entirely dark, unilluminated photograph. "Let us open the message," he said. Once Qian Guoxing finished speaking, Wang Chong proceeded to operate the controls, opening the message. Suddenly, a multitude of file folders cascaded to the floor. In an instant, the control room was enveloped in an eerie silence, with everyone staring wide-eyed at the message transmitted by the Yutu rover. The words "Tonight, China has discovered" 3 large characters were clearly visible, primarily due to Zhang Weiguo's oversight regarding the rover's photographic range. The writing was far too large and exceeded the intended boundaries. After a brief moment of shock, anger erupted among the group. There were people on the moon, and they had written in Chinese characters. This was utterly preposterous. As researchers of Chinese aerospace, they were certainly aware of the implications. Qian Guoxing reacted swiftly, dialing the National Security Department's number. A national-level security breach has occurred at the Aerospace Research Institute. Dispatch personnel immediately to secure the base and control all involved members, including myself. Wang Chong's supervisor, taken aback, rushed to Qian Guoxing and said, "I have been observing Wang Chong. There is no way he could be a foreign spy. He may have intended to play a prank." Qian Guoxing replied calmly, "The nature of this incident is far too serious. Someone has directly accessed the Yutu rover's control system and altered files. leading to this outcome. He may have simply aimed for a jest, but it could potentially result in a significant leak of key national technology. That if this is the case, it is fortunate, but if it is indeed espionage, the consequences would be catastrophic. I am not targeting anyone, and nothing has been confirmed yet. However, everyone, including myself, must undergo a rigorous investigation. This matter is far too grave. Wang Chang stared at the three characters before him. Equally astonished, he could scarcely believe it. Why had such a photograph been transmitted? He suspected there must be a spy within the research institute, as this was the most plausible explanation. Perhaps he had sleepwalked and unwittingly orchestrated such a prank. However, he was certain he had not. Where was this place? He was no fool. How could he pull a prank here, especially when he had been sleeping 5 kilometers away at home? Sleepwalking could not take him that far. He needed to clarify matters. Otherwise, he might be accused of treason. Chief Qian, I assure you, it was not me. I was merely conducting routine checks, activating the rover, and receiving messages, nothing else. Qian Guosheng comfortingly patted Wang Chang's shoulder. I believe you. But you must also understand that such an incident indicates an internal problem. We must identify the issue to ensure our research can proceed with confidence. Involving the National Security Department for an investigation is also to clear everyone's name, preventing mutual suspicion and distrust. Rest assured, I guarantee no one will be wrongfully accused, and no villain shall escape. Following this, Qian Guosheng issued an internal notification within the Research Institute. Form teams of 3. Assign random identification numbers and supervise one another until the national security personnel arrive. A palpable tension gripped the entire Aerospace Research Institute, with many unaware of the specifics, but recognizing that a serious incident related to the Yutu rover had transpired. Meanwhile, the head of the National Security Department, Li Hua, had received directives from superiors. The aerospace program was one of the nation's most crucial scientific endeavors and of utmost importance, not to be compromised. With such a severe leak incident occurring, it was clear that a deep-seated spy was lurking, and they must be dealt with decisively. Li Hua began training his team for the impending confrontation, stating, "We are about to face the pinnacle of our country's aerospace science. They are vital to our technological advancement, and we cannot afford any missteps. Be acutely aware of your actions. No electronic devices, books, pens, or papers are permitted inside, and nothing may be taken out. Upon entry, you will change into new clothing, and upon exit, you will change again. You will go in bare and come out bare, without taking anything with you. Do not look at what you should not, do not ask what you should not, and do not say what you should not. Inquiries will be handled by designated personnel. Our sole responsibility is to protect each scientist from harm while ensuring that no malefactors escape. This concerns the fate of our nation. Do not falter." Just as Qian Guosheng completed the call, within 3 seconds, the entire research institute was sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Within 10 minutes, the national security personnel had arrived, and each individual was placed under individual supervision. At this moment, Li Hua approached Qian Guosheng, inquiring, "Chief Qian, what exactly transpired? I am not well versed in technology. Is this undoubtedly the work of a spy?" Qian Guosheng was reluctant to accept the notion that espionage had occurred, as the potential damage to the nation could be immense, with no telling how much classified technology might be leaked. "Captain Li, you must have heard the tale of Chang'e flying to the moon." "Yes, of course, I have." "What of it?" Qian Guosheng replied seriously. "If this situation is genuine, do you comprehend its implications?" "I do not." Li Hua shook his head directly. "It signifies that we have discovered Chang'e." Qian Guosheng's words struck Li Hua like lightning. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly implausible. Someone within must be sabotaging efforts to undermine our nation's aerospace advancements. Resorting to such unscrupulous actions, both external and internal investigations would proceed concurrently. Wang Chang, being directly implicated, would undoubtedly undergo intensive scrutiny and was currently in a makeshift interrogation room. Speak freely. Confess for leniency. Resist for severity. Your actions are neither trivial nor insignificant, and the consequences could range up to the death penalty. Expedite your confession to mitigate damages to the nation. There is still hope. Li Hua was indeed aware that he could not directly engage in such a presumption of guilt. However, in this urgent situation, he felt compelled to act for the safety of the nation, ready to bear the consequences should there be any issues. Time was of the essence, and it was imperative to intimidate Wang Chang, who was trembling visibly. A diligent student from a small town, Wang Chang had always excelled academically and had rarely faced criticism from his teachers. let alone such a regrettable predicament. Yet, he could understand that if one were to receive such photographs from the moon, skepticism would be natural. Nevertheless, he genuinely had no idea what was happening. "Brother, I am truly wronged." Li Hua, adept at reading people, discerned from Wang Chang's expression that the young man was likely telling the truth. Unless he was an exceptional actor, Li Hua approached him and tapped the table, urging him to think carefully. It was not necessarily him at fault. They would investigate anyone and anything that warranted suspicion. The sooner they identified the individual involved, the sooner they could clear his name at that moment. External investigations regarding Wang Chang had also concluded, affirming his innocence, revealing no grounds for doubt. It was highly probable that he had simply encountered an unfortunate situation amidst a hostile act. The engineers, who had already completed their reviews, returned to the control center of the Yutu spacecraft. Those who were permitted access to this area and held such high-level authority had undergone extensive scrutiny. Not just once but on a regular basis, as a measure of respect for national security, a practice consistent across all nations worldwide. Consequently, the scrutiny of these individuals was relatively swift. The photographs transmitted from the Yutu spacecraft remained on display, and the young engineer Chun Fan gazed at them, pondering, what if this is true? After shaking his head, he continued, how wonderful it would be if there were indeed Chinese on the moon. This could transform our lunar landing plan for 2030 into a colonization initiative, even using the moon as a launchpad for ventures into the cosmos. Chief Engineer Qian Guosheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Chun Fan's words. The gravity of the situation was immense, and it had severely shaken the confidence of many engineers. If spies were indeed involved, numerous datasets would require reevaluation to avert any potential issues. All research had come to a standstill, awaiting the conclusion of the investigations, leading to a palpable sense of anxiety among the personnel. Qian Guosheng then spoke. Young Chun is right. What if this is indeed the case? Science is the pursuit of the unknown. In ancient times, we attributed phenomena like will-o'-the-wisps, earth dragons stirring, and solar eclipses to supernatural forces. Yet today we can explain them through science. Given that they could not conduct research today, it might be more enjoyable to entertain the notion. If there truly is a literate Chinese individual up there, what could we do? Let us discuss. At this juncture, stabilizing the engineers' spirits by broaching an engaging topic was most suitable. The previously anxious engineers, upon hearing this subject, instantly felt invigorated and began to contribute enthusiastically. First, I believe we cannot assume he is merely a human. However, we can be certain that he possesses at least one finger capable of executing simple tasks and has some understanding of Chinese culture. Regardless of the clarity or antiquity of the writing, indeed, though it appears he has not finished his thoughts, as his characters seem oversized and exceed the designated space, judging by the simplicity of the script. He must possess intelligence, and it is likely he is a modern Chinese individual who recognizes the Yutu spacecraft. At the very least, understanding that he can reach out to us. A multitude of engineers began analyzing the individual who penned those words. Subsequently brainstorming possible actions, they concluded that he could undoubtedly select suitable landing sites for lunar landings based on their criteria, deploy positioning devices to assist in the landing, and even ascertain potential locations for a lunar base. Yes, furthermore, the deployment of precision instruments would enhance protection, and post-landing, simple installations could be executed with ease. Maintenance would also become straightforward, as having someone to manage it would simplify matters significantly, should any obstacles arise. Assistance could be provided, preventing the Yutu from remaining silent for such an extended period. Most importantly, establishing a lunar base would facilitate scientific research. As long as he comprehends our commands, we could teach him to operate various instruments, enabling immediate data feedback, thereby expediting the development of moon-adapted technologies. Progress would be rapid. At this moment, Chen Fan raised a pertinent question, but how can we ensure he will heed our instructions? Firstly, he wrote in Chinese, and the second line indicates China's safety, which at least assures us of his sense of belonging to our nation. Suppose he is indeed a Chinese individual who found himself on the moon for unknown reasons and is capable of surviving there. In that case, his family, parents, siblings, wife, children, and even close friends must be afforded stringent protection. That we could even arrange for close friends to engage him in conversation and recreational activities to maintain his spirits, while we ensure his family is settled, relieving any concerns he may harbor. After all, being alone on the moon can be quite isolating. I believe that as long as we treat him with sincerity, he would be willing to cooperate. Indeed, and after our lunar expedition, we could bring him back home. As the discussion flourished, the tension within the group began to dissipate, and Chief Engineer Qin Guisheng felt reassured enough to join in. What do you suppose the final words, hurry, might entail? Perhaps it is save me, suggested one engineer. That seems unlikely. If he were in danger, he would surely understand that we cannot reach the moon in a short time. Could it be respond? Another queried. That seems plausible, but how do we reply? The Yutu spacecraft was not designed with the expectation of human presence on the moon and lacks the functionality to communicate outward. At this juncture, Chun Fan proposed, I believe we should establish communication. If I were to survive on the moon, aware of the Yutu and being a Chinese national with acquaintances on Earth, I would undoubtedly wish to establish contact first. Facilitating communication for future endeavors. The group pondered this notion and concurred. Even without that phrase, had they truly discovered a Chinese individual on the moon, the first priority would be to establish communication. This task was not insurmountable. They could deploy a satellite dedicated to encrypted communications between him and Earth, subsequently sending a communication device up. No need to worry about the landing method, merely ensuring the device is secure and placing it onto a nearly decommissioned rocket, launching it directly towards the moon. Once it detonated, he could retrieve the communication device, a process that could be executed swiftly. Moreover, the presence of a human on the moon would not only expedite breakthroughs in aerospace technology, but would also accelerate advancements across all scientific fields. As many experiments require the unique conditions of space, the engineers animatedly exchanged ideas, all feeling the excitement. If such a person truly existed, China could experience an unprecedented leap forward. Even Qian Guisheng marveled. How wonderful it would be if this were indeed the case. The Ministry of National Security's investigation continued, yet after several hours, no conclusive results emerged, leading to a collective sense of reassurance regarding their backgrounds. With no discernible grounds for suspicion, surveillance and systems had undergone multiple screenings without revealing any anomalies. Even the systems showed no signs of tampering, appearing as authentic transmissions from the Yutu on the moon. Captain Lee, there truly are no issues. I have checked countless times, and there is not a trace. Relayed a computer expert to Captain Lee. It's not that I doubt you, my brother, but are you suggesting that there is indeed a China on the moon? Brother, please, check once more. The computer expert sighed in resignation and resumed his meticulous search for any signs. Li Hua and Qian Guisheng were both growing increasingly anxious, their mouths becoming parched. A single day's delay in research could lead to a day lost in scientific advancement, and they could not afford such setbacks. Meanwhile, on Earth, Zhang Weiguo had finally gathered enough fruits of 3 distinct colors, a meter-long bee and a basin-sized ant. However, he felt ill-equipped to manage the situation and could not afford to take risks. Should he perish, it would be disastrous. For now, he opted for a vegetarian diet. Although he found himself hungry on the moon, the sensation of hunger still persisted, prompting him to forage for the most abundant fruits in the forest, intending to consume them upon his return to the moon. Should complications arise, he would hastily return, utilizing his immortality to resolve any issues. He also retrieved the Yutu lunar rover, basking in the sunlight on this foreign planet. He remained uncertain if it was functioning properly. He decided to allow it to absorb solar energy while he endeavored to re-establish contact with the blue star, unbeknownst to Zhang Weiguo. After charging, the Yutu spacecraft continued to click away, capturing images and transmitting information toward the blue star. However, the vast distance raised questions about during the process of traversing. One could choose to materialize within a 10-meter radius of their departure point, thus significantly expanding the range of potential activities. The lunar dust storm had ceased, and Zhang Weiguo retrieved the Yutu lunar rover, bending over to continue his writing, while the Yutu rover began to click away, capturing and transmitting images behind him. Within the control room of the Yutu rover, a familiar voice echoed, "I am gazing from above, on the moon." Upon hearing this ring-on, Qian Lao felt a pang of unease. Logically, the scientists present had been thoroughly vetted and were individuals of impeccable integrity. However, it had just been made clear that all mobile devices were to be surrendered for centralized management, and the sudden ringtone indicated that there was indeed a violation among these ostensibly innocent individuals. This could imply that even those within the National Security Department might have issues, as searches were mandatory. Even if there were no problems, the scientists present were all vital personnel. The ramifications of one person's betrayal could be incalculable. The atmosphere in the Yutu control room instantly shifted, the air pressure dropping as silence enveloped everyone. An engineer present was lacking in intellect, and they all understood the implications of this situation. Qian Guoxing spoke up, addressing his colleagues. Now is the time to come forth and confess. I will advocate for leniency from our superiors. Qian Lao interjected Wang Chang's team leader, who had not initially been qualified to be there, but had been placed on account of his clear background and his direct ties to Wang Chang. Itsu. Qian Lao sighed in relief. Thank goodness, it was not a core member. Wang Chang's team leader observed the collective sigh of relief and initially felt elated, believing it was a testament to their trust in him, not considering him a traitor. But as he noticed the expressions of those around him, a realization struck him. It wasn't trust. It was a belief that his betrayal would pale in comparison to the impact of these scientists. After all, they were top-tier scientists. However, setting aside his grievances, the matter required continued attention. Wang Chang's team leader persisted. Qian Lao, it's not the ringtone. It's the Yutu rover transmitting information again. This is the music Wang Chang selected. At this remark, everyone shuddered, and Qian Guoxing felt a surge of irritation. Was this spy becoming too audacious? He angrily demanded, who allowed the researchers to change the ringtone? This is pure nonsense. Finally, Wang Chang's team leader seized the opportunity to respond. Qian Lao, it was you who established this daily calling position when the Yutu rover went missing and even created this ringtone box. You were the first to change the ringtone, claiming it was a romantic gesture for our space personnel, hoping that one day the Yutu rover would hear a voice from home and respond. The initial ringtone was "Come Home Often," and I remember it clearly. Ignoring the jibe from Wang Chang's team leader, Qian Lao, upon realizing it was indeed a message from the Yutu rover, rushed to the control console and initiated operations. Clicking to view the message, he was eager to uncover the intentions of this spy. The monitor instantly displayed the first photograph. It was an image of Zhang Weiguo bending over to write, and due to the proximity, his rear end was nearly pressed against the camera. Moreover, in his haste, he had not properly adjusted his trousers, rendering the image rather abstract, resembling a close-up of a woman in a strapless dress. The young engineer, Chun Fan, was taken aback, murmuring to himself, is Chang'e this fashionable, strolling on the moon in a strapless dress? Fortunately, the Yutu rover had been basking in sunlight, with sufficient power, clicking away incessantly, producing a series of photographs that captured the entire process of Zhang Weiguo writing on the lunar surface. Everyone was astonished to see the words he had inscribed. Zhang Weiguo had thoughtfully considered the situation. He needed to ascertain that China had received the message. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly embarrassing if, after all this effort, no message was received. Thus, he wrote on the lunar surface, requesting confirmation of receipt and prompting the Yutu rover to respond, aware that the rover's camera might have a limited range. He wrote smaller than intended. After completing his writing, he crouched nearby, contemplating that if the Yutu rover failed to react, he would have to inscribe much larger characters on the moon's surface. However, such a course of action would inevitably attract the attention of foreign observers, thwarting the discreet development of his homeland. It was best to first establish direct contact with his country. Having finished, he crouched beside the Yutu rover, waiting to see if there would be any response. The engineers in the control room and Wang Chang's team leader were all stunned. This time, it wasn't just one photograph, but a series of images. Although the angle obscured Zhang Weiguo's face, the act of writing was vividly captured. It truly appeared as if a Chinese presence existed on the moon. Could it be that the tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon was not mere folklore, but history? Zhang Weiguo waited several minutes. Aside from the incessant clicking of the Yutu rover, there was no further response. He contemplated whether he should approach and give it a gentle tap, though he feared damaging the equipment. Suddenly, he realized that the existence of a person on the moon was a notion difficult to accept. Would others dismiss his writings as a prank, reflecting on his own skepticism? He imagined that if someone had told him a Chinese individual was on the moon, he would have quietly dismissed it as absurd and kept his distance to avoid having his intellect questioned. Writing on the lunar surface lacked persuasive power. After all, many films could replicate such effects. Thus, he positioned the Yutu rover upright, directing the camera toward the blue planet. When the azure globe appeared on the monitor, a profound silence fell, and Qian Lao sat down in shock, even as his worldview was shaken. He could not ignore the implications of this revelation. Chun Fan leaned over the monitor, scrutinizing the photograph, confirming its authenticity. It was indeed a genuine image of Earth captured today by the youngest engineer present. He possessed exceptional memory capabilities, having vividly recalled a recent incident involving wildfires in Australia that had ravaged vast forests. Thus, the position of the blue planet in the lunar photograph should have appeared gray. In recent days, no other nation had released images of Earth taken from lunar probes. We must now seriously consider the validity of this situation. Zhang Weiguo gazed at the blue planet for a moment, marveling at its beauty. But the Yutu rover remained unresponsive, which began to frustrate him. Did he truly need to create a significant event on the moon? He placed the Yutu rover back on the ground, aligning it with the words he had just inscribed, preparing to give it one final opportunity. If he did not receive a message before traversing back, he would have no choice but to create something visible to the entire world to establish contact with his homeland. At that moment, within the Space Research Institute, Li Huo approached Qian Guoxing, his face filled with worry. Qian Lao, the enemy is too cunning. We have screened 3 times and still found no clues. Do you have any thoughts? Perhaps it was not that we could not uncover anything, but rather, there truly was nothing to find. Qian Guoxiang, exhilarated by the thought, accepted the strange notion of a Chinese presence on the moon. I have no particular ideas. However, there is something more pressing. Captain Li, please proceed as you see fit. Qian Guoxiang hurried back to the Yutu control room, articulating, let us assume for a moment that this situation is indeed genuine. First and foremost, we must find a way to inform this Chinese individual that we have received their message. What are your thoughts? Chen Fan, who had been diligently operating the controls, struggled to awaken the Yutu rover. His palms sweating in frustration, he understood that if this situation was authentic and the higher-ups could not verify that the Yutu rover had transmitted the information, they would undoubtedly resort to alternative means of communication. They might seek assistance from other nations' lunar rovers or create a significant spectacle on the moon, both of which were scenarios they wished to avoid, originally possessing a strong advantage in secrecy. Should the higher-ups choose to maintain exclusive communication with China, the resultant attention could lead to unpredictable developments. Still, the Yutu rover appeared to be malfunctioning. It refused to awaken, making communication impossible. Chen Fan slumped to the ground, feeling despondent. Had such a promising opportunity truly been squandered? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Chang's team leader finally spoke. I have an idea, though I am unsure if Qian Lao would agree. Qian Guoxing, feeling anxious, urged, speak your mind. Wang Chang's team leader continued. When I was a graduate student, a senior of mine struggled to replicate an experiment. In desperation, I called him, and he suggested that when reaching the 3rd and 4th steps of the experiment, I should bow 3 times to the separator for success. In a moment of frustration, I did just that during a late-night experiment when no one was around, and it worked. Qian Lao fell into contemplation after hearing this. While they adhered to scientific principles, who could definitively dismiss the realm of metaphysics? After all, with Chang'e's appearance, what was there to lose? For the advancement of the nation's space technology, he would bow not just 3 times, but 100 if necessary. As the conversation turned into action, other scientists, brimming with enthusiasm, prepared to bow down, their demeanor resembling a celestial offering rather than a mere gesture of reverence. Suddenly, Wang Chang's team leader hastily restrained Elder Qian, insisting, no, that's not my intention. What I mean is we could summon Wang Chang for consultation. After all, he received the information. Perhaps the Yutu spacecraft has taken a liking to him. At that moment, the young engineer Chen Fan interjected. Indeed, I have heard that when a system is operational, regardless of its rationality, one must not alter it. It will continue to function as intended. With this, Elder Qian promptly called Captain Li using the internal landline. Captain Li, please bring Wang Chang to the Yutu control room. Although perplexed, Li Huo complied. As the individual most directly involved, the scrutiny over Wang Chang was intense. Even an incident from his childhood, where he had peeped at a neighbor girl bathing, had been uncovered, yet there was not a shred of treason to be found. He was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. As Wang Chang was escorted from the interrogation room, he exclaimed, Brother, I am truly wronged. Surely, I won't be executed. Li Huo retorted dismissively. Execution? In spring. That's reserved for autumn, don't panic. Elder Qian summoned you. Finally, Wang Chang felt a semblance of relief, though he could not fathom who would undertake such a bizarre act. It was so surreal that it could only be rational if it were true. Who would implant such photographs into the research institute? It was utterly unbelievable and could not possibly impede scientific progress. Trembling, Wang Chang followed the national security personnel into the Yutu control room, where he saw everyone present, including his team leader, which eased his anxiety. Elder Qian urgently beckoned, "Wang, come here quickly and attempt to awaken the Yutu." The team leader approached Wang Chong and swiftly explained the current situation. The Yutu has transmitted numerous photographs, but the other party needs to confirm that we have received the information that we currently have no means to awaken the Yutu. It relies on you. Goodness, if so many esteemed individuals cannot awaken it, how can I? Wang Chong thought incredulously. The team leader, lacking time to elaborate on the previous theory of machine spirit elation, instructed him on the procedure. Wang Chong immediately took his seat at the control panel and began to operate with fervor. Yet to no avail. No miracle occurred that a palpable sense of despair enveloped the Yutu control room. If this were true, it would signify a missed opportunity for China's ascent into space, should other nations become aware. It would not merely be a matter of desire, but a host of obstacles would inevitably arise. Wang Chang felt disheartened, having witnessed the Yutu autonomously transmitting photographs. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Elder Qian, I have a notion." Elder Qian instantly perked up. "Speak." The Yutu and the automatic camera are two independent systems. Hence, it can still take photographs when the Yutu is unresponsive. We can toggle the camera system to make it aware that we can receive information. "Do it. I will bear any consequences," Elder Qian declared decisively, realizing that their overthinking had led them to overlook this method. Since there was a chance, it was worth the attempt. Zhang Weiguo, squatting beside the Yutu, pondered. If the Yutu were truly incapable of receiving information, what could he create on the moon? A grand red flag? Or perhaps a striking message asking, "Are you there?" In truth, it mattered little what he drew. As long as a conspicuous man-made object appeared on the moon, capable nations would undoubtedly photograph and study it meticulously. If he merely positioned himself in the center of the image, China would surely discover him, and communication could be established. He remained cautious, concealing his identity, primarily due to uncertainty regarding the timeline that he feared that if it were far in the future, his parents, childhood friends, and companions might no longer exist, leaving him in solitude. Conversely, if it were the past, there would be a version of him on Blue Star and another on the moon, which would not only disturb him but also amplify disbelief in the reality of the situation. As Zhang Weiguo indulged in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed the automatic camera had ceased operation. Just as he feared it had malfunctioned entirely, it resumed capturing images, intermittently clicking like a Morse code generator. Zhang Weiguo's excitement surged. It seemed he had genuinely received his message. He understood Morse code, albeit not in the conventional sense of corresponding to English letters, but rather as numbers requiring decoding from a book. Recalling the spy films he had watched with his grandfather, he quickly began to write on the ground. His grandfather had a fondness for espionage stories, and Zhang Weiguo, having completed his assignments, would join him in watching, relishing the moments, particularly when the telegraph would correspond to a book and be translated into a message. He found it thrilling that as a child, he was unaware of the hardships faced by their predecessors. He simply found it fascinating and wished to partake. His grandfather, a playful spirit, appreciated having a companion for his games. In their youth, they had transformed the Sons of Bingfa into a code book, communicating via Morse code during meals, incessantly tapping away, much to his mother's chagrin. Despite a few years of high school studies making him somewhat rusty, the lessons ingrained since childhood resurfaced after the upheaval. Meanwhile, in the Yutu Control Center, everyone had witnessed Wang Chong's recent operation, utilizing the rhythm of toggling the automatic camera to relay standard Morse code. Will this work? Wang Chong's team leader voiced the question on everyone's minds. While most had heard of Morse code, few could recognize it or understand its implications. Wang Chong nodded. It will certainly be effective, although he may not grasp the information we intend to convey. The very act of transmission is itself a message. The pattern changes will undoubtedly signal that this is a deliberate action, indicating that we have received information and are attempting to establish contact. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone recognized the truth of his assertion. Yet, the fear lingered that greater hope would lead to deeper disappointment. Soon, new photographs arrived, invigorating all with their content. The Morse code corresponded to numbers, referencing a codebook, an edition of Sons of Bingfa from the People's Publishing House, 1983, likely a pirated version, with minuscule text. The sequence 831414594871294 should translate to the phrase, "I am your father," urgently requesting the retrieval of the private funds code. The book had been a gift from his grandfather, who, in their less affluent days, had opted for a pirated copy due to his principled nature. The small print was unusual, and Zhang Weiguo feared misidentifying the book, as a misunderstanding could lead to significant issues. The phrase "I am your father" was a familiar taunt from his grandfather whenever he was bested in an argument, and Zhang Weiguo recalled it vividly. They would exchange codes regarding private funds, a playful banter they had mastered. The private funds were not for any nefarious purpose. It was merely his grandfather's secret stash for cigarettes. The thought of his grandfather, a soldier sneaking a smoke in the hallway, evoked a sudden wave of nostalgia for both him and his mother. Yet, in this moment of clarity, he hesitated to inquire further, fearing the truth might be too harsh. Time passed without his knowledge, and he feared that perhaps Blue Star no longer held his parents, or that the planet was in constant peril. For now, it would be prudent to stabilize the situation. He would wait for a formal communicator before reaching out. Gazing at the azure planet, he contemplated the fragility of his existence. Simultaneously, the Yutu control room erupted in jubilation. The messages truly originated from the moon. All the transmitted photographs were being meticulously analyzed. The backgrounds, the positions of stars, and the changes on Blue Star. Nearly everyone was convinced, with a 99% certainty, that this was indeed authentic. Consequently, Qian Guosheng immediately called Li Hua. They are currently undergoing scrutiny and cannot communicate with the outside world. Captain Li, please procure every available copy of the People's Publishing House's 1983 edition of Sunzi Bingfa, both genuine and pirated. Understood. I will send someone right away. The matter was of utmost importance. Though Li Hua did not comprehend the connection between Sunzi Bingfa and aerospace, he adhered to protocol, no questions. Just execution. He promptly organized his team to search for the 1983 edition of Sunzi Bingfa. Even venturing out himself, having conducted 3 consecutive reviews without any issues, he sought a change of scenery, hoping for fresh insights. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself near his daughter's school, where a second-hand bookstore happened to be located. He alighted from the vehicle, resolved to seek out books from 1983, though such titles had become increasingly rare, especially pirated editions. Genuine copies might still be available at the publisher, but pirated versions were much less certain. Li Hua felt an inexplicable apprehension about encountering his daughter. Due to the nature of his work, he often spent months away from home, unable to communicate with the outside world, though his daughter understood. She still harbored resentment, telling classmates that her father had gone to prison and was perpetually absent from parent-teacher meetings. This rebellious statement weighed heavily on Li Hua's heart. However, for the sake of the nation, certain tasks must be undertaken by individuals. He could only make an effort to compensate for his daughter during his time off. But with her attending school, their father-daughter relationship suffered. Boss, do you have a copy of The Art of War? Li Hua inquired directly. Of course we do. The response came. Look, we just received a new edition, complete with analyses by the military advisor for each strategy. Li Hua waved his hand dismissively. I don't want the new one. I need an old, pirated version, the small print edition from the People's Publishing House, 1983. Young man, are you joking? Who keeps a pirated copy of The Art of War? Even if it were preserved for a century, it would hold no value. Forget it, if you don't have it. That's that. Li Hua turned to leave, only to see his daughter standing at the entrance. Just moments ago, Li Miao Miao had spotted their car and heard her father's voice, approaching with the hope that he remembered it was her birthday. However, upon witnessing his expression, she realized he had undoubtedly forgotten it. Li Hua felt a pang of embarrassment as he gazed at his daughter, aware that, according to confidentiality regulations, he could not disclose anything to his family while on duty. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to meet Li Miao Miao's tear-filled eyes. Knowing well that today was her birthday, the suddenness of his assignment left him no opportunity to prepare a gift, leading him to retreat in distress. Wait, Li Miao Miao called out. Li Hua paused, ready to continue walking, when he heard her shout from behind. Uncle Zhang's family has a copy, the 1983 pirated edition of The Art of War. With that, Li Miao Miao turned and hurried back to school, leaving Li Hua hesitant to look back. Fearful that she might notice his flustered state and the redness of his eyes, his daughter was too well behaved. He wished she would scold him for his negligence. At that moment, he received a call from a team member. Captain, we have found a legitimate copy of the book, but not a single pirated version. They're quite cheap, and no one seems to have kept them. As new pirated editions emerged, the old ones were sold off as scrap. We have started searching at various recycling stations, but the chances are slim. All right, I understand. Keep searching. Li Hua exhaled deeply, adjusting his mood. Once this mission concluded, he vowed to take a substantial break, spending quality time with his daughter. He set off to the Zhang family, who lived just above him. The elder Zhang was a stubborn man, yet upright and principled. He would always voice his discontent when witnessing injustice. Moreover, his family had a strong military background, characterized by a commendable family ethos. However, 5 years ago, tragedy struck when his son, Zhang Weiguo, who had been accepted into a military academy, went missing after being struck by a vehicle. This incident had drawn the attention of the National Security Department due to the unusual circumstances of his disappearance, which left no trace behind. Ultimately, no leads were uncovered, and Zhang Weiguo remained missing, leaving his parents in profound grief and creating a somber atmosphere in their home. Consequently, their younger daughter often played with Miao Miao. And with the elder Zhang frequently occupied with work, Miao Miao would visit their home quite regularly, making it unsurprising that she had seen the book. Eli soon arrived home and went straight to knock on the door. "Old Zhang, are you home?" With a creak, the door opened. "Old Li, it's working hours. What brings you here? You can't neglect your duties. The country doesn't provide you with a free ride." The elder welcomed Li Huo inside. "Where's your wife?" "She went back to the hometown." "Wasn't that incident with the child back there?" "My wife keeps saying the child will return home, claiming she dreamed of him waving from the moon, insisting that we wait for him to come back." Hearing this, Li Huo felt a wave of sadness wash over him. After decades of military service, he had just returned home only to encounter such a tragedy. Who could endure it? Nevertheless, despite the sorrow, he was determined to accomplish the urgent task at hand, knowing that old Zhang would understand. "Old Zhang, I heard from Miao Miao that you have a pirated copy of the 1983 edition of The Art of War. What's the matter? That was bought 20 years ago. Besides, back then, I had no money and had to settle for a pirated version. Surely, you're not going to come after me for it now, are you?" "What are you talking about? It's essential, truly invaluable. If you still have it, please bring it out." "What use could that possibly have?" The elder Zhang looked incredulous, although Li Huo had never explicitly stated it. Having served as a soldier for a lifetime, Zhang could sense the nature of Li Huo's work and did not press further. From a locked drawer, he retrieved a wooden box, its surface worn smooth from frequent handling. Upon opening it, a yellowed copy of the 1983 edition of The Art of War was revealed. Gazing at the book, old Zhang reminisced about the times he and Zhang Weiguo would practice their secret codes at the table, and a smile crept across his face, tinged with sadness. Not wanting anyone to see, he quickly handed the book to Li Huo, earnestly instructing him, "If the country needs it, feel free to use it. If you can return it, please protect it well. I still want it back." Li Huo, uncertain of why elder Zhang desired the pirated version, recognized the significance it held for him and responded solemnly, "Rest assured, I will." Just as Li Huo was about to leave, a woman entered, accompanied by a young girl. "Dad, we have a guest. I'll go buy some vegetables and wine." The woman spoke first, followed by the little girl. "Hello, Uncle." As Li Huo prepared to depart, he quickly waved his hand. No need. I must be on my way." Li Huo knew that elder Zhang had a son and a daughter. The younger one was his daughter, while the elder one was also his biological daughter, a good child and Weiguo's childhood sweetheart. Throughout the years, she had come to care for them during holidays and festivities. After Weiguo's disappearance, Li Huo had advised her not to visit anymore, aware of her intentions, encouraging her to live her own life. Yet, the girl continued to come, and they could not let her remain nameless, so they decided to acknowledge her as a daughter, thus forming a family unit, leaving others with no room for gossip. "Old Li, you know some fine candidates. Do introduce them to the children. They aren't getting any younger. We can't delay any further." "Dad, why are you saying all this?" "You two continue your conversation. I'll take Tuan to do her homework." Li Huo couldn't help but glance again. She was indeed a wonderful girl. No worries. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Huo departed. Elder Zhang lingered in the hallway, reflecting on the sight of the art of war he had just encountered, pulling out a cigarette, but inspecting it before placing it back in his pocket. This was the very cigarette he had smoked on the day Zhang Weiguo disappeared. He hadn't touched tobacco since then. It's better to smoke less, live a few more years, and perhaps I'll see Weiguo return. With that, he gazed at the sky. "If you truly are up there on the moon like your mother says, you ought to send me a dream too, even in Morse code. Your father remembers it." Li Huo drove towards the research institute, his heart heavy with emotion. After this matter was resolved, he would certainly make it a priority to investigate Zhang Weiguo's disappearance. Elder Zhang had devoted decades to military service, finally retiring to bring his wife and children from their hometown to live together. The child had worked hard to gain admission to the military academy to serve the nation. only for this unfortunate incident to occur. It was utterly disheartening. With a deep breath, Li Hui dismissed his emotions, reminding himself to remain calm as he called his team. Have you found any other pirated editions of The Art of War? No, not a single pirated copy. I spoke with the factory manager from that time. He mentioned they were cracking down on piracy back then, and as soon as they emerged, they reported it. The pirated factory was shut down. And only a few hundred copies were ever sold. Continue searching, don't stop until you find something. Explore the smaller school libraries. There might be some old pirated books tucked away in there. The difficulty was immense, and hope seemed dim. You could only hope that this book was indeed what the elder Qian was seeking. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo was not idle. Although he was unaware of what the individuals controlling the Yutu were saying, he could respond with a simple yes or no and engage in basic communication. Thus, he began to write on the ground that if the answer was affirmative, he would pause for a moment. If negative, he would pause twice. Can you see this? Yutu, click, pause for a moment. Can you see it? Then there's no problem. He had been anxious earlier, only realizing they could receive messages, unaware they could also see specific information. He immediately instructed them to find the codebook, and now that he had confirmation, he felt relieved. Zhang Weiguo even excitedly punched the air, continuing to write, regardless of whether the recipients could comprehend it. He wanted to convey his situation so they would be informed in due course. After all, this information would need to be shared eventually. The sooner he wrote, the sooner they could analyze it. I am currently able to traverse between the primordial forests of one planet and the moon, spending at least 12 hours in one place, and at most 24 hours in another. On the moon. I am neither mortal nor ephemeral. I possess the ability to teleport over short distances. The reasons for this remain a mystery, perhaps attributed to quantum mechanics. That on another planet, I currently exist as an ordinary individual, susceptible to injury amidst a primordial forest that is certainly not Earth. Here, I encounter bees towering a meter high and ants the size of basins. In my mind, there exists a 3x3x3 spatial dimension, allowing me to traverse and transport objects back and forth, though I cannot carry living beings. Recently, Zhang Weiguo has gained a general understanding of the scope of the photographs, just as he completed one. The camera paused momentarily with a click, indicating that it had captured something. Zhang Weiguo resumed erasing and writing anew, hoping for the nation to establish formal communication with him soon for more effective collaboration. I am willing to assist the nation in any research endeavors, but the circumstances over there are exceedingly perilous, and I, too, require assistance from the state. At this juncture, Zhang Weiguo found himself at a loss for words. Having relayed all his circumstances to the nation, he had initially intended to showcase the flora of that place. However, when he attempted to extract samples from his mental space and expose them to the lunar environment, they disintegrated into dust. It appears that either the state must send equipment for photography and recording or establish a controlled environment with normal temperature and pressure on the moon. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to present anything to the nation. The multitude of engineers, alongside Wang Cheng and his team leader, gazed in awe at the photographs and the accompanying text, utterly speechless. This was on the moon, where one could live unprotected on the surface without succumbing to mortality, promising limitless advancements in technology for our country. At the very least, a lunar landing by 2030 poses no issue, and with a more audacious approach, direct colonization might even be feasible. The other engineers remained silent. Yet if their thoughts could be unveiled, the control room of the Jade Rabbit would shine brighter than the starry sky. One energy expert mused that since one could exist immortally on the moon, there would be no concerns regarding radiation explosions. Experiments in controlled nuclear fusion could be conducted there without hesitation. Should issues arise, he could separate nuclear materials by hand without risk of detonation, significantly enhancing safety. Furthermore, a nuclear power station could be established underground to mitigate the instability of solar energy due to lunar storms. Currently, the best solution is to create a subterranean base on the moon. The excitement among the crowd grew, with many eager to initiate research immediately. At that moment, members of the national security team approached, reporting to Elder Qian that they had yet to locate a pirated version of the People's Publishing House's 1983 edition of The Art of War. However, they had found a legitimate copy. Uncertain of its intended use, the national security personnel dutifully presented it. Elder Qian accepted the book, silently cross-referencing its number and flipping through a few pages. It did not match the encoding from the previous transmission from the Jade Rabbit. Shaking his head, he passed the book to scientist Chen Fan, who began inputting the layout into the computer. Typically, Pirated editions reduced the font size of legitimate books to save paper and cut costs. I just checked, and around 1983, pirated books commonly used only 4 font sizes. We will first input the layout into the computer, then reduce the font size accordingly to see if we can obtain those specific characters. Alright, let us proceed with this method. If we cannot find a solution, we will have to resort to this rudimentary approach. At that moment, Li Hua stepped outside the Jade Rabbit control room, saying, Elder Qian, I have acquired a pirated edition of the People's Publishing House's 1983 version of The Art of War. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian was instantly elated. He flipped through a few pages, confirming that everything matched perfectly. Every character corresponded accurately to its respective code. Excitedly, he embraced Li Hua, exclaiming, Captain Li, you have accomplished a monumental feat. It is an extraordinary contribution. Turning to enter the control room, Li Hua hastily called out to Elder Qian, Elder Qian, I do not know what you intend to do with this book. If possible, please treat it with care and return it to me afterward. It belongs to an old friend of mine who has a deep attachment to it. Aware that the well-preserved pirated book must be cherished by its owner, Elder Qian responded with enthusiasm. We will certainly treat it with the utmost care. It is far too precious. However, I fear it cannot be returned to your friend, as it will be placed in our aerospace museum once we complete our current tasks. I will personally visit your old friend to express our gratitude. He has made significant contributions to the nation's aerospace endeavors. Li Hua could not fathom how a pirated edition of The Art of War could yield such immense contributions. However, if old Zhang were aware of its great utility, he would undoubtedly support it without hesitation. Li Hua turned away to continue his investigations, knowing he could not relax until everything was thoroughly examined. Elder Qian was increasingly convinced that there truly were people on the moon. With so many scientists analyzing the situation, the probability of its authenticity stood at an impressive 99.9%. The only variable remaining was the lack of first-hand witnesses. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance of it being false, he could not afford to take that risk. Thus, he refrained from informing Captain Li, allowing him to continue his investigations. After all, the matter of having personnel on the moon was of utmost secrecy and required further scrutiny regarding the involved parties holding the art of war. Elder Qian began cross-referencing the codes against his private funds. Once clarified, he instructed Wang Chang to commence inputting the data, ensuring that while the system was operational, no one else should interfere. Elder Qian had resolved that Wang Chang would be the primary overseer of the control console. Others were to refrain from touching anything. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo on the moon contemplated what else to convey. Being merely a high school graduate, his thoughts were not yet fully formed, and he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, the camera began its rhythmic clicking, and he realized it was preparing to transmit a message. He focused intently, listening closely as he recorded the code. 954715677954, private funds. All correct. At last, a semblance of normal communication could be established. With only an hour remaining before he must depart for that distant planet, he believed there was still time to discuss a few matters. He quickly wrote on the ground. In 1 hour, I must forcibly relocate to that planet. If there are any questions, please raise them promptly. To protect the Jade Rabbit, I will place it within my mental space, resulting in at least 12 hours of radio silence. After 12 hours, I can return at any moment and recover from any injuries. Thus, I plan to explore the surrounding area 12 hours after my arrival, returning promptly if any issues arise. My physical condition should be slightly superior to that of an average adult. Please advise, dear motherland. Though Zhang Weiguo was intelligent, as a high school student, his knowledge was inevitably limited. It would be far better for professionals to provide him with some guidance. The Morse code continued. Welcome home, wandering child of the distant lands. Tears welled in Zhang Weiguo's eyes upon receiving this first message. He had previously harbored fears that his country would regard him as an alien, that they would distrust him, and that he might find himself utterly alone in the dark cosmos, devoid of any familiar faces. The simple phrase welcome home deeply moved him, akin to a long-lost family member's embrace. Although they had not been in contact for some time, the words "you are home" radiated warmth. Zhang Weiguo quietly sketched a red flag on the ground, symbolizing his sentiments. After this moment of emotion, everyone recognized the urgency of time and quickly resumed their communication. What is the extent of your teleportation ability? How robust is your state of immortality? Could you survive a significant explosion? Zhang Weiguo swiftly replied, I can teleport 100 meters. It is incredibly powerful, conceptual in nature that I would undoubtedly survive, even in the event of a nuclear explosion. The messages continued to flow in. What dangers have you encountered on that planet? Are there any artificial constructs? Zhang Weiguo pondered briefly before responding. The primary threats are peculiar creatures, both large and small. I have only spent 2 days there and refrained from exploration for safety reasons. The surroundings are entirely primitive forest, and I have not discovered any artificial structures. However, I did find puncture wounds on the carcass of a wild beast, though I cannot ascertain if they were human-made. Upon reviewing Zhang Weiguo's message, the engineers, along with Wang Cheng and his team leader, felt an overwhelming urge to arm Zhang Weiguo fully and dispatch a military escort to ensure his safety. The communication continued. What about food? Are there any known edible items? Zhang Weiguo responded, you are correct. Safety is paramount. The country will expedite the delivery of communication devices and protective gear. He was deeply conflicted, unable to make a decision. Yet this was a pivotal opportunity for China's ascension. However, it seemed quite unjust for Zhang Weiguo, as the risks were substantial. To his surprise, he still hadn't made up his mind. And Zhang Weiguo took the initiative on his behalf. Suddenly, a photograph was transmitted back. Should I dig a hole to hide in when I return to the moon? Surely, no other countries would discover me. I believe I can endure for a while longer. I hope my homeland can seize this opportunity and gain the upper hand. This also reflects the teachings of the old man. Although the other celestial body appeared fraught with peril, if Zhang Weiguo were to be a bit cautious, avoid recklessness, and stay alive, it should be quite manageable. At worst, we could refrain from exploration for now, and simply subsist on fruits until the nation delivers the necessary equipment and a commanding plan is in place for exploration. Moreover, if other countries were to get involved, it might not necessarily be advantageous. It would be quite absurd if he were to take his own life on the moon. By exercising a little caution, he could aid his country in leading the way, which Zhang Weiguo felt was his duty. If the old man and his mother were still alive, and if a family tree existed, young Zhang would certainly have to establish a separate volume. Upon reading this line, the scientists below fell silent. Although he was alone on the desolate moon, in a strange and perilous environment, he still thought of his homeland, which deeply moved everyone. Mr. Qian couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "What a good child! What a good child indeed!" Time was reduced to a single phrase as Mr. Qian spoke. Tell the good child to protect himself well. Upon your next return, you shall see the gifts our nation has prepared for you. The message was sent. Protect yourself, hold on, and upon your next return, a present from the motherland awaits you. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Weiguo was momentarily stunned. Launching a rocket couldn't possibly be that simple. It couldn't happen in just 12 hours, could it? Just as he pondered this, the time approached, and he hurriedly stored the Yutu spacecraft in his mental space. In an instant, he arrived at the primitive celestial body, where he assessed his physical condition. Aside from feeling a bit hungry, he was unscathed. Excellent. He had feared that during the transit, his body might have been frozen in stasis, and upon arrival, he could have been poisoned, which would have been quite embarrassing. Upon confirming that there were no issues, he swiftly retrieved some leaves from his mental space, applying and rubbing them vigorously on himself to mask any scent that did not belong to the forest. Then he nestled into a tree fork, cautiously observing his surroundings. Better to be timid for 12 hours, and then proceed to explore when the time was right. The Yutu spacecraft ceased sending messages, and everyone understood that Zhang Weiguo had ventured to another celestial body. Mr. Qian, with great vigor, declared, "Since we have confirmed this, let us give it our all. A portion of you will research what communication devices and protective gear to send, and also record the conditions there, ensuring that information can be transmitted back to Blue Star. Another group will contact Li Hua, asking him to find survival experts to analyze how one can maximize safety upon arriving at an unfamiliar planet and what resources are needed. A third group will replan the lunar operations, considering our personnel on the moon, our moon landing plans, and how to redesign and modify various lunar modules, rovers, and experimental tools for greater simplicity and efficiency. As for me, I must fulfill my promise to the Wanderer. Next time, I will ensure that the communicator and protective gear are sent up." Mr. Qian, brimming with determination, prepared to depart. He turned to Wang Chang and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No," Wang Chang replied, perplexed. What could he mean? Mr. Qian continued, "It seems the Yutu spacecraft has taken a liking to you, so I must trouble you to reside at the Research Institute and address any issues promptly." "Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Such an opportunity might never come again in a person's lifetime. It must be seized. This could be a historic event that alters the course of human chronicles. And perhaps Wang Chang's name would be inscribed in its annals. What girlfriend? That would only hinder my speed at the keyboard." I must go to the moon to find Chang'e. After making the arrangements, Mr. Jin summoned Li Hua, for he needed to meet with the leadership. He intended to undertake a significant endeavor, one that could potentially astound the world, given that they were still in the review period. Even the chief engineer was not ordinarily permitted to leave. However, Mr. Qian was a highly regarded individual recognized by the state, and since he was going to meet with the leadership, special arrangements could be made. Upon receiving the news, Li Hua promptly began organizing matters. Not only would he accompany Mr. Qian, but he would also randomly select another team member to join, ensuring mutual oversight. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the pivotal location for China's major strategy. Mr. Qian, filled with confidence, strode in boldly, while Li Hua and the team waited outside for a full 5 hours. When Mr. Qian finally emerged, his eyes sparkled with determination. China seeks to cultivate its strength while steadily advancing. Yet it never lacks the courage to fight fiercely. After reporting, Mr. Qian explained the significance of having a Chinese individual on the moon for technological development and the potential existence of unknown civilizations on the other side. The response was succinct. This is a major opportunity to alter China's fortunes. Do what you wish, and the motherland will spare no effort to support you. Mr. Qian was granted the highest strategic authority regarding technology, enabling him to undertake any actions that would benefit technological advancement and lunar exploration. As he entered the vehicle, he instructed Li Hua, "Time is of the essence. We shall not return yet. Take me directly to the rocket launch center." Their space research institute was conveniently located near the launch center, and although returning by plane would save time, Li Hua felt conflicted. The special arrangements for the report had already deviated from protocol, and now this seemed even more irregular. However, before he could voice his concerns, his phone rang. A call from his superior. From this moment forward, everything shall be directed by Mr. Qian. The security level at the Space Research Institute would be elevated by 2 tiers, and 3 additional teams would be dispatched immediately to ensure the utmost protection for the institute. You are to follow Mr. Qian's instructions, refrain from unnecessary inquiries, and ensure completion, as this is a matter of China's destiny. Understood. We will ensure task completion. Li Hua was taken aback. The security level at the Space Research Institute was already high, just 1 tier below that of the leadership, with nearby troops specifically assigned to safeguard against threats. Elevating it by 2 tiers would surpass even the leadership's protection level, and Li Hua was unaware such a level even existed. What had the Space Research Institute discovered? Extraterrestrials? Or had they truly found Chang'e on the moon? Although Li Hua was filled with questions and curiosity, professional ethics prevailed. Some questions were best left unasked. The trio quickly made their way to the airport, where a military aircraft awaited. Mr. Qian had no desire for preferential treatment. However, in emergencies, expediency took precedence. Every second was crucial, and personal reputation could not afford to be a hindrance. With an hour left until the flight, Mr. Qian, despite having gone nearly 30 hours without sleep, was determined to remain awake. On board, he began making calls, urging the prompt transport of the rocket intended for the next lunar probe launch to the launch pad. The rocket launch supervisor replied, "Mr. Qian, now? The final compilation isn't completed yet. Didn't we encounter issues last time with the landing module? This led to some damage, and we have successfully completed the ascent and entered lunar orbit compilation. Discussions about the landing site and method are still ongoing. You know this, right? We had planned to launch in 3 months." Mr. Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a playful child. "Forget about that. As long as we can get to the moon, that's what matters. Don't install the probe just yet. Other equipment will be sent later." With that, he hung up and dialed another number. The rocket launch supervisor, filled with confusion, had just heard that there seemed to be a problem at the Space Research Institute. And now this issue arose. He hesitated to act, but quickly contacted his superior. Upon receiving confirmation, he sprang into action. "Quick! Assemble all available researchers who are on leave and begin inspecting the rocket and preparing the fuel. In 10 hours, we are launching a rocket to the moon." The team leader and researchers below were astounded. This was madness. "Yang, you must be joking. You can't be serious. Take a break. We can't rush this." "Behave, DeLang. Take your medicine." Initially, everyone thought old Yang was merely joking. After all, research life was quite monotonous, and old Yang occasionally displayed his sense of humor. But then, with a resounding slap on the table, old Yang declared, "I'm not joking. This is not a drill. Execute the plan immediately. Mr. Qian will be here shortly." Seeing old Yang's expression, everyone suddenly realized he was serious, and they scrambled into action. calling for help, checking equipment, and making connections. Old Yang, are you insane? We had planned for 3 months. The orbital compilation isn't even complete yet. Launching now would be disastrous. Don't waste national resources for the sake of achievements. Yeah, who gave you the orders? Did Chang'e call you? Are we setting off fireworks? Should we even install the probe? Maybe we should skip that to minimize the risk of explosions. That as everyone acted, they continued to express their concern for Old Yang. Old Yang, feeling helpless, explained that this was how Mr. Qian had instructed him, and he had confirmed the information with his superiors. This was a mission that had to be executed. No need to install the probe. Other equipment will be sent later. After the arrangements were completed, he began to conduct inspections and coordinate the work across various regions. Meanwhile, Qian Lao on the plane was still on the phone, insisting on the construction of 3 rockets. Yes, just 3, and no changes are needed. As long as they can reach the moon, that suffices. Working overtime is indeed beneficial, but Qian Lao, this isn't just a game. Do we really intend to launch one without any improvements? Are we merely replicating the originals? No need to worry, just build them. It's useful. The development of rocket technology is paramount. For China, possessing comprehensive industrial production capabilities is essential. Although constructing 3 identical rockets may seem wasteful, the value gained from it makes it entirely justifiable. A person capable of assisting with scientific experiments on the moon, an unexplored celestial body, holds immense value. Furthermore, the mere existence of a human on the moon is invaluable. After finishing his 5th call, Liu handed him a glass of water. Qian Lao, don't rush. Take a sip of water first. He had been on the phone since he arrived. Qian Lao took the water and drank it in one gulp, saying, "Thank you." Just as he was about to resume his calls, he turned to Li Hua and inquired, "Regarding our combat units, I'm not very familiar with them. Do you know which units excel in operations and survival in uncharted forests?" Li Hua pondered and replied, "The Wild Fox Brigade is quite formidable. They specialize in field reconnaissance and are trained to survive in primitive forests for a month without any resources, while also marking various conditions in the forest." "Excellent," Qian Lao exclaimed, realizing that soldiers who prioritize practicality are undoubtedly the best teachers, particularly experienced warriors. After sharing this, Li Hua stepped back, and Qian Lao resumed his calls. "The Wild Fox Brigade. Yes, that special forces unit for field reconnaissance. I need 10 of their most experienced soldiers to report immediately to the Aerospace Research Institute." "Is the communicator ready?" "It doesn't have to be large, but it must be operational on the moon. Prepare a camcorder. It can be simple, but the equipment for data transmission and reception must function on the moon. Begin the preparations. Don't worry about waste. Time is of the essence. Complete it and send it to the Rocket Launch Center immediately." Zhang Weiguo was hiding in the branches, observing his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, the entire nation was working for his sake. Concealed beneath large leaves and smeared with green sap, he felt secure. When hunger struck, he consumed the fruits previously tested for edibility, even breaking a branch and using the pointed end to pierce a purple fruit. Considering it a potential antidote, that a countdown ticked away in his mind, and after 6 hours had passed, he knew that in another 6 hours, he could traverse back to the moon, ready to explore. Surrounded by dense, perilous forests, he planned to find an elevated position to survey the environment. With 6 hours left, he resolved to conserve his strength and prepare himself. Zhang Weiguo silently mused. "Old Qian, what significant breakthroughs have occurred that prompted such urgency for me to communicate with you?" At that moment, Qian Guosheng arrived at the Rocket Launch Center, only to unexpectedly encounter an old acquaintance. "Lao Zhao, you're here. Come in quickly. I was just looking for you." Zhao Gang was a leading figure in China's weaponry technology research. As the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise, and while Qian Lao was a master in aerospace technology, his knowledge in other areas may be limited. Moreover, due to confidentiality regulations, even a leading figure in a specific field could not know all of China's hidden capabilities. The higher authorities placed great importance on this matter, summoning not only Qian Lao but also many other responsible parties for coordinated communication. Establishing a lunar base and finding ways to ensure human survival on an extraterrestrial planet cannot rely solely on aerospace technology. "What is going on? Speak up," Zhao Gang urged. Sensing Qian Guosheng's mysterious demeanor piqued his curiosity. Inside the highly classified rocket launch base, it was unexpected that personnel from the National Security Department were conducting scans to check for listening devices. Even he underwent a check, and during their conversation, Two national security officers stood guard outside. Come on, what is so secretive? What is happening? Has the curvature engine been realized? Have we found a traversable wormhole? Discovered a life-bearing planet? Or have aliens made contact with you? Zhao Gang speculated, realizing there must be a significant advancement. Otherwise, the atmosphere wouldn't be so tense. Old Zhao, stop reading so many science fiction novels. Qian Guosheng replied that if we don't discover any extraterrestrial relics, we're unlikely to see anything in our lifetime. Wait, suddenly, Qian Guofu recalled Zhang Weiguo's earlier mention of animals with stings. Perhaps villagers could share some quantum technology. The chances are slim, but it's not impossible. Perhaps we might still have a chance to witness it, Qian Guosheng said excitedly. Old Zhao, I never realized you could be so insistent. Hurry up and tell me. Or I'll leave. Some people have been acting out recently. I have to show them some muscle. Zhao Gang felt a sense of urgency, as they had yet to get to the main point. Hearing this, Qian Guosheng took a moment to calm down. His excitement was overwhelming. Old Zhao, what I'm about to share is classified information, absolutely confidential. There must be no leaks, he said solemnly. Zhao Gang sat up straight. Fully aware of the secrecy regulations as the head of weaponry technology researched, he nodded earnestly. Understood. Then Qian Guosheng continued. We have discovered Chang'e. Zhao Gang shot up, his eyes reddening and moisture gathering. Old Qian. I know the national space program is under immense pressure, but take care of your health. Your well-being is not just your own, but a valuable asset to the nation. You need to rest and let a doctor check on you. Having known each other for many years, both men often clashed over funding allocations and research priorities, but they understood that each held the nation's interests above all. Zhao Gang had not anticipated the pressure Qian Guosheng was under. Had he known, he wouldn't have argued over that research grant earlier in the year. The state's plans had been met, yet the scientists expressed concerns about insufficient firepower and the need for additional materials to enhance their capabilities, ultimately leading to the current situation that had pushed Qianlao to such extremes. What do you mean? Zhao Gang pressed. Do you think I'm crazy? Even if I were, would the leadership join me in my madness? Let me show you a photo that you will see today, one that will change the fate of our nation. It was the image taken by the Yutu rover, showing words inscribed on the ground. He presented it to the higher-ups, and there were additional photos that, based on analysis and computer testing, had an almost 100% likelihood of authenticity. However, since no one had witnessed it firsthand, it could not be deemed absolutely certain. Qian Guosheng solemnly opened the box, revealing the photographs before Zhao Gang. The figure depicted, whether or not they were Chang'e, was undoubtedly a beacon of pride for China. We have found a Chinese person on the moon. Although we do not know if they belong to our world or our era, what we do know is that they can survive there or, as they put it, are immortal, yet, at least every 12 hours. But no more than 24 hours. They must traverse to another planet that appears primitive but might harbor intelligent life for a minimum of 12 hours and a maximum of 24. Moreover, they love their homeland. The first image presented to Zhao Gang was from the Yutu rover, inscribed with 3 lines. What is the date today? How is China? Please establish communication swiftly. These 3 sentences were comprehensible to any Chinese person. The first inquiring about the time, the second about the country. The passion of the writer was evident. Since Qianlao had already revealed this photograph and asked for his cooperation, Zhao Gang had no reason to doubt its authenticity. He excitedly inquired, it seems that since the Yutu can communicate, they must still be a modern Chinese person. Do we know their name, where they're from, or their family? We must act swiftly to ensure their protection. They didn't mention it, and we didn't ask, Qianlao replied. Why? If another nation discovers this, the consequences could be dire, potentially threatening their family. As his voice dwindled, Zhao Gang realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they understood, but the ability to survive on the moon without harm was already beyond the current technological explanation. Even if he were Chinese and had a deep connection to the country, such occurrences could suggest possibilities of parallel universes, multiverses, or even time travel. What if he wasn't from this universe? Didn't he know anyone in this China? Or if those he knew had long since passed away? A solitary inhabitant of the desolate moon gazes into the vast, empty abyss of the cosmos and realizes the profound terror of being unknown in such an inhospitable realm. Zhang Weiguo has persistently evaded the gaze of the Yutu spacecraft, a fact noted by Qian Guosheng, who chooses not to inquire further, opting instead to allow Zhang Weiguo to make his own decisions. Zhao Gang, with a sigh, reflects, he is a good child indeed. I hope there are familiar faces in this world for him. After this lamentation, Zhao Gang swiftly shifts to the matter at hand. Although his understanding of aerospace technology is limited, he recognizes the monumental impact that having a person on the moon could have on the nation's advancements in space exploration. Thus, he asserts, the good child has expressed the necessity for immediate communication. You haven't yet taken action, have you? That simply won't do. If need be, I shall take over. Take over. What do you know of aerospace technology? Why would we not take action? Otherwise, why am I here? I intend to launch a rocket directly to the moon, delivering communication devices and protective gear to the child. Old Zhao was taken aback. Wait, in such a short time, how much have you prepared? You're planning to use a rocket? I thought the nation had no recent plans for rocket launches. That moment, Chun Fan knocked emphatically on the door. Come in, Qian Lao invited. Chun Fan entered, about to speak, but upon seeing Zhao Gang, whom he recognized but was not formally acquainted with, he hesitated due to confidentiality protocols. Sensing his unease, Qian Lao interjected. Old Zhao is here to coordinate assistance. He will return with more scientists specializing in relevant technology. He is already aware and can be informed. Chun Fan offered Zhao Gang an apologetic smile before addressing Qian Lao. Engineer Qian, everything is prepared. Given the short time frame, we modified the prototypes intended for later use and added a few enhancements. Please take a look. If it meets your approval, we can seal it for protection and send it up with the rocket. Let us go and inspect it. Qian Guoxing and Zhao Gang rose to follow Chun Fan into a laboratory where they found communication devices and the finest individual combat gear available. However, considering the challenges of acquiring ammunition and the potential noise that might attract danger, they opted for a hand crossbow with 20 bolts, state-of-the-art short-range weaponry that is nearly silent and recoverable. Although they had not conducted tests for cosmic radiation and exposure, Zhang Weiguo had mentioned that the lunar environment is similar to that of Blue Star, suggesting comparable physical properties, thus ensuring usability. Additionally, there was a cylindrical communication device designed for optimal interaction with Blue Star, capable of video transmission, albeit with a delay of 5 to 10 seconds due to the lack of satellite arrangements. Ongoing improvements were anticipated. Chun Fan also presented a small device, a range and temperature measuring instrument, essential for establishing a base on the moon, which would frequently face storms, given the abundance of natural caves on the moon. They could enlist Gang Gu to assess the size of these caves and their surrounding environments, identifying suitable locations for an underground lunar base. They had also assembled a lunar camouflage suit, which, when worn, would make it exceedingly difficult to spot Gang Gu unless one were to scrutinize the moon inch by inch. Chun Fan was exhilarated. Initially, they had planned to deploy a rocket with a lunar probe for exploration to confirm the existence of caves, followed by sending another robot to gauge their dimensions. This process would involve concerns about signal integrity, battery life, and various complications that could arise during cave exploration, potentially extending the timeline to at least half a year. With testing not being comprehensive, after all, only robots could provide on-site assessments, and adjustments to their capabilities would be limited. Determining the lunar base's location could indeed take a year, necessitating multiple rocket launches. However, with Gang Ji's involvement, the range and temperature measuring device could resolve most issues, saving both considerable materials and time. This was the first step toward establishing a lunar base. The second step would be even more significant. Ensuring a level surface for the base, modifying the caves, and launching the housing units for autonomous construction would be straightforward with Gang Ji's assistance. Materials could simply be delivered, leaving only the manual labor to be completed. Zhao Gang appeared puzzled. Gangu? Chun Fan quickly clarified. Not you. We are referring to our comrade on the moon, whose name we do not yet know, that we cannot keep calling him that person, as it feels rather impersonal. We have confirmed he is a man, and the only known figure on the moon is Wu Gang, the chopper of osmanthus trees. Thus, we have affectionately dubbed him Gangu. Qian Guoxing surveyed the array of equipment with satisfaction. Preparing so much within 12 hours was indeed impressive. Once dispatched, safety would be assured, and after establishing communication, the urgency would diminish. However, they anticipated a rapid follow-up, as having someone on the moon who could teleport would simplify the search for the base's location. What about food, water, and emergency medical supplies? We have prepared some, but not in abundance, primarily because Gang Gu can already procure food and water. Safety is paramount if we can confirm the lunar base's location on this return trip. We can launch a large-capacity rocket shortly thereafter to transport more supplies. Additionally, we have prepared a small gift from China for Gang, hoping to foster a sense of connection to his homeland. Those involved in the research were not naive. They understood that Zhang Weiguo's reluctance to disclose his name and identity stemmed from a desire for security. Very well. Excellent work. Let us begin the protective measures. It is nearly time for his return. As Zhao Gang contemplated the cylindrical device before him, an idea struck, prompting him to inquire, "Old Qian, given the absence of recent rocket launch plans, can you ensure a safe landing on the moon?" Qian Guoxing replied, "We did not intend for a safe landing, which is precisely why we must adequately protect these items." Zhao Gang pondered further, "That seems somewhat wasteful. Won't the rocket just explode upon reaching the moon? Can Gangu receive the supplies?" Qian Guoxing waved dismissively. "As a researcher, you ought to know that the essence of research lies not in the physical objects but in the findings. If it explodes, so be it. The priority is to safeguard Gang Ji's well-being." Did you not hear what Qin just mentioned? With Gang Ji's presence, we can save at least 3 rocket launch plans and an entire year of time. It is undoubtedly worth every investment. Indeed, Gangu was far easier to refer to than the unnamed lunar resident, and both men embraced the moniker without hesitation. "That is not my intention. I mean to propose a solution." Chen Fan and the team had devised a means to transport the cylindrical device, and their equipment was intended for destruction. Although costly, it was still less expensive than a rocket. Most importantly, retaining the rocket would allow for additional research and the capacity to load more materials, thus conserving time. After all, rebuilding a rocket after an explosion would require considerable time. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's remarks, Qian Guoxing grasped the implication. He recognized that Zhao Gang had long been involved in weapon research for the nation. However, he was uncertain about the specifics of such endeavors. "Are you suggesting, old Zhao, that our Dongfeng can reach the moon?" Zhao Gang waved his hand as he stepped outside. "Do not say anything. Do not ask questions. I need to make a phone call. Hurry, hurry. I will wait here for you." Zhao Gang went out to seek permission, while Chen Fan oversaw the sealing and protection of the items prepared for dispatch. After nearly 40 hours without rest, Qian Guoxing finally found a moment to sit and close his eyes for a brief respite. Zhao Gang returned with a single directive: full cooperation with the Aerospace Research Institute. With that assurance, he felt a wave of relief and excitement as he sought out Qian Guoxing, only to find him asleep in his chair. Chen Fan happened to be outside and explained. "Before this incident, we were discussing the Research Institute's short, medium, and long-term plans. Old Qian has been awake for 24 hours. When he was about to rest, the Yutu spacecraft transmitted a message, and he has not had a moment's reprieve since. Should we wake old Qian?" Zhao Gang considered for a moment, then decided there was no immediate need for Qian Guoxing's arrangements. "Let him rest. I have already arranged for the transport of the items. We can still fit additional materials that we will wait to call old Qian when Gangu contacts US.as Qian Guoxing." Zhao Gang and their team worked diligently on preparations. Many others were also mobilizing. After all, the Aerospace Research Institute had long been a focal point of foreign interest. Although the internal review by Li Hua and his team revealed no deep-rooted spies within the Aerospace Research Institute, the recent lockdown of the institute, barring personnel from entering or leaving and the presence of security forces, has led to speculation that something significant has transpired. It remains unclear whether this is due to a major breakthrough or a serious error. As the security forces secured the institute, the number of joggers in the vicinity increased, and even the street cleaners appeared to have grown younger. Remarkably, individuals collecting scrap passed by 3 times today. In mere day, 3 elementary schools submitted applications to organize research excursions to the institute. Li Hua, attending to the safety and coordination of Elder Qian, is aware that the situation is under the supervision of Deputy Captain Wang Zhan from the Ministry of State Security. Listening to his team's reports, Wang could not help but scoff, questioning whether these people possessed a canine sense of smell. Just today, with the elevation of confidentiality levels, such a crowd has gathered, and 3 elementary schools wish to visit for research. He ordered an investigation into who facilitated this matter. Should those people outside be apprehended, the lack of professionalism is glaring. Individuals wearing expensive shoes while sweeping the streets, and those with pricey watches collecting scrap without leaving a trace are blatantly signaling, "I am a spy. Come and catch me." His subordinates, feeling helpless, suggested that perhaps these people were merely bait for them, driven by greed and reckless disregard for their lives. They advised marking and observing them instead of capturing them. To avoid chaos and allowing others to benefit from the confusion. No need to rush. They are the ones who should be anxious. We must remain steady. We might just catch a big fish. China has now risen to prominence, with every move capturing the world's attention. Although this incident has not been publicized, it has quickly attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Observers ponder why the institute was suddenly sealed off. Especially since there have been no recent space exploration plans. Have they achieved a significant breakthrough, or has a grave accident occurred? Has someone infiltrated? Immediate investigations are imperative. Our lunar program's documentation has yet to be established. It is best they do not succeed. In the realm of international observers, regardless of any breakthroughs, we must uncover the truth swiftly. If they announce it first, it belongs to us. We have backing. We need not fear. A certain faction urges. Launch. I want to see our rocket soar within a week. We must beat China to the punch. Another entity demands. Where is the intelligence department? Hurry and investigate. How could there have been no prior indications? Do you merely gather intelligence by watching the news? Useless. And another declares, we are the beacon of technology, the lighthouse of freedom. They are studying the lunar program. But what of our own plans for a lunar return? Regardless of circumstances, I must know what is transpiring there. While the world appears tranquil, beneath the surface, currents of tension surge as everyone suddenly finds themselves perplexed by China's actions. Hadn't the news reported lunar missions by 2030, with rocket launches and lunar explorations in the works? Why has China closed its doors? What are they scheming? The external observers are filled with trepidation, fearing that China might unveil a groundbreaking initiative. Foreign tech companies share the same apprehension. When China was stagnant, even outdated machinery could fetch astronomical prices, often with various inequitable conditions attached. However, upon China's advancement, the latest technology would plummet in value. Everyone lurks in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to seize a piece of the magnificent lion that is China. It is imperative for China to diligently advance its technological prowess. Ding! The 12-hour countdown has concluded, and Zhang Weiguo is ready to traverse back to the moon. Cautiously descending from the tree branch, he intends to seize this opportunity to gather more sustenance. He must explore his surroundings thoroughly to avoid unforeseen dangers. From his vantage point in the tree, he notices a small hill to the left and decides to investigate that direction first, hoping to gain a broader perspective of the environment. Zhang Weiguo proceeds carefully, collecting fruits along the way while being mindful of his footing. In the depths of the forest, larger dangers are less threatening than the smaller ones, as the former can be clearly observed. The concealed threats lurking beneath the ground can deliver a lethal strike when least expected. Occasional roars echo from deep within the forest, yet fortune favors him. During his recent lunar visits, he has managed to evade the perilous nights in the forest. As he ventures further towards the hill, he encounters an increasing number of bees. Although these bees are relatively large, they seem docile and do not exhibit aggressive behavior towards humans. Zhang Weiguo, reeking of forest foliage without any floral scent to attract the bees, proceeds cautiously towards the hill. Upon arrival, he notes the peculiar nature of the hill, which rises abruptly within the forest, encircled by trees. It stands approximately 100 meters tall. Climbing it should be feasible. However, what accounts for the abundance of bees? Could it be that these bees prefer mountainous habitats over traditional hives? Just as he ponders this, a swarm of black bees with a metallic sheen suddenly emerges from the hill. Darting northward, following closely behind, a 10-meter-tall black bear bursts forth, clutching its head and swiping at the ground, extracting a 2-cubic-meter mass of yellow, sticky substance before fleeing. In an instant, thousands of bees, each nearly a meter long, swarm out from the hill in pursuit. Zhang Weiguo is taken aback and retreats stealthily, barely containing his exclamations. What in the world? This isn't a hill. It's a massive beehive. Just look at their numbers. There must be more underground. Gripped by a sense of dread, he realizes that had he recklessly climbed, the half-meter-long stingers of these bees would not be a trivial matter. He hastily retreats, recognizing that the bear has disturbed the bees. It's best to withdraw to avoid unnecessary calamity. Back at his original hiding spot, Zhang Weiguo reflects on his surroundings. To the west lies the beehive. To the north is the territory of massive ants capable of killing intruding beasts, while the south is a densely forested area shrouded in shadows, making it unsuitable for exploration. Presently, only the east remains unexplored. After a brief respite and consuming a few fruits to replenish his energy, he notes that the fauna on this planet has indeed grown larger, and these fruits are surprisingly filling and flavorful. After absorbing some tree sap to mask his scent, Zhang Weiguo sets off toward the east. As he progresses, he discovers signs of human activity. A tree bears a distinct cut mark, and more importantly, there are traces of recent fire. Scattered nearby are several bones. This discovery is crucial, indicating the presence of intelligent beings capable of using tools. Igniting fire and consuming cooked food, Zhang Weiguo experiences a mix of excitement and apprehension. While intelligent life is confirmed, it may not necessarily be human, and such beings might not be friendly. Some could be predatory. Hunting for sustenance. Stealthily, he continues in this direction, soon uncovering an astonishing find, a wooden spear, its tip seemingly crafted from a hard material embedded in the tree. The presence of a spear suggests that this area may harbor a less advanced civilization. Gaining further understanding could provide more strategies for interaction. Zhang Weiguo decides to extract the spear, planning to present it to his country for examination, although it may only indicate a civilization's level of development. Experts could derive much more, analyzing the crafting methods, materials, and combat techniques involved. After successfully pulling the spear free with minimal effort, Zhang Weiguo continues onward, finally reaching the forest's edge. However, he is met with an impassable 10-meter-wide chasm that winds endlessly, rendering passage impossible. On the ground, he notices deep footprints, and the trees show signs of having been tied with ropes. This observation leads him to a troubling hypothesis. The footprints closely resemble human ones, and their depth suggests someone might have leaped 10 meters, securing ropes to facilitate hunting. That if that is the case, his superior physical condition offers no advantage against such capabilities. It seems reasonable. The civilization here must possess some level of competence to survive. Uncertainty looms regarding how approachable these beings might be and when they might return to hunt. Zhang Weiguo carefully erases his traces and slowly retreats to his previous hiding spot, deciding it is best to consult with experts before making any further decisions. Although he considers himself intelligent, having only graduated high school, he recognizes that the scholars possess far greater knowledge. It is not shameful to rely on the expertise of the state with utmost caution. Zhang Weiguo works to eliminate any evidence of his presence and returns to his original hiding place. At this point, the only unexplored area remains deep within the southern forest. However, time is rather short. There are only 2 hours left before the compulsory traversal. Zhang Weiguo, determined to remain composed, decided it would be prudent to consult with the bigwigs before making a decision. After resting for a while, he planned to extract the previously collected spear from his mental space for a thorough examination, so that he could accurately describe it later. He intended to have the Yutu rover take photographs of it. Nevertheless, in the vastness of space, should this object deform, it could easily lead to discrepancies, thus it was wise to inspect it first. The spear shaft was crafted from wood, yet it appeared to have undergone special treatment, rendering it quite resilient. It felt unexpectedly heavy when he shook it. Continuing his examination of the spearhead, he noted its pure black color, which did not resemble that of a mineral, but rather that of a triangular metallic shard, sharp and impeccably smooth. As Zhang Weiguo attempted to gauge the material of the spearhead with his hand, he discovered that the black hue was, in fact, a dye. Hastily, he wiped it with a leaf, and to his astonishment, the moment he did, it burned out his CPU. Gazing at the spearhead before him, he was reminded of a phrase. The villagers of the primitive tribe have shared with you the secrets of controlled nuclear fusion. After cleaning the spearhead with the leaf, it transformed into a silvery gray appearance. There was no doubt that this was a man-made artifact. The patterns on its surface evoked memories of a circuit board, smooth and even, devoid of the pockmarked irregularities characteristic of Blue Star. Yet, judging by the orderly metallic patterns within, it was clear that this object had not been produced for the purpose of being a spearhead. Furthermore, such an object could not have been crafted by a civilization still engaged in spear hunting. Instantly, Zhang Weiguo was left in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss regarding the current state of this world. However, there was a silver lining. This object evidently surpassed Blue Star's technology and sophistication. Yet it was not overwhelmingly advanced. It could undoubtedly assist in the technological development of Blue Star. Perhaps this planet was simply situated farther from Blue Star. If advancements in aerospace technology could be achieved in his lifetime, China might not only have settled on the moon but could even establish a presence on this planet. The more Zhang Weiguo pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He felt compelled to have a thorough discussion with his compatriots. After clearing the traces around him, he prepared to traverse back to the moon. Upon returning to the moon, he immediately deployed the Yutu rover, which promptly commenced its operations, clicking away and sending back photographs. Wang Chang and his team leader were presently on duty in the control room of the Yutu rover. taking shifts. However, the team leader was merely overseeing while Wang Chong managed the operations. Get up, get up. The information from Yutu has come through. Wang Chong's team leader called him to attention, and Wang Chong immediately sprang into action, exclaiming, "I'm back." Zhang Weiguo inscribed on the ground, and a series of Morse code signals began transmitting. "The gift is ready. Please prepare for reception." This was a notification from Qian Lao to Wang Chong and his team. Upon receiving the message, they were to respond first before contacting him again. At this moment, Qian Lao had also established communication with the Yutu control room, with Wang Chong serving as the intermediary for the conversation between him and Zhang Weiguo. "Is it safe over there? Are there any critical needs? It's still safe. That I have surveyed the surrounding area and discovered some issues that require the organization's advice. All right. We have commenced the launch of communication devices and some protective weaponry to the moon. However, we have yet to confirm the precise location. We can only launch them near the last known coordinates of the Yutu rover. Please keep an eye out for them." Zhang Weiguo was genuinely astonished. Could it be that China's strength on Blue Star was so formidable? Within 12 hours, they could prepare a rocket for launch and ensure a stable landing. That seemed implausible, if they possessed such capabilities. The Yutu rover would not have gone missing for so long. Anxiously, he inquired, "Will the lunar module be able to land safely?" "No need to worry. Do not disrupt the nation as plans. I can hold out for a while longer." Qian Lao could not help but express his admiration for him. "You're truly a good kid. However, it is imperative that we establish normal communication with you as soon as possible, for both your sake and ours. Additionally, this time it is not a rocket. We are using an alternative method to send supplies up. You will know shortly. By the way, try to keep your distance from that location. We fear there may be collateral damage." Qian Lao cautioned. However, Zhang Weiguo remained unperturbed. He was now convinced of his own immortality. He was confident that he could withstand any challenges on the moon. "All right, I will document the issues I encountered and send them back using the Yutu rover, requesting the organization to analyze them and provide suggestions. Once the communication devices arrive, we can discuss further." "Good. Remember, once you retrieve the items, you can directly open those marked for the moon, while those marked for Blue Star should preferably be opened after reaching that location, as we cannot ascertain whether changes may occur in the lunar environment." "Understood." After saying this, Zhang Weiguo began to write down the conditions he observed around that planet, including bees, ants, the Rift Valley, the artificial traces, and most importantly, the wooden spear with the circuit board spearhead. Meanwhile, Qian Guoxing and Zhao Gang officially presided over the launch. This was not a rocket. It was a missile, the latest missile. The compartment designated for munitions was entirely repurposed to house communication devices and other items beneficial to Zhang Weiguo. This represented China's latest technological advancement, originally intended for demonstration during a military parade. However, due to recent provocations from certain individuals and an immediate need, it was deployed nonetheless, for there were even better options available. This missile was originally designed to autonomously orbit the Earth using solar power. If a target was identified, it could be launched directly from space without the need for liftoff from the mainland. Its speed was remarkable, rendering interception virtually impossible. This time, the target was not Blue Star, but the moon, and with less precision required, it could easily be adjusted to leverage Earth's gravity, flinging it towards the vicinity of the moon's orbit. A little extra thrust would enable it to enter the moon's gravitational field, effectively landing there. As the design did not account for landing procedures, since it was all about impact, the process was significantly simplified. Upon receiving Zhang Weiguo's return message, the prearranged procedures were set into motion. First, launching such a missile would necessitate it to orbit the Earth, which could easily provoke unwarranted controversy. Moreover, it might elicit adverse interpretations from some overly sensitive parties. Rather than proceeding with a clandestine launch, it was far better to be transparent, denying those conspiracy theorists any grounds for speculation. China had always been forthright and aboveboard. Thus, a spokesperson convened a press conference to announce this development. "Our country will conduct a missile test launch, which will not carry any offensive warheads. The missile will orbit Blue Star in a low Earth trajectory before descending towards the moon. This test launch of our missile complies with international agreements, adheres to global conventions, and is not directed against any nation or organization. Please refrain from excessive interpretations." After delivering this statement, the spokesperson promptly exited, leaving no time for further questions. Following the announcement, this news instantaneously ignited a frenzy across major domestic and international media outlets. Skyrocketing to the forefront of public attention, everyone understood that China would never conduct a missile test without reason. The nation had always eschewed the use of force to intimidate others, advocating instead for harmonious cooperation. It was only when absolutely necessary that it would showcase its strength, prompting others to reconsider their actions and ponder whether they could bear the consequences of their decisions. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The phones of officials responsible for relations with China rang off the hook. The Japanese officials questioned their subordinates. Have you done something recently? Why is China testing missiles? Hurry up and explain. No, it shouldn't be. We've been quite low-key lately, and there were no orders from above that we wouldn't engage in such activities. The Koreans inquired. What is going on? Do you know the situation? Are those who recently applied for heritage status stirring up trouble again? Tell them to tone it down. Do they want us to perish? The Indians retorted. Who are you trying to scare? Our divine cow stands firm. Even 100 missiles wouldn't frighten us, the Americans demanded. What's happening? Intelligence Department, what are you doing? How come you know nothing? Damn it. What has our country done that others are more informed than I am? The Russians pondered. What on earth is happening internationally? Why am I completely in the dark? What has China gotten itself into? The Arabs remarked. Prepare funds. China's breakthroughs are our breakthroughs. We have the money. The lighthouse's officials, after calling their subordinates, reported that they had done nothing and were oblivious to the situation in China. Moreover, those individuals made some valid points. They had no need to launch a missile that orbited the Earth. Could it be aimed at them? That seemed unlikely, as no orders had been issued. Perhaps they were merely leveraging public opinion pressure, but there was no need to resort to a missile. Could it be that the rumored shadow government had acted without the president's knowledge? China's missile test was akin to a stone cast into a windless lake, provoking numerous reactions from all sides. Yet, China remained unfazed, continuing its affairs as planned. Everything had been arranged prior to Zhang Weiguo's return. And now it was merely a matter of launching. After all, the rocket launch center was a well-known location. Zhao Gang directly positioned the missile vehicle there for launch. As the missile ascended, everyone could see from where it had been launched. Such a situation has once again left many in utter disbelief. What on earth is happening? Is there a missile silo at the rocket launch center? Is China not concerned about the catastrophic possibilities of a simultaneous explosion? No, something feels profoundly amiss. Could it be that they are launching from a mobile missile platform? Have they truly attained such advanced technology? I sincerely hope that they are utilizing a missile silo. If it were indeed a mobile platform capable of launching such high-caliber missiles, how could we ever hope to intercept them? They could launch from virtually anywhere. The general populace remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. On this seemingly tranquil day, life continues as usual. People are shopping for groceries, dancing in public squares, and jogging, all in serene normalcy. Chen Tianlei, Zhang Weiguo's childhood friend, mirrors this calmness. It has been 5 long years since Zhang Weiguo vanished. Yet, Chen Tianlei clings to their promise. Recently, after facing setbacks in his job search, he sought solace in an internet CAF. Back in high school, they both enjoyed playing Summoner's Rift, vowing to conquer the ranks together post-exams. But Zhang Weiguo disappeared without a trace. Thus, Chen Tianlei often logged into Zhang Weiguo's account, hoping to elevate him to a higher rank. As the victory emblem appeared on the screen, Chen Tianlei nodded with satisfaction. Finally advancing to the resilient silver tier, one step closer to their goal. Then, he caught sight of a breaking news alert. Our nation plans to launch an experimental missile to the moon. Chen Tianlei frequently visited Zhang Weiguo's parents. Before Zhang Weiguo set his sights on military academy, he had declared, I shall protect my country. If I were to perish, please keep an eye on my parents. At that time, Chen Tianlei had scoffed at the notion, dismissing the likelihood of warfare. Little did he know, Zhang Weiguo would vanish in such a manner. Gazing out the window, he murmured, Brother, I heard from Auntie that she dreamt of you on the moon. I hope you're safe there, and that you don't get caught in our own Dongfeng explosion. Meanwhile, atop the moon, Zhang Weiguo brimmed with ambition. He had just transmitted all the information he encountered back to Blue Star via the Moon Rabbit spacecraft. And to his surprise, the technological spearhead showed no signs of alteration. So, he took a photo and sent it back, now awaiting analysis and recommendations from the higher-ups. While he could not see the missile's journey through space, he knew there would be a trajectory change as they neared the moon, marked by a fiery plume from the rocket's tail. Suddenly, a bright flash caught Zhang Weiguo's eye, and he instantaneously teleported over. recalling his childhood friend Chen Tianlei. Now, on the moon, he was invincible and could effortlessly perform showy stunts such as catching missiles with his bare hands. However, it felt inappropriate to show off in front of his parents or girlfriend. In front of Chen Tianlei, it would be just right. Lazy. Watch as I demonstrate my prowess by catching a Dongfeng missile with my body. Do not idolize me. I am but a legend, Zhang Weiguo exclaimed. Yet ultimately refrained from doing so, not because it posed a danger to him, but because such actions would inevitably draw international scrutiny. He decided to wait a bit longer until the dust settled and the chaos subsided before retrieving the items. At the rocket launch center, the missile successfully ascended. It entered its designated orbit. The missile detached from its trajectory, heading for the moon, and successfully struck the lunar surface. Everything unfolded perfectly, moreover, as there was no explosive material. The missile's fuel was expended without detonation, an impressive feat following China's successful missile launch and impact on the moon. Foreign nations eagerly anticipated a press conference to clarify the rationale behind the launch. But silence ensued. Why? Why launch this missile? To demonstrate strength. For scientific research, strength display. There's an air show coming up, and a military parade in China is imminent. Wouldn't that be a more opportune moment? Scientific research. What does launching a missile toward the moon constitute in terms of research? Moreover, it appears to lack a precise target. Perhaps the entire moon is the aim. Could they be planning to establish an underground base on the moon? Perhaps they intended to create an opening. This missile is merely an experiment? How could that be? No one has even set foot on the moon yet. Are they truly planning to construct a lunar base? Such notions seem utterly implausible. Have they secretly ventured to the moon? Foreign powers are at a loss, unable to fathom the purpose behind the missile launch. Yet, a select few have inadvertently guessed China's intentions. The establishment of a lunar underground base. There are indeed people on the moon. Unfortunately, few believe them. China will not provide any explanations to others. However, there is unexpected delight. The success of the missile hitting the moon has ignited celebrations among Chinese military enthusiasts. In previous years, foreign critics would boast, claiming they could strike our homeland while we could not reach theirs, highlighting a gap of eras that China could never bridge. It was infuriating, yet there was little recourse. Today, witnessing our nation's missile reaching the moon truly instilled a sense of pride, compelling a declaration. Hey, big brother, is your country planning to colonize Mars? Because it seems we can now directly target your homeland. Humph, perhaps it was mere luck. Can it fly that far again? Besides, it might still be our Lighthouse-S technology. You're merely an OEM. Impressive. You are invincible, truly the light of humanity. Your own missile technology cannot reach such distances. Yet you managed to sell us superior technology. How outstanding. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. Our Lighthouse has also announced a missile launch in a week. Let us see who reigns supreme. Surprisingly, the previously funded public intellectuals and influencers have yet to emerge to stir the narrative. Perhaps their masters are uncertain about China's true intentions, leaving them without any bones to chew on or direction to follow. Although the missile has reached its destination, Zhang Weiguo cannot yet retrieve it. However, he has already observed that a sandstorm is approaching, expected to arrive in just an hour, making acquisition imminent at this moment. A command center for the Shaojiang operation has been established, specifically to coordinate with Zhang Weiguo's actions. Led by Qian Guoxing as the commander and Zhao Gang as the deputy commander. Below, scientists and engineers scrutinize the messages sent by Zhang Weiguo, engaging in heated debates. Indeed, the technological spearhead is an artificial product, necessitating advanced technology for its creation. However, that does not necessarily classify it as a technological marvel. It could merely be a decorative item from that civilization. Couldn't it? Do you not see? Observe the intricate patterns inside. From the photograph, it exhibits a tri-layer structure. It is undoubtedly an electronic product, perhaps akin to a computer processor. 3 layers of patterns. My mother's cross-stitch has 5 layers, still just a decorative piece. You are utterly unreasonable. The scientist's disputes resemble those of ordinary individuals, perhaps only less prone to physical altercations. The vigorous debate is rational, given that they have only a single unclear photograph to analyze, making it impossible to reach a definitive conclusion. Qian Guoxing witnessed this scene and pondered the need for a formal rocket launch and lunar probe as soon as possible. This would allow for the delivery of more equipment to Zhang Weiguo, while also enabling the retrieval of items. With individuals present on the moon, the return of the lunar probe would be considerably simpler. Temperature and distance measuring equipment have already been deployed, paving the way for the exploration of natural lunar caves, which, once located, could lead to design proposals. What should be the preliminary establishment? An energy facility would be ideal. Solar energy is promising, but lunar storms pose significant challenges. Perhaps a direct leap to nuclear power? Nuclear power is feasible, yet it typically requires extensive space. There a theoretical success concerning small-scale nuclear fusion reactors. It's impractical to experiment directly here. 1. Due to the inherent dangers. 2. The mechanical arm lacks the necessary dexterity. However, Brother Gang could easily handle uranium. 23. Wound tea that resolved the issue? Old Qian chuckled upon hearing this. These young scientists are audacious in their ideas. Proposing direct nuclear fusion is rather radical. Yet, upon reflection, their suggestions seem quite plausible and even potentially successful at that moment. Li Hua arrived. Old Qian, they arrived. Let us go meet them. Li Hua remained in a state of shock. This plan is set to unfold over an extended period, and he must continually protect Old Qian and the scientists. Consequently, he included himself and some vetted national security personnel in the plan, all of whom were now informed of the developments. When Li Hua learned that Old Qian and the team had discovered a Chinese individual on the moon, his astonishment was beyond measure, even prompting him to utter poetically, "Is there truly a celestial being in this world?" At that moment, Old Qian was at a loss for words, as they too were unaware of how Zhang Weiguo reached the moon or how he could survive there. After Li Hua's shock subsided, he was dispatched to retrieve the Yehu team from the aerospace base. Here, a super-large laboratory and control center would soon be constructed nearby. Due to the remoteness of this location and its many secluded areas, it is relatively easy to spot individuals with ulterior motives approaching. After all, it is quite reasonable to see someone jogging early in the city, but if you are running in a desolate area, several kilometers away from residential neighborhoods at 6 in the morning, that is decidedly abnormal. Following Li Hua, Qian Lao arrived at the temporary office area. Lunar research is of paramount importance. However, the safety of Zhang Weiguo holds even greater significance, especially since they have also discovered suspected technological artifacts that surpass the Blue Star civilization. Thus, Zhang Weiguo's importance extends far beyond lunar exploration at this moment. Captain Han Lecking of the Wild Fox Brigade was sitting upright in the office area, eyes closed in contemplation. Behind him stood 10 exceptional young soldiers from the Wild Fox Brigade, skilled in survival reconnaissance combat. While their captain maintained silence, they could not help but whisper among themselves. "Carpenter, what do you think is happening right now?" In the dead of night, we were brought to the space base without any explanation, and now we are here at the rocket launch center without a word. What on earth is going on? Carpenter was a hobbyist among the soldiers, known for crafting wooden trinkets, and they all recognized each other by their code names. Could it be that the government has discovered some secret realm? A resurgence of spiritual energy, an eerie and unknown domain that requires our expertise to explore. Yes, indeed, it is very possible that spiritual energy is reviving. I felt my own strength increasing recently. Seriously, you too should read fewer novels. Spiritual energy revival. Eerie realms. How many rounds of Dongfeng can that withstand? Your enhanced strength is merely due to your increased food intake lately. Eat less, or you'll suffer from indigestion. What about that watch? Huh? Why do they need all 10 of us? Surely it can't be just because we look handsome. Although I rate 100 in looks, that only brings our average down to 50, which is still insufficient. The young soldiers murmured quietly, their unease palpable. This operation exuded an air of strangeness. They had been summoned without explanation, and some of them were supposed to represent the nation in an international military competition. Instead, they were abruptly informed that none of them would be attending. After gathering everyone, any inquiries were met with the response of a top-secret mission, with insufficient clearance for further information. They had first been taken to the Space Research Institute and then to this location, with no one to provide guidance or explanations, which left the soldiers feeling quite anxious. This also explained why the captain did not intervene to halt their hushed discussions. With a creak, Li Hua entered, guiding Qian Lao through the door. Upon his entrance, Captain Han Lecking stood up, and the 10 soldiers behind him immediately followed suit, standing at attention. Although not all were familiar with Li Hua, they instinctively sensed that this man possessed an intimidating strength. The subsequent arrival of an esteemed space scientist, frequently seen on the news, left them in astonishment. "Are we going to space?" the soldiers wondered, filled with excitement. After entering, Qian Lao wasted no time and stated plainly, "There is a national-level top-secret mission that requires your participation. You may not have the freedom to communicate with the outside world for an extended period. All communications will be monitored. If you have any special reasons for declining, you may voice them now, and we will return you to your original units without any penalties. However, I must emphasize that this mission is critically important, and the conditions will be quite stringent. The captain of the Wild Fox Brigade saluted, pledging to fulfill the mission. All members echoed. Having chosen to serve as soldiers, especially as special forces, we have anticipated this day. Undertaking special missions is the norm for special forces. It is our commitment to safeguard our homeland that enables us to endure hardships in the wilderness, subsisting on rats and earthworms while traversing vast distances over days and nights, now that the nation requires our service. We cannot refuse. Although the soldiers were still youthful, their resolve was unwavering. Good, good, good. You are all commendable individuals, Qian Lao remarked, genuinely touched. These soldiers were unaware of the nature of their task, and typically, such statements precede missions that could entail life-threatening risks. Yet, not a single soldier hesitated. These soldiers would also be incorporated into the plan, necessitating the impartation of survival skills, combat techniques, and escape strategies related to Zhang Weiguo. Only then could they effectively address various situations. Qian Lao began. We have discovered a Chinese individual on the moon who intermittently traverses to another primitive planet. His physical condition is only slightly superior to that of an average person. Your task is to analyze the environmental conditions of that planet, assess the potential dangers he may encounter, and devise the safest survival strategies. After conveying this information, Qian Lao paused to allow the soldiers some time to digest the gravity of the situation. Soon, specialized personnel were summoned. Although Zhang Weiguo had not revealed his identification, they were able to estimate his height and weight through photographs of his silhouette, footprints, and shadows. They had also sketched a rough depiction of his environment and the resources and creatures within it, which would be presented to the soldiers for analysis. Additionally, biologists and zoologists were to be consulted for theoretical assessments, while the soldiers would provide practical analyses, ensuring Zhang Weiguo's safety. After distributing the materials, the soldiers were instructed to analyze and formulate their plans. Once the communication apparatus was fully operational, they would be able to relay their strategies to Zhang Weiguo. Although the soldiers were somewhat skeptical about the situation, the presence of scientists frequently featured on the news, combined with their duty as soldiers to obey orders, quickly engaged them in the analysis and planning process. Qian Lao took charge, while a sandstorm began to brew on the moon, providing Zhang Weiguo the opportunity to retrieve the necessary items. Facing the wind and sand, Zhang Weiguo advanced, ensuring that the Yutu lunar rover was secured to prevent damage from the storm. Since he was not far away, he quickly teleported several times and soon arrived. With a swift motion, he stored the missile in his mental space. Initially, the missile was quite large, but after several stages of separation, it had been reduced to just over 3 meters, easily fitting within his mental space when angled slightly. Once the missile was secured, Zhang Weiguo ceased his aimless wandering on the moon. He then sought out a lunar cave, which, although not particularly spacious, approximately 50 square meters and only 4 to 5 meters high, would not be suitable for establishing a lunar base. Zhang Weiguo retrieved the missile and carefully disassembled it, following the communication guidelines established previously. Inside, he uncovered a 1-meter sealed device, which remained in excellent condition without any damage. Continuing to dismantle the missile, he came across 2 large boxes, one labeled Moon and the other Blue Star. He stored the Blue Star box back into his mental space, deciding to open its contents only upon arrival on that side. After contemplating, he disassembled the missile components, especially the casing. Taking advantage of the increased strength afforded by the moon's gravity, he emptied the interior, leaving behind a cylindrical iron barrel. This would serve him well. If he were to remain on the moon for an extended period, it could be repurposed to construct a small shelter, providing safety against the cold nights. Having secured these 2 items, Zhang Weiguo opened the box marked with the lunar insignia. Discovering a visual communicator, a temperature and distance measurement device, and a space data transmission line. As he counted and inspected the items, he marveled at his nation's formidable capabilities. In just about 12 hours, the government had successfully modified and prepared these tools for his arrival. Within 5 hours, they had been dispatched to the moon. It was evident that the nation's strength had grown, and they placed considerable importance on him. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Weiguo attempted to activate the communication device. The Blue Star system was operational, and as soon as he powered it on, a connection would be established. The device contained power and was equipped with a small solar panel. capable of being charged by the Yutu rover. Following the included manual, Zhang Weiguo found the process straightforward, akin to a foolproof operation. He located the wires and connectors, plugged them in without fear of error. There was only one wire and one connector. Additionally, he found a bone conduction wireless headset and a voice collector to be placed near his throat. One device would convert sounds from Blue Star into electromagnetic waves transmitted to the headset, which would then be recompiled through bone conduction, while the other would capture Zhang Weiguo's speech, converting it back into human voice signals for transmission to Blue Star. After connecting everything, he pressed the power button. There was no need for further commands, as it was pre-configured. Once powered on, it was expected to automatically link to the command center below. Zhang Weiguo observed the indicator light up, and the command center below lit up in response, confirming the successful establishment of communication. Yet, both sides could not hear each other. "What is going on?" Qian Lao inquired anxiously. The scientist responsible for the communication modifications, including Chen Fan, shared in his urgency. "This shouldn't be happening. We conducted multiple successful communication tests after completing the modifications." Old Qian took a deep breath. This was not the time to assign blame. They were still amidst the sandstorm, and the Yutu rover was unable to transmit information due to insufficient solar power. It was imperative to focus on problem solving. After a moment of contemplation, Old Qian instructed, "Immediately retrieve the communication device schematics, the modification plans, and the spare communication device. We must carefully examine and analyze to identify where the error occurred that affected communication." Furthermore, he requested that the new researcher, Wang Chang, be brought in. Although it seemed somewhat mystical, Wang Chang had indeed proven to be their lucky star, and they should bring him in to make contact. The others agreed, engaging in scientific scrutiny of the schematics and the spare communication device while simultaneously calling for Wang Chang, hoping that a touch of metaphysics would aid in resolving the issue. Embracing both science and mysticism, they were confident that a solution would be found. Upon receiving the message, Wang Chang rushed over with the national security team. Zhang Weiguo, noticing the lights were on but communication was still impossible, suspected there was an issue. He was aware that the device had undergone countless checks and tests before deployment. It could not be faulty. The problem might have arisen from the impact during landing, or perhaps from his own operation. He was diligently inspecting the equipment when Wang Chang arrived in the command center, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit from the rapid journey. Normally, this trip would take an hour, but the soldier who picked him up had covered it in just 10 minutes, making it feel like they were flying. The scenery outside barely visible. As he entered, he quickly took a sip of water to calm his nerves. Old Qian reassured him, "Do not feel pressured. You're here to try. They have already begun reviewing the schematics and analyzing potential issues, so just maintain a calm mindset." Wang Chang nodded and approached the communication control console. Zhang Weiguo, on the moon, finally discerned the cause of the problem. It seemed that during the recent landing, the impact had loosened several modules. Given the difficulties of repairing in space, most space devices prioritized replacement over repair, which is why modular designs were favored, bringing along plenty of spares to be swapped out rather than fixed, resulting in the looseness. However, this might not be entirely negative. If it had been a non-modular piece, it could have been damaged during the recent tremors. Zhang Weiguo reconnected everything, checked the bone conduction headset and the device that collected vibrational data from his throat, then rebooted it. Suddenly, a voice came through. "Can you hear me? This is Wang Chang. Please respond that we can hear you. Greetings to our homeland. A son of China on the moon sends his regards." As Zhang Weiguo's voice echoed, the visual feed also appeared. However, he remained out of sight, for the situation on that distant celestial body was precarious. If this was indeed his original planet, he did not wish for his parents' peaceful life to be disrupted, nor did he want them to endure the pain of losing a child again. When Zhang Weiguo's voice and the lunar imagery were transmitted back, the control room erupted in cheers. They embraced in excitement. This was not merely a successful connection, but a genuine confirmation that Chinese presence thrived on the moon. This was a momentous milestone. It marked the first time Chinese voices had reached back from the moon. This was a groundbreaking achievement. China stood at the pinnacle of the world. Regrettably, they could not announce this to the public, for it would undoubtedly exhilarate the populace. Chang'e's journey to the moon was no longer a mere tale, but a reality. Indeed, it was true. They could not explain how Zhang Weiguo had arrived there. At that moment, Old Qian spoke up. "Do not worry, everyone. Lunar landing is no longer a distant dream. Our nation plans to land on the moon by 2030. However, with Xiao Gang's involvement, we shall aim for a lunar landing in 2029. even establishing a lunar base to accommodate research personnel for ongoing studies, a tribute to our national day. Upon hearing Old Qian's words, the team was filled with anticipation. This was not mere fantasy, but a future that could truly be realized. Imagining that by the 29th National Day, there would be a lunar team waving to the people of the nation from the moon stirred everyone's spirits, igniting an eagerness to tirelessly advance the plan day and night. Old Qian turned to Wang Chang and remarked, "You are indeed our fortunate harbinger. However, we must inquire about what transpired with Xiao Gang." Wang Chang, uncertain of the cause, stated, "I did nothing special, yet communication was successfully established. Hello, may I ask what exactly happened?" Zhang Weiguo replied, "Two modules were slightly loose. I tightened them and rebooted the system, which allowed us to hear you." The others nodded in understanding. This was indeed plausible. Nevertheless, they still believed Wang Chang was the harbinger of good fortune for the mission, and Old Qian declared, "We have reviewed the messages you transmitted via Yutu and are arranging for botanists and survival specialists to analyze the situation. We will reserve 2 hours to brief you on precautions and necessary actions. Is that acceptable?" In the box marked with the blue star, there will be a small camera. You can document your surroundings extensively for further analysis. And we will also provide explanations regarding self-defense items and medications. Old Qian conveyed this not in a commanding tone, but as a consultation with Zhang Weiguo. "All right, no problem. I can manage that." It was clear that relying solely on his thoughts could not compare to the insights of numerous experts and specialists. Old Qian nodded, affirming, "It is not the lack of intelligence that concerns me, but the unawareness of it." Zhang Weiguo understands the importance of testing food safety and is capable of seriously considering others' opinions. He is both intelligent and perceptive, destined for great achievements in any endeavor. "Since you are on the moon, we must hasten our lunar exploration efforts. Now, let Engineer Lu explain the recent plans and areas where you will be needed." All right, Engineer Lu approached. "Hello, Ganggu. I am here to introduce the usage of the temperature and distance measuring device, as well as our recent objectives." Although Zhang Weiguo was puzzled by why he was addressed as Ganggu, he accepted it amiably, recognizing that he had not revealed his name either. After all, good denoted a brotherly term. Zhang Weiguo, being quite intelligent, had excelled academically to gain admission to the military academy. The engineer focused on the operational aspects rather than the underlying principles. And Zhang Weiguo quickly grasped the usage. He understood that the first step in establishing a lunar base was to locate a suitable and safe cave that if none were found, the organization would utilize drilling explosives to create one. Once a location was determined, they would design corresponding research apparatus and lunar modules based on the surroundings and cave dimensions, subsequently launching them. Understood. Does the organization have options for cave locations? There are 5 potentially suitable sites, but you will need to examine them one by one. Fortunately, they are all relatively close together. Although the organization has not deployed probes deep into the caves for exploration, they have meticulously observed from satellites to select the 5 most promising sites. Great. I will head out now. Don't you need to rest for a moment? No need. I can forego eating and drinking, even breathing. I am born with the strength of a bull and horse. Just point me in the direction." Zhang Weiguo was eager to assist his country in achieving breakthroughs. After all, the better the nation developed on the moon, the more support he would receive on his home planet. Quickly, the engineer marked the potential locations. On the moon, he could utilize instantaneous movement, eliminating the need for detours. With a mere thought, he arrived at the first cave. Zhang Weiguo leaped down. Thanks to the insights shared by the experts, he understood that while the cave on the moon might not be completely frigid, some caves could even contain flowing magma. Although the temperature might be more moderate, establishing a base could pose significant challenges. Upon jumping into the first cave, he found it impressively spacious, approximately the size of 3 football fields with a height exceeding 20 meters. Ample enough for the initial lunar base setup. Remarkably, as Zhang Weiguo landed, he felt a slight warmth emanating from the ground, indicating the presence of geothermal heat. Although the surface appeared uneven, with protruding stone spikes, these obstacles could be managed. Zhang Weiguo began using the distance and temperature measuring device to scan the entire cave's parameters and transmitted the data back to the control center. Upon receiving this information, the control center erupted in cheers. My goodness, when were we originally scheduled to reach this stage? 3 months? Or was it 6 months later? Moreover, this data is far more detailed and accurate than that obtained from robotic testing. Once we smooth out the surface and address the cave's protrusions, We can proceed to launch the lunar module for airtightness testing. 1/3 of the lunar landing plan has been accomplished. The eyes of all the scientists were filled with disbelief. After countless days and nights of research, calculations, and the trepidation of watching the rocket ascend repeatedly, anxiously observing the lunar module's successive landings, hoping for everything to proceed smoothly, the entirety of the mission was completed in less than half a day today. This truly marks the arrival of a prosperous era for our China. Just look at the data. Ever since the emergence of Brother Gang, has our fortune turned for the better? Upon hearing this, the scientists eagerly examined the data, and after reviewing it, they were rendered speechless. The data transmitted back was precisely what they had envisioned. They had calculated the ideal size of a cave, desiring one that was neither too small, rendering the base difficult to establish, nor too large, raising concerns about structural instability. This particular cave size was deemed most suitable, and they had even considered using explosive drilling to create one of this dimension if necessary. However, they were uncertain how many attempts that would require. And even if successful, reinforcement and testing would be imperative. Where could they find caves as solid as those monitored on the moon for centuries? After Zhang Weiguo completed the data analysis, he prepared to head to the second cave. Following the usual pattern, the first one was expected to be unsuitable. Wait, there's no need to go there. This one is quite appropriate that we intend to deploy a drilling and sampling vehicle here first to assess the internal structure for stability. Zhang Weiguo was astonished. Could the first one be so perfect? No need to look further. Rest assured, I am not fatigued, and there is still time. I can examine a few more. It is not mere exaggeration. Compare our initially envisioned data with your recently scanned data. Isn't the margin of error remarkably small? Soon, the originally designed data was sent to Zhang Weiguo. Upon opening it, he found it to be true. Whether in length, width, or height, the discrepancies with his scanned data were less than half a meter. Almost as if wishes were coming true. Truly, heaven blesses China. Thank you for your hard work. We will promptly prepare to launch the geological detection apparatus. If the geological structure surrounding this cave is stable, we can be 100% certain that this will be our future lunar base. The scientists spoke with exhilaration, and Zhang Weiguo felt equally elated. Suddenly, he pondered whether his ability to teleport could substitute for the geological detection apparatus. In his mind, the purpose of the geological detection device was to drill in and inspect the internal structure for cavities and stability. Since he could teleport inside, what if he got trapped underground? But fear not, he wouldn't die. If I can teleport underground without peril, could I directly probe the underlying structure? Zhang Weiguo posed this question, leaving Engineer Lu momentarily stunned. To be honest, this could indeed be feasible. Essentially, testing geological structures involves identifying what lies beneath. If a person can see it, that suffices. Engineer Lu glanced up at Elder Qian. Uncertain how to respond, and Elder Qian spoke up, first expressing concern for Zhang Weiguo's safety. Can you ensure your own safety? No problem. Even if I teleport to the lunar core, it's of no consequence. He replied with a slight smile, unkillable and indestructible. Then let us proceed. First, we must successfully construct the base. Once established, any missing components can be researched gradually. Agreed. Zhang Weiguo placed the communicator into his mental space and began to teleport straight down. Descending 100 meters as he had anticipated, he found himself wedged in rock. However, he felt no harm. He merely could not move. He pried off a chunk of rock with his hand, stashing it in his mental space, and then teleported upwards in 10-meter increments, quickly emerging once more. Seizing the momentum, he executed the operation in another location, subsequently exploring in all 4 cardinal directions. The other 3 directions yielded only rock. While to the north, after teleporting 100 meters, he stumbled upon a sealed cave, though not large. It appeared to measure approximately 10 meters in length and width, and around 20 meters in height. He then teleported back, randomly teleporting a few more times to ensure sample variety. After collecting the stones, he categorized them into several piles based on their underground, eastern, southern, western, northern, and random origins. He could not ascertain the stability of the geological structure below, but the higher-ups should be able to discern it. Once finished, he reopened the communicator and reported, I have surveyed the surroundings. Every 10 meters, I collected some samples. The other directions seem quite solid, but there is a sealed cave to the north, approximately 10 meters in length and width, and about 20 meters high. Zhang Weiguo directed the camera at the piles of rocks while explaining to the lunar geology scientists, who were intently observing the specimens. However, Selecting the location for the lunar base was a decision that would influence many subsequent matters. It must not be taken lightly. After careful examination, he addressed Elder Qian. Although these rocks appear to exhibit a stable structure on the footage, I believe we must exercise caution. A design error in the lunar module can still be remedied, but if the site selection is flawed and issues arise in the final stages, it would be a grievous loss. After serious contemplation, Elder Qian made a decision. Xiaogang, you have done remarkably well. We can essentially confirm that this is a suitable location. However, once the site is determined, a series of designs must follow. So we must remain prudent. We will begin designing and fabricating the lunar landing module based on the data. In the meantime, we will dispatch robots to conduct a thorough survey and bring back these rocks for analysis. You have made a significant contribution to the nation, saving at least 3 rocket launches in a year's time. Zhang Weiguo reflected and acknowledged the truth in this. After all, he was not a specialist, and the video could not reveal the nature of the rocks. Moreover, given the lunar context, site selection must be meticulous. If the lunar base nears completion but complications arise underground, it would be problematic. Very well, contributing to the nation is our duty. I can assist in receiving our machines. After discussing these matters, Li Hua and his team arrived to brief Zhang Weiguo on survival techniques. Meanwhile, the scientist Ji Weiqian, who had previously proposed the hand-cranked nuclear fusion power plant, was practically glowing upon hearing of a nearby sealed cave. Hastily sketching on paper, eager to present Elder Qian with a lucrative feasibility proposal before construction began. Whether it would succeed depended on fate and Brother Gang's resolve. The control center was deliberating various plans as Zhang Weiguo provided scientists with diverse data while leveling the uneven terrain of the cave. The botanists and members of the Wild Fox team engaged in fervent discussions, crafting the most suitable survival plan for Zhang Weiguo. The botanist remarked, based on Brother Gang's descriptions, I believe this other planet is likely in a phase akin to autumn on our blue planet. Possibly on the verge of cooling. That we must be vigilant about how much the temperature may drop. The zoologist chimed in. Generally speaking, in a food-rich environment, bears do not typically attack beehives, although the fauna there may have mutated. From Brother Gang's description, the fact that bears know to shield their faces suggests that bees pose a significant threat. Yet, they still attempt to steal honey, which may indicate an impending food shortage. Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. As winter temperatures fell and food became scarce, survival would be precarious. Furthermore, the creatures there were alarmingly large. One could only imagine the extent of the cold. The Wild Fox team member, the carpenter, stated, our primary objective now is to assist Brother Gang in constructing a temporary shelter, at the very least to ensure warmth, while also maintaining discretion, as the local fauna poses a substantial threat to him. Another team member, the clockmaker, added, moreover, we must ensure multiple exits. Otherwise, if those wild animals discover us, it could be perilous. Thus, they began discussing ideas based on this premise, as for engaging with the external inhabitants. After extensive deliberation, they collectively agreed that the timing was not right. They should first observe the types and civilizations of intelligent beings outside. If they were a violent, primitive society, reckless contact would be dangerous. After much discussion, they finally formulated a preliminary unified plan. All right, the time has come. Let us brief Brother Gang. Wild Fox team leader Han Lecken called a halt to the discussion and led the team to the Lunar Command Center. Elder Qian also spoke up. Xiaogang, please pay careful attention to the warriors' plans and prioritize your safety. Understood. Zhang Weiguo replied earnestly. After all, one could die on Earth, but here on the moon, safety was assured. However, on that other planet, death was a real possibility. During the discussion, they had compiled the plan, with Han Lecken responsible for communicating with Zhang Weiguo. You mentioned that some trees on that planet are enormous. How large exactly? What is their diameter and their height? Zhang Weiguo pondered, recalling the true size of the trees there. I believe the largest tree has a diameter of about 5 meters and stands at least 50 meters tall. Upon hearing this, Han Lecken let out a sigh of relief. It was certainly a good sign. Clearly, the nature of the extraterrestrial life remained unknown, and the potential toxicity of certain species posed a significant threat. Residing on the ground without adequate insect protection was perilous. Zhang Weiguo's choices had consistently proven wise. Living in the trees, at the very least, mitigated approximately 70 to 80% of the dangers. Thus, their plan was to have Zhang Weiguo construct a treehouse, and not just any ordinary treehouse, but one nestled within the heart of a tree. With such a large diameter tree, it was entirely feasible to build a small dwelling of 3 meters in diameter within it. Ensuring the tree's vitality remained intact, this approach would also provide an added layer of secrecy. After hollowing out a portion of the tree, it could be sealed for warmth during winter, assuring safety. They could even launch a few cameras around the treehouse to enhance security. With the temperature in that region dropping, it was imperative to complete the construction of the shelter. Otherwise, the presence of starving wild beasts could lead to dire consequences. Han Leking elaborated on their design plans to Zhang Weiguo, who listened with great enthusiasm. After all, what boy does not cherish the idea of a treehouse? The soldiers explained the plan to Zhang Weiguo and imparted numerous survival skills and experiences. Time swiftly passed, and it was essential to journey to the primitive planet. With greater confidence this time, Zhang Weiguo's spirits lifted. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself on the primitive planet once more. At the Lunar Command Center, Qianlao began orchestrating the preparations for the rocket launch. The crowd expressed their astonishment. They had assumed Qianlao was a rather conservative scientist, yet here he was, exhibiting such radical enthusiasm. But didn't we already send everything to Ganggu? They wondered. Why the urgency to launch now? Qianlao, looking at the crowd, replied directly. Xiao Gang has already identified the most suitable location for the lunar base. Our task now is merely to conduct a thorough examination to ensure its suitability. Do we not possess all the necessary equipment? Moreover, do we not already have the lunar return module? We can bring back a portion of the lunar materials. Everything is ready, so why not launch? One scientist interjected, that's not right. We have only completed the main structure of the geological structure detection machine, the motion module, and the danger detection module. The escape mechanism is still incomplete. Sending it up would be futile. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan's eyes lit up. IT has all the functions, but it cannot operate autonomously or extricate itself from danger, correct? Not to worry. We have Ganggu. Another scientist chimed in. Indeed, the lunar return module is operational, but we must first launch a robot to level the ground, assisting the lunar return module in its re-entry. The voices gradually diminished as they realized that this was not a significant issue, particularly because they had Zhang Weiguo on their side. Chun Fan excitedly proclaimed, whenever you think of the lunar program in the future, remember that we have personnel on the moon. Everyone pondered this, recognizing its truth. While many details remained unfinished, their presence on the moon made resolving these issues tenfold easier than relying solely on machines. A collective realization washed over them, and they admired Qianlao's strategic insight, truly remarkable. Seeing that everyone had caught on, Qianlao smiled and said, is there any problem now? Then let us set our plans into motion. This time, the rocket would carry a greater payload. Precision instruments needed careful protection and would descend via the lunar module, while non-precision items could simply plummet to the lunar surface. This way, they could transport even more equipment. Hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, as it was indeed true. Previously, every item had to be handled with utmost caution. If it fell onto the moon, robots would struggle to retrieve it. But now, with Gang Ji's assistance, even if 10 bags of cement were dropped, they could construct a lunar fortress. The palpable sense of progress invigorated each scientist, especially those who had previously contemplated establishing a controllable nuclear fusion reactor for lunar power. Their eyes now gleamed with anticipation, murmuring about Qianlao's boldness and Gang Ji's potential for success. After organizing the research matters, Qianlao called aside Captain Han Leking. I just heard that the temperature in your area may soon drop. Please outline anything that could assist Xiao Gang in establishing a shelter. I'll have Xiao Chun coordinate with you, and once prepared, we'll send it all up with the rocket. Understood. We will ensure the mission success. Han Leking replied as he promptly convened with his team and botanical specialists to discuss the most urgent items. Meanwhile, foreign powers grew increasingly anxious, unable to comprehend why this was happening. Why? What could possibly justify launching a missile to the moon? They demanded, investigate. Their Space Research Institute has just been sealed off, and now they're firing missiles at the moon. There's definitely something amiss. We must probe deeply. They could not allow China to gain the upper hand. What about our plans? We must launch our missiles immediately to showcase our strength. Observing the bewildered expressions of foreign powers, the Chinese citizens felt a wave of satisfaction. Though they were unaware of the specifics, they knew that their nation had its own plans and was progressing steadily. Some even left comments online. You all don't know? Every Chinese citizen is aware. Isn't it about time for environmental protection? They're just sending a signal to Wu Gang to stop chopping down trees. No, no, no. It's clearly Chang'e wanting to see fireworks. They just sending up some fireworks, right? I'm the Jade Rabbit. I personally witnessed Chang'e making the call, her tone quite animated. After seeing the fireworks, she felt much better. The comment section brimmed with laughter. For some reason, everyone felt as if China's fortunes were flourishing, instilling a sense of pride in their nationality. ASEAN's Research Institute will launch a rocket tomorrow. We've been studying for a decade. And with the protection of the divine cow, we will undoubtedly succeed. We cannot lag too far behind China. The world must know that Asia harbors a great ancient nation, though ASEAN spoke with confidence. The reality of their situation was known only to them. Thus, they refrained from holding a press conference, opting to wait until they achieved success before making grand announcements. Should they fail, it would simply be as if nothing had transpired. For China, launching rockets had become an everyday occurrence. Consequently, the spokesperson merely declared that China would launch a rocket tomorrow, carrying the lunar return module for mineral collection on the moon. With that brief statement, they departed, and the Chinese citizens felt elated, believing that their nation was drawing ever closer to landing on the moon. However, the foreign powers were on the brink of madness. ASEAN was anxious, fearing that their failure would be glaringly apparent, knowing that China was destined for success. Tell me, why? Why are they sending more payloads to the moon? What is the reason behind this? Investigate, spare no expense. Infiltrate. Similarly, the Great Eagle was nearing insanity, unable to comprehend the situation. Ever since China sealed off its Space Research Institute, the world had become incomprehensible. What is the intelligence department doing? How can there be no information? At the very least, they should know why. Down below, McCall suggested, it's likely related to China's 2030 moon landing plan. They have a schedule, and this rocket launch is merely a few months ahead of plan. They probably sending a probe to explore the moon, seeking suitable geological sites for a base. The Great Eagle's intelligence officer's eyes brightened at it, seemed they had some capable individuals. He quickly grasped McCall's shoulder and exclaimed, "Where did this intelligence come from? Is it accurate? We must secure this information without hesitation. Don't be afraid to spend money. The Chinese place great importance on their children. If we find out which prestigious school they want to attend, we can arrange it directly." McCall pondered. Watching the news broadcast seems to be free. However, the intelligence was undoubtedly accurate. As it was officially released information, the Great Eagle's intelligence officer felt a sudden wave of despair. Oh my God, we're actually gathering intelligence from news broadcasts. Get out, all of you, get out. McCall felt indignant, wondering why they couldn't focus on proper development instead of engaging in all these absurdities. What good was exceptional intelligence if their technology lagged a generation? Recently, McCall had watched a Chinese program about wealth-building strategies, contemplating the potential of integrated farming with lobster cultivation and bamboo rat husbandry. And he had long since lost interest. The Lighthouse Intelligence Agency was determined to uncover any breakthroughs in China, willing to spare no effort to ascertain the truth. If you can't figure it out, then have those people create a narrative, using public opinion to force them to disclose their situation. You can't let those millions in funding go to waste. In recent days, an overwhelming series of events has transpired, leaving many restless and sleepless. Nevertheless, China steadfastly continues to develop steadily according to its own plans. Zhang Weiguo has returned to this side, and, employing the methods of the botanical expert, conducted an examination. Discovering that the temperature here is indeed dropping, lower than before, it appears that the arrangements for the shelter must be prioritized. The procedure remains unchanged. Zhang Weiguo first plucks some leaves to apply on himself. Striving to envelop his body in the essence of the forest, he then retrieves the box previously marked as belonging to China, opening it with solemnity. Inside lies a fitted combat suit, designed to resist stabbing and cutting, while also providing warmth and even some protection against heavy impacts. Dispersing the force of attacks across the body, it is crafted from the latest technology, remarkably lightweight, only slightly heavier than ordinary clothing. Entirely bearable. Perhaps it is a psychological effect, but ever since the expert mentioned the impending drop in temperature, he has indeed begun to feel a chill that he promptly changes into the suit, which proves to be exceptionally warm and comfortable. Truly impressive. Zhang Weiguo silently commends his country as he continues to explore the contents of the box. He discovers a composite hand crossbow, accompanied by 20 bolts, and even a bundle of specialized string to attach to the bolts. aiding in the retrieval of prey under special circumstances. Gleaming ominously, Zhang Weiguo has no doubt that it can effortlessly penetrate its target. He carefully stows it away, resolving to practice when time permits. Next, he finds a camera that can be mounted on the combat suit, capable of recording video that can be transmitted back to Earth once on the moon, powered by solar energy. Below it are 10 sets of individual rations, sufficient to meet a soldier's caloric and hydration needs for 10 days. For Zhang Weiguo, if he refrains from exertion, he could manage for 20 days. Nearby, he notices a final assortment of medications, thoughtfully provided for various health situations. He stores these in his space compartment as well. Furthermore, there is a drone, which had just been mentioned to him. Although this planet lacks ubiquitous connectivity and may not allow for extensive flight, it can still serve as a valuable reconnaissance tool when operated with a controller. He cautiously puts the drone away, only to discover a small box beneath it, inscribed with the words "Gifts from Home." Upon opening it, he finds a modest collection of items that evoke deep emotions within him: a large white rabbit candy, a Wong Wong snow cake, a bottle of Huaxia, and even a small packet of spicy strips. Zhang Weiguo reflects that these items must have been packed by a young person, yet he finds them delightful. Unwrapping the white rabbit candy and savoring its flavor, he is instantly transported back to his childhood. As it is one of his favorite treats, I must survive and assist China in soaring through the stars. Moreover, Zhang Weiguo notices from the packaging that these items are from 5 years in the future, indicating a significant temporal shift. However, 5 years should not pose too great an issue. Although his first thought was, what year is it now? He did not dwell further on it, concerned that the timeline might be inaccurate. Now, he finally feels reassured. If he were on his home planet, his parents would likely still be there, and his childhood friend would probably have just graduated from university, likely still unmarried. He still has a chance. As long as he can ensure his safety here, he can reveal his identity and attempt to contact his family. Hope for the future is burgeoning. After securing his belongings, Zhang Weiguo hides behind a tree branch. As dawn approaches, he cannot afford to make careless mistakes at this juncture. He plans to wait for 12 hours to pass before he ventures back to the moon, concealed in the tree. He discovers that the combat suit provided by the state possesses the remarkable ability of biomimetic camouflage. Its mechanism is unknown to him, yet it serves excellently for concealment. One would struggle to spot him without a keen eye. Time swiftly passes, and before long, the 12 hours have flown by. After a brief rest, Zhang Weiguo is ready to commence his mission. First, he activates the camera and carefully descends from the tree. The tree is not particularly thick, merely half a meter in diameter, insufficient for his objectives. He seeks a sturdier tree to construct a treehouse. He recalls having seen one earlier and intends to investigate, capturing footage of its condition. To avoid disorientation during recent operations, he has marked the trees below, enabling him to locate his target with ease. He circles the tree and films it meticulously. The diameter is undoubtedly 5 meters. Impressively large, Zhang Weiguo then pulls out a metal piece from the missile and begins to dig, recalling the botanist's advice to inspect the root system. After excavating, he records the process closely and even captures a brief segment, just in case an opportunity arises to send it back. Once this is accomplished, he packs his items and begins to ascend the tree. Climbing proves somewhat challenging, and without the rigorous training instilled in him by his grandfather, it would be nearly impossible for an average person. After climbing 10 meters, he reaches the first branch, which is exceptionally broad, capable of accommodating a small car. Zhang Weiguo bounces lightly on it to test its stability, peeling away a portion of the bark to capture further footage before continuing to ascend. Having observed a bear stealing honey earlier, he feels that 10 meters is not particularly secure, so he ascends further. Fortunately, his stamina has improved in this environment, enabling him to climb effortlessly. After ascending 25 meters, he arrives at another spacious branch, where he feels relatively safe. Above him, the tree extends another 20 meters, thickly clustered with foliage, alleviating his concerns about birds, while the ground below is also a safe distance away from any beast. That if he can establish some defensive measures in the vicinity, this would undeniably serve as a perfect sanctuary, allowing him to endure an entire winter without issue. Once he has selected the location according to the expert's guidance, he begins to meticulously measure various conditions. The measuring device, functional on the moon, undoubtedly works here as well. That he diligently tests all necessary data, even experimenting with the shovel crafted from missile casing, which proves to be remarkably sharp. Digging a tree hole presents no challenge. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Weiguo takes a moment to eat some fruit, replenishing his nutrients. The individual rations are high-energy provisions reserved for critical moments. Since he can still consume fruit, he opts for it now. After a brief respite, Zhang Weiguo descends from the tree, aware that the depths of the forest hold unknown dangers, so he refrains from exploring further. The areas known as Honey Mountain and Antland are quite clear in terms of their conditions. Although, individually, they pose no threat to Zhang Weiguo, who is armed with a hand crossbow, they typically operate in groups. Avoiding solitary confrontations. It is best not to seek trouble at this moment, though discreetly recording a few video segments is entirely feasible. Zhang Weiguo stealthily approaches to capture some footage, contemplating that the only direction that seems to harbor potential human presence is to the east. He does not intend to approach directly this time. Rather, he decides to deploy the drone to scout the situation there, allowing for early preparations. Navigating cautiously through the woods, the enhanced safety provided by the combat suit instills confidence. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, Zhang Weiguo inspects the surrounding traces, confirming that no one has passed by, and thus feels assured. He locates a nearby tree to climb. As the safety of the treetops is preferable, he then prepares to launch the drone. Utilizing the receiver's screen to observe the drone's perspective, the drone ascends, soaring towards the other side of the cliff. Initially, Zhang Weiguo's handling is somewhat awkward, resulting in the drone veering off course several times. Fortunately, the vast openness of this area prevents any collisions. Soon, he masters the drone's operation, successfully guiding it into the distance. Not long after, he spots a large settlement enclosed by wooden palisades and constructed from thatched roofs. It appears as he suspected, a tribe with a low degree of civilization. As the drone approaches, Zhang Weiguo observes the entirety of the settlement, which houses only a few hundred individuals. At that moment, children are playing, while women are engaged in building shelters and crafting traps. Luck is on his side. This is a humanoid civilization, seemingly indistinguishable from humans. The male members appear scarce, likely having ventured out for hunting. In the center of the settlement lies a large open space, dominated by a black, square, altar-like structure. However, from Zhang Weiguo's vantage point, it resembles a technological artifact due to its perfect geometric shape. After observing for some time, he concludes that these people possess no extraordinary abilities, merely exhibiting greater strength and speed. The children among them stand around 1.8 meters tall and can leap to heights of 3 meters. One can only imagine the strength of the adult males. Zhang Weiguo continues to monitor the tribe from above, soon noticing the adult males returning from their hunt, each towering over 2 meters. The drone focuses in, and Zhang Weiguo attempts to discern what prey they have brought back. Upon seeing the haul, he is at a loss for words. It is entirely reasonable, given that this is an alien planet. He observes 10 individuals carrying what appears to be a dinosaur's thigh, weighing several tons, followed by hundreds of warriors, each bearing vast quantities of meat. Children and women joyfully welcome the returning hunters. However, the warriors did not disperse. Instead, they followed the 10 strongest among them to the central altar of the tribe. All the members of the tribe knelt on the ground, chanting something towards the altar. Subsequently, the 10 individuals placed the dinosaur thigh next to the black cube. An elderly lady adorned with intricate tattoos emerged, performing a peculiar dance as she circled the black cube. She then approached the cube and pressed her forehead against it. The black cube emitted a radiant glow, scanning the dinosaur thigh, and with a swift sound, the thigh vanished. In its place, a distinctly technological cylindrical object appeared before the black cube. With jubilant cries, the old woman celebrated, and all the tribe members began to cheer and dance in unison. It was evident that this object was greatly cherished by them. Soon after, a figure resembling the tribal chief appeared, seizing a massive stone axe nearby and shattering the cylindrical technological artifact into 10 piles of fragments, which he generously bestowed upon the 10 bravest tribe members. Each member beamed with joy as they eagerly collected the fragments. Some of the larger pieces were fashioned into makeshift armor, while sharper shards were affixed to their spears as tips. Zhang Weiguo, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished by the prowess of these people and the world they inhabited. Suddenly, a beeping sound signaled that the drone's battery was critically low, prompting it to initiate its return. Nevertheless, the footage captured during this time was substantial and would undoubtedly astonish the higher-ups upon its return. The black cube bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious black boxes found in science fiction novels, devices that could yield corresponding products from energy input. Yet, This cube appeared to operate on a level of technology far superior. Typically, such devices required at least standard electrical energy, but here, inserting a dinosaur thigh produced a television set. This was incomparably advanced, far surpassing anything known on Blue Starred in a fantasy narrative. Such miraculous creations would be the domain of celestial beings. If one could possess such devices and acquire various technological blueprints, they could single-handedly construct a base. As the drone commenced its return, the tribal chief and the elderly woman, after the departure of their kin, began depositing various ores into the black cube, showcasing their remarkable technology. However, it seemed unlikely that this black cube possessed the miraculous capabilities Zhang Weiguo had envisioned. He caught the drone and began synchronously returning to the previously chosen tree. Having explored the surrounding environment, it was time to modify the tree and construct a shelter, observing the tribe's activities. It was clear they were also gathering food, presumably to store for the winter. Otherwise, who would hunt dinosaurs without reason? Given the circumstances, he could not afford to engage in reckless communication, especially considering their formidable martial prowess. Although Zhang Weiguo possessed a hand crossbow and would soon acquire firearms, he remained but one individual. Given the tribe's physical capabilities, it was unlikely that he could compel them to submit through force. Furthermore, the tribe, with its superstitious tendencies towards rituals, might well consider him an anomaly worth sacrificing to the Black Cube. One must not underestimate the cunning of primitive peoples. The old woman and the chief would likely be willing to offer up this peculiar outsider for the sake of stability. Of course, there was a possibility of encountering a benevolent leader, but that was a gamble with one's life. Prudence was essential, and risks must be avoided. Zhang Weiguo cautiously returned to the great tree, laboriously climbing back up to inspect the area and his own arrangements. Finding no other creatures, he deemed the location relatively safe. Once satisfied with his preparations, he transitioned back to the moon, ready to present the scientific elite with a glimpse of a primitive planet. The thought of these technological giants being stunned by the notion of controlled nuclear fusion shared by primitive tribespeople filled him with a sense of triumph. He retrieved the communication device from his storage space and activated the Yutu spacecraft for solar power generation. Preparing to transmit data, just as the communication light illuminated, he had yet to speak when Qian Lao sent a message. Xiao Gang, quickly send over the imagery of the tree you've selected for the treehouse construction and the data you've gathered. Time is of the essence. We need to get experts on this to prepare the materials and assist in the construction. We also have a portable signal transmitter that can establish a local network, enabling you to set up wireless surveillance in the forest for added safety. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo felt perplexed. Qian Lao was typically not this urgent. What had prompted this haste, since no rockets were scheduled for launch? Zhang Weiguo replied, "There's no need to rush, as there are currently no launch plans. I'm not in a hurry either. The area seems quite safe. Our special combat suits are comfortable, and the drone is impressive. As is the hand crossbow. Let us focus on establishing the lunar base first." He paused, then inquired, "By the way, will the hand crossbow function on the moon? I intend to practice here." The response arrived promptly. "Why the urgency? We're launching a rocket this afternoon to send supplies your way. Just hold on. I trust you've prepared the data. Quickly send it over." Zhang Weiguo was taken aback. What was happening? Had he inadvertently traversed time, losing several months? Hadn't he just finalized the site selection yesterday? In less than a day, how could everything be ready? He was still pondering this when he opted to transmit the data. After connecting the port, he forwarded all the footage captured on the other planet through his satellite to the Lunar Control Center. The distance posed a challenge, resulting in slower internet speeds, making communication during the data transfer impractical, which could hinder the transmission. As he contemplated why things were progressing so swiftly, he had initially intended to astonish Qian Lao. Unexpectedly, it was Qian Lao who had astonished him. Was it truly feasible to launch missiles one day and rockets the next? Was this the scenario where the radicals perceived themselves as extreme, while the conservatives deemed the radicals overly cautious? The footage was plentiful and in high definition. It took half an hour to complete the transmission. Once finished, Zhang Weiguo hastily inquired, "Qian Lao, what is going on? Why the rush? Did something happen in China? Or is someone causing trouble?" Upon receiving Zhang Weiguo's message, Qian Lao nodded, recognizing that he had been thoughtful. Yet, due to his youth and lack of comprehensive knowledge, his considerations lacked depth. However, it was evident he held great patriotism. Qian Lao promptly forwarded the received information to various departments for analysis, seeking safer approaches for Zhang Weiguo. He then continued, "In truth, The pace isn't as frantic as it seems. Your assistance has proven more significant than anticipated. IT has accelerated our lunar mission by more than tenfold. China has long possessed machines capable of assessing geological stability. However, utilizing them on the moon necessitates considerations for remote operation, autonomous functioning, radiation shielding, and other complications. But with you present, aside from cosmic radiation interference, the remaining issues are manageable. Every aerospace endeavor begins with the study of cosmic radiation shielding, an area we are well acquainted with. Thus, we merely need to slightly modify our existing technology to ensure it can withstand cosmic radiation interference, and we will be all set, with everything dispatched to you. Your assistance will enable us to conduct a comprehensive survey of the lunar base site. Achieving this initial success will pave the way for our subsequent plans, which we certainly wish to expedite. As for the missile and rocket launches, let those who are curious speculate on the reasons. Upon hearing Qian Lao's explanation, Zhang Weiguo instantly understood. Indeed, he had been overthinking. The challenges of the moon seemed daunting. Yet he was Zhang Weiguo. The once complex lunar construction project had been simplified to a mere civil engineering task. With his involvement, China's exceptional infrastructure capabilities would make resolving these issues a breeze. It was indeed time to expedite matters. Resolving the site selection would allow for the adaptation of all other laboratories and research equipment accordingly. China truly excelled, perhaps by the time the other side fully comprehended the situation. China's lunar base would already be established. In the control room, Ji Weiqiang, who had been diligently drafting the feasibility report for the lunar nuclear fusion power generator, felt an intensified sense of urgency after hearing Qian Lao's words. He knew he must complete the report before the site selection could be finalized for the lunar module, thus seizing the opportunity, and he resumed his laborious writing. Meanwhile, on the moon, Zhang Weiguo felt invigorated after hearing Qian Lao's account. Great! It seems I won't have to wait long to reunite with everyone on the moon. Indeed, Qian Lao echoed with a sense of anticipation, then continued, have you encountered any dangers over there, thus far? There had been no peril. With the combat suit, drone, and hand crossbow at his disposal, the risks had significantly diminished, and no incidents had occurred. Moreover, he had used the drone to observe the tribe, noting their humanoid civilization and generally strong physical capabilities, suggesting they possessed no extraordinary abilities. Based on my observations, I harbor suspicions that this planet once hosted a highly advanced civilization. For reasons unknown, it appears as though this civilization has experienced a form of reset, leaving behind remnants of its former glory. However, the humans we have encountered seem utterly incapable of utilizing these artifacts. Furthermore, it appears that dinosaurs still roam this world. I have transmitted the footage captured by the drone to experts for thorough examination, as I believe that exploring this realm could significantly advance our technological endeavors. It seems that I have stumbled upon a black box reminiscent of those found in science fiction novels within the primitive tribes. Black box. Qian Lao, the chief engineer of the Aerospace Research Institute, was perplexed. He had little time to indulge in such literary fantasies due to his demanding daily responsibilities. Yet, upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he offered an explanation. Qian Lao, the black box that Brother Gang referred to, is akin to a modern 3D printer, but with capabilities far beyond, capable of producing highly sophisticated technological items. Presently, research is underway, but the limitations prevent the production of advanced technology or even its own components. However, the black box undoubtedly can. After elucidating this to Qian Lao, Chen Fan, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Wang Chang to connect with Zhang Weiguo. Is this black box similar to a wish-granting machine? Zhang Weiguo shook his head. No, it's not of that caliber. The object is located on the primitive people's altar that I witnessed them inserting a dinosaur's thigh, only for it to emerge as a cylindrical technological artifact. What functions does this technological artifact possess? Is it limited to producing only one type? Zhang Weiguo speculated that it likely could generate others since he observed the primitive people rejoicing with immense glee when the item was produced, suggesting it was something they fervently desired. Moreover, an elderly witch danced in celebration, indicating that if it were singular, their reaction would not have been so exuberant. As for its functionality, I remain in the dark. Chen Fan was astounded. Even if the primitive folk managed to create something, they should at least comprehend its utility. It seemed implausible that they would be unaware of its functions. Did they not use it? Zhang Weiguo pondered silently. They did employ it, but who can decipher how the primitive people utilized it? It's akin to providing you with an AK-47 only for you to use it as a blunt instrument, though functional. Such an application is clearly a waste. They indeed used it, albeit in a manner that defies conventional logic. They smashed the object with stone axes, crafting sharp shards into spearheads and larger fragments into armor. Affixed to their animal skin garments, with a sudden surge of excitement, Chen Fan slammed his fist onto the table. This is a black box. The products of the black box are being used as mere tools for destruction. This is akin to shattering a precious he sure buy and repurposing it into a glass marble for play. An utter squandering of resources. Qian Lao, equally exhilarated by the mere existence of such an object, acknowledged that even if the products are rendered useless, they would still provide significant breakthroughs for research. However, maintaining his composure, he placed a reassuring hand on Chen Fan's shoulder, calming the impassioned youth. Do not be overly excited. The object remains there, and we shall have our opportunity to study it in due course. That he then continued, addressing Zhang Weiguo. Xiao Gang. This rocket mission entails two components. One is relatively precise, designed to descend with the lunar module and will return with samples from the moon. The other is less precise and will require your operation. It will directly impact the lunar surface, thus allowing for the transportation of additional materials. Please prepare accordingly. Absolutely. I assure you, the mission will be accomplished, Zhang Weiguo confidently affirmed. Qian Lao had just received confirmation from the manufacturing department regarding the hand crossbows, which are operable on the moon. However, due to gravitational differences, their ballistic performance may vary from that on another planet, so you may want to practice beforehand, though precise aiming will necessitate practice on site. Moreover, we have received your video and have already commenced our analysis. Swiftly devising a plan for you to practice with. Good. After responding affirmatively, Zhang Weiguo retrieved the hand crossbow to begin his practice, looking forward to constructing a treehouse upon his return, at the very least. Ensuring safety. Next, he aimed to establish monitoring devices and find a means to communicate with the primitive people. Meanwhile, the scientists at the Blue Star Command Center opened Zhang Weiguo's video for study. All scientists involved in the project and the Wild Fox Combat team gathered to watch the video together, as they were all part of this top-secret mission. Collaborative viewing allowed for timely communication of any arising issues, provided that their research remained independent and undisturbed. Furthermore, the project has been officially named the Lunar Palace Project. The objective is to establish a base on the moon, enabling citizens nationwide to set foot on its surface. As the footage loaded and began to parse, the botanists were the first to express excitement at the sight of dense forests, noting the remarkable robustness of the trees, indicating abundant resources, although impressively large. They bore a striking resemblance to the flora of Blue Star, suggesting a potential genetic similarity. Could it be that the theory of evolution is not the sole explanation? Might our civilization be the result of seeding by other advanced civilizations? In just a few seconds of footage, the botanists were astounded. The alien world unveiled astonishing research potential, showcasing plants previously declared extinct, such as the Shuahua Jai and the golden lantern flower. What an enormous green hand! Initially, Zhang Weiguo had focused on the forest, oblivious to the plants beneath his feet. However, the botanists were electrified, so eager that they contemplated traveling there personally. Soon, the video captured Zhang Weiguo standing before a 5-meter-tall tree, which defied any characteristics of blue star trees. The botanists were bewildered, their attention fixated on Zhang Weiguo as he excavated the soil to reveal the root system, subsequently climbing to showcase the tree's upper structure. Measuring distances. No, something seems amiss, they murmured. But as the botanists pondered, Han Lecking, the leader of the Wild Fox team, interjected, unconcerned with the particulars of the tree's classification. Professor, regardless of any discrepancies, can you determine if this tree structure is stable enough to support a treehouse? The botanist contemplated. Although it may not conform to my understanding, the root structure, bark, and overall sturdiness suggest that we could indeed construct a 3-meter diameter treehouse within it. This is feasible. Upon hearing this, Han Lecking breathed a sigh of relief and promptly sought out the architects, who would address the treehouse's defensive and offensive capabilities, while the architects would focus on structural integrity, safety, and insulation. The two groups collaborated to design a treehouse, subsequently sending the blueprint to Zhang Weiguo, along with a request for the necessary materials to be expedited for delivery. While the botanists remained perplexed, the zoologists were left in awe as they observed Zhang Weiguo capturing footage of bees and ants. This is impossible. These are merely ordinary bees. Logically, such insects should not be capable of reaching such sizes. Despite knowing the improbability, the evidence was undeniable, leading to disbelief. The mountain was not the entirety of the hive. Substantial portions of it likely lay beneath the surface, suggesting a far greater bee population than anticipated. Yet, Zhang Weiguo had not encountered many flowers in the vicinity. Where, then, were these bees sourcing their nectar? A series of enigmas assailed the zoologists and entomologists. When they later glimpsed the enormous ants, they nearly experienced a system failure. These were army ants. It was no wonder that other creatures were sparse in this area. With such formidable beings around, one could readily believe they preyed on dinosaurs. Another groundbreaking insect species emerged before them. Although not from Blue Star, studying the biological structure of these creatures could propel the field of zoology forward significantly. Perhaps the lifestyles of ancient organisms were not as previously conceived, and many causes of extinction could be elucidated through the study of such entities. Understanding why these bees and ants thrived could potentially lead to a Nobel Prize. The entomologist even fantasized about diving into the video to extract an ant for thorough examination. This small forest on the alien planet has bestowed unparalleled shock upon all scientists, igniting a surge of excitement. The video soon transitioned to the drone's perspective, and it wasn't just one scientist who was astonished. Experts in energy, manufacturing, culture, history, and paleobiology were all left in awe. The ancient tribal scholars were the first to speak, noting that this level of civilization likely belonged to a matriarchal clan stage. Yet, they observed a strong patriarchal influence. Why? Paleobiologists chimed in, asserting that without a doubt, the biological specimen they had retrieved was likely from a dinosaur. Even if it wasn't, it was certainly a colossal creature towering over 20 meters. How did they support such immense bodies? Cultural historians added, civilizations on Blue Star also experienced epochs of celestial worship. However, it is evident that the scene of their ritual is not a homage to the heavens, but rather an offering to that enigmatic black cube. It is highly likely that this object has existed for a considerable duration, and they stumbled upon the ability to cast offerings into it in exchange for rewards, thus venerating it as a miraculous entity. The materials scientist remarked, "This black box is indeed remarkable, yet it likely has not reached the level of fabricating items purely through energy." Observing the surrounding debris, it is apparent that individuals from the tribe are likely depositing ores into it. The energy scientist interjected, although it does not possess the prowess of a wishing machine. The technology of this object undoubtedly surpasses our own, especially considering it can directly harness the energy from biological matter. It remains unclear whether it absorbs and combusts the energy to produce power or if it directly unleashes the latent biological energy. The sight of this artifact ignited a fervor among the scientists. It was as though a dreamlike object had manifested into reality. With the existence of this black box, the potential for technological advancement in China is unfathomable. As the narrative reached its climax, the scientists witnessed the tribe's leader wielding a colossal stone axe, shattering an evidently technological creation produced by the black box, and distributing the fragments to the tribespeople as weaponry and armor. The anguish they felt was akin to the axe striking at their very hearts. It was as distressing as a Chinese individual encountering a dumpling filled with kiwi and a spicy condiment. The sight caused the morale of the entire Lunar Program Command Center to plummet, even affecting Mr. Qian, who, though he initially accepted the painful news from Zhang Weiguo, found it unbearable to witness in the video. Something that could propel China to monumental progress was being ruthlessly destroyed. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Qian composed himself, stating, "Now, everyone, let us not dwell on the misfortune. As long as Xiaogang remains safe, we will have opportunities to study these artifacts in the future. Thus, our primary objective is to identify potential dangers based on your respective fields of expertise and teach Xiaogang how to respond to them. Additionally, Old Qian, it is apparent that this tribe possesses a language. Let us devise a means to equip Xiaogang with devices to discreetly record the sounds and images from across the way. As communication may be necessary later, we must master their language." Everyone commenced an urgent analysis of potential threats, particularly the Wild Fox Brigade led by Han Leking, along with various architects and skilled craftsmen. Eagerly awaited the designs to be produced. Once a blueprint was provided, they would promptly create a prototype and prepare it for transportation to the rocket. Time was of the essence. Zhang Weiguo practiced with a hand crossbow on the moon, marveling at its efficiency, power, and range, perhaps aided by the moon's low resistance. Regardless, he found joy in the experience. Although his accuracy on the primitive planet remained uncertain, his practice ensured swift launches. Speed was paramount. Regardless of precision, Zhang Weiguo humorously mused that safety had significantly improved, alleviating his previous tension at that moment. Mr. Qian relayed news. Xiaogang, our rocket is set to launch in an hour. You may soon witness a rocket. Do not misinterpret it, as the Indians are preparing to launch theirs. However, it is not directed towards the moon. They claim it will orbit the Earth, that we are uncertain of its success. But I wanted to inform you, should you see it explode. Do not be alarmed. Understood, Mr. Qian, no problem. After their communication concluded, Zhang Weiguo donned a specially designed lunar suit and teleported outside to observe the Indian rocket's capabilities at that moment. The atmosphere at the Indian Launch Center was electric with excitement. They had recently held a ritual to invoke blessings from deities, convinced that this launch would surely succeed. Moreover, with China's recent prominence, it remained unclear why they were launching so many projects into space. In response, the lighthouse, aware of their impending launch, decided to lend a hand to curb China's momentum. This bolstered their confidence, even though the personnel at the launch site were acutely aware of their own limitations. They aimed to promote their success only after achieving a successful launch. Yet, the unyielding confidence of the national populace persisted. Prior to the launch, they boasted online, in the past, we focused on developing our livelihoods. But now that we aim for the cosmos, we will leap forward effortlessly. It is time for those Chinese to recognize who truly stands as Asia's foremost nation. Although it may seem harsh, shattering their unrealistic illusions could ultimately be beneficial. There is an old Chinese saying that summer insects cannot discuss ice. They cannot fathom the unimaginable, nor can they comprehend our strength, which is rather pitiable. Unfortunately, despite the Indians' bravado online, the Chinese populace no longer regarded them as rivals. Even the Bureau of War Deception had entered the fray, with the grassland people commenting, "Indeed, we must still ride horses to attend school, which is quite arduous." The Xiangxi people lamented, "We must toil late into the night to transport corpses, with no overtime pay. Life is quite harsh." The plateau dwellers remarked, "Oh, with a white scarf on my head. I tend to sheep. What do I care for the cosmos? I only tend to my lambs." The citizens of other nations could no longer bear to witness this spectacle, with one remarking, "Perhaps you should drink less Ganges water. It truly is detrimental to your mind." Another chimed in, "How can you boast when you lack even a singular item worthy of heritage recognition?" A third added, "Chinese, do not toy with fools. It is unbecoming to bully the disabled." To their astonishment, no one in the comments supported the Indians, inciting their frustration to a comical degree. Soon, the countdown for the Indian rocket's launch commenced. 3, 2, 1. Launch. The rocket expelled a massive blue-tail flame, soaring skyward, accompanied by thunderous applause in the command center. Past rockets had exploded during launch phases, so the mere fact that this one ascended was considered a success. They had successfully breached the atmosphere. They had entered orbit. The miracle bestowed by the deities was that the rocket had indeed launched successfully into orbit. That on the moon, Zhang Weiguo squinted for a long while, only to discover that he could not see it. While one may be impervious to death on the moon, without enhanced vision, it appeared quite distant. The rocket seemed grand, yet in comparison to the Earth and the cosmos, it was minuscule. He decided to simply admire the beauty of this vibrant blue planet. Meanwhile, the Indian command center grew anxious. After entering orbit, the rocket's trajectory became unstable, and it was on the verge of deviating from its path and plummeting towards the blue planet. However, they had just released a statement proclaiming success. Now faced with the dilemma of announcing failure, such an admission would surely lead to their disgrace. What to do now? The trajectory had veered off course, and it was likely to be captured by the blue planet's gravity and crash. The general supervisor, upon hearing the reports, felt overwhelmed. What could be done? The impending crash was inevitable. Suddenly, the phone rang. The higher-ups were aware of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, this launch had to be deemed a success. With a single phrase, the general supervisor grasped the gravity of the situation. The entire nation was in jubilant spirits. Should failure ensue, the public's discontent would undoubtedly fall upon him, since success was imperative. It must be achieved. As long as the rocket did not fall within visible range, the outcome could be dictated by him. Who could possibly verify the truth? Would a major world power divulge its classified information? With this in mind, the supervisor decisively declared, "Activate the rocket's backup power and adjust the trajectory towards the far side of the moon. But we have no plans to land on the moon. Nor do we intend to reach the surface. No matter, this is merely a test of our launch and orbital technology. For the sake of bolstering national confidence, we must succeed, even if we crash on the far side of the moon. It matters not. They cannot see it, and we can claim it as part of our lunar exploration. After all, China has launched rockets too. We will be the first to reach. The Indian scientists were nearly driven to madness. How could this be comparable? The Chinese were ascending for research, while they were merely launching fireworks. There was a stark difference, not a race to see who could ascend first. Their capability to capture images of the moon's far side would reveal the truth of their deception. What do we have to fear? Such accusations are merely foreign attempts to hinder our space endeavors. Few nations can even observe the moon's far side. Hurry up and execute the plan, or do you wish to continue serving the deities? The scientists, resigned to their fate, proceeded with the operation, as this was an instance of outsiders directing the experts, even if the rocket were to crash into the uninhabited regions of the blue planet. Collecting debris could yield valuable insights for their space program. However, now, in pursuit of hollow fame, they were to let the rocket plummet to the unseen far side of the moon. This was a grievous blow to their aerospace technology. Yet, they had no choice. Adjust the direction. Initiate second ignition. Initiate third ignition. After 2 ignitions, the rocket successfully soared toward the moon's far side. While Zhang Weiguo basked in the lunar sunlight, he suddenly spotted an object blazing with light, seemingly hurtling towards the moon. However, it does not seem to originate from their side. Rather, it appears that a rocket has soared past the far side of the moon, which does not face blue star. Zhang Weiguo, holding a communication device, instantaneously inquired, "Old Qian, has the rocket already launched? Why do I see a rocket flying towards the moon's far side?" Upon receiving the news, Old Qian was equally perplexed. Today, only China and ASEAN had announced plans to launch rockets, which was already considered crowded. Typically, only one nation launches per day. Moreover, he recalled that ASEAN was not aiming to launch towards the moon. Furthermore, targeting the far side of the moon presents even greater challenges, as even they could not guarantee success on every attempt. Could it be that someone had covertly launched a rocket to investigate what they were actually doing when they initially fired missiles? There are no more than 3 countries with such capabilities, yet such actions do not necessitate secrecy. No one would object to overt operations. Besides, launching a rocket is not something one can easily conceal. After all, once it exits the atmosphere and ventures into space, any nation with satellites would be able to observe it. Old Qian made a call to the individual responsible for monitoring this situation, asking if, apart from ASEAN's launch today, anyone else had recently fired a rocket. The answer was no. There had been no other launches. However, it appeared that the lighthouse had plans to launch soon, though it had not yet occurred. All right, Old Qian concluded after hanging up. It was undoubtedly ASEAN's rocket. But why target the moon, and specifically its far side? Aside from China, who else could conduct scientific exploration on the moon's far side? Certainly not ASEAN. Old Qian found this perplexing, that if Zhang Weiguo were aware of the entire situation, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a foolish masterstroke." Old Qian, a man of responsibility who would sacrifice his personal reputation for the nation, could never fathom that their opponent aimed merely to feign success by carelessly discarding a rocket on the moon, all to dispel doubts, to clarify matters. Old Qian switched on a live broadcast featuring ASEAN spokesperson, who was exuberantly proclaiming the great breakthroughs in ASEAN's aerospace technology, as well as how this rocket would carry the blessings of the sacred cow to the Taurus constellation, exploring planets potentially suitable for human habitation. Before the spokesperson could finish, Old Qian switched off the broadcast, deeming it a waste of time. It was foolish of him to even entertain the notion of understanding what the opposing side was up to by watching this broadcast. Upon viewing it, he was certain that the other side was simply spouting nonsense. As for the Taurus constellation, that rocket would never reach it in this lifetime. Now, he understood. The rocket likely malfunctioned during its operation. And rather than accepting failure, they chose to fabricate an illusion of success. Thus, they redirected the rocket to a part of the moon that the general public could not observe. They even concocted a false live broadcast. Old Qian sighed, then contacted Zhang Weiguo to explain the situation. At this point, Zhang Weiguo was nearly instantaneously arriving near the rocket's landing site, observing the rocket, which was crashing into the ground amidst flames. He listened to old Qian's explanation and could only remark on the ingenuity of these individuals. For the sake of appearances and political achievements, they had managed to create something that could potentially bring significant advancements to their nation's aerospace technology. Claiming it was on the moon. Impressive indeed. However, Zhang Weiguo had his own thoughts. Old Qian, can we utilize these items? Just then, the rocket collided with the moon, producing a violent explosion. The rocket's fuel had likely not been exhausted, resulting in an eruption of flames and debris scattered around the moon, creating an unsightly mess. Zhang Weiguo was incensed, thinking, damn it, is it not enough to make a mess in their own territory? Must they also litter my moon? How utterly uncivilized. Before old Qian could respond, he pondered over the situation. Zhang Weiguo continued, the rocket has collided with the far side of the moon and exploded, scattering debris. It should no longer possess monitoring and transmission capabilities, correct? Zhang Weiguo was primarily concerned that if he went to collect some items and someone captured it on camera, it could jeopardize the development of their plans. While the likelihood of that happening was slim, it was not impossible that we will launch shortly as well, bringing along a signal detection device so you can check for any signals in the vicinity. If there are none, it should be fine. All right, I will return next time. There's no rush, it's just me here amidst all this debris. Zhang Weiguo began to instantaneously move towards the cave as their rocket was about to launch, and he needed to prepare for the task. Meanwhile, the netizens from Asan seemed to be reveling in their moment, frantically boasting online, haha, launching a rocket is that simple. I wonder what those nations that have yet to succeed are doing. Pathetic. You all can play on the moon while we venture to the sacred cow constellation. How lonely it is at the top. You small-minded people, why not join us in Asan and settle for being fifth-class citizens? When we reach the sacred cow star, we can take you along. The comments range from talented to many people are intellectually challenged. They merely eat, drink, and reproduce, yet are considered normal, perpetuating low intelligence. The Chinese retorted. Impressive, Asan. We eagerly await your journey to the sacred cow star. Regarding the situation, those with even a hint of relevance might choose to engage in a debate. However, for such obviously nonsensical boasts, especially self-aggrandizing remarks that did not provoke China, most merely acknowledged them with silent approval. The mention of the Taurus constellation was laughable. Why not claim M78 Nebula instead? Let them bask in their delusions of invincibility, contributing to the efforts of the Bureau of War Ignorance. Although Zhang Weiguo was on the moon, he could still see the news below. Old Qian had arranged for him to alleviate his solitude. Even Zhang Weiguo, witnessing the explosion of Asan's rocket, felt compelled to give a thumbs up and leave a comment, asking them to take him along to the sacred cow star. Strangely enough, these Asan individuals had become endearingly foolish, and he found it hard to chastise them. Despite having internet access, he refrained from searching for information about himself. He preferred to believe in the power of mental victory. He would endure a little longer, waiting until other planetary shelters were established before conducting any searches. He knew he could not resist the urge for long. Once he became aware of their existence, he would undoubtedly reach out. That if danger lurked there, it would only heighten their concerns. As Zhang Weiguo watched the spectacle, the last piece of equipment, a makeshift signal detection device, was placed into the rocket, all secured for protection. The items intended for the moon were divided into two parts. One part contained the core components with precision protection, while the other part consisted of a standard protection outer shell. This distribution increased the rocket's original capacity threefold and significantly enhanced its safety. Typically, the detectors meant for lunar deployment had to be fully assembled beforehand, but irregularly installed antennas and solar panels often resulted in considerable wasted space. Now, with this separate installation, spatial efficiency was greatly improved, allowing the same rocket to carry more equipment, requiring only simple assembly by Zhang Weiguo on the moon, although part of it crashed onto the moon. Appearing as if the plan had faltered, it was indeed part of their design, cleverly misleading their adversaries. The deeper the plan unfolded, the more Zhang Weiguo's contributions became apparent. He initially believed his theoretical assistance was substantial, but in reality, it proved even more impactful. This was not even mentioning the technology from other planets. Old Qian grew increasingly excited, perceiving Zhang Weiguo as a divine gift to China. The rocket launched on time. Zhang Weiguo leaned against a rock, prepared to receive their rocket, while netizens worldwide eagerly awaited to see if China's lunar rocket would succeed. After all, Asan had just claimed they were exploring the Taurus constellation. Should any issues arise for China, The ensuing media frenzy would be immense. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. The rocket ignited successfully, ascending steadily. Inside the Lunar Command Center, there was no cheer. Only tense anticipation as they gazed at the rocket. For China, ascending into space was a routine affair, one that could not fail. Explode, 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 crash, crash, crash. It certainly could not succeed, likely plummeting towards the moon like a missile. Launching rockets every day must be quite dull. As China was officially announcing the event, and with the rocket's ascent broadcasted live, countless viewers bore witness. Those outside relished in the prospect of China's failure. The most detestable were some white-hearted banana people who, once they settled abroad, could not bear to see their homeland prosper, wishing their compatriots could barely afford a meal, and constantly stirring up negativity online. Nevertheless, the majority of Chinese people remained steadfast and composed, displaying the demeanor of a great nation. This is the launch of a lunar probe, right? In a couple of years, we might just reach the moon. Hey, the plan for lunar landing by 2030 has already been released. That's a sure thing. China wouldn't issue a plan unless it was confident. This indicates that barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will undoubtedly land on the moon in 2030, perhaps even in 2029. Just in time for the military parade. Showcasing a lunar contingent, everyone was filled with joy and engaged in fervent discussions online. Inside the command room, the rocket had entered its designated orbit, reaching the ignition point, successfully executing a secondary ignition. And entering lunar orbit, just as it began to circle the moon, the live broadcast signal was abruptly cut off. After all, the ensuing events were somewhat classified and unsuitable for public viewing. Why was it turned off? Was there a malfunction? Our rocket's live feed had been continuously showing its flight towards the Taurus star system. Puffed. It must be due to fear of failure that they shut it down. Right? Is that all? How mundane. Haven't we seen this before? Not only are there those who mock and deride online, but suddenly a plethora of fluctuating IPs appeared, frantically attempting to incite the reopening of the live broadcast. However, the Chinese people are not so easily deceived. Everyone understands that when the state cuts off the live signal, it is due to sensitive technology that cannot be exposed. Those clamoring for the broadcast must surely be intent on stealing China's secrets. Even if not, they are merely seeking to provoke. Some of the more vehement commentators began to unleash their vitriol, saying, "Look at you, let me show you what your looks like." Huh, did they think we could be so easily led astray now? Rubbish, with such lowly tactics, why should I show you anything? Don't rush. What's the hurry? Just assume we didn't succeed. Look how anxious you are. Although the signal source was shut down, everyone remained confident that there were no issues. If there had been, the public intellectuals would have immediately emerged to sow discord. Even Zhang Weiguo was following the national launch broadcast. Bewildered by the comments below, he clearly witnessed the rocket of the Indians crash, and yet they continued to broadcast. 2 rockets? Meanwhile, the little genius Tang Yuan from Blue Star China was also watching the Indian live stream, and something seemed off. The Indian broadcast appeared authentic, but upon analyzing it with his homemade software, it was evidently problematic. Was it fabricated? Well, so this is how you want to play, huh? Then I must demonstrate what true Chinese ingenuity looks like. Tang Yuan immediately sprang into action, abandoning his meal to create a video. They were nearing the launch point. Take note, the slower one is the precision instrument. Handle it with care, and the larger one contains materials for constructing a shelter that Mr. Qian advised Zhang Weiguo. Understood. When the time comes, don't rush, wait a moment. We chose this location precisely because a sandstorm is approaching, making it easier for you to conceal. This time is unlike a missile launch. There will surely be many satellites monitoring the lunar landing. Understood. Zhang Weiguo was aware that there was little to be done. They were in the sky above the moon, and the enemy could only secretly observe with satellites and space telescopes. He could only wait for the sandstorm to arrive, to hide and retrieve the items, then return to the cave. He had already placed everything that could be launched into space inside the cave, leaving only a small amount of food in his mental space, which should suffice. Even if one attempt fails, 2 would undoubtedly be enough. Soon, the rocket reached its orbit, and the first to be launched was a robust container-like object, which zipped towards the moon, the Great Eagle. The bear and the lighthouse were closely monitoring the event, and Mr. Qian was straightforward. This segment was designed to be durable and had undergone rigorous protection. Since it had come to this, Mr. Qian simply equipped the rear with a retrofitting device. And with a whoosh, once it entered the moon's gravitational field, It accelerated downward at a rapid pace. Upon reaching its position, the retrofitting device activated. However, the speed was still too great, and with a loud boom, the immense velocity tore one of the retrofitting devices apart. Fortunately, two remained. The speed did not increase but also did not decrease, and with a thud, it crashed into the lunar surface, creating a lunar crater. Upon witnessing this scene, those in aerospace technology and the officials responsible for relations with China were left dumbfounded. The Great Eagle exclaimed, "Is this a failure? What is China doing? What can a square block sent to the moon accomplish? Is there perhaps a liquid robot inside? Indeed, this could be considered a failure. Could this object truly transform? No, something is amiss. What are they planning to do on the moon with such extensive actions? No worries, in 2 hours we shall know whether it succeeded or failed. Does the big guy have a channel? In 2 hours, the news broadcast will commence." The bear remarked, "This audacious operation is not characteristic of China. Is it? Shouldn't there be recent updates? None. It's quite mysterious. It seems there may indeed be significant developments, but it remains unclear. Let us keep a close watch. It appears we need to contact others as well." The lighthouse stated, "China must have its reasons for acting this way. But what could they be? It remains a mystery, as there have been no recent updates, and many of our spies seem to be under surveillance." All right, please capture this segment of video and have someone from the Indian side inside a reaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo, observing the object that had fallen into the crater, quickly replied, "Success. From a distance, I see no damage." Upon receiving Zhang Weiguo's message, the command room erupted in jubilant cheers. The focus was not on the smaller lunar module. Rather, it was on this one. The smaller module had already become second nature. And failure was out of the question. If this one succeeded, it would be a resounding triumph. Good. Let us remain patient and wait for the other lunar module to land. Let the winds come. Mr. Qian was also exhilarated. With these components sent up, the preliminary groundwork for the lunar base was essentially complete. Next, they merely needed to design the astronaut dormitory, the experimental base, the plant cultivation facility, the oxygen recycling system, the energy supply system, and so forth, module by module, and send them up concurrently. Originally, these preliminary components would take at least 2 years to prepare. Now it seemed they would be resolved in just 2 days. Mr. Qian was on the verge of praising Zhang Weiguo repeatedly. Soon enough, without any surprises, the lunar modules safely landed on the moon. Everything was perfect as solar storms rolled in. The moon was engulfed in a sandstorm, providing Zhang Weiguo with the opportunity to retrieve both items. Fortunately, our current lunar module is not manned and is relatively small. Otherwise, his mental space would not suffice. However, Zhang Weiguo was unconcerned. These components would surely be upgradable. He even suspected a strong connection to that black box. Zhang Weiguo began constructing the lunar base, and on Blue Star's network, a stir was brewing. Some were about to be proven wrong. Suddenly, a video with no source, no address, and no information, a nondescript cube crashing onto the moon, went viral. If an ordinary person saw this video, they would surely scroll past in an instant. Yet, it surged in popularity, rapidly and frequently appearing, igniting a firestorm. Initially, viewers noticed they had all seen this video. It was already gaining traction. Suddenly, an anonymous figure conducted a detailed analysis, revealing that this was footage of China's recently launched rocket deploying a lunar module. However, viewing it from this speed, the average person would inevitably perceive it as a failure. Who sends a lunar module crashing onto the moon? Even if the module can withstand it, can the robot inside? Moreover, today's lunar rovers are still compact. Crashing into a crater, even if it remains intact, how could it emerge? Many observed that China had made significant advancements in the past 2 years, and they were displeased at the thought of being invisibly exploited by their technology. Especially upon realizing that China's technology was now surpassing theirs, their anger reached unprecedented levels. Think. When they had subways, China was still in a feudal society. Now China has landed on the moon, while they still only have subways. It was simply intolerable. Yet, China had made no missteps, leaving them only able to resort to criticism. Now they finally found an opportunity, laughing. I told you China was incapable. Is this what they call a landing? We might as well land on the sun tomorrow. Look at our rocket, steadily flying towards the Taurus star system, and then look at you, unable to conquer even the moon. It's best you just go to sleep. You read just as incapable. What about Chang'e's lunar landing heritage application? and still boasting of 5,000 years of civilization, just living off the old glories. No, the elegance of the flourishing Tang dynasty still has to be seen through us. Unacceptable. The online chatter left many feeling irked, yet these were merely the opinions of the masses. Professionals understood that this was actually a success. From the shape and the intended deceleration method, it was evident that China intended for this part to land in this manner. But why? Recent actions by China had left many feeling somewhat neurotic, unable to comprehend their reasoning. They sensed that something significant was occurring in the world, something they were oblivious to, yet they could not grasp what it was. Given the simultaneous high levels of interest across numerous countries, coupled with the absence of any responses, one cannot help but feel that they are fanning the flames, seeking to provoke a reaction from China regarding recent events. Why is that? Zhang Weiguo, on the moon, is busy transporting goods amidst a sandstorm, while in the command center of the Moon Palace project, Elder Qian is engrossed in online videos. Humph, with such capabilities, this must be their doing. There's no one else. The video has garnered significant attention in our country as well, and it must be addressed properly. In recent years, the public has developed confidence in the nation, and we cannot allow them to feel perpetually defeated. Indeed, it necessitates handling. However, a recent video from Shaojiang has returned, igniting a fervor for research, leaving no time for anyone to hold a press conference. Suddenly, Elder Qian spots a person, Wang Chang's team leader. Jixiang, what a splendid name. Inviting him to host the press conference would undoubtedly be a grand idea. Team leader Jixiang, the organization has a task for you, Elder Qian states, with tears of joy in his eyes. Jixiang, who had only just acquired a name in this tale, vows to fulfill the mission. Elder Qian shares the details of the press conference with Jixiang. There will be no QA segment. And once he has presented his material, he may depart. Jixiang assures him that there will be no issues, exclaiming, "All right, I shall prepare." Elder Qian nods, deeming the timing irrelevant since the news broadcast is imminent. Announcing it during the broadcast would be just perfect. The excitement surrounding the rocket launch continues to surge, and suddenly, a new video emerges, rapidly gaining traction in China. 3 minutes to unveil a three's cosmic voyage. You can too. The video, lasting only 3 minutes, meticulously explains that a three's livestream journey to the Taurus constellation is AI-generated, even providing source footage and a simple operation guide. With just a computer, anyone can synthesize a rocket's flight status akin to a 3S live broadcast, allowing it to soar to the Sun, Mars, or even your home toilet. Upon its release, the video captures widespread attention, especially as viewers realize they can replicate a three's live imagery, leading to an explosive reaction. Incredible. Brothers, your research is remarkably creative. I am truly impressed. Alas, what to do? The truth has been unveiled. The real rocket's destination remains unknown. Could it be that it has landed on the moon? Such limited ambition, having synthesized a launch, why not aim for a Mars landing? The enthusiastic citizens of China flock to the internet, urging their A3 counterparts to intensify their efforts. Others echo similar sentiments, noting how A3's recent antics were audacious, and despite their denials, the truth is apparent. This is the extent of their capabilities. Come and witness the splendor of the Tang dynasty. Let us not bully the foolish. Let us buy them some sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, A3's netizens are furious, their teeth clenched in anger, leading many to report and unleash a torrent of criticism against the video creator, Tang Yuan, who promptly activated robust defenses to prevent foreign comments, keeping the video pinned while showcasing support from domestic users. He even posted a status. "Hee, I relish watching you struggle to take me down." The online atmosphere quickly became tumultuous. Although knowledgeable scientists understood that China had undoubtedly succeeded, the general populace perceived it as a potential failure, unable to envision how a tightly sealed cube could operate on the moon. Yet, since everyone faced a setback today, mutual ridicule seemed acceptable, and the incident could be brushed aside as long as there were signs of progress. However, unexpectedly, some unrepentant individuals on the opposing side, including a nationally renowned actor from A3, began to stir the pot online, threatening to sue Tang Yuan, claiming, "Shameless Chinese, you slander us in such a manner. This is utterly absurd. I will take legal action and make you pay. You have no idea what we are doing. Initially, we aim for a low-profile development to spare your feelings. Yet, your actions compel us to respond. Now, you shall witness what true aerospace technology entails." Following this, another video surfaced, featuring an influential figure in A3, which instantly ignited a wave of excitement throughout the nation, with viewers astonished at the video's authenticity. As a result, many were eager to watch it for themselves, questioning whether such feats were indeed feasible. Absolutely no problem. It will definitely work. Once the video that exposed them emerged, A3's leaders were incensed. For they recognized that the unveiling of the truth was imminent, with the video's synthesis steps and material being entirely accurate. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the video software used was designed by a Chinese individual. No wonder they could swiftly pinpoint the source. They sought to capture the individual for further scrutiny. The immediate task was to resolve the situation, even if they were to acknowledge failure and recover the rocket's wreckage. Citing it as a development effort, it seemed impossible now that the rocket had collided with the far side of the moon. How could they explain that? Clearly, such an explanation was no longer viable. They were left with no choice but to persist in their deception. The person in charge proposed, "Let us extract the footage of our rocket igniting and heading towards the moon's far side, omitting the explosion at the end, and we'll claim it was preparation for a secret lunar landing." The technology chief interjected, "We have just officially announced our exploration of the Taurus constellation, and now to say we are secretly landing on the moon. This rapid shift will cause the public to lose faith in us." The leader shook his head. "We need not speak. Let an anonymous source leak the information, claiming to be an individual who cannot tolerate China's arrogant demeanor. This plan seemed prudent. After all, few could capture footage of the moon's far side. While China could, should any images emerge from that side, the public would likely believe we were being falsely accused. Those images would be fabricated. Our defense is impenetrable." The technology chief pondered this and concurred. Further inquiries would be deemed top secret. Even if explosion footage surfaced, it must be fabricated. Surely, China cannot retrieve material from the moon's far side. Thus, an anonymous source leaked a 3S highly classified aerospace technology video to an actor. And no one pursued the matter. The actor promptly shared the information, resulting in a video that Tang Yuan analyzed, confirming its authenticity. However, it lacked footage of a lunar landing, and considering the speed and angle, it was evident that without the Zenith star's deceleration technology, a direct collision with the moon was inevitable, certainly leading to an explosion. Yet, he found himself unable to voice this, as China, too, sought to protect its technology by withholding landing footage. In this standoff, both sides claimed impossibility, leading to a chaotic impasse. As the situation became increasingly muddled, A3's netizens mobilized. "Originally, we aimed for a low profile, but it seems we must showcase our strength," they declared. "The moon is no challenge. If there's a Chang'e up there, we shall ascend and outshine her beauty." This statement irked many, and even more infuriating was the emergence of public intellectuals attempting to sway the narrative. One prominent figure remarked, "I've long asserted that A3 is a peaceful nation. There are no police on the streets and no thieves in the slums, merely low-key individuals, while some of our own citizens exhibit such disgraceful behavior." Another writer lamented, "The inherent flaws of our nation are evident. Disappointment lingers. Why is it so difficult to embrace new ideas and acknowledge others' excellence?" A certain individual commented, "How can one be so ordinary, yet so confident?" The emergence of such voices ignited a firestorm across Chinese social media. As the current populace is far more discerning than before, they recognize the true nature of these individuals. When other nations falter, their eyes seem blind to it. Whenever a flaw in their own country is detected, they collectively engage in a frenzy to criticize. Observant netizens were left speechless. "Hold on, my friends. I can understand the bluster surrounding the lighthouse and the eagle. But the praise for A3 is truly baffling. Did you not see the recent news about 5 A3 individuals assaulting a crocodile? Indeed, there are no thieves. They are too busy hunting crocodiles. Such ignorance is astounding. Those who do not align with the people's sentiments only reveal their own incompetence. Yet they continue to act as if they are the only ones with clarity that we are no longer falling for such tricks. It is foolishness. Brothers, let us not waste words. Let us report them. It has come to my attention that these individuals participated in an event organized by the Lighthouse Strategic Bureau and even won awards. You understand now." Zhang Weiguo, upon seeing this news, was filled with rage, wishing nothing more than to obliterate these individuals. Mr. Qian was somewhat irked. The nation and its people were united in their efforts to progress. Yet there always seemed to be a few troublemakers emerging like rats in the grain. Thus, he directly addressed Captain Li, insisting that these individuals be investigated, and any found guilty of wrongdoing should face severe repercussions. Moreover, since these people claim to dislike the homeland, why not send them to a country they prefer? Li Hua had long harbored disdain for these individuals, and now the opportunity aligned perfectly with his sentiments. He swiftly set to work. Mr. Qian, what can I do? Zhang Weiguo inquired through the communicator. At this point, Zhang had already transported everything back and set it up according to the instructions, merely awaiting a signal from one direction to shift his focus. Mr. Qian pondered for a moment, concluding that the leak of this video was undoubtedly orchestrated by the adversarial nation. If they wished to play such games, they could not complain when the tables were turned. First, take the signal detector and check if there is any signal from that direction. If not, proceed to the site of the rocket explosion and capture several photographs, particularly those showcasing their distinctive marks. When the news broadcast occurs, it will certainly deliver a surprise. Understood. I'll head out immediately, Zhang Weiguo replied, shouldering the signal detector as he set off. Upon arrival, he observed the remnants of the exploded rocket scattered about, which led him to believe there would be no signals to pick up. After a brief scan with the detector, his assumption proved correct. There was no signal. Thus, Zhang began searching the debris, first capturing an overview of the explosion. He then looked for any identifiable markings indicating the debris belonged to the adversarial nation. Soon, he discovered the emblem of the divine cow, a mark uniquely associated with them. After photographing it, he stored it in his mental space for future use. Suddenly, Zhang stumbled upon an object emblazoned with a lighthouse symbol, a black rectangular device, resembling a controller. He carefully placed it in his mental space separately and continued surveying the area, finding nothing else of immediate utility. He resolved to return later for any additional items. Upon returning to the cave, Zhang adjusted the orientation of the machines designed to test the cave's properties, addressing any issues that arose based on ground guidance, and meticulously recording the operational status of the equipment and the changes observed on the lunar surface. Once these tasks were complete, he transmitted the photographs he had just taken and retrieved the black box marked with the lighthouse symbol to present to Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian, take a look at this. I found it at the site of the adversary's rocket explosion. Mr. Qian examined it closely. Although it was merely a black box with no visible internal structure, the symbol sparked a realization within him. Space missions are built upon meticulous steps. There are no shortcuts to success unless one encounters extraterrestrial beings. However, the adversary's recent actions had been quite extraordinary. Achieving a successful launch is already a remarkable feat, and maintaining orbit around the blue planet is a significant accomplishment in itself. Yet, they had managed to ignite their engines twice and reach the far side of the moon, despite appearing as just two ignition events altering their trajectory. The calculations and technological sophistication involved were considerable. Mr. Qian had seen the video and had briefly mused that the adversary was not entirely devoid of merit. They were indeed progressing quietly. However, their advancement seemed excessively rapid and unreasonable. Still, Mr. Qian focused primarily on China's own development. Upon viewing Zhang Weiguo's transmitted images, he finally comprehended the situation. He had overestimated the adversary's capabilities. The two ignition events were undoubtedly attributable to this controller, or perhaps the technology provided by the lighthouse. This was invaluable. Indeed, very useful. He decided to include this device in the lunar module for transport back. Although China's capabilities in trajectory calculations and ignition are on par with that of the lighthouse, dismantling this device for study would allow for an examination of the lighthouse's technology, filling in gaps and corroborating findings. Additionally, it would provide insights into the lighthouse's advancements in space exploration, truly a twofold benefit. It was essential to note that the lighthouse's technological blockade against China had reached an outrageous level, and unexpectedly, this time, they had delivered an opportunity right to their doorstep. Zhang Weiguo was pleased as well. As long as it was usable, he would install it later. Continuing with his machine operations, Mr. Qian received the photographs transmitted by Zhang Weiguo and promptly forwarded them to the upcoming speaker, Chief Wang Chang, for dissemination. This would not only bolster public confidence, but also deliver a significant blow to their critics. Soon, the news broadcast commenced, and viewership ratings surged dramatically. Those unaware of China's recent endeavors were eager to glean insights from the news. Before long, the spokesperson for the space program, Ji Xiang, began his address. I am Ji Xiang, the spokesperson for this space briefing. First, let us view a segment of video. The video began, showcasing the successful landing of the lunar module. Since the footage had already been captured, Mr. Qian decided to release the video of the cubic launch to the moon, as well. Point 1 showed the conventional small lunar module landing, while the other depicted the cubic lunar module making direct contact. I can assure everyone that both lunar landings were resounding successes. Their landing methods were entirely our own choice and proceeded smoothly. Moreover, after landing, we captured several images of the moon. Please enjoy. Before long, Zhang Weiguo's photographs of the rocket explosion on the moon, littered with debris, appeared, including a close-up of the divine cow emblem. That I earnestly implore everyone to pursue technological advancements diligently and refrain from engaging in any nefarious practices. Even if a rocket launch fails, recovering debris is immensely beneficial for space research. Additionally, we should not discard refuse on the moon. It belongs to everyone, and preserving the lunar environment is a shared responsibility. Finally, he concluded, the recovery operation of the lunar module and its return to the blue planet will be completed in the coming days. If any nation wishes for us to bring back something from the moon, we will consider it on a case-by-case basis. Jixiang's expression was a mix of cool detachment, mild disdain, and profound national pride. With a click, the live broadcast ended, and he instantly relaxed his posture. Little Chong. How did I do? Did I make a fool of myself? Absolutely not. You were immensely impressive. You were fantastic as well. You are the lucky star of our Space Research Institute. They exchanged compliments, took a moment to unwind, and then returned to their research in aerospace technology. The video from the news broadcast reignited the online battleground, clearly stating that the lunar landing had been a success, with the small lunar module flawlessly positioned on the moon. This conveyed a clear message to those who wished to follow suit. Otherwise, there would be no need to divide the mission into two separate parts. If they could land, it would be folly to claim otherwise. Thus, China's success was unquestionable. The subsequent image and concluding remarks were particularly intriguing. The central bank had managed to strike decisively without direct confrontation. Not only had they reached the moon, but they had also filmed the explosion, capturing the adversary's emblem in the process. To be candid, the adversary ought not to be discarding refuse. Should it strike the Chang'e sister, the repercussions would be dire. Further, screenshots of the adversary's brazen mockery of China were circulating, perfectly timed for rebuttal. Just because you reach the moon doesn't mean you can reach the sun. Following this, players commented, "Bro, I misjudged you. I thought you were being sarcastic, but now I see you genuinely believe that. I shouldn't have insulted you. My bad. For the sake of pride, you disregard technological advancement. What a shame." Meanwhile, those previously stirring the pot remained conspicuously silent in the face of blatant deception from their adversaries. Yet their silence did not equate to a lack of public memory, as citizens flooded the comment sections demanding clarity on the current situation. These shameless individuals quickly disabled comments to evade scrutiny. However, there were alternative methods. Individuals began questioning their endorsed products and participating in their programs, creating immense pressure that led to immediate contract terminations and claims for damages. This left several public figures seething in their homes. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Open up, we're checking for water meters." These shameless individuals were soon apprehended for tax evasion and collusion with foreign entities, attempting to leak national information and incite public unrest. Li Huo was unyielding. Those deserving of punishment received it, and those found guilty faced sentences. Some even claimed to be international friends. After their sentences were handed down, they were promptly deported. They were directed to seek their paradise elsewhere. Thus, one public figure found himself in the so-called peaceful region of the adversary. Indeed, he was met with warm hospitality and was immediately treated to complimentary beverages. After indulging, he fell into a deep slumber akin to that of an infant, only to awaken the next day stark naked in the streets, with a sore backside. To his astonishment, he shamelessly sought assistance from the embassy, only to be outright rejected. The adversary was a peaceful and friendly nation, devoid of thieves even in its slums. This might be their custom, and respect was paramount. That I believe you will thrive here. Go on. They didn't even provide him with pants. This incident brought Zhang Weiguo immense satisfaction as he witnessed it unfold. Presently, Zhang Weiguo was attending a class in the cave, having just repositioned the testing instruments one last time, making necessary repairs and replacements. He then began listening to lessons from Han Leking of the Wild Fox Squad and a building expert, focused on constructing treehouses. What a delight it is. The commander of the Special Operations Brigade, accompanied by a renowned professor of architecture from China, is imparting knowledge on constructing treehouses. How could one not be elated? Moreover, the design possesses both aesthetic appeal and safety. Most importantly, the execution is remarkably straightforward. This is the result of extensive discussions and deliberations among Han Lecking, architectural experts, and others, striving for simplicity, efficiency, and safety. Zhang Weiguo gazed upon the conceptual drawings that had been transmitted, which harmoniously blended with the entire forest, featuring ventilation, sleeping areas, a fireplace, and even a restroom. If this were a hotel, wouldn't it command a price of 100,000 per night at that very moment? The head of the Indian Space Agency was sweating profusely. The netizens from India were still stubbornly denying reality, while the head of their space program was thinking along the same lines. Even if China released photographs, these misguided individuals would unwaveringly believe it was merely a fabrication by China, with a few celebrities to stir the pot, as long as they remained on the sidelines. It would merely be a case of mutual disparagement, with the gullible continuing to trust their narrative. However, a minor complication arose. The lighthouse had ceased its cooperation. Initially, the technology provided by the lighthouse was intended for their exclusive use, meticulously sealed and monitored by lighthouse personnel during its utilization. This was precisely why the object Zhang Weiguo observed had not been damaged. Due to the high level of confidentiality, they had prevented the Indians from accessing it, originally intending for them to utilize it to apply pressure on China. If it had failed and crashed to Earth, retrieval would have been straightforward. If it exploded in space, venturing into the depths of the cosmos, they would be indifferent, as they possessed the technology, ensuring it remained inaccessible to others. Yet, who could have anticipated such a prodigious blunder from the Indians, sending their rocket crashing into the far side of the moon? Truly astonishing. Even a haphazard flight into the depths of space would have been preferable to this. While this outcome was not entirely unacceptable, should China manage to send a probe to the moon and retrieve it, according to plan, it would take months, during which sandstorms and cosmic rays would likely obliterate its contents. Little did they know that China had recently intensified its lunar research efforts, following the launch of missiles to the moon. They had dispatched rockets as well, including a probe capable of retrieving lunar soil, complemented by newly released photographs on the evening news. What does this signify? It indicates that China is fully capable of recovering the black box previously entrusted to the Indians and subsequently deciphering the technology within. Having just collided with the moon, by this afternoon, it had already been retrieved by China. Undoubtedly, the technology could be decoded, for China's aerospace technology is on par with that of the lighthouse, perhaps differing only in certain emphases. Now, if China possesses this black box, it would signify mastery over two avenues of research, potentially resolving a long-standing conundrum, significantly aiding technological breakthroughs. This black box contains the latest innovations from the lighthouse, specifically designed to ensure the success of this mission for the Indians. Yet, unexpectedly, they fell short. They delivered their own technology to China. The individual responsible for this matter at the lighthouse was berated mercilessly, only to turn around and lash out at the Indians. I do not care what methods you employ. Even if you must beg China on your knees, you must retrieve our black box intact and unopened. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. The Indian director was sweating profusely, pondering whether they would even be able to locate your items. They merely took photographs, not searching for anything. Do they even possess the capability to retrieve items? The terrain where the explosion occurred is so treacherous that a robot might struggle to ascend. Nonsense. I can assure you that not only have they discovered it, but they have also retrieved it. Our satellites have captured images of the rocket explosion, and we have meticulously examined the crash site, finding no trace of our black box. However, we did identify markings consistent with the dimensions of the black box. According to the Chinese modus operandi, when they release photographs, it is invariably after they have completed their tasks, indicating they have undoubtedly located our black box. It must be retrieved before they open it. The head of the Lighthouse's aerospace division was equally perplexed, failing to comprehend the recent actions of China. In a moment of rashness, he had employed the latest aerospace technology for the Indians, leading to this predicament, with the higher-ups remaining oblivious to the fact that he had utilized cutting-edge technology. Were they to discover this, he would face dire repercussions. After contemplating for a while without arriving at a viable solution, the Indian director concluded that directly requesting it from China would yield no results. They would certainly claim they had not found it. Would he dare to visit the landing capsule's return site? It seemed he was truly out of options. However, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. The recent activities of the lighthouse had left no official or private documentation. Thus, there was no record whatsoever. The authorities could not possibly acknowledge it, nor could the Indians admit to using lighthouse technology, as it was merely for this single mission to launch the rocket. Anyone would recognize the futility of this, as it would only lead to being constrained. The lighthouse could not acknowledge. Why would we provide this to the Indians at this time? Anyone would discern that this was an overt action against China, as the self-proclaimed beacon of freedom and democracy in the world. Though their actions may lack integrity, they are particularly concerned about maintaining a facade of respectability and would not concede. Thus, since neither party could acknowledge it, nor is it their own technology, but rather something they provided to suppress China, how does this concern them? The Indian director experienced an epiphany before the divine bovine, realizing that he was indeed himself. Instantly, his mood lightened. He was no longer anxious or sweating profusely, but calmly began to respond. "What are you saying?" The lighthouse aerospace director retorted. "I am referring to our black box. You must return it to me promptly." "What black box? I am unaware." "The black box we provided to you. There is no such thing. I received no notification from above. Does the Lighthouse Aerospace Agency have a partnership with our Indian Space Agency? Is there any written notification?" Upon hearing this, the Lighthouse Aerospace Director was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such audacity from the Indians, who even dared to be brazen towards them. "Do not jest with me. Quickly return it. I will act as if nothing has occurred, or else consider the consequences. Retrieving it is impossible. They could only endure to the end, as there is no official correspondence to confirm what you are discussing." The call ended abruptly, and the lighthouse director smashed the phone in frustration. His face turning pale with rage, he quickly took a fast-acting remedy, lest he succumb to the pressure. "Very well. You wish to play this game? Just wait." He had already heard tales of the Indians' shamelessness and their abysmal business environment, where payment must precede delivery. Otherwise, they could forget about the final payment. He had not expected even their aerospace director to be so shameless. Neglecting the matter entirely, if they do not believe the photographs from China, surely they will trust ours, since they wish to act without shame. Let us all proceed without dignity. The Lighthouse Aerospace Director was equally infuriated and, disregarding all else, promptly leaked the photographs they had obtained through an anonymous source unwilling to disclose their origin. Public opinion online had been settling down, as it was evident that Indian netizens were mounting a robust defense. Regardless, the accusations against our aerospace technology were baseless, and the photographs released by China were further slander. In this atmosphere of mutual disdain, it became evident that no rational discourse could be achieved. Following a series of exchanges laden with vitriol, everyone soon grew weary. Even the jesters could only amuse for so long. The topic had nearly faded into obscurity, and the Indian aerospace director began to feel relieved, believing the matter had finally passed. Yet, the sudden emergence of a new set of photographs reignited the entire discussion, leaving the Indian director aghast, blood rushing to his forehead. How utterly shameless. Are you not the beacon of freedom? How could you possibly betray us like this? A lunar science news outlet with slight official backing from the lighthouse had just released new images of the far side of the moon, in high definition, even highlighting several specific locations. Among them was the site of the Indian rocket explosion. This ignited an immediate uproar. How astonishing that recent photographs depict garbage, who spends their days littering the moon. Goodness, a single photograph is dozens of gigabytes. Are you trying to bring about the downfall of the Indians? This clarity is astounding. One can even discern the divine bovine S emblem. Alas, I was wrong. I should not have berated the Indians. Their engagement in this spectacle for public entertainment is truly commendable. Chinese netizens are now exulting, as this multidimensional defense, while initially amusing, was insufficiently satisfying. Now, they have decisively shattered their defenses, leaving them utterly exposed. However, little did anyone anticipate that China's perceived boundaries would be even lower in the eyes of the Indians. Indian netizens scoffed. I had foreseen this outcome. It is merely the slander of others, and we need not concern ourselves with it. It seems you cannot tolerate the progress of others, resorting to such slander to tarnish our ace in space endeavors. Alas, this is the challenge of rising powers. It is surprising that both China and the lighthouse nations have simultaneously targeted us, indicating that our rapid advancement has instilled fear in them. The remarks I've encountered leave one utterly speechless. Even foreign netizens are exasperated, asking, China and the lighthouse targeting you at the same time. Such audacity. If it were true, your nation would have long since become a relic. Truly impressive. I must commend your spirit of multifaceted defense. Allow me to advocate for its preservation. Your obstinate demeanor makes me want to give you a sharp reprimand. There is indeed a tale within this. It is hard to refuse the warm hospitality of Chinese netizens, who have embarked on yet another journey of entertaining the foolish. However, astute minds quickly discern the anomaly in this situation, as typically, the lighthouse stands firmly opposed to China. Yet today, why do they seem to support China? There must be a story behind this. Nevertheless, such matters are beyond China's immediate considerations. We must focus on ourselves and ascend step by step to greater heights. On the moon, Zhang Weiguo is elated. Having recently assisted in completing all data tests, the results have been sent back. Now, Qianlao and his team have determined that this is indeed the most suitable location, with a stable geological structure and an underground heat source. Moreover, it is stable enough to prevent eruptions, and its size is just right, surrounded by flat terrain conducive to landing and takeoff. Truly perfect. The remaining tasks involve researching the lunar base modules, the experimental chamber, cultivation chamber, planting chamber, energy chamber, and oxygen cultivation chamber, all of which can proceed in parallel. Once designed, we can launch them sequentially. This is splendid. Our towering edifice now has a solid foundation, remarkably well compacted. How exhilarating! Qianlao is almost beside himself with excitement, and Zhang Weiguo shares in the joy. This elation is not solely for China's achievements, but also for his own, as the stronger China's presence on the moon, the greater the assistance to him. What a delight! I have always believed in the invincibility of our China. Zhang Weiguo's simple praise brings smiles to many faces. Qianlao continues, look at the time. You should be heading over there shortly. Please take care of yourself and prioritize building a shelter. If you have time, you can also set up the monitoring devices we've provided and give some attention to the primitive tribes. Our data is still insufficient. We need to gather more materials. Our linguists and behavioral scientists can then analyze them effectively. While we may not decode every language, we can certainly grasp some basic daily phrases for safer communication in the future. Zhang Weiguo nods in agreement. Understood. But Qianlao, we have everything prepared. The return capsule is ready to go back. Can't we return today? Today is not suitable. Our rocket will not pass through the launch trajectory. Moreover, launching and returning on the same day would attract undue attention. It would be more prudent to wait a couple of days. All right then. Rest assured, the data has been received and all research and development have commenced. Previously, we had conducted studies, and we should be able to launch a sealed oxygen chamber soon. This is fundamental for all research modules. Once launched, you will be able to eat and drink on the moon. This is indeed quite beneficial. Even though Zhang Weiguo does not require sustenance or oxygen while on the moon, nevertheless, when the time comes, one naturally desires to eat something if a sealed chamber arrives. It would be splendid. Not only would it relieve Zhang Weiguo somewhat, but he could also experiment with bringing over plants from that side to see if they could grow and produce oxygen. What a significant problem that would solve. He suddenly realizes that he can visit daily, bringing back water, food, and even air. Thus, even if we eventually land on the moon and encounter danger, the situation would be manageable. Reflecting on this, Zhang Weiguo feels quite important. After bidding farewell to Qianlao, Han Leking from the Wild Fox team approaches him to discuss how to handle encounters with beasts, address sudden health issues, and install warning devices in treehouses. He reiterates these points, and Zhang Weiguo listens attentively as they pertain to his life. Thank you, Instructor Han. Zhang Weiguo expresses his gratitude and no need for thanks. You bear a more significant responsibility. Take care of yourself. Understood. As the time arrives, Zhang Weiguo experiences another wave of dizziness, transporting him to the primitive planet, precisely where he had chosen to construct the treehouse. He had traversed back from this very spot, and no danger lurks nearby. The routine begins. He applies leaves and branches to his clothing to mask his scent. However, this time there is no need to remain idle for 12 hours. He can begin constructing the treehouse. Meanwhile, Ji Weiqiang enters Qianlao's office, placing a feasibility report before him regarding the construction of a small nuclear fusion power plant on the moon. Upon seeing the title, Qianlao is momentarily taken aback. Not to mention small-scale nuclear fusion. Even large-scale nuclear fusion has yet to be successfully established in China. The theoretical knowledge exists, yet limitations in materials and operational precision. along with the catastrophic consequences of failed fusion experiments, deter any hasty ventures. Qian Lao scrutinizes the report, recognizing its feasibility. However, he remains hesitant. Ji Weiqiang detects Qian Lao's uncertainty and steps forward. Qian Lao, if we were to utilize solar energy, how large would the solar panels need to be for a lunar base? Additionally, lunar storms severely impact energy generation efficiency. We all know that nuclear power is the most suitable energy solution for the lunar base. We have developed a material that can stabilize the confinement field for fusion power generation. However, the output is currently limited, and the precision required for operations is exceedingly high. But now we have Gang Go on the moon. Though small-scale nuclear fusion demands even greater operational precision, he is absolutely capable of handling it. The challenge lies in the machinery, and Gang Go can even manually operate helium-3. There should be no issues. Moreover, miniaturization addresses the material scarcity problem. Even if the experiment fails, it would provide us with invaluable experience, significantly advancing our understanding of nuclear fusion power. More importantly, it poses no pollution risk, given the pervasive cosmic radiation on the moon. The impact of nuclear radiation would be negligible. Qian Lao is aware that this plan is entirely feasible. However, this is not a trivial explosion. If it fails, it could lead to a nuclear detonation. Is it true that Xiaojiang would emerge unscathed? His concern for Xiaojiang extends beyond technological interests. It stems from genuine worry for a patriotic youth. Qian Lao, I understand your concerns for Gang Go, but let him make this choice. I trust his assertion of invulnerability is sincere. Furthermore, now is the ideal time. No other lunar modules have been transported yet, so even if an explosion occurs, the impact would be minimal. However, if we could establish a nuclear fusion power station in that nearby small cave, we would resolve all energy issues for our future lunar bases, Ji Weiqiang passionately declares. Qian Lao takes a deep breath. All right, when he returns, we will consult him, but we must clearly outline all the dangers involved and emphasize that our primary preference is solar energy, allowing him to make the decision himself. Understood. Ji Weiqiang feels confident. Based on his recent understanding of Gang Go, he is certain he will agree. Qian Lao ponders further, yet remains cautious. Since we are proceeding to ensure Xiaojiang's safety and to resolve the lunar base's energy needs in one go, we must consider additional measures. It is reported that the Great Eagle has made significant breakthroughs in nuclear fusion confinement fields. Perhaps we should engage in a technological exchange with them to bolster Xiaojiang's confidence. Ji Weiqiang appears conflicted. Qian Lao, you know that the Great Eagle people have consistently imposed technological blockades alongside the lighthouse. Engaging in a technological exchange with them would be quite troublesome and likely disadvantageous. Qian Lao pats Ji Weiqiang's shoulder, urging him to adopt a long-term perspective. Do not seek immediate gains. Instead, look for less critical exchanges that could significantly impact the Great Eagle, even if we incur some losses. They always been interested in wireless charging technology. Establishing a nuclear fusion power station on the moon would be crucial for our lunar base and for the development of Xiaojiang's world. The transformative potential that Xiaojiang brings is revolutionary. The fate of our nation rests on this path, and sacrificing a small benefit at this juncture is entirely worthwhile. The moment Ji Weiqiang recalls the black box from Zhang Weiguo's video, which can absorb the blood and flesh of dinosaurs for energy, he becomes exhilarated. If we could crack that, energy would undoubtedly see a breakthrough. All right, I understand. I will seek out the necessary contacts and engage with them as soon as possible. Ji Weiqiang bid farewell to Qian Lao and began his preparations. Currently, the entire lunar base project is advancing at full speed, with the design, experimentation, and meticulous coordination of various experimental modules progressing rapidly. Thanks to Xiaojiang's assistance, the lunar base will be completed within this year, paving the way for manned lunar landings. Zhang Weiguo returned to the original planet, and after ensuring the branches were suitably arranged on his body, he commenced the construction of a treehouse. Given that the 12-hour requirement demands stability, remaining in the tree is quite ideal. He acquired numerous tools from the fallen crate, including those for digging into trees, moisture-proofing, and fortifying the tree's interior, along with a small chimney and fireplace. Truly perfect. The thought of lying in the treehouse while outside is blanketed in snow, basking in the warmth of the fireplace, evokes a sense of comfort even just to contemplate. Let the excavation begin. Zhang Weiguo extracted a sharp saw and an axe, both specially designed by the organization and perfectly suited to his height, significantly conserving his energy. However, Considering the multitude of peculiar and gigantic beasts lurking in the forest, he opted against using electrical tools, as their noise could attract unwanted attention, particularly from the bear he had encountered previously. Without hesitation, he commenced his task, first sawing out a door. Whether it was due to his enhanced strength or the effectiveness of the tools, Zhang Weiguo was pleasantly surprised at how effortlessly he managed to saw out a door 1 meter high. It was small enough to require him to bend down to enter, thus ensuring greater concealment and warmth. Taking his time, he meticulously carved out the door, cautious to maintain its shape, leaving just a small section connected to the tree. Perfectly executed. The next step was to excavate further, and he made sure not to discard the removed tree core haphazardly, instead storing it in his mental space for future use, whether as firewood or for other purposes. He toiled for a full 10 hours, only pausing for an hour to snack on some fruit. Finally, he succeeded in creating a cylindrical treehouse with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 3 meters. After an additional 2 hours, he excavated 2 ventilation openings on either side of the tree. Due to the tree's substantial girth, the organization had thoughtfully provided exhaust fans that matched the color of the bark perfectly. Crafted from alloy, once installed, they were nearly indistinguishable from the tree, and they could be closed completely, blending seamlessly with the bark. Having completed the primary structure in 12 hours, Zhang Weiguo was in no rush to venture outside. Instead, he reinforced the treehouse, ensuring it was moisture-proof and insulated. With his mental space at his disposal, he could easily retrieve whatever he needed, greatly facilitating the installation process. He then set up a signal receiver inside. Establishing a local area network and deploying 16 cameras around the treehouse, designed by experts to cover every angle within a 200-meter radius, Zhang Weiguo inserted the last small camera into a tree, where it melded perfectly with the bark, rendering it virtually invisible. To his delight, the cameras utilized wireless charging technology. As long as the treehouse was powered on, all cameras would charge without needing to be removed. This convenience was remarkable. Unfortunately, he still had to travel to the moon to recharge the batteries using solar power. If only there were a nuclear power station here, he mused. He could even play video games. Feeling a sense of profound satisfaction as he surveyed his well-arranged abode, Zhang Weiguo decided it was time to see what his neighbors were up to, equipped with a drone and hidden cameras. He ventured eastward, eager to gather intelligence that would assist the organization in deciphering the local language more swiftly. Stealthily, he made his way to the edge of the Great Rift, inspecting the surroundings for any signs of recent activity. Finding none, he ascended the tree again, attaching a small camera to the drone. Carefully maneuvering the drone, he observed through the transmitted video that the men of the tribe had set out hunting once more. Was their previous bounty insufficient, or did they have other uses for the game? The situation remained unclear, and Zhang Weiguo found himself unable to draw any conclusions. Following the expert's directional guidance, he deployed 10 small spider robots onto the roofs of several thatched huts in the village. These spider-like robots could be controlled with a specialized controller, allowing them to reposition as needed. Their diminutive size rendered them inconspicuous, each barely the size of a palm, consuming minimal energy unless frequently moved. Furthermore, they were equipped with solar charging devices, enabling prolonged operation. Once deployed, Zhang Weiguo adjusted the spider robots to optimal positions and set them to low-energy mode, maintaining only recording and signal transmission functionalities. However, due to their small size, their signal transmission range was limited, necessitating the installation of 2 signal relay devices within the forest to ensure he could view the footage from his treehouse. After some time, he successfully concealed the relay devices in discrete corners of the tree and proceeded to install 2 cameras near the beehive, the army ants, and deep within the forest, all of which were tested for functionality. Returning to his completed treehouse, he activated the display screens. The footage from the cameras surrounding the treehouse was flawless. The beehive camera, perfect. The army ant camera, perfect. The primitive tribe's camera, perfect. Zhang Weiguo reclined in bed, savoring the warmth of the nearby fire, with smoke from the chimney wafting unobtrusively through the branches, leaving virtually no trace. Moreover, should any beasts approach, he could absorb the smoke into his mental space, avoiding detection. With the outer door now perfectly mended to align with the bark, the interior was warm, comfortable, and utterly delightful. Exhausted from the day's labor, Zhang Weiguo lacked the energy or inclination to explore further. Opting instead to rest, he had already charged batteries on hand, so he settled in the treehouse to monitor the surroundings. Observing the beehive revealed a few injured bees returning, suggesting a recent skirmish. The army ants appeared unchanged, merely patrolling their territory. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Weiguo noted that he had only witnessed the army ants in action once, when they had dispatched an intruding beast. He pondered what they hunted. Was it underground or during the night? He made a mental note to investigate further when time allowed. As he turned his attention to the dense forest, an instinctive warning surged through him, accompanied by a slight pain in his forehead, indicating danger. It felt as though a small spirit whispered in his ear, advising him to postpone exploration of that area. The monitors now displayed only the thick, eerily quiet forest. With little else to observe, he directed his attention back to the primitive tribe, akin to watching an ancient documentary. To his relief, some of the original inhabitants had returned. A giant bee. He mused, observing as the tribesmen captured a large bee and confined it within a sizable cage. They then allowed the village children to enter, armed with spears, to engage the bee. That explained the injured bees he had seen returning earlier. Yet, where had these bees been foraging? And what was the purpose of capturing them? Questions multiplied in Zhang Weiguo's mind as he recorded his observations. The sight of a bee nearly a meter in size would instill fear in anyone, even the most primitive of humans. Some of the children hesitated, hiding behind their peers. However, one particularly wild-looking child, whose attire resembled that of the tribe's leader, exhibited remarkable bravery. With careful movements, he dodged the bee's stinger, then leaped to strike with his spear, successfully impaling the creature and pinning it to the wooden cage, causing a few drops of honey to spill onto him. The surrounding children erupted in cheers, as did the adults watching from outside. Zhang Weiguo noted the child's impressive bravery and timing, suspecting he was likely the leader's son. However, he recognized a significant issue. This child would undoubtedly struggle against swarming bees. Not due to a lack of skill, but because he observed the area where honey had splashed onto the child's skin rapidly breaking out in red welts, an evident allergic reaction. From this behavior, it was clear that the tribe regarded slaying bees as a rite of passage for children, suggesting they had ample experience battling them. An allergic child, especially one destined for frequent encounters with bees, and likely the son of the tribe's leader, faced perilous odds. Zhang Weiguo contemplated the organization's supply of medication, which surely included antihistamines, if he could intervene when the child experienced a severe allergic reaction. It would simplify future communications. However, rescuing him within the tribe posed significant risks. Perhaps a more opportune moment might arise when fewer villagers were present should he devise a plan. Zhang Weiguo entertained a somewhat mischievous thought, but quickly dismissed it. Better to await the organization's research on the tribe's language first. Otherwise, communication would be utterly impossible, and one could only speculate when the research might yield results. Observing the secure environment around him, along with the automated alarms, Zhang Weiguo found himself sleeping soundly for the first time on this ancient planet. Suddenly, a buzzing sensation overwhelmed him, jolting Zhang Weiguo awake as he hastily stowed away the battery. In an instant, he zipped back to the moon. Although the organization had provided numerous conveniences, it still felt as though the power supply was somewhat inadequate. Frequently, only a fraction of the cameras could be activated, with the full array only coming online when wild beasts intruded, and even then, the resolution was far from high definition. If only they could generate electricity over there. However, wind energy was unsuitable, thermal power even less so. And solar energy was too conspicuous. It seemed they would have to wait for a breakthrough in national technology or hope that the primitive villagers would share some of their zenith technology. Upon establishing a communication link, the first words from Elder Qian were a serious inquiry. Xiaojing, speak honestly. Are you truly immortal? What did that even mean? Yet, seeing the earnest expression on Elder Qian's face, Zhang Weiguo refrained from jesting and replied earnestly. Indeed, immortality is a conceptual ability. As long as I remain on the moon, I shall never perish. Hearing this, Ji Weiqiang, who stood nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. The primary condition had been met. Elder Qian continued, there is a challenging task I wish to assign to you, one that could greatly benefit you, the nation, and the lunar base. Without hesitation, Zhang Weiguo responded, I assure you. Wait, do not rush to answer. Let me finish. Elder Qian interjected sternly. Are you familiar with nuclear power plants? Yes, I recall that not long ago, that little rascal, oh no, I mean Zhang, was discharging wastewater into the sea. How revolting, correct? our nation has made some progress in controllable nuclear fusion research. And there has been a recent breakthrough in materials, allowing for the theoretical construction of a miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion power station. This is merely theoretical and has yet to be tested. Primarily due to the inadequacy of robotic precision and the scarcity of materials, necessitating higher accuracy for miniaturization. Furthermore, any failure could pose significant risks to both humans and the environment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo instantly understood. It was evident that if this technology were to be realized, success on the moon might be achievable. Yet, they were still apprehensive about his safety. Consequently, Zhang Weiguo resolutely stated, "Rest assured. If there is a plan, launch it to the moon promptly. I will not perish. My body still has much to contribute to my country, and I will not take unnecessary risks that I know I can assist my nation more effectively on the moon and will not recklessly endanger myself." Excellent, excellent, Elder Qian exclaimed thrice. Now, let Engineer Ji Weiqiang explain the specific plan to you. Additionally, please send over the videos captured during this mission that Li Hua and the others have already sought out linguists and behavioral scientists. Understood, Zhang Weiguo replied, initiating the transmission, which was considerably faster this time, as the organization had deployed a satellite specifically for communication between Zhang Weiguo and the Lunar Command Center. Shortly thereafter, Ji Weiqiang began detailing the operational plan to Zhang Weiguo, interspersing it with fundamental principles, believing Zhang Weiguo to be quite astute, hoping he would grasp more knowledge. After listening intently, Zhang Weiguo began to comprehend. Engineer Ji had explained things straightforwardly, not delving too deeply into specific calculations or formulas, merely touching upon the challenges and points requiring breakthroughs. Are you implying that there are two variables and the energy requirements for activation that remain uncertain? Thus, we will need to conduct experiments one by one. Ji Weiqiang, experienced in his field, originally intended to impart knowledge to Zhang Weiguo, was pleasantly surprised to find him understanding. Indeed, the Great Eagle has more advanced technology in this regard, and Elder Qian has arranged for a technology exchange. If successful, the difficulty will significantly diminish, and your chances of success will increase. Isn't the Great Eagle collaborating with the Lighthouse to impose a technological blockade upon us? Will they be willing to share their advancements? Zhang Weiguo expressed his doubts regarding the feasibility of this endeavor. That is indeed a concern. However, there are no eternal enemies between nations. As long as interests align, they will cooperate. This time, we may need to make considerable sacrifices. But rest assured, military technology will not be involved. It will only be civilian technology that is nearing obsolescence that we can afford to offer more. For your safety, it is worth the investment. After the explanation, Ji Weiqiang prepared to arrange for materials to be sent to the rocket launch center before promptly heading off to negotiate with the Great Eagle. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo was met with a new group of scientists. As if the nation's top minds were at his service, such was his importance, Li Hua spoke up. Xiaojiang, share your insights with the experts. These are the nation's preeminent linguists and behavioral scientists. Discuss your observations from the primitive tribe. Although there are videos, human perception remains crucial. The experts wish to hear your thoughts first to analyze the behaviors of those tribesmen based on your input. Acknowledging the rationale behind the arrangement, Zhang Weiguo articulated his reflections. Having set up all the equipment, I observed the scenes from the primitive tribe. Initially, the children were playing, while the women crafted traps and repaired shelters. It was only upon the return of the hunting men that the situation shifted. They captured a large bee and placed it in a cage for the children to challenge. I suspect this might be because bees are the creatures they most frequently encounter in combat. Allowing the children to practice and adapt for survival, Zhang Weiguo's observation prompted a response from the experts. That makes sense, but it is not definitive. Several possibilities arise. One is that the bee is the weakest creature in their vicinity, allowing children to get accustomed to combat gradually. Another is, as you suggested, that bees are integral to their survival, necessitating mastery over combating them. However, based on your previous mention of their ability to hunt dinosaurs, that seems unlikely. Dealing with bees should not pose such a challenge. Additionally, there could be a cultural aspect at play. You previously mentioned the presence of enormous beehives in the forest, and honey is a high-energy, high-quality food source. It is improbable that these primitives would disregard it. Perhaps they have a rite of passage akin to that of certain nomadic tribes on Blue Star, where slaying a lion signifies adulthood. It is conceivable that they might have a similar ceremony involving stealing bees. Considering the environment you described and the age structure of those primitive tribes, their living resources must be limited, making it entirely normal to eliminate weaker offspring in such a manner. Hearing this, Zhang Weiguo quickly grasped the implications. The experts' considerations were indeed comprehensive. However, if the first hypothesis were accurate, it would necessitate elevating the danger level in that area. Zhang Weiguo continued. However, while watching the video, I noticed one child of higher status, evidently strong, was the one who killed the bee. Yet, this child appears to be allergic to honey. If their coming-of-age ceremony is indeed linked to honey, he may be in grave danger. This child, being of high status, likely belonged to the chief's family, and Zhang Weiguo contemplated seizing the opportunity to save him, as it would greatly aid in establishing communication with them. Allergy, especially to a food source that is abundant, spells doom for those primitives. In some tribes, individuals with allergies may even be killed to prevent the propagation of such genes within the community. If the opportunity arises, it would be wise to intervene, but do not approach their tribe directly to rescue him, as that could easily be misconstrued as malevolent intent. Rather, it would be prudent to assist him casually during an encounter. Understood, Zhang Weiguo agreed, continuing to discuss various scenarios and solutions with the experts. Meanwhile, Zhi Weiqiang finally met the representative of the Great Eagle stationed in China. Upon seeing the person, Zhi Weiqiang felt a sense of foreboding. Of course, Zhi Weiqiang was not alone. He was accompanied by specialists in charge of such transactions. As he had previously known the Great Eagle's representative in China, Mr. Zhi, there has been quite a buzz from China recently. What is going on? Do share some insights with us as we strive for mutual cooperation and harmonious win-win outcomes. The Great Eagle's representative, John, greeted Zhi Weiqiang warmly, speaking Mandarin fluently without a hint of accent, delivering it in a very standard manner. He even frequently posted videos of Chinese landscapes and recited poetry on social media, adopting a Chinese name, Li Wei. He presented himself as someone passionately engaged with Chinese culture. However, Zhi Weiqiang was well aware that this individual was a staunch hawk, advocating a strategy of comprehensive blockade against China, targeting technology, livelihood, and commerce with ruthless determination. Mr. Li, your recitation of that poem, The Difficulty of the Shoe Road, was quite moving. Had I not seen you, I might have thought it was recited by a Chinese poet. Alas, just a couple of days ago, I ventured over to observe the bears and personally experienced the arduous journey along the shoe road. In that moment, I truly grasped the poetic sentiments that Tai Bai must have felt in his time. The people of China are truly remarkable. Having traversed such a challenging path for millennia. It is an unavoidable reality. The historical routes through Shu have always been fraught with difficulties, compelling us to forge ahead, much like the current landscape of China, where each step is a formidable challenge, akin to the trials of the Shu Road. How can one express this otherwise? By our standards, you are among the foremost economic entities globally, and you should have long been classified as a developed nation. The label of a developing country ought to be shed. And it is high time to bring joy to the populace. Mr. Li, this reflects your limited understanding of our Chinese culture. While we may appear robust on the surface, the average reality tells a different story, still categorizing us as a developing nation that has much to learn from you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a silence enveloped the conversation. It was unavoidable. This time, Zhi Weiqiang had intentions he wished to pursue. Thus he took the initiative to speak. Mr. Li, I've observed significant issues with energy transmission methods in your country recently. Coincidentally, we have achieved minor breakthroughs. Why not explore a mutually beneficial exchange? John's gaze narrowed, resembling that of a cunning serpent. I have been captivated by China's recent endeavors in lunar exploration, diverting my attention from domestic affairs. However, I am open to the notion of mutual benefit. Zhi Weiqiang understood that the essence of their discussion would hinge on the exchange of interests. So he revealed, I have heard of your recent advancements in nuclear fusion energy generation. Our own research in energy transmission has yielded new developments in low-consumption transmission. Perhaps we could consider a technological exchange. Intrigued by this proposition, John pondered the implications. Those in positions of influence were not foolish, especially in light of China's recent lunar activities. Could it be that their advancements in nuclear fusion were more than mere incremental gains, potentially paving the way for substantial breakthroughs? Was China poised to utilize nuclear energy on the moon? Yet, with nothing currently established on the lunar surface, merely 2 probes launched, had the site for a base truly been determined? Such a conclusion seemed hasty. Given China's meticulous nature, they would not finalize a location without thorough verification. Was there a pressing threat compelling them to accelerate their efforts? After all, solar energy would suffice for lunar missions unless they intended to establish a fully functional experimental base there immediately. However, such aspirations appeared unrealistic. It would be akin to purchasing a car for a newborn. Feasible, yet imprudent, as the vehicle would be obsolete by the time the child matured. Moreover, the proposed exchange was inherently unequal. On one hand, nuclear fusion technology remained largely theoretical, its safety unproven and success yet to be realized. Even should a fraction of this technology be shared with China, it might take years to yield tangible outcomes. Conversely, advancements in energy transmission technology were immediately applicable, promising significant improvements to public welfare and immense benefits. On the other hand, while nuclear fusion technology, despite its current limitations, belonged to the realm of military applications, energy transmission was firmly rooted in civilian utility. The disparity was clear, yet Zhang recognized that China's willingness to propose such a technological exchange reflected a genuine desire for collaboration, raising further questions about underlying motives he was yet unaware of. "This sounds promising, yet I must confer with my colleagues," Zhang finally stated, his silence betraying a deeper contemplation. Zhang Weiguo understood that success in this venture would require careful negotiation with his compatriots. Although urgency coursed through him, he maintained a composed demeanor. "However, if you could enlighten us on the true motivations behind your recent activities, I believe this exchange could hold great potential. Our recent undertakings are merely part of our long-established lunar exploration plan, publicly announced 5 years ago that if necessary, I can provide you with a report," Zhang Weiguo replied, concealing the truth behind their accelerated timeline. As he departed, he felt a sense of dwindling hope from the day's discourse. Despite recognizing Zhang's hawkish tendencies, he had initially harbored hopes for a beneficial exchange. However, this conversation solidified his belief that Zhang would not engage in any form of negotiation, revealing a willingness to let his populace suffer rather than foster harmonious collaboration with China. The next challenge would rest upon whether Zhang could maintain control over his peers, a daunting task given his apparent rigidity. The outcome of this mission would also hinge on a modicum of luck. Should no exchange occur, yet they succeeded in advancing their technology, the consequences for the Eagle's domestic affairs would be dire. Soon, the high-ranking officials of the Great Eagle convened, aware that exchanges of this magnitude could not be officially recorded. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that today's discussions had been documented, and the revelations from China left many astonished. An energy expert remarked, "If the data on reduced consumption is accurate, it represents a tremendous leap for us, potentially reducing national expenditures by 10%. Furthermore, the public would benefit from more affordable electricity." Another chimed in, "Indeed, many nations, under the influence of the lighthouse, are unable to engage in trade with China. However, if we acquire this technology, we could negotiate advantageous deals, thereby reaping substantial profits." A nuclear energy specialist sighed, adding, "While we hesitate to admit it, our current endeavors in nuclear research are strained. We are relying on past innovations. Breakthroughs in this field have been serendipitous at best. Given our limitations, acquiring new technology would be immensely beneficial." Others lean towards the idea of a technological exchange, trading an uncertain future technology for one that is immediately applicable. Yet Zhang remained silent, deep in thought before speaking. "Why do you believe China seeks our technology now, particularly one that offers such significant benefits? They must possess something superior, yet its impact on us is negligible. The lighthouse's interference means that even if China were inclined to collaborate with other nations, obstacles remain. Our possession of this old technology enables us to conserve energy and profit from other nations. It is possible that China has made advancements in nuclear energy as well. Recent rumors suggest breakthroughs in materials science. Theoretical research has progressed significantly, and many technologies are constrained by material limitations. China's recent activity in lunar exploration could very well be laying the groundwork for a lunar base. After all, it is nearly certain that such a base would rely on nuclear energy, as solar power is too unstable for lunar conditions. As the conversation unfolded, a collective sigh filled the room. Once, they had enjoyed unfettered access to China's resources. Now, even their intentions were obscured. Listening to the discourse, Zhang interjected, "We cannot engage in an exchange with China. Even if we acquire energy technology, it merely reduces our expenses without enhancing our overall capabilities. The balance of power remains unchanged. We are still unable to surpass our adversaries. However, should China successfully develop a nuclear fusion reactor, the global landscape would shift dramatically. Given our past actions and current technological embargoes akin to those of the lighthouse, it is difficult to predict what China might do. One voiced dissent. Recent domestic policies aimed at containing China have led to significant reductions in our exports. The public is compelled to spend more on inferior alternatives to Chinese goods, leading to widespread discontent. A clandestine technological exchange could alleviate much of this pressure on both the populace and the state. Precisely, moreover, we have no justification for targeting China. The global dynamics are evolving, and perhaps we should leave ourselves some room for maneuver. The recent incident involving the lighthouse and its photographic revelations against India is a case in point. It reflects poorly on them. Unbeknownst to them, the lighthouse had provided technological support to India. But all that was visible were the photographs released by the lighthouse, leaving many to believe that India had acted disloyally. John slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Foolishness! You are not ordinary citizens. You must view the issues through an international lens. I trust the Eagle's populace will comprehend the necessity of our actions. We stand at a precipice of global transformation. We cannot afford to falter. Even if it means enduring hardship on the part of our subjects. One day, the sun that never sets will once again illuminate the world. Additionally, do not the lighthouse and the camel also seek this technology? Let it be known that China is interested in purchasing. We can inflate the price and sell it directly to them." John was aware of the shifting dynamics. Yet the Great Eagle still held opportunities. Should China continue to advance, employing its steady and calculated approach, their chances would dwindle. As the highest-ranking official in China, John had the final say, and no one else possessed the authority to initiate negotiations. Nevertheless, his discontent lingered. Zhang Weiguo returned to the lunar base's command center, where Elder Qian inquired, "How did it go?" Zhang Weiguo shook his head, recalling that although he had met the individual a few times before, they had never engaged in deep conversation. After today's encounter, it became evident that this person was undeniably hawkish, unwilling to engage in any form of technological exchange with us, unless we demonstrate our full capabilities to make him aware that the global landscape has shifted. Such an exchange seems impossible. However, revealing our strengths could jeopardize our long-term plans. Alas, this pack of wolves has ravaged our land in the past and continues to impose a blockade on us. Sooner or later, we shall hold them accountable. Is there still a chance for success? Elder Qian asked. It is possible, albeit challenging. It will require Xiaojing to execute more intricate operations, necessitating experimentation that carries a high risk of failure. Moreover, we have limited raw materials. A single failure could set us back considerably. We cannot afford to conduct experiments again in the near future. My initial plan was to test before the lunar module launched, ensuring that any explosions would not affect it and allowing for a seamless installation. Now, it appears that if Xiaojing's batch of materials fails to materialize, we will be out of options. Time is running short. Zhang Weiguo expressed his exasperation, acknowledging the comprehensive blockade imposed by the other side. Sometimes, even acquiring raw materials from abroad proves difficult for China. Fortunately, our vast land is rich in resources, or else development would be utterly impossible. All right, Xiaojing has nearly finished communicating with the others. You should speak with him as well. I've already instructed someone to begin constructing rockets using readily available materials. Once the lunar module returns, we can swiftly launch our payload. If necessary, we can temporarily requisition rockets from other projects. We must conduct tests before attempting a manned lunar landing. Understood. Zhang Weiguo approached the communication device, greeted Wang Chong, and began conversing with Zhang Weiguo. "How are things progressing with the technological exchange, my esteemed colleague?" Zhang Weiguo had just finished discussions with other scientists and, after a brief respite, met Zhang Weiguo's gaze. It seems unfeasible. The other party is resolute in their desire for mutual destruction. They would rather see their own citizens perish from cold and hunger than engage in any technological exchange with us. This is utterly reprehensible. If they possess any lunar probes, I shall personally obliterate them, Zhang Weiguo declared vehemently. But they are currently too preoccupied with their own troubles to deploy any lunar probes. Zhang Weiguo scoffed. They have nothing on the moon. We need not concern ourselves with them. Once China flourishes, we shall simply advance and crush them underfoot. Zhang Weiguo continued. We should be able to launch our materials within a week, though our raw material shortage is severe, should we fail and experience an explosion. we might not have the means to try again. Zhang Weiguo immediately understood the implications. Those shameless individuals were hoarding resources, preventing other nations from selling to us, making our scarcity of raw materials a significant obstacle. Wait, raw materials? We still have a planet to explore. While the areas we have investigated are limited, what if we discover the resources we need? He exclaimed to my friend. We still have a planet. What we lack may be abundant there. Given the size of the life forms we've encountered, if you provide me with some tools, I can search for potential resources. We had anticipated this possibility, considering the planet's similar nature to ours. It should possess comparable minerals. However, after watching your recorded videos and listening to your descriptions of the surroundings, survival experts have analyzed that your location is extremely perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Elder Qian had consistently restrained us from discussing such topics, articulating, "The child has already contributed significantly to our efforts on the moon. Given the dangers of that primitive planet, we should not burden him further. Let him stabilize first. Once we have assurances, then we can discuss it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo felt deeply touched, realizing that the nation had considered these matters long before. Their concern for his safety had prevented them from voicing it earlier. This exemplified the profound bond between the Chinese people and their country. Pure love, solely for China. Rest assured, I will ensure the safe transport of the exploratory equipment, that I will prioritize my safety and protect myself. Zhang Weiguo's reassurances were overheard by Elder Qian as he approached, and he immediately grasped the situation. With a firm thud on the table, Elder Qian exclaimed in rare frustration, "Nonsense! Ji Weiqiang, you must promptly draft a self-critique regarding this matter." After reprimanding Ji Weiqiang for his reckless words, Elder Qian moved to the communication device again. "Xiaojing, you need not overthink this. Nuclear fusion is indeed a frontier for our nation. Achieving a breakthrough would be advantageous. But not achieving one will not hinder us. Our initial plan was to establish a lunar base utilizing solar energy and thermal exchange, which is entirely sufficient. There is no need for you to take unnecessary risks. Your foremost duty is to ensure your own safety." Listening to Elder Qian's words, Zhang Weiguo reflected, recognizing that some would go to great lengths to annoy others, disregarding the lives of their own citizens, while others, in the interest of protecting their citizens, would willingly delay breakthroughs. This might explain why Zhang Weiguo, despite being uncertain of his own familial ties in this world, was still willing to support China. In times of suffering, countless individuals selflessly rushed toward the flames, ensuring that the flame of civilization in China continued to burn and thrive. Pure love, solely for China, a sentiment that Zhang Weiguo had previously seen and now truly understood. "Elder Qian, if you do not permit me to use the exploration devices, you must at least provide me with some information, such as data on flora, fauna, and the characteristics of mineral resources, upon arriving on this planet. I plan to stay for 12 hours for safety before venturing out to explore. This time will be perfectly utilized for learning, ensuring that I can identify any valuable resources I may encounter." Elder Qian sighed, recognizing Zhang Weiguo's earnest intent to search. "All right, when you next ascend, I will ensure you receive some relevant materials. It should be soon. When you return from your next journey, you should be able to reclaim the lunar module. And then we can launch again. While you are there, you can also take the opportunity to study. However, do prioritize your safety. Be vigilant." Of course, rest assured, Elder Qian. As the lunar landing module approached its time on the moon, Zhang Weiguo began to gather the extraterrestrial items he had previously collected, including the technological black box from the lighthouse and the lunar soil samples. However, he faced challenges with the flora from the primitive planet, as they either turned to powder or ignited upon removal. These would have to wait until the environmental sustaining devices were available. Nonetheless, he was able to collect a significant amount of extraterrestrial soil, which he had brought from there. After packing everything, Zhang Weiguo even helped to level a section of the ground before igniting the lunar landing module for launch, successfully entering China's own space station. The next step would be to return to the blue planet. Everything was proceeding smoothly. "Elder Qian, I have packed the lunar soil samples that the scientists require, as well as a box containing soil from the primitive planet. We must exercise caution with this. Safety measures are imperative," Zhang Weiguo reminded him. "Very well. This will greatly aid our research into the lunar ecosystem and geological conditions, particularly in terms of plant cultivation. The extraterrestrial soil will also be beneficial. We must develop it there, facilitating the transition of that hunting tribe toward agricultural civilization, thus fostering their growth." Elder Qian expressed his excitement, noting the diverse lunar soil samples collected from various regions. Without Zhang Weiguo's involvement, we could only gather from a single area, as the lunar sampling vehicle could not move freely on the moon due to safety concerns. The speed and efficiency of Zhang Weiguo's manual collection far surpassed that of the specialized scientists relying on video analysis to identify different soil samples. Including those from beneath the lunar surface, the research value was immense. Moreover, the extraterrestrial soil held significant importance, allowing for comparisons with blue planet soil and facilitating the analysis of suitable crops for cultivation. Once contact with the primitive tribe was established, development could proceed rapidly. It was clear that the planet possessed advanced technological civilization. Establishing a foothold would enhance our capacity to gather these resources. As Zhang Weiguo gazed at the lunar module ascending steadily, hope blossomed within him. Soon, he would be able to harness nuclear fusion. He wondered if it would be possible to bring the same technology to the primitive planet. After a brief rest and leveling the cavern, Zhang Weiguo returned to the primitive planet, this time directly entering the warm treehouse. He retrieved the fully charged battery and activated the monitor, eager to observe what had transpired during his absence. As the visuals materialized, the sun set in the video, casting darkness over the forest. Yet, the world was not entirely devoid of light. Satellites reflected illumination, and the provided cameras were equipped with infrared capabilities. Bringing the forest to life, that a swarm of army ants surged forth, advancing into the depths of the dense woods, while blue luminescent flowers blossomed at ground level, resembling a sea of stars. Zhang Weiguo fast-forwarded the footage. Until the dawn approached, the army ants finally returned, their numbers significantly diminished. Yet, they brought back an astonishing array of spoils, countless carcasses of various creatures, some resembling bears, others wolves, and even tigers, along with many unknown forms. Without exception, these beings were of considerable size, causing Zhang Weiguo to swallow hard. Truly fortunate indeed. Initially, Zhang Weiguo had pondered why there was a scarcity of wildlife in the vicinity. It turned out that this was the path the army ants took to hunt deep within the forest. He wondered where exactly this group had been hunting. It seemed that the beasts along this route had likely been exterminated by the army ants, rendering the area relatively safe. Of course, another contributing factor was that they were now on the periphery of the forest, nearing its edge, where food was scarce, thus deterring the beasts from venturing here. After observing the army ants, Zhang Weiguo glanced at the beehive mountain, which was quite tranquil at night. He then turned his attention to the primitive tribe, where the air was filled with the harmonious sounds of life. Indeed, as darkness fell, the primitive people could only engage in such activities. Zhang Weiguo had nearly finished watching the recordings, with nothing of great significance occurring. He then tuned into the live broadcast of the primitive tribe. This time, he returned earlier than usual, and the men of the tribe had yet to set out. He once again caught sight of the young boy who had single-handedly slain a giant the previous day. However, something seemed amiss. The man who had previously participated in the ritual with the flower-faced elder was now conversing animatedly with the boy. Moreover, it appeared that the symbolic belt of identity had been reclaimed by the man, preparing to adorn it on another slightly younger boy. The face of the bee-slaying youth, Yin, was covered in allergic red rashes as he looked up, fervently debating with the chief. Zhang Weiguo adjusted his audio equipment, eager to discern their conversation, knowing that such exchanges would undoubtedly assist linguists in translating their language. Chief Feng, holding the symbolic belt of leadership, spoke gravely to the bee-slaying youth. Yin, honey is harmful to you. I cannot permit you to walk into danger. You must abandon the role of a hunter and instead focus on protecting our people. Here, you will not encounter bees. Father, I assure you, I can endure. This level of discomfort will not fell me. I would rather die in the pursuit of hunting. Yin, the bee-slaying youth, looked defiantly at his father, unwilling to resign to a guard's role. He aspired to lead his people like his father. Despite his elder son Yin being larger and stronger, and indeed more astute, Chief Feng understood that acquiring food often necessitated battling the bees. For Yin, who would fall ill upon encountering them, such a position was perilous. A leader with such vulnerabilities posed a significant risk to the entire tribe. After delivering this ultimatum, Chief Feng set out to hunt with his tribesmen, intent on gathering sufficient provisions before the dawn of the white-haired day. Once Chief Feng departed, his younger brother Shi approached Yin. Brother, I will surely lead our people to strengthen the tribe. Once I grow a bit taller, I shall venture into the Bee Mountain to find the royal jelly that can cure your ailment. Restoring you to health, he gestured towards the forest, and Yin, observing his younger brother's innocence, felt a pang of sorrow. The role of the chief's heir was fraught with challenges. One must charge forward during hunts to command respect and lead the tribe to greater victories. Though Sure was kind-hearted, his combat skills were sorely lacking, preferring to learn the peculiar art of painting from the shaman, which, while fitting, could not procure food for them. Meanwhile, Yin grappled with an ailment that rendered him incapacitated at the mere sight of bees. With a sigh, the youth Yin tossed a long staff to his brother Sure. Come, I shall teach you to fight. Regardless of your aspirations, your martial prowess must be formidable to lead our people. Originally, they were a warrior and a scholar, but fate had compelled them to switch roles due to allergies. Zhang Weiguo absorbed the entire exchange. Though the words were unintelligible, the actions painted a vivid narrative in his mind. Chief. Hey, lad, you're unwell. You can't be chief. Let your brother take the mantle, bee-slaying youth. No, I want to lead. I can do it. Chief, delivering a punch. You are useless, unable to withstand even my blow. How can you lead? Then, with a decisive motion, the chief placed the insignia of leadership on the smaller boy. You are the chief now. Enough said. I must commence the hunt. The smaller boy pointed towards the forest. Useless, born to be useless, merely wasting food in the tribe. Go feed the ants in the forest. The bee-slaying youth hurled a spear before the smaller boy. Come, let us settle this. The two engaged in combat, and it was evident that the bee-slaying youth held the upper hand. Yet, Zhang Weiguo was acutely aware that his imaginative narrative was somewhat flawed. Despite the cacophony of sounds, it was clear that both the chief and the smaller boy held affection for the bee-slaying youth. The precise dynamics of their relationships could only be unraveled through expert analysis. At this moment, linguists were also facing challenges. Although Zhang Weiguo had sent the recordings of the primitive tribe back, there was no one to teach nor any corresponding resources, making translation exceedingly difficult. They began by extracting the most frequently used high-frequency words from the recordings, then matched them with corresponding videos of actions during speech, gradually establishing a rudimentary understanding of the language system. They had successfully identified some simple pronouns, such as I, you, this, and that. However, the more specific terms remained elusive. The most effective approach would either require a teacher or a visual aid method for direct comparison. Without a dictionary, the task was daunting, and it remained uncertain when success would be achieved. They pinned their short-term hopes on the mysterious black box, hoping it would yield valuable insights. Zhang Weiguo quietly awaited 12 hours in the treehouse. At last, he could venture forth. Today, he resolved to focus solely on gathering food and firewood. While the organization could provide supplies, it was impractical to rely on the nation to launch rockets for mere provisions. That would indeed be wasteful. He was fully capable of collecting these resources himself, and the surrounding area posed minimal danger. Moreover, he had no intention of exploring the Bee Mountain or the Ant Hill, as both were perilous. His immediate objective was to establish contact with the primitive tribe, greatly enhancing his safety. The ideal entry point would be through the bee-slaying youth, whom Zhang Weiguo perceived as fiercely determined. Should he manage to save him during an escapade, it would undoubtedly forge a bond of friendship, thus linking him to the tribe. May fortune favor you, young lad. Act whilst I am present, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Weiguo stepped outside to begin his collection of food and firewood. With a clear mind, these tasks felt effortless at long last. Zhang Weiguo could enjoy a life of tranquility in this realm. Meanwhile, Blue Star was once again ablaze with excitement. Following the successful return of China's lunar lander, which reportedly brought back a substantial amount of lunar soil, the implications for the advancement of aerospace technology across Blue Star were profound. Simultaneously, China adhered to a policy of harmonious coexistence and mutual benefit, expressing a willingness to share some of the lunar soil with other nations for collaborative research, extending an olive branch of cooperation to friendly countries. In a news broadcast, it was announced, without a doubt, our lunar module has successfully landed in the northern uninhabited region of our country, bringing back soil from the moon, possibly from the very land where Chang'e once tread centuries ago. The return of this lunar soil signifies a new phase in our aerospace technology, representing a solid step forward for the people of Blue Star as they gaze towards the stars. We sincerely invite nations that share the principles of harmonious coexistence and collaborative development to join us in researching lunar soil, contributing to the advancement of aerospace endeavors on Blue Star. Once the broadcast concluded, a flurry of invitations was dispatched, igniting the entire internet with fervor. Keen observers detected something amiss. Firstly, Chinese netizens were elated. The lunar soil had arrived, and the moon greenhouse could not be far behind. It seemed they were on the cusp of tasting lunar potatoes. Incredible! Such a grand vision to share some of it. It will enhance our nation's influence, but of course, only after thorough research. Wow, are we truly this remarkable? Just yesterday, I was hearing tales of Chang'e's moon journey, and today you're telling me we're about to set foot on the moon. Indeed, my studies focus on aerospace, and the recent pace of our lunar research is astonishing. Could it be that we might actually discover the palace of eternal youth in Chang'e on the moon? Foreign observers expressed admiration and envy alike. China is truly formidable. A few decades ago, when I visited, there were hardly any tall buildings. Now, they are collecting lunar soil. The pace of development is astonishing. The lunar soil must surely have a share belonging to us camels. After all, we are good friends of China. By the way, do you camels have a space agency or any aerospace research upstairs? What do you need lunar soil for? Moreover, what kind of good friends are we? Isn't it all about money? Don't be sour. We are simply wealthy, and wealth allows for such caprices as, oh, what if we aren't doing research? Does that mean we can't purchase lunar soil? Right away, let's establish a grand lunar museum to house the lunar soil. Just wait. Once China sets foot on the moon, we will be the second. It seems that Chang'e's journey to the moon is bound to be a sensation. Let's hasten to apply for heritage status. Look at this. Our rockets have reached even the far side of the moon, while you all are living in a dream, merely using fabricated images to defame us. Why can't you open your eyes to see the world? Furthermore, a discovery of Huaxia is imminent. TSK. It appears that not a single organization is on the invitation list for the joint research of lunar soil. Isn't that quite apparent? Is China really so narrow-minded? We are the most advanced nation in lunar research, yet you refuse to share with us. There is a complete lack of a global perspective. It's terribly petty. You turn black into white. Claiming to be first, while no one else is second, you legislate to exclude China from joint research and impose numerous restrictions, and now you have the audacity to speak of this. Indeed, we cannot blame them. They themselves have excluded China, denying access to the space station, and now they dare to seek lunar soil? Yes, they won't even share their own lunar soil, merely shamelessly demanding ours that we shall support China. It seems this side is quite promising and full of potential. On the foreign networks, everyone sees the shameless remarks from the lighthouse. Those who understand the situation stand on the side of justice. Yet, within China, there are some mental lighthouse individuals who love the lighthouse even more than the lighthouse people themselves. When the state released the invitation list, those in the media quickly identified the explosive point. China did not invite the Lighthouse's space agency for joint research. And one must remember that the Lighthouse Space Agency is the only moon landing organization that has not been debunked. Consequently, the media reached out to spokespeople from both sides, and surprisingly, the spokesperson from the Lighthouse Space Agency was the first to speak up, expressing a desire for joint research for the great advancement of humanity's moon landing and allowing China to share their lunar soil for free. However, it is regrettable that we did not see any sincerity in that statement. After saying this, the interview abruptly ended, and a storm brewed online. First, Chinese netizens arrived at the battlefield, remarking that this statement was absurdly tea-like. If some water were added, it would suffice for the lighthouse people to drink tea for a whole year. I don't understand. Please translate from Chinese to Chinese. Let me translate for everyone. I am shameless. I want lunar soil, but China hasn't humbly asked me for it to conduct research. Well, what can I do? If humanity's moon landing cannot progress, you can all blame China. Even foreign netizens are disgusted by the tea-flavored comments from this spokesperson. The thing is what I desire. I am not applying for it. It is my right to receive it. And if I don't get it, I am the sinner of humanity. Why does this sound so familiar? Is this not the standard mindset of a shameless little fairy combined with a green tea bitch? Apologies, but I must start the application for heritage status. Lighthouse brothers, do not fret. Once our divine cow rocket lands, we will bring you a few tons of it. We do not covet it. Someone educated others about the law that the Lighthouse enacted to exclude China from space research. Therefore, the comments below are quite normal. Aside from a few lunatics, most are shocked by the Lighthouse's shamelessness, and some Lighthouse people feel the same. The Chinese Space Agency also made a statement, led by Wang Chang. stating that we respect all organizations and countries willing to contribute to the aerospace cause. Although some countries have not applied. Of course, considering the previous situation, although we have the right to refuse their applications, we will still give it some thought. This matter gained considerable attention, and soon countless individuals rushed in, claiming, I can do this, I can do that. Let me translate. If you want something done, you should ask. How would you know I wouldn't give it to you if you don't ask? I will consider it, and then I will not give it to you. Haha, brilliantly executed. It's utterly shameless to have a space station built in cooperation with the country, with China contributing, yet ultimately exclude China from it. What a delight. The bullets shot by the lighthouse struck right at its own center. What a pleasure. Chinese characters are quite complex, and few foreigners can understand them. Hence, there are not many comments from foreigners here, but there are indeed real overseas Chinese celebrating for China, increasingly feeling the strength of their motherland. But my grandfather said he must return home. I will go back. My grandmother donated all her dowry to the country, saying she believed China would surely rise again. My ancestors were once kidnapped here, suffering greatly, knowing that a nation without roots is as unstable as a leaf in the wind. True overseas Chinese, though abroad, remain concerned for their homeland, rejoicing at the nation's prosperity. Yet, some enjoy various welfare benefits while day by day gilding their spiritual homeland, as if the development of their motherland stands in the way of their spiritual homeland. This is the mindset of Chinese people. Others have long landed on the moon. Do they really need your little piece of soil? They extend courtesy to say a few polite words, and you take it seriously? No wonder there has been no advancement in high technology. There is no spirit of sharing or freedom. What can be accomplished? Alas, my long unseen homeland is still subject to your degradation. Do you really think that preventing China from accessing the National Space Station is to block Chinese technology? It is merely to protect you fools, allowing China to devote more energy to its people. Alas, my spiritual homeland is also weary. Protecting you ungrateful ones is one thing, but you still dare to bite the hand that feeds. As the saying goes, one fan can drown out 10 detractors. No matter how peculiar a detractor's perspective may be, it cannot compare to this level of idiotic emotional outpouring. Sometimes, one cannot even tell whether they are being sarcastic or sincere. Li Hua silently noted these names. These individuals must be held accountable. Captain, a team member approached and said, I have found the person behind this. Impressive. I could never have imagined such an absurd explanation. I am in awe. Your brains are not like everyone else's. Come here, you beast. I must give you a few slaps. Don't thank me. I'm doing this for your parents, to spare them from dying of anger over you. I can't be bothered to scold you for your stupidity. You should take a look at the world. Your lighthouse father is cursing his own space agency, yet you banana people are still groveling? What is the matter? Did the Qing dynasty fall without informing you? At the same time, in almost the same location, a large volume of such rhythmically suffocating remarks appeared. Li Hua immediately sensed something was amiss and began to track the situation. Soon, he caught the organization's leader. I was wrong. I confess. My name is Gao Shang, male, 27 years old, living in a residential area of the province that I love China. Check my comments. I have been arguing with those who hate the country online. I am doing this purely for profit, and I donate more than half to Hope Primary Schools, so that children can receive a better education, and a small portion helps lost sisters. Not a penny for myself. This individual entered. The interrogation had not even begun, and he had already confessed everything, even surrendering items. Upon hearing this, Li Hua was instantly shocked. As were his subordinates, he immediately arranged for people to investigate. And the results were even more shocking. This guy actually donates every year to Hope Primary Schools. He continued, I thought to learn from the enemy to defeat the enemy. Since they are looking for someone to lead the rhythm, why not let me do it? I earn money to help children in impoverished mountainous areas. Isn't that better? Moreover, due to my outstanding performance, I have already infiltrated the enemy ranks and am a second in command. I remember everyone I have met, and all conversations are recorded, ready to redeem my sins at any time. Li Hua had not even asked a question when this person poured out everything. He had detailed recordings, contacts, and even verifiable donation records that were genuine. Li Hua was momentarily at a loss for words. This situation was somewhat distorted. Moreover, looking at the account, with an annual budget of 5,450,000 was donated to Hope Primary Schools, and 400,000 was spent on transactions with lost women, leaving only 100,000 for the year. How did he manage to become the second-in-command leading the rhythm against China? He had to ask, Gao Shang, how did you make those people willingly listen to your commands and follow your rhythm with just that 100,000? Gao Shang did not answer, but looked at Li Hua with hopeful eyes. Sir, can this count as redeeming my sins? I can still be an undercover agent. Recently, hasn't China made breakthroughs in lunar matters? I heard that some high-ranking officials from there are coming, looking to mobilize these people to find something or someone. Li Hua felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. It seemed that the other party had also discovered something, though he was uncertain about the specifics. You answer the questions first. If you perform well, it may count as a meritorious deed to offset your crimes. Upon hearing this, Gao Shang became excited. Chief, let me tell you, I have always wanted to be a soldier since childhood. One of those impressive elite troops. Have you seen Soldier Assault? I feel like I am Yuan Lang. It's just that I never had the opportunity. Enough, hurry up and confess. Stop talking nonsense. Li Hua's anger flared, exuding a murderous aura, causing Gao Shang to instantly shrink back. All right, I will confess immediately. When I graduated from school, I was a passionate youth, but finding a job was quite challenging, so I often argued online with those anti-nationalists. One day, I engaged in a verbal battle with someone that lasted 3 days and nights. That person even claimed they would use a box weapon against me. As a computer science student. How could I endure that? Boom. Li Hua was taken aback. He has nuclear weapons. Foreign forces intend to unleash nuclear weapons in China. This is monumental. Immediately disclose everything you know about him. Gao Shang realized that Li Hua had misunderstood. It was merely internet slang, where box weapon referred to someone attempting to find out his real name and address online. The previous statement had frightened Li Hua into a shiver. The threat of a potential wild nuclear weapon within China was far too grave. Be careful with your language. Do you not know where this is? All right. I am far more skilled than him. He is just all talk that I managed to gather evidence of his online tracks and discovered his chat records. To my astonishment, it turned out to be 500,000. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was far too easy to earn this money. I just needed to find someone to stir the pot to accumulate such a fortune. As a master of high-end time management who has dated 10 exquisite fairy-like girlfriends, I knew I didn't even need that much money. Consequently, I devised a way to get involved. Initially, I was just a person stirring the pot. And during that phase, I said many insincere things. Truly, they were not my heartfelt words. I am iron-willed and patriotic. Subsequently, due to my outstanding performance, I was able to recruit others that in the beginning, I distributed all the funding I received, only to later realize it was entirely unnecessary. Engaging with those individuals who were already lacking in common sense required no expenditure. Spending was a waste that I merely needed to converse with them. It is not your fault. It is the world's. Everything is because you have not shone brightly here. Had you been over there, you would have already succeeded. The issues of exam-oriented education are irrelevant. Over there, even if you score poorly, others can still see your brilliance. The notion that 300 pounds is merely slightly overweight is just a distorted definition imposed by this environment. Over there, you could even be chosen as Miss Lighthouse. Basically, that was the kind of rhetoric I employed. I also mentioned that I had connections over there, responsible for seeking out a new breed of humanity in the free world. Those individuals worked even more ardently than I did. They toiled day and night, without any regard for their livelihoods. I merely reclined, donating some money daily and taking care of the young ladies, which miraculously propelled me to second place in the Chinese district. Of course, I was merely second within this branch. It seemed there were many subdivisions that I was not particularly aware of. Meanwhile, Gao Shang's enthusiasm grew as he continued. Chief, you see, the funds for taking care of fallen women were all spent up front. There's nothing left afterward. Do you know why? Li Hua raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you engaging me in conversation? Have you forgotten where we are? Observing Li Hua's expression and the silver bracelet on his wrist, Gao Shang promptly realized, chuckling sheepishly, and continued, primarily, those anti-nationalists were hurling such harsh insults that I could hardly bear to witness. I created an alternate account online to argue with my subordinates. Sometimes, I would even encounter some individuals with decent looks. After verbally sparring for 3 days and nights until they cried, I would then approach them, providing some comfort, saving money while ensuring their loyalty. Oh, so you take pride in that. I see you first sought out those with pleasing appearances before starting the arguments, Li Hua said, exasperated. Gao Shang chuckled, replying, I merely aimed to help them see the true nature of this evil organization sooner, prompting their timely realization. This fellow was indeed difficult to evaluate, if one were to accuse him of treason. He had donated all his money to Hope schools, and even documented many contacts of organizations manipulating public opinion, proving beneficial to the nation. Conversely, to label him as innocent would be equally perplexing. He not only led people online but also concocted such matters. At that moment, a national security officer approached, holding Gao Shang's phone, which contained a newly received message. Tomorrow's wind is a bit warm. Don't wear a cotton coat, wear flowery shorts. I have missed you 500,000 times. What does this mean? Gao Shang glanced at it. That I don't understand either. It needs translation from a decoding program. However, it is evident that the task comes with a generous reward of 500,000. If that program had already been submitted, labeled as learning materials. 500,000 in rewards. What was it for? Soon, Gao Shang's computer was brought over. This program could not be installed on just any computer. It required authorization from the other side. But Lihua opened the learning materials, revealing a web page that resembled those adult sites, and even allowed playback if you clicked below. Upon seeing this, Gao Shang grinned widely. Chief, surprised? Initially, they provided a very simple program, and upon opening it, it was just an input field, too obvious, as if they feared others might not catch on. This was my suggestion, disguised in such a manner, and they even rewarded me for it, helping to construct a stone path for children in mountainous regions. Simply input that message in the search bar, followed by my name, and it will translate. This is encrypted, and the program must include the corresponding suffix to translate successfully. Lihua entered the message, and the translation promptly emerged, searching for the pirated version of The Art of War from the 83 edition and related individuals. Reward 500,000 and a green card. Lihua was astounded. How had they discovered this matter? The individuals searching for books were all national security agents, dressed in plain clothes. Although they were searching, they were quite dispersed, each going about it individually, so an ordinary person would not notice. Unless one was a professional, even among those questioned that day, there could be spies among them. Most importantly, how did the opposing party determine that this was a priority? Yet, despite the urgency and significance of the situation, it was at least confirmed that there were no spies among those involved in the Moon Palace project. Otherwise, they would not have been seeking these items. The interrogation was nearly complete. Lihua's primary responsibility was to protect the Moon Palace project, which Gao Shang would likely require some time for. Thus, could his superiors not take action yet? They must wait for the right moment. You have performed admirably. This may reduce your sentencing. Now, there may still be times when you can assist. Ensure you do not play any tricks. Gao Shang, upon hearing this, became instantly exhilarated. No problem. Does this mean I am considered an external member of our national security department? Akin to those television detectives? Chief, I have been anticipating this day for a long time. Enough with the chatter. Cooperate well. Lihua was diligently conducting investigations and actions regarding the acquisition of lunar soil and extraterrestrial soil. While the Moon Palace project team rejoiced, in stark contrast, the Lighthouse Space Agency was engulfed in despair, seething with anger. How dare they not provide us with lunar soil? Why is that? Who doesn't know that we are at the forefront of lunar research on Blue Star? Even if they did provide it, we shouldn't accept it. Isn't there a law against it? That's irrelevant. They are quite flexible. When it's advantageous, it's law. When it's not, they can still be lenient. China shouldn't be oblivious to this. Lunar soil is crucial for understanding the lunar environment and future lunar landings. Even in exchange for lunar soil, our technological level would not suffer, and China would surely be willing. After all, judging by their landing site, it seems they are not from the same location. The lunar soil environment varies. Rumors, unverified, suggest that China is willing to exchange lunar soil, but the upper echelons are unwilling and demand that China share the lunar soil unilaterally. Damn it, what fools. These were all scientists from the Lighthouse Space Agency, who, despite their prejudices against China, were also quite arrogant. However, the allure of new lunar soil was far greater. They had not anticipated such decisions from the upper management. The director and aides of the Lighthouse Space Agency remarked, "Currently, both domestically and internationally, opinions on us are quite unfavorable. We have not achieved anything significant in years, and the pressure from above is immense. Initially, we were the ones to exclude China, and now they are catching up while we remain stagnant, even regressing. Point one aide spoke up. In this regard, there is indeed no way to resolve it in the short term. We have already urged them to accelerate their research and produce results. However, news from the Great Eagle indicates that China is seeking a technological exchange for a nuclear fusion technology. They did not sell it, but instead wished to sell it to us. What do you think? The director, upon hearing this, relaxed his furrowed brow, realizing that the younger brother had indeed grasped the nuances of the situation. It was essential to extend some courtesy. I have heard that our nuclear fusion efforts are making strides as well. Is it not envisioned that fusion generators will be utilized for cosmic voyages? Does this technology hold any merit for us? There is indeed some assistance to be gained, albeit not groundbreaking. Nuclear fusion may achieve a breakthrough tomorrow, or it could take a century, contingent upon divine favor. Then let us proceed with the purchase. Otherwise, I fear they may sell it to China. It comes at a hefty price, and no matter, consider it a loyal return for the younger brother. Not only has the lighthouse received a transaction request from the Great Eagle, but the camel has also been approached. The Great Eagle is aware that this commodity cannot be procured by just anyone, nor can it be sold indiscriminately. Selecting these two is the most likely route for clientele. However, it is evidently overpriced, and they are not naive enough to accept the deal, resulting in a sharp refusal, followed by a scathing retort from the Great Eagle's representative, leaving them quite vexed. In fact, the camel was so incensed that he covertly contacted China, communicating quite smoothly, translating to, "Brother, the Great Eagle over there is shamelessly attempting to inflate prices for portions of nuclear fusion technology. Simply appalling. Do we possess any of this? I shall purchase from our own. Let us vex them. Younger brother, it is not a significant issue. Let us negotiate and I'll get you an order. By the way, brother, do you have any lunar soil available? That would be splendid. Procure some lunar soil for us. Remember, brother, when you venture to the moon, do not forget about your younger sibling. That I noticed the paint at our rocket launch base is peeling. We must allocate several billion for repairs. Younger brother, you are too polite. However, for those aspiring to visit the moon, it is time to start training their bodies. Given our relationship, I shall ensure you can cut in line without a hitch. Just transfer the funds to the previous Dongfeng account. Agreed, brother. The funds have arrived. And I must say, brother, you ought to station troops here. We would certainly welcome the royal army with open arms. Ah, younger brother, that is too much. I have always advocated for peace and mutual benefit. The military is solely for national defense, not for such endeavors. Rest assured, Dongfeng will provide ample support. Very well, brother, understood. Here, Ji Weiqiang felt a sense of ease after conversing with the camel's associates. Reflecting on their awareness, TO disclosed the technology of nuclear fusion is not a matter taken lightly. Although a breakthrough has yet to be achieved, once Brother Gang participates in the experiments, success is virtually guaranteed. This is inherently a crucial data point for validating the tokamak device. That if we have this, Brother Gang is highly likely to succeed on the first attempt. Without it, trials may still yield results, potentially leading to theoretical advancements surpassing even the Great Eagles. However, it may result in a less than immediate success. Thus, Qian Lao hopes to exchange this technology, since an exchange is no longer feasible. Let us produce it ourselves, driving the price down and forcing the Great Eagle to hoard it like refused. He can already envision the uproar among the Great Eagle's populace once they learn their leaders prefer to let them starve rather than engage in a technological exchange. The fervor would be palpable. Ji Gong, everything is prepared. We can launch imminently. An assistant interjected. Wasn't there a shortage of materials? Ji Weiqiang, somewhat puzzled, followed the assistant and discovered a considerable assembly of personnel. Research on lunar soil and primordial planetary soil was already underway. Unexpectedly, the fragment of technology from the primordial planet was being studied under Chun Fan's direction, who, it turned out, was also testing the nuclear fusion apparatus. Wasn't it claimed that materials were insufficient? Is it sufficient now? Ji Weiqiang inquired, to which Chun Fan sheepishly replied, It's somewhat embarrassing. We initially viewed the primordial technology as wasteful, only to find ourselves doing the same. The fragment of that technological product was transported down. But despite numerous attempts, we couldn't activate its functionalities, perhaps due to its fragmentary nature or our lack of understanding of its core design. However, we fortuitously discovered it is exceptionally suited for use as a material in nuclear fusion ion confinement fields. And after a brief trial, the results were compelling. That we integrated some into the alloy we initially prepared, and it has proven even more effective than before. Ji Weiqiang approached to review the experimental parameters and indeed found them promising. Moreover, with Zhang Weiguo's assistance, the device can fully realize small-scale nuclear fusion. So you mean to say we need not wait several weeks, but can launch today? Precisely. However, it is somewhat awkward. To be frank, we have utilized this technology in much the same manner as the primordial tribes. Failing to harness its true potential, merely employing it as a material, the primordial people utilized its sharpness and durability, while we exploit its high-temperature resistance and conductivity. Yet, it is fortuitous that we have also developed a smaller version. Should the experiment succeed, Brother Gang will have access to nearly limitless electricity over there. Zhang Weiguo remained optimistic. As long as it is usable, that suffices. Let us consider it an exciting discovery of a new material. Furthermore, based on previous conjectures, since this substance is derived from ore, it signifies that the primordial tribes must have access to such minerals nearby. Amplifying their significance, if abundant, we could potentially retrieve more and achieve controllable nuclear fusion on Blue Star. Representing an infinite energy source, Zhang Weiguo's thoughts were promising, yet all hinges on the successful launch of the rocket. After Zhang Weiguo's experiments, having contemplated these matters, Zhang Weiguo sought out Qianlao. Qianlao. The nuclear fusion power generation apparatus is ready here. We can launch, though the new rocket is still under construction, and the previous one has just returned and is undergoing maintenance. Qian Guisheng pondered for a moment. This matter was of utmost importance if nuclear fusion successfully breaks through construction in space. According to Qin Fan, with just a bit more of that alloy-like material, they could even construct a large-scale fusion power plant on Blue Star. Providing stable, efficient, clean energy, this would not only resolve the energy supply for the Blue Star Lunar Command Center, but also enhance its secrecy. Extensive power supply is difficult to conceal, involving too many people and matters, making it easy for others to discern that something significant is afoot. As such, energy consumption would not be so substantial otherwise. If they could establish a nuclear fusion power station directly here, it would be perfect. Self-sufficiency could ensure complete concealment. All right, I will immediately arrange for a rocket to come. Let us push back other tasks. After speaking, he swiftly initiated communication, and within no time, arrangements were made to load the materials onto the rocket, ensuring that when Zhang Weiguo returns, they would launch. Zhixiang once again graced the news broadcast, announcing that today they would launch the lunar module for lunar exploration, believing that the day when everyone could watch the news from the moon is not far off. Upon hearing this, the public was left in a daze. Wow, exploring the moon doesn't seem so difficult after all. How many times has China gone this month? Indeed, perhaps Chang'e is feeling homesick, prompting us to pay more visits. I wonder what the spicy lunar rabbit tastes like. I'm eager to try. The Chinese netizens were relaxed and carefree, while overseas intelligence and space authorities were on the verge of madness, exclaiming, "China, what exactly do you intend to do? Is there truly a Chang'e on the moon? If there are significant breakthroughs, just say so. Only then can I consider whether to ally with you. Stop with the riddles. I can't take it anymore." Qianlao paid no heed to their intentions, focusing solely on his own advancement. These past few days had nearly overwhelmed Li Hua, as foreign espionage teams were arriving in droves to China. At times, half the passengers on a plane were spies. The most alarming part was when a group of spies from the Great Eagle brazenly formed a tourist group, driving Li Hua to the brink of insanity. At this moment, a deputy captain approached, presenting a fingerprint impression. "Captain, this fingerprint was extracted from the extraterrestrial fragment. According to Brother Gang's previous statement, he must have brushed against it, making this likely his fingerprint. Who else knows of this matter? Only I and the scientist responsible for the initial examination of the extraterrestrial fragment are aware. After we extracted the fingerprint, we erased it." Li Hua nodded, turning with gravity to say, "This is of great significance. It is not a matter of distrust. From today onward, you and that scientist shall reside within the base, with no communication with the outside world. Rest assured, we will ensure your families are well taken care of. Can you accept this? You must guarantee the completion of your task." The deputy captain understood that this fingerprint belonged to the individual on the moon, and if it were to be traced, it could lead to perilous consequences should the individual be found on Blue Star, especially if they had a family, potentially endangering those privy to such information. Li Hua took the fingerprint to consult Qianlao. Seeking guidance on how to proceed, Qianlao, he approached Qian Guisheng, but hesitated to speak until everyone else had departed. Once the door was secured, he finally uttered, "Qianlao, we have discovered a fingerprint on the extraterrestrial fragment. It should belong to Brother Gang. Elder Qian gazed excitedly at the fingerprint before him. With this fingerprint, he could ascertain the identity of the individual. Whether he hailed from China was a matter of great concern to him. The thought of not having a familiar face in this perilous, desolate realm of an alien planet, particularly upon the lonely, barren moon, weighed heavily on his mind. He pondered if this good child could endure the news that had just come to light. After a moment of calm reflection, he resolved to seek out the truth. If no one could be found, it would be prudent to make early arrangements. Who else was privy to this matter? A deputy captain and a scientist responsible for analyzing extraterrestrial debris had already imposed the highest security protocols, forbidding any independent communication with the outside world until the confidentiality level was lowered. This was indeed the right course of action, for the gravity of the situation was immense, and their families needed to be well prepared. Arrangements had already been made. You shall personally handle this matter. Refrain from informing anyone else. First, sift through the fingerprints to ascertain the identity. Understood, Li Huo replied cautiously as he departed with the fingerprint in hand. Elder Qian turned his gaze towards the moon, silently hoping that the heavens would protect the child and that he might find his family here. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo had gathered a plethora of wild fruits and discovered that the brain cavity space possessed preservation qualities, a rather fortunate find that would sustain him for an extended period. As time drew near, he traversed back to the moon, only to receive astonishing news. What? China is set to land on the moon again today? So soon? Progressing at a breakneck pace. Upon his arrival, he activated the communication device. Receiving this shocking announcement, Chen Fan, filled with excitement, explained to Zhang Weiguo, "It's all thanks to Brother Gang. The technological fragments from the primitive planet you returned with are incredibly useful. Initially, we lacked sufficient materials for nuclear fusion construction. But integrating those fragments with some alloys has made it achievable, truly invaluable. Well, as long as it's useful, I noticed many such materials on those primitives. When the time comes, let us contact them and trade some of our bulletproof vests. We could easily exchange a substantial quantity. Moreover, as the scientists suggested last time, this area likely has mineral resources. If not, we shall excavate, dig vigorously," Zhang Weiguo exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "All right then, Brother Gang, please transmit the video footage from this mission. And later, Engineer G will guide you on the operational protocols." Certainly, Zhang Weiguo began transmitting the video and information, predominantly focusing on the primitive tribes to study their culture and script.as for the flora and fauna. Hands-on research would be necessary once the nation established a hermetically sealed chamber. After completing the transmission, Engineer G provided Zhang Weiguo with essential operational guidelines, which were straightforward enough for anyone to grasp. The primary challenge lay in finding living humans capable of withstanding radiation levels equivalent to an atomic explosion, Ji Weiqiang remarked. During the second and third phases, we can conduct 2 preliminary trials. This approach will yield more advanced technological data than that of the Great Eagle. The theoretical advancements will also progress correspondingly. Absolutely, no problem, Zhang Weiguo replied, confident that as long as the core components did not come into contact, a catastrophic explosion could be avoided. The radiation from that material was intense. Just 1 gram could contaminate 10 square kilometers of land. Yet, its mass was relatively small, manageable for Zhang Weiguo. The rocket officially launched, hurtling towards the moon. While Chinese netizens watched in delight, their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, the netizens from Lighthouse grew increasingly agitated. Come on, folks, they're exploring the moon daily, while you're busy redefining gender. 53 genders now. We don't even have enough English vocabulary for this, they lamented. Can we maintain the will of the free world? I once believed we truly landed on the moon, but now I have my doubts. Why is it that those who venture into space lack our diverse identities? This is discrimination. The space agency has too few representatives of diverse identities. We demand an increase in their percentage. Let us not concern ourselves with them. They are incapable of landing on the moon anyway. They are utterly useless. The pressure on the space agency was mounting. Not only was the public opinion unfavorable, but higher authorities were also exerting pressure. Director, both sides are dissatisfied with us. We must produce results, even if we have to fabricate them. The director of the Lighthouse Space Agency contemplated the situation. All right, we just acquired some technology from the Great Eagle. Though costly, it aligns perfectly with your environmentalist agenda. Shortly, the director addressed the public. urging them to trust in their research, which had consistently been at the forefront of global advancements. However, due to the severe pollution caused by chemical fuels, we are determined to utilize cleaner nuclear fusion engines. We have achieved promising breakthroughs. Rest assured, in the near future, you will witness the emergence of new, clean, pollution-free spacecraft. The director's speech somewhat alleviated the public's discontent, but the Great Eagle, upon hearing the announcement, chuckled. Clearly, they were leveraging their technology to bolster morale. That it seemed that in the realm of nuclear fusion, the Great Eagle truly led the world. Not only was China interested in purchasing technology, but Lighthouse also sought to save face. They felt their status restored. However, these were merely theoretical studies without practical application. They wouldn't dare to shift the blame onto them if things went awry. Zhang Weiguo observed this unfold with a smirk. I've heard the technology they purchased cost 10 times as much. If we achieve breakthroughs, selling it to the Camel for a fraction of the cost might just infuriate them. Camel, ever astute, had recently donated hundreds of billions for the rocket launch site's renovation. Naturally, they would demand the original price, relishing the opportunity to vex both the Great Eagle and Lighthouse. After a lengthy wait, Zhang Weiguo watched as the lunar module gracefully descended into the lunar cave. This time, it was not a haphazard landing as before. The machinery previously delivered had conducted thorough scans of the surroundings, and a locator had been installed, allowing for a direct landing within the cave. This arrangement alleviated worries of being spotted by others, enabling him to operate in relative secrecy. Successful landing, he announced, and cheers erupted in the command center of the Blue Star Moon Palace project. This marked their first precise landing within a lunar cave, providing invaluable data for future lunar missions. However, this remarkable achievement incited frustration among foreign powers. What does this mean? Why did they land directly in a cave? How are we supposed to interpret this? This technology is advancing too rapidly. How can they be so certain of landing in a cave? This is illogical. The recent strides China had made in lunar exploration and investment were astonishing. Leaving many bewildered. If Li Hou were to learn of this, he would simply exclaim, "Excellent. Blow it all up. Make it faster. Let them send spies over like they're made of money." Inside the lunar cave, Zhang Weiguo observed as the lunar module automatically opened. Robots emerged, transporting the completed nuclear fusion power generation device. Why is there such a size disparity? He wondered. The larger unit was substantial, comprising 3 parts, requiring Zhang Weiguo to make 3 trips to transfer everything to the smaller cave. The smaller unit, however, was quite compact, approximately 1 meter tall and half a meter wide, a cylindrical form resulting from the integration of the extraterrestrial alloy. If the larger unit succeeded, it would enable the activation of a smaller counterpart, allowing for the establishment of a nuclear fusion power station on the moon. Remarkable, Zhang Weiguo marveled, taken aback by the nation's technological advancements. Before his journey, nuclear fusion had merely been a concept confined to textbooks. Now, he was witnessing tangible results. Chen Fan and the others were equally astonished. Initially, without a successful technology exchange with the Great Eagle, their chance of completing the nuclear fusion power station was a mere 20%. Far too low given the immense implications of success. Moreover, Zhang Weiguo's resilience against radiation and the moon's harsh environment made this endeavor feasible. Yet, no one anticipated that the extraterrestrial fragments, though not thoroughly understood, could be melded into alloys, providing properties conducive to high-temperature superconductivity. This suddenly escalated their success rate to 70%. Coupled with Zhang Weiguo's capability to withstand nuclear radiation and manually operate the device amidst particle flows, their odds of success surged even higher. After several trips to transfer the equipment to the adjacent cave, he prepared to initiate operations. The communication device was set up, and he was ready to begin. The others held their breaths in anticipation, sharing Zhang Weiguo's palpable anxiety. Their hearts raced, daring not to utter a word. Though communication remained open, all operational responsibilities had been entrusted to Zhang Weiguo. The arrangement of video communications was solely to observe the process, allowing for questions or reminders should Zhang Weiguo identify any issues. The first step involved assembling the 3 components of the device, aided by the moon's lower gravity and Zhang Weiguo's enhanced strength. If not for these advantages, it would have been a strenuous task to assemble the parts. With everything in place, they prepared to ignite the device. Zhang Weiguo meticulously operated the apparatus while simultaneously recording data. utilizing the inherent energy devices to initiate fusion reactions among the intermediate particles. With a first-level energy stimulus, the attempt was unsuccessful. However, a fifth-level energy stimulus yielded success. The ignition was successful, unleashing a torrent of particle streams. Applause erupted throughout the Lunar Palace Project Control Center, with Zhang Weiguo fervently documenting the event and muttering to himself, dismissing the records of Deng as inconsequential, asserting that their methodology was erroneous and paled in comparison to their current approach. Fortunately, no technological exchanges had taken place. The others had not even reached the experimental phase, engaging only in idle chatter. Had they proceeded with an experiment, catastrophe would have surely ensued. The ignition was successful, and the particle stream was released. However, this alone did not constitute completion, as it could not generate stable power. Merely dissipating energy. It was imperative to confine these particle streams within a specified range for circular motion to facilitate stable energy release. Zhang Weiguo commenced adjustments, orienting the particle stream to angle, and the operation began. In an instant, the particle stream erupted violently, rebounding and penetrating Zhang Weiguo's body. In the case of an ordinary individual, such an occurrence would have resulted in cellular death and transformation into a puddle of flesh. Yet, Zhang Weiguo merely felt a gentle breeze, even desiring another encounter. The personnel in the command room of the Lunar Palace Project were rendered speechless by the sight. The damage inflicted upon biological entities by this phenomenon likely surpassed that of all single-unit weapons on Blue Star. They were uncertain whether Zhang Weiguo was unharmed, and he remained silent. Zhang Weiguo, momentarily subdued, was momentarily at a loss for the subsequent angle, having been momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he awkwardly inquired, "Jigong, which angle should we proceed to next?" A collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the room, raising the temperature within the Lunar Palace Project Control Center by a degree, nearly inducing panic among the staff. Nonetheless, no blame was cast upon Zhang Weiguo. The gravity of the situation was too significant and nerve-wracking. Zhang Weiguo responded, "Now, we should set to angle." Upon receiving the instruction, Zhang Weiguo swiftly adjusted the apparatus to this angle, and the particle stream began to rotate within. Just as everyone was poised to celebrate success, Zhang Weiguo remained vigilant, closely monitoring the screen, and Zhang Weiguo too kept his gaze fixed, unwavering. Although the particle stream had commenced rotation, the state resembled that of an archaic washing machine's spin cycle. While it appeared to be functioning, there was an unmistakable sense that it would soon come crashing against the outer casing. Zhang Weiguo dared not divert his attention for a moment. Sure enough, chaos ensued, with the particle stream wildly veering within, yet it did not collide with the casing. However, the two raw materials for the emitted particle beams were on a collision course. If they were to collide, a cataclysmic nuclear fusion explosion would be inevitable, causing the entire cavern to collapse. All nations capable of observing the moon would witness an inexplicable bulge forming, particularly noticeable near China, revealing the ambitious undertakings on the lunar surface. In a split second, Zhang Weiguo reacted swiftly, physically separating the two raw materials before they could collide. Had an ordinary individual on Blue Star executed such a maneuver, their remains would have been entombed within a several-ton lead coffin, buried hundreds of meters deep in a desolate area devoid of water, flora, and fauna, cordoned off with radiation warning signs. Yet Zhang Weiguo merely felt a slight warmth in his hand, akin to two heated pads. The onlookers in the Lunar Palace command room were nearly struck with cardiac arrest, as a dozen elderly scientists hastily produced heart-saving pills. Even younger colleagues unable to withstand the tension sought assistance from their elders. Zhang Weiguo was drenched in sweat, on the verge of fainting, leaving only the sound of breathing in the control room. Fortunately, Zhang Weiguo remembered the subsequent maneuver. After carefully placing the two raw materials, he began adjusting to the next angle. With the particle stream entering angle and the operation commenced, failure ensued. The particle stream was directed to angle, and again, failure followed. Moreover, during the adjustment to angle, one orientation caused the particle stream to erupt chaotically, swirling in all directions. Though an explosion did not occur, the devastation would have left no survivors within a 50-mile radius on Blue Star. This perilous nature of the experiment stemmed from the necessity of adjusting to angles deemed most likely to stabilize the particles based on theoretical calculations. However, the process of reaching these angles was fraught with danger, carrying the potential for explosions or chaotic particle emissions. such incidents on Blue Star would yield unimaginable consequences. Therefore, conducting experiments on Blue Star necessitated absolute certainty. The particle stream was aligned to angle, and the operation began. Zhang Weiguo commenced the experiment at this ninth angle, with all preceding attempts having ended in failure. The resplendent particle stream entered the confinement field and began to rotate harmoniously. Zhang Weiguo beheld this spectacle, finding it exceptionally captivating and harmonious. This time, they had truly succeeded. He felt no need to look back, for success was evident in the beauty and harmony that rendered it unforgettable. Indeed, witnessing this moment on the moon would forever be etched in Zhang Weiguo's memory. Had an ordinary person on Blue Star witnessed this, it would likely be equally unforgettable. This was, after all, the last vision of the world he would behold. As the radiation had rendered him blind, simultaneously obliterating his physical form, Zhang Weiguo observed the stability of the situation, with radiation dissipating as a natural physical process. Yet the particle stream exhibited no deviation, steadfastly rotating within the confinement field. Surely, this indicated success, Zhang Weiguo thought excitedly. While the control room was enveloped in an almost palpable silence, a pin drop could be heard as all eyes turned to Ji Weiqiang. Although Qian Lao served as the overall commander, he was not an expert in every field, with the research on nuclear fusion consistently falling under Ji Weiqiang's purview. That Ji Weiqiang remained transfixed, scrutinizing the transmitted visuals inch by inch, meticulously analyzing every detail until he confirmed that China had indeed succeeded in establishing a stable nuclear fusion power plant. Tears welled in his eyes as he was momentarily overcome with emotion. Unable to articulate his thoughts, rising to salute Zhang Weiguo, who was far away on the moon, and finally managed to utter, "We did it! We did it! We did it!" The scientists in the Lunar Palace Project control room embraced one another, celebrating with jubilant cheers and leaps of joy. Even Qian Lao waved his hands excitedly, softly murmuring, "We did it!" The breakthrough in nuclear fusion not only represented an energy revolution, akin to China's technological foundation built upon the fragile roots of thermal, wind, and solar power, which had nearly reached their limits after 2 years of development. Even minor breakthroughs had minimal impact. China's technological tree had grown significantly, having once been in a state of disarray, now flourishing with branches and leaves. Yet the energy supplied by thermal, wind, and solar power was insufficient to sustain further growth. Merely maintaining its current status, the breakthrough in energy would yield marginal growth. However, the advancement in stable nuclear fusion power generation equated to providing this tree with boundless space and infinite nourishment, enabling not only greater height and size, but also the thickening of its branches, potentially reinforcing the main roots. With efficient and geographically unrestricted stable nuclear fusion, intelligent grids and distributed energy systems could be effectively implemented, allowing the populace access to more affordable electricity. Furthermore, the energy breakthrough would significantly reduce costs across various industries, facilitating synchronized price reductions for all products, ultimately lowering the cost of living for the people and enhancing the international competitiveness of Chinese products. Moreover, projects previously shelved due to excessive energy consumption could now resume. Ion cannons, laser beams, space cities, of course, the latter remained theoretical, yet hope had undeniably emerged. The crowd erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring, and Zhang Weiguo shared in their exhilaration. However, an odd thought flickered through his mind. If this were used for mining cryptocurrency, it could yield substantial returns. As the excitement gradually subsided, Ji Weiqiang regained his composure and stated, "Xiaojiang, we have now identified the precise entry angle. Let us activate your ultra-compact nuclear fusion power station as well, while we observe which initial angles are comparatively safe." All right. Zhang Weiguo swiftly returned to the original cavern, which had stabilized, ensuring that the activation of the smaller station would not disrupt it. Upon completion, it became evident that his concerns were unwarranted. No unforeseen incidents occurred, and the activation was executed flawlessly. If we had identical materials, establishing a nuclear fusion power plant on Blue Star would be within our grasp. Although Ji Weiqiang, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Zhang Weiguo, "Excellent. Let us commence construction immediately. My friend, how many of those fragments do we require? I will find a way to procure some." At that moment, Chun Fan approached. As he was primarily responsible for the materials, he noted that constructing on Blue Star would undoubtedly necessitate more resources than on the moon, due to the greater number of laboratories and the higher energy demands. Zhang Weiguo understood this. After all, the moon only required a single base to be constructed, and the plans were already in place for that. However, Blue Star was different, as it required numerous laboratories and several sealed chambers were essential for testing adaptability in various environments. Hence, the energy consumption would far exceed that of the moon. Chen Fan continued, "We will need at least 500 fragments of the same size. If not more, an additional or should suffice. However, we need not rush. Such construction planning cannot be hurried, and your safety is paramount. Everyone has come to realize that Zhang Weiguo is China's most treasured asset, and all matters must prioritize his safety. Rest assured, I will certainly prioritize my own safety first. However, there is a promising opportunity on the horizon. The son of the tribal leader is likely about to undertake a perilous venture. If I can rescue him, it would undoubtedly signify a positive beginning." Agreed, but it is crucial to conceal your sanctuary well and to exercise caution in trusting others. Safety must remain our primary concern. The linguists have deciphered some basic terms. I will have them teach you at once. Indeed, but I may not be able to remain here for long. It is imperative that I spend more time over there. I fear that if he embarks on a risky endeavor while I am here, the opportunity may slip away. At this moment, Qian Lao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Proceed as you envision, but trust in yourself and ensure your safety." After Qian Lao finished speaking, Li Hua chimed in. "This time, I have brought you some weapons, along with manuals. You should study them well for any unforeseen circumstances." This revelation brought a smile to Zhang Weiguo's face. Previously, each visit had yielded a small box from Blue Star filled with food, a testament to the traditional Chinese concern for nourishment. Now, Zhang Weiguo's storage contained 30 days' worth of individual rations, supplemented by gathered fruits. Even if he were to do nothing there, rationing his meals would sustain him for 2 months, ensuring he could weather the harshest winter without issue. Excellent. Following this, Li Hua explained the usage and precautions of the pistol, while the linguist shared the deciphered symbols from the primitive tribes. Zhang Weiguo seized moments to teleport between the two caves, creating a small passage for the electrical wiring. Everything was set. After 12 hours, he returned to the primitive planet. In the following days, the experts would focus on developing the airtight chamber. He believed his presence on the moon would not be particularly beneficial. Rather, he should remain vigilant on the primitive planet, observing the young man adept at killing bees, establishing connections, and gathering fragments to facilitate the establishment of a nuclear fusion power station below. Moreover, Zhang Weiguo felt that the mysterious black box was a crucial item for upgrading his mental space. With the nation's rapid development, the existing 3x3x3 mental space was becoming insufficient and required enhancement. He excavated a suitably sized hole to accommodate a small nuclear fusion power station, alleviating concerns over power shortages for all the monitors. Jikashua had assured that the operational nuclear power stations were exceptionally stable. As long as they were not subjected to bombardment, they would function without issue. Furthermore, in the event of sudden instability, he could retract it into his mental space, allowing it to detonate on the moon, an invincible strategy. Once everything was in place, Zhang Weiguo reviewed the footage from the previous day, finding nothing noteworthy. It seemed the army ants did not venture out to hunt daily. He then retrieved the box that had been transported, discovering one hard drive filled with extensive knowledge about minerals, plants, and animals, along with various leisure items. Another box contained a Type 92 pistol, complete with a silencer and 200 rounds of ammunition. Zhang Weiguo, exhilarated, examined it, longing to fire a few shots, yet recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment. After carefully familiarizing himself with it, he loaded the ammunition and stored it in his mental space, ensuring it would be readily accessible at any time. After Zhang Weiguo's arrival on the primitive planet, Li Hua, brimming with excitement, summoned Qian Lao to his office. "Qian Lao, we have found him. He is indeed one of our own. Are you certain? Has this been verified?" "Confirmed. The fingerprints match precisely." When Li Hua initially went to verify, he had been incredulous. Upon comparing against the missing persons database, he quickly identified the corresponding individual. It was Zhang Weiguo from the old Zhang family. He was astonished, yet upon reflection, it made sense. Zhang Weiguo had mysteriously vanished after being struck by a vehicle, leaving no trace behind. Had it not been for the surveillance footage, they might have doubted its authenticity, as there was no evidence whatsoever, not a drop of blood, nothing at all. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. They had searched extensively, and Zhang Weiguo's patriotic demeanor was even more pronounced than that of an ordinary citizen. This aligned perfectly with the old Zhang family's background. Occasionally, when he returned home, old Zhang would be on leave, rising early to jog with his child, and always tuning into the evening news. His child, with high scores capable of gaining admission to prestigious universities, had opted for a military academy, driven by a desire to serve the nation. It appeared he had traversed time, not to the moon of that era, but rather to the moon 5 years hence. Linguists and behavioral scientists had analyzed Zhang Weiguo's recent actions and speech patterns, concluding he was likely an 18-year-old recent high school graduate, albeit exceptionally intelligent. Now that Zhang Weiguo had been confirmed, it was even better. He was a patriotic youth from a solid family background. With both parents and his sister still alive, that it seemed the childhood friend he had encountered recently had not found a new partner, which was perfect. No wonder his sister dreamed of the child being on the moon. The bond between mother and child was indeed profound. Qian Lao waved his hand in front of Li Hua. After Li Hua finished speaking, he had become lost in his own reverie, momentarily speechless. "Oh, I apologize, Qian Lao. I was just too excited." "Not at all. Quickly, tell me more about the child." "His name is Zhang Weiguo, the same family I mentioned when I brought you the art of war. He is the child from the old Zhang family." Upon hearing the name, Qian Lao felt confident about the outcome. In today's world, many young people had flamboyant names like Liang Chun or Ao Tian. But Zhang Weiguo's name exuded a sense of patriotism and familial devotion. His grandfather and father had both served in the military, although his grandparents had passed away long ago. However, his parents and sister were healthy, and even his childhood sweetheart was still searching for him. Is that so? That truly is wonderful. A harmonious family. Even if Zhang Weiguo were to learn of this, he would surely be delighted. However, there is a slight issue. How did you ascertain so quickly that he has a childhood sweetheart still looking for him? "Oh, it was during my last visit to borrow a book from old Zhang. I happened to run into him." "Such a coincidence. By the way, what is the family's background? What is his character like?" Those living above Li Hua would likely know, and although he had already sensed Zhang Weiguo's character, it was prudent to inquire further. "Well, they are all staunch patriots. Zhang Weiguo's academic performance is sufficient to gain admission to prestigious universities, yet he steadfastly chose to enroll in a military academy. His disappearance coincided with preparations to attend the military academy. Moreover, the entire family supports him wholeheartedly, especially old Zhang, who can be somewhat rigid. I previously suggested that military service does not necessarily mean serving in arduous conditions. The child is intelligent and could serve the nation more effectively with his intellect. Old Zhang, however, is resolute. Wherever conditions are tough, that is where he insists his son should serve, to defend the homeland and confront those who would invade us. Not only does he speak of this, but he also actively engages his child in rigorous outdoor training. This may indeed have contributed to Zhang Weiguo's survival on the primitive planet. Hearing this, Qian Lao chuckled. Old Zhang was quite the character, and his son had indeed ventured to a challenging locale, the moon, which was far from easy. It was fortunate that he had received such training. Otherwise, a newly graduated high schooler would face dire risks on the primitive planet. Li Hua nodded in agreement, pondering how the routine training had ultimately saved the young man's life. To be honest, he had likely encountered the young Zhang Weiguo in his childhood. However, the transformation was so significant that he had not recognized him, and he had never imagined that the middle-aged man visiting his home to apologize for his daughter was a high-ranking official from the National Security Bureau. However, a dilemma has arisen regarding whether to inform both parties. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Lao spoke up, suggesting that for the time being, the matter should remain unspoken on Lanqing's side. Yet protective measures must be initiated without delay. It is imperative to exercise caution to avoid drawing the attention of external forces. Furthermore, an opportunity should be sought to subtly hint to Weiguo's childhood companion, ensuring he is aware that Weiguo is still alive and may return. It would be a profound pity if, after enduring such a lengthy separation, the two children were to part ways at this critical juncture. Upon Weiguo's return, I shall personally communicate with him to convey that we have located his family, leaving the decision to him. The children are truly remarkable. I can sense their inner turmoil. On one hand, there may be concerns about their family not being present in this world, while on the other, there is likely a desire to spare their loved ones from worry. His presence on the moon, coupled with the necessity to venture to the primitive planet, poses significant dangers. Li Hua considered this. Recognizing the validity of Zhang Weiguo's predicament, there are times when he too refrains from disclosing perilous missions to his family, to shield them from fear and anxiety. Qian Lao continued, by the way. Aside from family and a girlfriend, does he have other friends? Perhaps we could invite another friend to come over and engage him in conversation. It might help alleviate his mood. Recently, psychologists have observed that he appears somewhat tense, burdened by pressures that he finds difficult to articulate. Likely feeling embarrassed to share with us, the visit from a friend might provide him with an opportunity to unwind. Li Hor recalled having seen a boy visiting previously. Likely a friend of Zhang Weiguo, that he surmised that the young man had recently graduated from university. I will seek him out, find one of his close friends to bring over. Good. Go ahead. This way, both Weiguo and we can find some solace. At that moment, a national security officer approached briskly. Captain, someone has sent a message regarding Gaoshang, instructing us to gather information on an elderly man named Zhang Jianxi. What? Li Hua sprang to his feet and dashed outside. What happened? Qian Lao inquired anxiously. Zhang Jianxi is old Zhang from upstairs. It was evidently not related to Zhang Weiguo. They had only just discovered his identity. It must be connected to the earlier inquiry regarding the unauthorized copy of The Art of War. The bookstore owner is certainly involved. Hurry, we must ensure old Zhang's safety, Qian Lao shouted in urgency as Li Hua rushed off, barely pausing to respond, jumping into the car and directing the surrounding national security personnel to converge in that direction. As he sped along, he pondered why they were seeking old Zhang. It couldn't possibly be due to Zhang Weiguo. After all, they had only recently uncovered his identity. Therefore, it must be related to the previous incident concerning the pirated copy of The Art of War. However, many individuals might be aware of the pirated text. Yet only old Zhang's daughter and the bookstore owner would be privy to any information linking them. The bookstore owner had overheard, and old Zhang's daughter would likely refrain from speaking out. Given that her father was incarcerated among her peers, it was clear that the bookstore owner was implicated. Immediately, he dialed the vice captain's number, instructing them to investigate the bookstore located in the alley by Yutu Middle School, as the owner may very well be of concern. Even if not, they could be the crucial point of information leakage. Understood. After arranging matters, Li Hua hastened to old Zhang's residence. Although old Zhang had retired, he maintained a daily routine of physical exercise, rising early to jog, refusing to neglect his fitness. His years of military service had honed his instincts, and today, while jogging, he sensed that something was amiss in his surroundings. Despite running in a park where elderly individuals often exercised and played with children, he had arisen earlier than usual to enjoy some solitude, with fewer people around. Moreover, his neighborhood lacked tourist attractions or cultural exchange venues, resulting in a scarcity of foreign visitors. Yet today, an unusual number of people had appeared, including numerous foreigners. Old Zhang cautiously noted a suspicious figure, planning to report to the police upon exiting. As he observed, it became increasingly evident that these individuals seemed to be approaching him. Maintaining his composure, he refrained from impulsive actions, acknowledging that the number of people was rather large, including foreigners, which suggested that the situation was far from trivial. He continued his routine, albeit with reduced intensity, conserving his energy while reviewing what might have drawn these individuals' attention. Although he had served as a soldier for many years, he hadn't been involved in particularly sensitive operations warranting such scrutiny. If it were related to his military service, such inquiries would have come much earlier. The only significant recent event was when Old Li had sought the pirated copy of The Art of War. To his surprise, this matter appeared to be more significant than he had anticipated, indicating that he had unwittingly aided the organization. Otherwise, so many spies would not have come seeking him. Realizing this, Old Zhang understood what he needed to do. He was uncertain of the value of the information he had provided regarding the art of war, but he knew he could not allow it to fall into the hands of these individuals. Despite having undergone training to withstand intense interrogation, he was aware that even if he remained silent, he could inadvertently divulge critical information. While he was uncertain what that information might be, it was clear that the number of adversaries surrounding him was substantial. Charging in alone would be foolish, risking harm to innocent bystanders and potentially jeopardizing national security. With this in mind, he resolved to bide his time. As Old Zhang jogged to warm up, the spies were growing increasingly frustrated. This old man runs too well. Why haven't we acted yet? I can't keep this up, they lamented, feeling the strain of their covert surveillance. Who knew? We were given orders to observe, but who can withstand this daily running? For just 1,000 a day, this is exhausting, they scoffed, dismissing the old man as unremarkable apart from his running abilities. Forget it. We haven't received a task in months. If there's money to be made, we shouldn't be picky. As the spies expressed their grievances, foreign operatives swiftly pursued old Zhang, realizing the gravity of the situation. Brothers, we might be in over our heads. It appears the foreign bigwigs are personally involved. They noted the exceptional skills of the pursuers, recognizing they were not ordinary individuals, likely either special forces or mercenaries, and decided against joining the fray. Let us not pursue. I'll make a call. One suggested to whom? National Security, to report the 50,000 bounty. Those foreigners are definitely spies, possibly high-ranking ones, and the reward is likely substantial. That you're right. We aren't part of their system, nor do we know them. Money is money. Meanwhile, old Zhang had already decided on his escape route and was well acquainted with the terrain. Although he was older and slower than the pursuers, he had a plan. However, those individuals remained unable to catch up. Instead, Lao Zhang had to slow down his pace to wait for them. Thus, a game of chase ensued, with the four trailing individuals becoming increasingly agitated. Damn it, I refuse to believe that we cannot outpace an old codger. What the hell, I didn't harm his dog or kidnap his family, so why is he running so swiftly? We must pursue him. This is our last chance, and if we fail now, we will draw attention and he will be protected, making it even more difficult. With that, they plunged into a frantic chase, only to see Lao Zhang dart into a courtyard. Without a second thought, the four resolved to capture this old man today. Otherwise, their pride would be irrevocably tarnished. Upon reaching the courtyard, Lao Zhang even ceased running. His mood visibly lightened as the four rushed in. He stood tall and disdainfully remarked, "Come, let us see who's the better fighter. I'll show you how many eyes the king of horses has." A uniformed officer stepped forward, addressing Lao Zhang. "What brings you here today, and why have you brought along several foreigners? Have you uncovered another den of crime?" He then scrutinized the four foreigners, questioning their behavior. "Lao Zhang, you must remain calm. It's commendable to curb unruly conduct. However, sometimes it's unnecessary to resort to violence. The other day, someone cut in line, and they ended up with a black eye." Terrified enough to flee overnight, Director Wang Chung emerged. He was familiar with Lao Zhang, who was known for his integrity and intolerance of wrongdoing. Enough talk. These individuals are spies that we need to apprehend them immediately. Upon hearing this, Director Wang became alert. Such matters were no joking matter for Lao Zhang. He shouted towards the entrance, "Close the gates." The personnel within the precinct rushed out, and with a whoosh, the gate slammed shut. The throng of officers surrounded the bewildered foreign spies. Who would have guessed that this old man would lead them straight to the security station? It was not entirely their fault. They were simply vexed by the old man's relentless taunts and provocations, including vulgar insults and gestures, which incited their ire. Moreover, who could have anticipated that this seemingly feeble old man would dare confront four of them? Had they not seen the films portraying such situations? In those narratives, the villains never approached a security station. Thankfully, Lao Zhang was oblivious to their thoughts. Otherwise, he would have mocked them further, reminding them that wealth does not wield influence here. This is the domain of the people's guardians. The four spies, quick to react, shouted in unison, "We are merely visiting China as tourists. Why are we being detained here? This is a violation of our human rights. I demand to contact my lawyer. This is how you treat foreign guests in China? Is there no law, no justice?" They insisted, "As foreign visitors, we deserve hospitality, not imprisonment. Come and see." Their pleas were somewhat skillful, enough to ignite Lao Zhang's fury. "Damn it, you think I'm blind? You've been sneaking glances at me in the park. And when I ran, you followed me for 5 miles, and now you claim to be on vacation. I'll give you a taste of reality." Lao Zhang charged forward, intent on confronting the four. But Director Wang quickly intervened, urging the younger officers to restrain him. "Uncle Zhang, hold on. We cannot resort to violence here. Please, for the sake of Director Wang, let us keep it civil in a society governed by law. The guilty will face consequences." The young officers pleaded with him, nearly managing to restrain Lao Zhang. Realizing that it was indeed inappropriate to act out in the precinct, Lao Zhang inquired, "You claim to be tourists. Yet you've chased me for 5 miles. What do you think I am, a tourist attraction?" The spies suddenly recalled their nation's perspective and, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, "We really like you." The others quickly caught on, realizing it was a rather poor excuse, but love was a valid reason. "Yes, we all admire you. We were captivated by your athletic prowess and were drawn to you. Zhang, Do not concern yourself with societal judgment. Faced with 4 robust, muscular figures, Lao Zhang had never feared such entities. Even amidst the sorrow of losing Zhang Weiguo and searching tirelessly, he found himself trembling at their words, goosebumps rising on his skin. What the hell? Upon regaining his composure, he was furious, contemplating whether to strike them, yet feeling repulsed by the idea. The experience was profoundly unpleasant. Even the precinct officers were taken aback, their gazes darting between the 4 foreigners and Lao Zhang. Fully aware of their culture's openness, yet this felt excessively extreme. Lao Zhang was at a loss for words, urging everyone to disregard the spies' nonsensical claims. They were evidently up to no good and deserved to be apprehended. The 4 spies grew anxious. If they were indeed detained, even if only for questioning, it would pose significant complications. With a record, they would likely be under heightened scrutiny. That we genuinely admire him. We appreciate him. Furthermore, they reasoned, even if they were running, they were merely lost and had not committed any offense deserving of detention. Indeed, we were just wandering around. We've done nothing wrong. Must we be investigated for such trivialities? Who would dare visit again? Hearing this, Director Wang felt a headache coming on. It was true. Lao Zhang had done nothing wrong, and neither had these individuals, although it was evident they had chased Lao Zhang for 5 miles. There was no concrete evidence to suggest they posed a threat. Their refusal to be investigated seemed reasonable. After all, one must consider international relations. If they demanded an investigation without cause, it could lead to negative repercussions. Just as Director Wang was grappling with this dilemma, a young female officer approached silently, having noticed his predicament. Understanding he wished to conduct a thorough investigation but lacked direct evidence for coercive measures, she whispered a suggestion in his ear that could indeed resolve the issue. However, upon hearing it, Director Wang felt another wave of goosebumps. He turned to Lao Zhang, saying, "Uncle Zhang, why don't you step inside for some tea and to cool off?" Lao Zhang, not one to argue, complied readily. "Now can you let us go?" The spies were overjoyed, even appreciating the orderly conduct of the Chinese security station. They realized they had nothing to fear, as they had done nothing wrong. So why should they be detained or investigated? Upon Lao Zhang's entry, Director Wang addressed the 4, stating, "The mission of our Chinese security station extends beyond punishing criminals. We also play a vital role in mediating neighborhood disputes and fostering harmonious relationships. Your admiration for Lao Zhang has evidently caused him distress, and we must intervene. Please, let us discuss this amicably." As the spies contemplated arguing against this, Director Wang interjected, "Be cautious with your words. Although our security station is friendly, deceiving public officials is also grounds for investigation." With that, the 4 fell silent, recognizing the necessity of cooperation for the sake of communication. Entering the station without formal registration posed no issue. After they stepped inside, Director Wang promptly called for assistance, insisting on reporting to higher authorities that these individuals were indeed suspicious, but it was beyond his purview to resolve. He needed to inform national security. Meanwhile, Lao Li had rushed to Lao Zhang's residence. Knocking on the door with no response, fearing for Lao Zhang's safety, he kicked the door open, only to find the phone left behind, indicating that Lao Zhang was not home. Yet, the house appeared undisturbed, suggesting he had merely stepped out. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from a national security officer. "Captain, we just checked the bookstore across from the school, and the owner and his family are missing. There's definitely something amiss." Li Hua felt a throbbing headache. Who could have anticipated that an ordinary bookstore owner near a high school could be a spy? Moreover, if this spy was aware of the situation, it must have been a coincidence, indicating that there were indeed individuals or matters of value in the vicinity of that high school. Investigate the bookstore and the family's residence to uncover any connections to classified entities or activities. Understood. After hanging up, another officer entered. "Captain, we've received news from Kaohsiung. The reward has been cancelled." Li Hua's heart sank. Had the other side already succeeded? Was that why the reward was revoked? Did this mean that Lao Zhang was in peril? Just as he learned of Zhang Weiguo's fate, now his father was in trouble. How could they possibly endure such a turn of events? Li Hua still held on to a glimmer of hope. He was aware that Lao Zhang had served in the military, endowing him with a certain level of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, as well as a strong ability for self-preservation. Perhaps it was Lao Zhang's discovery of the amateur spies across the way that prompted them to cancel the ordinary bounty and dispatch more specialized personnel to take action. As he contemplated this, the phone rang again, jingling insistently. "Captain, The Public Security Office on Chuanchi Street reports that a retired soldier has reported 4 suspicious foreign individuals operating covertly in the area. Suspected to be spies, for now, they had managed to stabilize the situation, yet lacked concrete evidence. They hoped that higher authorities would promptly arrive to take over and provide guidance on how to proceed. A retired soldier, 4 furtive foreign individuals. It was 90% likely to be Lao Zhang. Li Hua hastily drove at breakneck speed to the Chuanchi Public Security Office. Inside, the mediation rooms were separated, and a few young officers were listening intently as Lao Zhang reminisced about his fervent past. Director Wang was earnestly trying to buy time with the foreign individuals as soon as Li Hua entered. He spotted the agitated Lao Zhang, and his own tension began to ease. Pushing the door open, he declared, "Let me tell you, those people are nothing but paper tigers. If we confront them, they will back down." Back in my day, just then, Lao Zhang caught sight of Li Hua. "Lao Li, you're here." He was intrigued about what this art of war could possibly pertain to, drawing so many foreign forces. Yet, he understood the importance of discretion and refrained from asking. Li Hua flashed his credentials and instructed the young officers to step outside. He also notified the National Security Team to take the 4 foreign individuals into custody for interrogation, as the National Security Agency was not bound by the Geneva Convention when dealing with spies. Director Wang was pleased to see them go, exclaiming that fortune had smiled upon him, and it seemed these individuals might indeed be spies, which lifted his spirits considerably. "Lao Zhang, you are quite astute. Aren't you?" Running to the Public Security Office, Li Hua felt relaxed enough to tease Lao Zhang. Zhang Weiguo's mother, sister, girlfriend, and childhood friends had already arranged for their protection. "Hey, I'm not a fool. There are plenty of them over there. If I went up, it wouldn't be impossible, but there are civilians around too. Besides, I understand the significance of the matter. If I were captured and inadvertently leaked crucial information, it would be a total loss. Now, capturing those 4 individuals was paramount, and a few others were also brazenly surveilling him in the park. He had provided the young officers with their descriptions, urging them to stay vigilant and no need to worry. "You all carry on. I'll head back now. Li Hua quickly detained Lao Zhang. "You can't return yet. You've been targeted. We've also dispatched personnel to protect your wife and Tuan. Come with me to the base for a while and lend a hand training the security team. I see you still have your edge. All right, I'll just grab a few clothes." Lao Zhang was not the type to insist on staying home, declaring it a waste of national resources. Clearly, something confidential was at play, making him appear significant. The best course of action was to heed the state's arrangements and avoid causing trouble. Those who incessantly clamored for independence from state oversight, insisting on staying home, were nothing short of foolish. Did they think the state would ignore them if they stayed home? What if they were captured for leaking state secrets? Would the state come to their rescue? Lao Zhang felt an urge to slap those movie characters who defied the organization and acted heroically without regard for the consequences. After retrieving his belongings, Li Hua informed Lao Zhang's wife, who was supportive upon learning it was a matter concerning the state. However, upon hearing that Li Hua was a significant figure in the organization, she implored him to help locate Zhang Weiguo. While Li Hua wished to reveal the truth that Zhang Weiguo was still alive, the timing was not right, and he needed to consult Zhang Weiguo before making any decisions. As they drove off, Li Hua glanced at Lao Zhang, intrigued. "Lao Zhang, why do you seem in such good spirits?" "Oh, you noticed that? It seems my ability to disguise my emotions has waned. My eyes are sharp. Nothing escapes me." "What is the matter? Did you catch a few spies and feel elated?" "Catching spies is indeed gratifying, but that is not the crux of it. The main point is that I have a strong feeling my son is still alive, possibly working for the country, which is immensely significant." Li Hua was taken aback. "What makes you say that?" "Firstly, I am self-aware. I am not so pivotal that international spies would come after us. The only reason must be that book of the pirated art of war." He continued, "I looked into it afterward. There are very few copies of this pirated version in existence. While it holds little intrinsic value, it is of immense importance to me as it serves as a code for communication between my son and me. Furthermore, today, the level of concern shown towards me and my family seems to exceed that warranted by the art of war. I can only deduce there must be another reason. Of course, it pertains to my missing son. If foreign entities are taking notice, then the country must also regard him as significant. However, using the art of war for coded communication implies he is either in a perilous situation or in a location where contact is difficult. If my son is alive and still serving the country, then of course, I would be overjoyed. After Lao Zhang concluded his analysis, Li Hua drove in silence, offering no response. Yet, silence often speaks volumes. And Lao Zhang's tense fist gradually relaxed as relief washed over him. Soon, Li Hua arranged for Lao Zhang's stay at the base, instructing the surrounding team to ensure his protection and requesting Lao Zhang's assistance in training the team. Having completed these tasks, Li Hua hurriedly departed, needing to report to Qian Lao and then head to the National Security Headquarters to interrogate the spies. Meanwhile, Lao Zhang sat in the room, turning on the television to watch the news. The broadcast was live coverage of a phase in the Lighthouse nuclear fusion experiment, with the host excitedly narrating that this experiment marked a milestone on the path to achieving practical nuclear fusion. The success of this experiment would signify that controllable nuclear fusion was just one step away, within reach. Just as he was speaking, the broadcast suddenly filled with static, and the connection was abruptly severed. At that moment, within the Lighthouse Space Agency, the director was still puffed up with pride. Humph, although China has taken the lead in space exploration this time, we have obtained part of the nuclear fusion technology from the Great Eagle. And coupled with our already advanced nuclear fusion research, this is an unprecedented breakthrough. If this live broadcast experiment succeeds, the public opinion will shift dramatically. With nuclear fusion, we can venture further into the cosmos, far beyond what China can achieve by merely researching on the moon. Nuclear fusion is the steam engine of the new era, the computer of the new age, and it will inevitably lead to a monumental transformation in our times. The Lighthouse will continue to be at the forefront of the era, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world, becoming the eternal dominator of the new world. The head of the space agency was exhilarated, envisioning the invincible future of the Lighthouse. However, some scientists below expressed concern. This experiment only has theoretical success. We haven't tested the materials. Moreover, the design provided by the Great Eagle may not necessarily be correct. Isn't it a bit extreme to proceed with a live broadcast? Such high-stakes experiments, if they fail, could affect all life within a 100-kilometer radius. There are several human settlements nearby. Should we notify them to evacuate? No need to worry. The Great Eagle wouldn't dare deceive us, and the technology is something China desires, so there must be some basis for it. Besides, there's no need to alert those people. It won't fail. Before they could finish their conversation, the live broadcast screen suddenly filled with static, interrupting the feed. The host quickly reacted, stating that the following content pertained to confidential research related to the Lighthouse and could not be broadcast any longer. Meanwhile, within the space agency, the live feed continued uninterrupted, and the scientists quickly realized that an electronic pulse had overflowed, indicating a serious issue with the experiment. They urgently called to halt the experiment. The personnel at the experiment site had already sensed something was amiss. The design provided by the Great Eagle was fundamentally flawed and had failed to maintain the stability of the particles within the confinement field. Now, radiation had begun to escape, contaminating the area within 100 miles. The personnel at the experiment site were relatively better off, having been forewarned of potential hazards. They quickly donned radiation protective suits and evacuated swiftly. The scientists scrambled for the phone, preparing to alert the nearby settlements within the contaminated zone to evacuate. Just as they dialed, the director abruptly silenced the call that we must notify them immediately. The experiment has failed. But the contamination is still manageable. However, it wouldn't be long before the radiation from the experiment would settle and accumulate within a 100-kilometer radius, putting those people at risk. Are you really going to announce that our Lighthouse live-streamed nuclear fusion experiment has failed? Do you understand what failure signifies at a time when China has repeatedly succeeded in lunar exploration and public pressure is mounting? I don't know, but I do know that if those people don't evacuate, they will undoubtedly be exposed to radiation and develop cancer. This will lead to public disillusionment with us, with the country, and with our system. On a smaller scale, it means the public will lose faith in the nation. On a larger scale, the very existence of the country could rest in your hands. This statement left the scientists utterly speechless. Those who typically engage in academia are hardly equipped to articulate such political maneuvers. What then? The experiment has failed. No, it has succeeded. We have made a groundbreaking advancement. Our nuclear fusion success is within reach, the leader asserted with unwavering conviction. The scientists gazed at the leader and inquired, what about the people in the gathering areas? They are not our compatriots, and their numbers are not significant. They are undoubtedly willing to sacrifice themselves for the beacon, and we shall eternally be grateful to them. Indeed, this could work to our advantage. After all, does China not supply a plethora of food? We shall amend various regulations to ensure that Chinese food is the most affordable in that region, guaranteeing that the majority of what those people consume is sourced from China. In a few years, when reports of cancer cases among them emerge, we can launch a compelling public relations offensive. We will compare cancer rates and food intake in another affluent city. Those consuming our beacon's food will exhibit robust health, while those consuming Chinese food will be more prone to cancer. Further inciting public resistance. If this matter were to be uncovered, it would be exceedingly grave. The scientist was astounded by the leader's lack of ethics. Though he himself lacked shame, he still possessed a modicum of conscience when it came to his own people. Who would believe that we would allow hundreds of thousands to suffer from radiation exposure merely to frame China? That would surely be viewed as a conspiracy by China. The scientist was horrified by the politician's shamelessness. It is not a question of belief. You are actively engaged in this very scheme. Observing the scientist's shock, the leader reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. Do not worry, it's not a significant issue. Besides, we have the media firmly in our grasp. We will amplify news of Chinese people consuming dog meat to stir up environmental groups. No one will pay attention to these matters. They will only remember the monumental breakthrough we achieved in beacon nuclear fusion. And our names will be etched in textbooks. Future generations will only recall our accomplishments. The scientist refrained from rebuttal. He was swayed by the leader's words. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo, stationed at the command center for the Blue Star Moon Palace project, could hardly contain himself that he had watched the live broadcast and reviewed the official statement from the beacon. Although it did not specify the operational details or plans, it was evident from the announcement that they had indeed employed the technology derived from the Great Eagle's breakthroughs. However, Zhang Weiguo had already conducted experiments on the moon. While theoretically feasible, the constraints imposed by material formation and the effects of particle bombardment would ultimately render the application a complete failure. Success was impossible. He had also witnessed the snowflakes in the live broadcast, which could not simply be attributed to confidentiality or a shutdown of the broadcast. It was unequivocally the result of experimental failure, causing particle overflow and resulting in an electronic pulse, accompanied by a radiation contamination zone extending nearly 100 kilometers. Now, an hour had passed, and the beacon still claimed the experiment was successful. Without announcing any failures, nor had they notified the populace in the contaminated zone to evacuate. This raised significant concerns. They appeared indifferent to the lives of those people. Zhang Weiguo was genuinely shocked. This transcended the limits of humanity. This was not merely a handful of individuals. It involved hundreds of thousands. Such a situation was far too severe. He promptly reported to Elder Qian, who, upon hearing the news, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that these individuals would forsake all ethical boundaries for the sake of public opinion. Setting aside such thoughts for now, they needed to urgently warn their fellow Chinese citizens to avoid those areas. Moreover, the audacity of their actions, disregarding human life, necessitated that they expose them. Saving even a few lives would be worthwhile. They should contact the camels. After all, they were also interested in that technology. They could provide support and sell it to them. They had even better options to assert that others were wrong. They must first prove their correctness. The hundreds of billions offered for the paint fee could not simply be ignored. Fortunately, they had Weiguo. Otherwise, any impulsive experimentation on their part would have resulted in dire consequences. With Elder Qian's consent, Zhang Weiguo felt emboldened to proceed. He immediately contacted the camels, who, at that moment, were beginning to hesitate, although the Great Eagle demanded a hefty price. It appeared they were genuinely delivering results. The beacon's experiment had supposedly succeeded. While the camels were conducting some research, they had not yet reached the forefront of innovation. Thus, they remained oblivious to the implications of the previous snowflakes. When one has excess funds, one must spend. Otherwise, too much wealth might attract unwanted attention. This is the lament of small nations. Just as the camels contemplated whether to seek the Great Eagle once more, Zhang Weiguo called. Brother, we have made minor breakthroughs in nuclear fusion. Would you like to acquire a certain technology at the original price? Brother, I was just thinking of contacting you. The beacon has successfully conducted experiments. What progress have we made? Successful experiments, my foot. Listen to me. There are your countrymen over there. Hurry and evacuate them to 100 kilometers away. Radiation is rampant. What is going on, brother? What do you mean? Elaborate. The Great Eagle's technology is theoretically sound, but its practical application is a different story altogether. We can surmise their intentions. They conducted an experiment, and everything went awry. If they proceed as planned, it will be a guaranteed failure. Did you see the snowflakes on the television during the beacon's live broadcast? Yes, I nearly thought my golden television was malfunctioning. No, it was indicative of their experimental failure. The particles within the confinement field dispersed, generating electronic pulses that disrupted the broadcast. This is undoubtedly a major incident, resulting in extensive radiation. Those people have no morals. They failed to notify their own people to evacuate. Is that true? Is it really true? They are a developed nation, and there are still hundreds of thousands of people over there, and they are proceeding in such a manner. Who are we to each other? Am I deceiving you? I'll send you the technology directly. Once you review it, you will understand the situation. First, let us get our people to safety. All right, brother, I'll transfer the funds to your Dongfeng card. After Zhang Weiguo hung up, he quickly received confirmation of the transaction. His brother was indeed reliable. He no longer feared the camels selling technology to others. If resolving the challenges of nuclear fusion involved 100 problems, this technology was merely one step among those problems. Useful, but of limited applicability to nations lacking a foundational understanding. There should be no one capable of solving more than 80 problems related to steady-state nuclear fusion. Even China faced similar challenges, as only through actual implementation could the true difficulty be unveiled. However, despite still having 20 unsolved problems, they had received answers directly from the technological materials sent by Zhang Weiguo from the primordial planet, effectively providing solutions to those 20 materials science problems, even offering universal solutions. With answers in hand, further research would become significantly simpler. In a certain film, primitive people wielding bronze tools had mastered faster-than-light travel due to the availability of a conveniently obtainable substance on their planet, while Blue Star had not discovered superluminal travel due to the absence of such a material. It was akin to a lack of iron preventing a society from advancing from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age. Should that primordial planet possess such materials, the resulting development would be unimaginably profound. Following the phone call, Zhang Weiguo continued to gaze at the moon, speaking to himself. Meanwhile, the camels, upon receiving the information sent by Zhang Weiguo, promptly convened their scientists to commence research. With a process and answers at hand, the camels also possessed formidable intellects. They quickly discerned that, while the Great Eagle's theories were unclear, the nuclear fusion theory provided by China was evidently viable. Moreover, the Great Eagle had relied on the LJM 342 mathematical model for their research, which had become somewhat outdated in the realm of nuclear fusion mathematics. In contrast, the mathematical model supplied by China was evidently more advanced and aesthetically pleasing. Furthermore, China had indeed begun notifying its citizens and overseas Chinese in that region to evacuate as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, the camel leader felt an exhilarating rush akin to savoring a cold treat on a sweltering summer day. Those from the Great Eagle had mocked him. Those from the beacon had threatened him. This time, the beacon had spent a fortune acquiring the failed technology from the Great Eagle. A spectacle was sure to unfold. The camel leader contemplated delivering a biting retort, though their strength was somewhat lacking, preventing an official response. However, it would surely be permissible for anonymous individuals to leak this information. Thus, while hastening their own evacuation and conducting checks, they contacted numerous anonymous sources to divulge the affair. At that moment, Elder Qian at the Blue Star Moon Palace Project Command Center was practically beside himself with fury. Rarely did he resort to profanity. Damn it, they have committed these heinous acts and now seek to shift the blame onto us. Elder Qian promptly escalated the issue, and soon after, intelligence was relayed from above, revealing that the beacon had suddenly begun drafting corresponding regulations to grant Chinese food in the experimental area tax exemptions, thereby allowing it to be sold at reduced prices. This measure would ensure that Chinese food became the primary sustenance in that region. What does this mean? It implies that once those individuals develop cancer, they will attribute the blame to Chinese food. This is utterly shameless, lacking any moral boundaries. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Fear not, for you are part of the sunless empire, impervious to the chill. As the frigid wave descends, simply bask in your eternal daylight. The public's ire has swiftly shifted towards the Great Eagle, undoubtedly aided by the machinations of the lighthouse. Meanwhile, the plight of the hundreds of thousands of disaster victims has faded from the limelight. Here in China, we continue to advance according to our plans, having commenced the design and preliminary construction of a nuclear fusion power station at the Lunar Palace Command Center of Blue Star. awaiting only the collection of alien technological fragments or ores by Zhang Weiguo to successfully erect the core reactor. The sealed chamber has also been completed preliminarily and is undergoing experimental testing. Yet, Li Hua, having labored throughout the day, finds himself unable to rest as night falls. In a few hours, Zhang Weiguo may arrive, and he must disclose that he is aware of Zhang's true identity. Thus, he seeks someone familiar, yet not too close, for Zhang Weiguo remains in a perilous situation. Consequently, Li Hua is in search of Zhang Weiguo's childhood friend, Chen Tianlei at this moment. Chen Tianlei is in a rather foul mood. Tonight was supposed to be a reunion with university classmates, which he attended with enthusiasm. However, he did not anticipate the rapid transformation of his peers into such materialistic individuals, while he understands that everyone is striving for a living. He is taken aback by the stroke of fortune that has befallen a rival from university who has struck it rich due to property redevelopment. While he remains unemployed. At the hotel, his adversary has been insufferable. Reveling in newfound wealth and the sycophancy of others, Chen Tianlei, weary of the situation, decides to leave and heads to a nearby internet cafe to contact his childhood friend Zhang Weiguo. Meanwhile, in the hotel, his rival, Wang Hong, enjoys the accolades of those around him while wondering why Chen Tianlei has not returned. During their university days, he was always overshadowed by Chen Tianlei, and now that he has money, he relishes the opportunity to humiliate him, especially knowing that Chen is still an idle wanderer without a job. Observing Wang Hong's intentions, a sycophant remarks, "Wang Xiao, that Chen fellow probably won't return. It seems he is logged in." Wang Hong retrieves his phone, recalling the times they played games together when they were less acquainted. He logs in to find it is not his account, but that of his childhood friend, who had a dying wish to achieve glory in gaming. Thus he often plays on his friend's account. Wang Hong puts down his phone, curious about the current rank. Is it silver? He nearly spits out his drink, exclaiming, "Let us go greet little Chun, and then I'll treat you all to 5-pound lobsters." Many other classmates, disillusioned by Wang Hong's demeanor, choose to leave, yet a handful of followers remain, each with their own motives, some seeking loans, others plotting schemes against Wang Hong, while some simply enjoy causing distress. Shortly after Chen Tianlei logs in, it becomes evident he is nearby, and a group led by Wang Hong prepares to confront him. Meanwhile, Li Hua is also en route. After all, internet usage requires real name registration. When Chen Tianlei begins to log in, Li Hua receives the address and rushes over. Chen Tianlei, having just finished a match, is frustrated by the incompetence of his teammates. Feeling defeated after several losses, in a fit of anger, he recalls Zhang Weiguo, lamenting the absence of a confidant to commiserate with. He opens a bottle of soda, planning to take a break before heading home to visit his father, which he considers an act of filial piety. Furthermore, his father is quite the conversationalist, regaling him with tales of yore, which is rather enjoyable. Oh, impressive. Silver rank with a record of 134, a true master. Can you carry me? Wang Hong's mocking voice interrupts, leaving Chen Tianlei speechless. While they were rivals in university, he certainly never wished him harm. Why must he come and provoke him even now? Chen Tianlei stands up, prepared to confront him, startling Wang Hong momentarily. Yet, Wang Hong quickly regains his composure. He is a cunning individual who knows that wealth does not shield one from formidable foes. Thus, he does not act arrogantly, despite being both cowardly and brash. Encountering the well-acquainted Chen Tianlei, he seeks to unleash his pin-up frustrations. "What do you want? Planning to fight? Indeed. You, an unemployed individual, are truly invincible. Feel free to throw a punch, it matters not," Wang Hong taunts, infuriating Chen Tianlei. However, he restrains himself, understanding that engaging with such a person is futile. Even if victorious, it would only prolong the annoyance. Oh, it's not your account. It's that deceased friend's account. Are you afraid he is faring too well in the afterlife? The remark sends Chen Tianlei into a rage, and he strides forward to deliver a slap. Yet, in his fervor, he misses as Wang Hong stumbles back. I possess internal strength. Is he trying to provoke me? In his moment of confusion, a tall figure emerges from behind him. Li Hua. Having previously seen Chen Tianlei's photograph, Li Hua, upon entering, is alarmed to find a crowd encircling him. He is on the verge of a video call with Zhang Weiguo. And should Zhang see Chen Tianlei in a disheveled state, he might question the integrity of Blue Star. In a moment of urgency, Li Hua kicks Wang Hong, sending him sprawling, causing Chen Tianlei's slap to miss entirely. The loud noise draws the attention of everyone in the internet. Hua's imposing presence does not go unnoticed, and even the security, retired military personnel, approach, urging, "Call the police. We can't handle this." Hua had employed just enough force to displace Wang Hong without causing serious harm. Wang Hong, rising unsteadily, points at Hua, shouting, "Who are you? Why did you kick me without provocation? I have a lawyer, and you will know the cost of that kick." Hua's mind races. He realizes he was impulsive. Not in the act of kicking, but in the attention his actions have drawn. He must conjure a plausible explanation. Reminiscing about his attempts to connect with his daughter, he recalls researching her interests, such as stories titled The Return of the War God and The Invincible Immortal. Although he found them cringeworthy, they now provide a means of remedying the situation. Ignoring Wang Hong, he turns to Chen Tianlei, saying, "Young master, time is of the essence. The old man requests your return." This declaration stuns Wang Hong and his sycophants. Could it be that Chen Tianlei, always so low-key, is actually an heir to a powerful family? The imposing bodyguard accompanying him is not someone an ordinary person could hire. Chen Tianlei's mind races. His family has always been of humble origins. "What? My father hasn't he finished harvesting our 2 acres of wheat? And you send soldiers to fetch me home? Don't we have harvesters in China?" The surrounding internet users are equally bewildered. What? An heir from a wealthy family is at an internet CAF? How unassuming. Could it be a plot twist where I possess untold wealth unbeknownst to me? Witnessing the reactions of those around him, Chen Tianlei quickly grasps that regardless of the truth, he need only walk out with pride. Leaving behind a lasting legend, he strides out in silence, exuding an air of cool detachment. Hua follows closely behind, and none dare to move. Sporting sunglasses, he approaches the front desk with an air of authority, stating, "Should I discover any videos of this incident online, you shall know the consequences." The stunned attendant nods, utterly captivated by his demeanor. Hua accompanies Chen Tianlei into the elevator, descending to the ground floor. "Brother, what is the situation now? Speak plainly. I can handle it. You know Zhang Weiguo. Indeed, he is a good person. As a child, he wouldn't even steal corn for roasting. He is currently on the moon." Immortal and unyielding, Chen Tianlei turns and steps back into the elevator, prompting Hua to inquire, "What are you doing?" "I intend to confront him. He possesses strength and is associated with a deranged organization that I cannot gauge." Hua swiftly pulls Chen Tianlei back, shoving him into the car and tossing him identification. Chen Tianlei glances at the credentials and exclaims, "Brother, even if you are going to fabricate something, there should be limits. I could feign belief in a more ordinary title, but the head of the National Security Department, that is simply beyond my capacity to accept. And by the way, just be truthful, given that you've made me appear impressive today. I'll do anything as long as it doesn't betray my country." Chen Tianlei meticulously reflected on his life, firstly acknowledging that he was undoubtedly his father's biological son, sharing an almost identical appearance with him, and resembling his grandfather as well. His grandfather wielded a sickle with a grace that could only be described as artistry, a far cry from any notion of being a descendant of a hidden aristocracy. He was, in essence, a quintessential peasant. Academically, Chen struggled, and his gaming skills were equally lacking, though he was reluctant to admit it. He truly felt somewhat inept. As for the earlier mention of Zhang Weiguo being immortal on the moon, who would believe such nonsense? I must be a fool, Chen Tianlei candidly confessed. Just moments ago, Hua had escorted him directly to the Blue Star Moon Palace Program Command Center, where he caught a distant glimpse of Zhang Weiguo's father. The elder Zhang, training some young recruits. To add to the surreal experience, the well-known figure from the news, the auspicious big shot, even brought him a cup of water. Faced with this reality, he unequivocally accepted that he was indeed a fool. His brother, his childhood friend, his close comrade, Zhang Weiguo, had genuinely ventured to the moon, and he was indeed immortal. His mind was buzzing, yet he quickly forced himself to accept this astonishing truth. Now, a question lingered. What did his brother's lunar expedition have to do with him? Was he also one of the chosen children? Had the heavens allowed him to flounder in search of employment solely to lead to this day? Filled with anticipation, Chen Tianlei had even envisioned how he would dramatically display his fearless courage. Before long, Hua returned, now aware that Qian Lao and he understood Zhang Weiguo's identity, and naturally, it was Hua who elucidated the situation. Once the explanation concluded, Chen Tianlei finally grasped the implications. The big shot's message was that he had traversed time from 5 years ago to the present on the moon. had established contact with the organization, and harbored concerns about whether the current blue star was indeed his blue star. Yes, wasn't the elder Zhang present as well? Wouldn't it be better for him to communicate directly? However, matters concerning Xiao Zhang were rather complicated, and it was uncertain whether he would be willing to divulge everything immediately. Therefore, we should first inquire, and then you can engage with him. That, of course, you cannot go outside. But since you're job hunting, this could provide you with a position specifically responsible for communicating with Zhang Weiguo, alleviating his stress and ensuring his spirits remain high. Qin Tianlei excitedly pumped his fist, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew that when you broke your leg playing soccer, and I carried you for a month, that debt would be repaid. Is this a civil service job? How much does it pay? Does it include meals and accommodation?" His inquiries were straightforward. "Yes, quite a bit, including meals and accommodation, and we will notify your family. However, you cannot easily contact the outside world, nor can you go out." "Understood, no problem. When will I be contacted?" "Wait. He hasn't returned yet. Once we've communicated with him, we will call you up. By the way, I overheard you discussing some game related to Zhang Weiguo. What does King of Glory mean?" "Oh, it's a game we enjoyed in high school, and we promised to team up for it after the college entrance examination. But then he vanished. I was thinking of playing to honor his wishes. Currently, Zhang Weiguo's mental well-being was of utmost importance. Psychologists had analyzed that although he appeared carefree, he was under significant psychological pressure, both from being on the primitive planet and in the desolate moon environment, neither of which were conducive to stress relief. Moreover, Zhang Weiguo possessed a strong sense of national responsibility, causing him to suppress his emotions. If this continued, it could lead to serious issues. Li Hua promptly reported this matter to Qian Lao, who quickly replied, suggesting that this young man should send some signals to Weiguo, and next time, a computer should be sent along, allowing him to play some games on the moon for relaxation. To be honest, Zhang Weiguo possessed unparalleled value on the moon. However, it was not necessary for him to be occupied every moment. After completing the scientist's tasks, he had ample personal time. Just like now, after arriving, he was merely collecting some lunar soil and replacing a few broken parts. The remaining tasks were relatively inconsequential, waiting for the airlock to be launched. It was essential to provide Zhang Weiguo with some form of entertainment to lift his spirits, so getting him a computer to play games in his room seemed ideal. My goodness, is this heaven? Qin Tianlei was utterly exhilarated. His long-lost childhood friend had returned. He had found a job that was low stress and high reward, where his duties involved gaming and chatting with his friend, truly a paradise. After arranging the details, Li Hua hastily returned to address espionage matters, while Qian Lao was in the sealed chamber laboratory, inquiring about the experimental results. "How did it go?" Qian Lao asked. "The simulated lunar environment is fully functional. It can even withstand harsher conditions. In truth, we've been researching this level of adaptability for quite some time. The recent focus has been on how to adapt mechanical assembly, as challenges have arisen regarding the speed of repairs and the complexity of assembly, given that the sealed chamber requires more meticulous operations. However, it seemed that there were no issues at present. With Brother Gang up there, research could continue, and the sealed chamber could be launched first. Indeed, many problems on the moon stemmed from environmental factors and the absence of operators. With Zhang Weiguo's presence, numerous challenges could be swiftly resolved. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Lao decided to proceed with the launch, intending to observe whether the equipment could endure the lunar environment. Furthermore, they could not abandon mechanical installation and must continue researching. Their future extended beyond the moon. They aimed to reach Mars and venture into the farthest reaches of the universe, all while preparing for scenarios without Xiao Gang present. Understood. Preparations for another rocket launch commenced, and Qian Lao specifically arranged for a domestically produced computer to be sent up, confident that with nuclear fusion, there would be no fear of power shortages. Upon Zhang Weiguo's return, he assessed the other areas and found no pressing matters, thus dedicating himself to investigating the conditions of the primitive tribe. He also took time to recharge the cameras set up in the tribe, relieved that they were electronic spider cameras, allowing for safe charging without needing to be too close. He planned to bring more wireless charging stations during his next visit, burying them along the paths for unlimited charging. Although the consumption was somewhat high, his access to nuclear fusion power ensured it would be sufficient. In the primitive tribe, the young boy skilled in bee hunting continued to teach his brother the art of capturing bees. Yet, Zhang Weiguo noticed him preparing something in a secluded corner, having visited the witch's thatched hut several times. The last time he emerged, He carried a bulging sack filled with unknown contents, indicating that the little fellow was gearing up for action. Nightfall was approaching. He couldn't possibly act in the dead of night. At the very least, he should wait until tomorrow. Zhang Weiguo checked the time, estimating that he would return in 12 hours, just in time to make contact with the primitives. Fostering their development and aiding his homeland by gathering fragments to construct a large nuclear power station, thereby propelling the nation forward in various aspects. Additionally, now armed with a firearm beyond just a crossbow. His safety was considerably ensured. As long as he didn't charge directly into the tribe, there shouldn't be any issues. Having formulated his plan, Zhang Weiguo returned to the moon, only to find Li Hua and Qian Lao standing solemnly in front of the video screen. Devoid of any other presence, what had transpired? Qian Lao, what is going on? Qian Lao spoke gravely, foregoing any suspense as he laid out the situation. Xiao Gang, we found your fingerprints on the alien technology fragments you returned. Fortunately, he was indeed one of China's own, with his parents, childhood sweetheart, and close friends all intact. However, 5 years had elapsed since his disappearance. Zhang Weiguo, welcome home. Zhang Weiguo was momentarily stunned. He had indeed touched that alien technology fragment. Yet, he had never given it much thought, as he was merely a recent graduate preparing for university, not someone prone to violence. Upon hearing Qian Lao mention his fingerprints, he realized his identity had likely been exposed, which was reasonable, as the government would certainly seek to ascertain who he was. Nonetheless, he felt fortunate that everyone was still around and that only 5 years had passed. This was manageable. Although breathing was impossible on the moon. Zhang Weiguo mimicked deep breaths to calm his excitement. Good. Now I can rest easy. He was elated. Despite his silence on the matter, he had always cared deeply about it. Qian Lao continued, after discovering this matter. We implemented strict confidentiality. Only a few are aware, and your parents and girlfriend have not been informed yet. We wanted to seek your opinion first. Zhang Weiguo pondered for a moment. He was about to engage with the primitive tribe. So perhaps it was best not to disclose this just yet. His parents had already come to terms with his absence, and should they learn of it now, any subsequent troubles he faced could lead to overwhelming emotional turmoil. Everyone was safe at present, and a few days' delay would not matter. Once stability was achieved, he would inform them. Now, regarding the primitive planet, I see that boy preparing for something that I believe this is our opportunity. I intend to spend 12 hours here before I proceed. I cannot afford to miss this chance. For now, let us hold off on sharing the news until I'm settled. Rest assured, both your parents and your girlfriend have been discreetly safeguarded. Whenever you wish to see them, simply express your desire, and we will facilitate the meeting that we have informed an acquaintance of yours, with whom you may converse first, and subsequently, we shall launch the sealed capsule for experimentation. All right. At this moment, Chen Tianlei was brought over by Li Hua. Since Elder Qian and the others were already aware, Zhang Weiguo felt no need to hide from the cameras and stood confidently at the forefront. Chen Tianlei, upon arrival, felt somewhat constrained, flanked by significant figures from the National Security Department on one side and a prominent leader in technology frequently seen on the news on the other. He spoke softly. Xiao Hong, is that really you? Upon hearing that nickname, Zhang Weiguo immediately recognized it belonged to Chen Tianlei, who had affectionately dubbed him Xiao Hong due to his earlier fervent and idealistic remarks. Wow. Lazy, how come you've aged so much in just a few days? Elder Qian and Li Hua discreetly departed, allowing Zhang Weiguo and his childhood friend to engage in a heartfelt conversation and alleviate the burdens they had been carrying. A few days, that feels like 5 years. Nevertheless, rest assured, both our parents are in good health. According to Old Li, Old Zhang bravely confronted 4 spies recently, exhibiting remarkable courage, and your girlfriend is also well, constantly inquiring about you. Furthermore, she has not entertained any other suitors and has been diligently caring for your parents, to the extent that old Zhang now regards her as a goddaughter. Zhang Weiguo finally felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, his girlfriend had not strayed. The thought of her arriving with 2 children to meet him was something he could not fathom, especially since only a few days had passed in his own experience. With significant matters now clarified, the 2 men could engage in light banter, discussing everything from the authenticity of pancake-making techniques at the entrance to reminiscing about how, had he been in command of military campaigns in the past, the world would not be in its current state. Zhang Weiguo, however, had even more to share, as he had genuinely been to the moon. Xiaolei, did you catch the news the other day? The Divine Cow's rocket struck the moon. I witnessed it firsthand and even discovered the technology of a lighthouse up there. Zhang Weiguo was unreserved in his sharing, fearing no secrets would be divulged to Qin Tianlei, for he was now the most significant secret in China. With their encounter, there was nothing left unsaid. And did you know? I am handcrafting nuclear fusion. Soon, you will have access to nearly free electricity, all thanks to me. Moreover, I can visit an extraterrestrial planet where the bees are a meter tall. And their stingers measure half a meter. There are even primitive people. Remember our discussions back in school about guiding primitive beings towards civilization? I am about to embark on that journey, and astonishingly, this group of primitives has black boxes. Can you believe it? Soon, we might even meet on the moon. Zhang Weiguo rambled on. While Qin Tianlei listened intently. In recent days, Zhang Weiguo had indeed felt a bit stifled, as such matters were not easy to discuss with scientists who typically pondered over weighty national concerns, making it unnecessary to burden them with trivialities. After boasting, Zhang Weiguo's spirits lifted. And you? How have you been? No girlfriend yet? Wasn't it said that university would liberate you from your bachelorhood? Women merely slowed down my typing speed. I remain committed to my celibacy. Moreover, to fulfill your dying wish, I have elevated your account to silver status. Wait, I was a gold member? How did I drop a tier? What have you been doing during your 4 years of university? Qin Tianlei waved dismissively. That's inconsequential. Oh, you know what happened when Old Li came to fetch me earlier. What happened? I thought my destined one would one day arrive on a rainbow to rescue me. Instead, it was Old Li, donning dark sunglasses, who came to my aid at the internet CAF. A few ruffians attempted to harass my father. But Old Li intervened, delivering a swift kick and declaring, "Young master, the old master requests your timely return home." My goodness! Even if I were given a pen to write a novel, I could never conjure such a plot. Zhang Weiguo was astonished, never expecting Old Li to orchestrate such a dramatic rescue. Moreover, thanks to you, I am now a civil servant of the state, with all meals and lodging covered. My sole duty is to provide you with emotional support. Hearing Qin Tianlei's words, Zhang Weiguo felt elated. Helping a brother was akin to a father's duty, and no need to be modest. Haha, it's still my responsibility to provide you with emotional support. Otherwise, I fear you may stray from the righteous path, son. As the two were poised to engage in a lively exchange, Elder Qian entered, instantly transforming their coarse language into something more refined. Be cautious on that primitive planet and prioritize your safety. And you, do not worry down here. Subtly indicate to my girlfriend not to let go before dawn. That sounds as if I am in the depths of hell. And as for being down here, it's best to refrain from crude language in front of esteemed figures like Elder Qian. Understood. No need to fret. That moment, Elder Qian spoke up. No worries. You can continue to converse upon your return. Our linguists have analyzed more languages, and psychologists have conducted assessments on several key individuals. They will provide you with explanations that will bolster your confidence when interacting with them. By the way, if you have time, please ensure the cavern below is leveled off. We are soon to launch the airtight capsule to the moon. If all goes smoothly, you will be enjoying dumplings on New Year's Day. And by the time of the Spring Festival, you will feast on lunar delicacies. After bidding farewell to Qin Tianlei, and before the linguists and psychologists arrived, Zhang Weiguo inquired, Elder Qian, could you arrange for a few more unlimited energy transfer devices? I have a nuclear fusion generator, providing ample energy without concern for depletion, which eliminates the need to recharge those spider cameras each time. Certainly, no problem. This time, we will include them, along with the sealed capsule for launch. Elder Qian departed, and Zhang Weiguo concealed his identity once more, believing it wise to keep his true self known only to a select few. When the linguists and psychologists arrived, they lacked comparative data. And the linguists could only identify some pronouns from the video, such as fire, stone, and food-related terms. However, the psychologists held greater significance. The videos you sent back are crucial, and your hypotheses have a strong likelihood of realization. We have analyzed the behaviors of the two brothers and father-son pair, and we can assert with 90% certainty that the child allergic to bees is a responsible individual. He is also a kind-hearted person who respects his father and cares for his younger brother. You may have only observed the two battling, but our combat specialists have analyzed the situation. The brother's combat prowess far exceeds that of the younger sibling. He is clearly teaching his brother how to fight, often willing to endure hardship to prevent his brother from getting hurt. Such individuals are an excellent choice for our initial engagement. Zhang Weiguo felt exhilarated upon hearing this. With expert analysis, there was now a solid foundation for hope. Establishing contact with this primitive tribe would not only deepen their understanding of this world, but also yield new materials, and perhaps even trigger another evolution within his own mental space. I believe that older brother 1T remain idle for long. He has been diligently instructing his younger brother and appears quite urgent that I suspect he will take action soon, after concluding discussions with the linguists and psychologists. The engineers responsible for the sealed capsule research entered to share updates. We have made significant progress on the sealed capsule, and after a few more tests, it will be ready for our rocket's journey to the moon. Instruction manuals and user guides will accompany it, so we will need Brother Zhang to assist us with testing. Not a problem. After the engineers explained, the skilled members of the designated Wild Fox team imparted survival skills. Once all tasks were completed, Zhang Weiguo did not linger and returned directly to the primitive planet, where temperatures were steadily dropping. He adhered to his routine of prioritizing safety by staying in the warm treehouse for 12 hours, during which he reviewed last night's footage. The recordings revealed that, indeed, winter was approaching, as the frequency of the giant bees and soldier ants venturing out had increased, mirroring the behavior of the tribe members who ventured out at dawn. It appeared they were also preparing for winter food storage. From his recent observations, Zhang Weiguo discerned that the tribe lacked the capability to hunt creatures as large as dinosaurs, suggesting that the previous dinosaur leg was merely as scavenged remains. Otherwise, they would have killed more dinosaurs if they could. The tribe's chief's eldest son had been increasingly strict in educating his younger brother that it appears that action is imminent. Another 12 hours have elapsed, and Zhang Weiguo has commenced gathering fruits and firewood, subsequently continuing his observation of the tribe. Thus, as time passed, Zhang Weiguo spent his days observing the primitive tribe on the primordial planet, collecting sustenance and firewood, while also conducting tests under the guidance of scientists on the smooth cave floor of the moon. Afterward, he would engage in a conversation with Chun Tianlei for therapeutic dialogue, marking the conclusion of his day. On this particular day, Qian Lao enjoyed a cheerful chat with Zhang Weiguo, noting that in 3 days, they would conduct the final test, and their sealed capsule would be ready for the moon, bringing them ever closer to reuniting with their compatriots there. Moreover, the advancement of aerospace technology was not an isolated endeavor. It had spurred the growth of numerous other industries. In particular, breakthroughs in nuclear fusion had begun to be strategically implemented by the nation, significantly enhancing their international influence. Zhang Weiguo felt elated. In recent days, he had conducted numerous tests, effectively finalizing the blueprints for all research departments. Once the success of the sealed capsule was confirmed, the remaining preparations would merely be a matter of orderly arrangement. Progressing swiftly. That's excellent. I believe we can make it in time for the National Day celebrations in 2029, Zhang Weiguo remarked with a smile. Indeed, we certainly can. With the establishment of a lunar base, our development will accelerate exponentially. By the way, I haven't seen Captain Li around lately, Zhang Weiguo inquired with curiosity. Seeing our progress, those individuals have become anxious, sending various spies our way. Li Hua has been tirelessly apprehending them, came the response. These shameless beings, instead of focusing on their own development, seem intent on disturbing others. It is utterly disgraceful. No matter, they won't hinder us. We shall advance with integrity, and those malevolent spirits will inevitably be crushed, Zhang Weiguo asserted before ending the call and heading to the primordial planet. Lately, he had been increasingly longing for his family. Once he established normal communication with the people of the primitive tribe, he would immediately reach out to them. Upon returning to the primordial planet, he resumed his routine of spending 12 hours in the treehouse, watching the playback and enjoying the fruits. Life was quite agreeable. As the 12 hours passed and Zhang Weiguo prepared to take action, he suddenly noticed snowflakes falling from the sky. It was snowing. He pondered how cold the winters here might become. After this reflection, Zhang Weiguo noticed a development in the primitive tribe through the surveillance. The tribe's leader had already taken his people out early to hunt and gather food for the winter. However, Yan, who was supposed to continue teaching his younger brother combat skills, today refrained from instructing. Instead, he earnestly advised his brother, "Sure, I have taught you all the combat techniques I know. Now it is up to you to practice diligently. You must lead the tribe to survive." Although Sure lacked physical prowess, he was quite intelligent and quickly grasped his brother's intentions. "Brother, please don't go. Wait until I am a bit older. I can help you." Yan's resolve was unwavering. "Those bees are our primary enemies. I cannot face them and still gather food for the tribe. Shall we continue to waste resources within the tribe? You need not worry. I am not recklessly seeking death, that I will infiltrate the beehive to obtain royal jelly to treat my ailment. I consulted the shaman prior, and she provided me with materials to mask my scent. There is no need for fear, brother. This is not the right time. The end of the white-haired days will be the optimal moment. Sure was adamant about his brother's safety. It is dangerous. Do you not recall the last time during the white-haired days when food was scarce, and the elders voluntarily ventured into the deep forest? This time, we do not have enough provisions. I must go, or grandmother will leave us. I will certainly return. Yin promised his brother, resolutely shouldering his gear and leaving the tribe. Zhang Weiguo, opting not to follow, attentively monitored the surveillance. Once Yin exited the tribe, he swiftly arrived at the Great Rift. His strength was insufficient to leap across it, so he fashioned a rope from vines, secured a makeshift grappling hook, and, with a vigorous throw, secured it to a nearby tree. After testing its safety, he swung across. Zhang Weiguo marveled at the display, thinking, with such strength, if he were to throw a discus, he would undoubtedly be an Olympic champion. Upon reaching the opposite side, Yin glanced at the sun without hesitation and made his way toward the location of the bee's nest. Zhang Weiguo refrained from direct engagement, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment. The initial interaction was crucial. Any misunderstanding could incite hostility within the tribe, making future relations exceedingly difficult to amend. Therefore, he preferred to proceed cautiously, even if it meant fewer opportunities. Yin soon arrived at the bee's mountain. Unfurling the animal hide he had carried on his back to reveal a suit crafted from processed bee corpses. After donning the suit, he retrieved a ceramic jar and smeared the yellow and black substance within it onto the seams of his attire, pouring the remainder over himself before silently advancing toward the bee's mountain. The events unfolded rapidly. Young Yin had decisively entered the bee's mountain. Zhang Weiguo emerged from the treehouse, hastily positioning himself in a nearby tree to await developments. The exterior of the bee's mountain remained tranquil, suggesting that Yan's infiltration was proceeding smoothly. 4 hours passed, and as dusk approached, Yin had yet to emerge. Just as Zhang Weiguo feared for his safety, the bees outside the mountain suddenly became agitated. Frantically returning to their hive, he then spotted a figure, covered in crimson hives and clad in tattered bee attire, clutching a ceramic jar and sprinting toward the forest. It was Yin. Had he succeeded? Impressive. However, a swarm of bees pursued him relentlessly. Young Yin was beginning to tire, and just as a bee's stinger was poised to strike him, Zhang Weiguo wasted no time and drew his pistol, affixing a silencer before firing a shot that struck the foremost bee's stinger. Yin had braced himself for certain death, but was astonished to discover he had been saved. Following the trajectory of the shot, he saw an unfamiliar figure clad in peculiar attire, someone he typically would not approach. Yet, facing imminent danger, he had no choice but to dash toward Zhang Weiguo. The latter felt somewhat embarrassed, as his initial intention had been to target the larger bee. Fortunately, by a twist of fate, he had struck the bee's stinger, saving Yin. Now that he had revealed himself, Zhang Weiguo continued to fire. Bayu, 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 unleashing a flurry of shots. The bees, being relatively large, were not entirely unfamiliar to him, and his accuracy had improved through practice. The bees had never encountered such a situation before. Their comrades fell one after the other, and with the treacherous forest ahead, they quickly abandoned their pursuit. Though they would remember Yan's scent and likely attack again in the future, young Yin, barely managing to reach Zhang Weiguo, collapsed from exhaustion. Zhang Weiguo, realizing the bees had retreated, understood that the forest could be perilous. He swiftly removed Yan's tattered bee suit, stowing it away, and covered him with leaves to mask his scent. Administering some antihistamine to Yan, he carried him to a relatively safe location, still in the trees, but away from his own treehouse. After completing these tasks, Zhang Weiguo finally felt a sense of relief. This initial contact had gone remarkably well. Provided that Yin could awaken successfully, future communications with the tribe would undoubtedly flourish. After all, he had saved a life, and this young man, as experts would analyze, was responsible and unlikely to forget such a debt. Establishing a connection now would facilitate even faster development moving forward, at the very least. Exchanging food, medicine, or protective gear for black box products or minerals should pose no issue. And even if the methods remained unclear, sending them back to Blue Star for the establishment of a nuclear fusion power plant would not be a problem. Zhang Weiguo attentively cared for the ailing Yin. Concerned about his frail condition, he even provided him with some nutritional supplements. And soon Yan's breathing stabilized. Success. Young one, You shall become the vanguard leading the tribe towards civilization." Zhang Weiguo exclaimed joyfully. Even playfully jesting with the unconscious Yan. As night fell, the tribe's leader returned, weary, along with some members carrying meager provisions. However, it was evident that their haul was insufficient, leaving the hunting party in low spirits. Just as the leader returned, he was met with alarming news. "What? Yin has gone alone to seek the royal jelly." Leader Feng repeated in shock. "Yes, brother, he did not wish to endanger the tribe nor continue to live off their resources. He mentioned consulting the shaman and assured us he would return." As the tribe's leader, Feng was well aware of the shaman's abilities and was not overly superstitious that considerable amount of time had passed. If Yin had succeeded, he ought to have emerged by now. "That I shall gather a few capable tribesmen and go to check," he declared, summoning several adept members. Although he could not recklessly lead his people into the Bees Mountain for the sake of his son, he felt compelled to investigate. However, it is still feasible to search in the forest before the deep night sets in. He knows that those bees would not easily venture into the woods, as there are things within that instill fear in them. Soon, several warriors from 4 or 5 tribes gathered, swiftly trailing behind their leader, Feng. As they raced forward, they quickly arrived at the Great Rift Valley. These warriors and their leader being the strongest in their respective tribes, requiring no ropes at all, with a running leap at the edge of the cliff, they soared over, their feet plunging deep into the soil. The very footprints Zhang Weiguo had observed here previously belonged to these warriors. As these tribesmen approached, Zhang Weiguo also received the news, although not every corner of the forest would catch wind of it. The location he had deliberately chosen was equipped with an information relay device. While he could not see the video, he did receive photographs, and Zhang Weiguo discerned that the tribe's leader was indeed coming with his men, evidently in search of the young Yin. Thus, he prepared for contact, knowing he could return to the moon at any moment. Ensuring his safety was well secured, Leader Feng, accompanied by the warriors, first headed towards the direction of Bee Mountain, where they discovered certain traces on the ground. Following these clues, they swiftly located Zhang Weiguo and the young Yin. This was, of course, Zhang Weiguo's intention, to be seen with this peculiarly dressed individual alongside his son, who was still in a state of slumber. The moment Leader Feng laid eyes on them, he became alert. The leader was on the ground, while Zhang Weiguo stood atop a tree, immediately spreading his arms wide to indicate he bore no weapons, having concealed them within his mental space, ready for use at any moment. The warriors of the tribe also noted this development and rushed forward. Leader Feng's wisdom was evidently superior, although they could not see the entirety of Yin from below. It was clear he was alive, and they could see Zhang Weiguo's attire. While it was eccentric, it was evident he possessed intelligence and lacked the sinister tattoos of cannibal tribes, indicating he was likely a normal human. Leader Feng quickly understood that it appeared that Zhang Weiguo had rescued his child, and thus he directly inquired, "Did you save my child? I am most grateful. What do you require?" Recently, Zhang Weiguo had also been learning some of the languages of primitive tribes. What he heard was, "You are your child." Unfortunately, there were no direct translations available, and only these pronouns were relatively easy to convey. Judging by the leader's expression, Zhang Weiguo could tell there was no hostility. It must have meant something along the lines of, "You saved my child. Are you certainly?" It was a positive exchange, yet communication remained arduous. Nevertheless, Zhang Weiguo needed to proceed, so he began gesturing, pointing at the young Yin. Then towards the direction of Bee Mountain, stating, "Go." Subsequently, he pointed again at Yin, mimicking a sleeping gesture, followed by a motion of carrying someone on his back, declaring, "He." The actions were unmistakable, and Leader Feng instantly comprehended, realizing that Zhang Weiguo had indeed saved his son. However, another issue arose. He noticed that Zhang Weiguo could only grasp simple phrases, making communication quite challenging. How could they convey the message to take the child away? Zhang Weiguo was pondering similarly, aiming to establish a connection and gradually communicate that it was impossible to suggest visiting their tribe to observe their treasures shortly after rescuing someone. Any intelligent being would recognize the inconsistency. Just as Zhang Weiguo was about to send the unconscious young Yin down, Yin awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately spotted the eccentrically dressed Zhang Weiguo, his mind yet to catch up, his body instinctively alert. Struggling to sit up and retreat, the sudden movement caught the attention of the tribe's warriors, who feared their young leader was being threatened and swiftly raised their spears. Even Leader Feng felt a jolt of apprehension. Readying himself for a fight, while Zhang Weiguo mirrored that readiness, prepared for action if this young man turned out to be an ungrateful ingrate. He would have to eliminate them all, first to maintain his hidden existence, and second to preserve the possibility of future interactions with those tribesmen. After all, once they were dead, no one would know it was him. Fortunately, he could always return to the moon, and even if injured, it mattered little. With firearms and crossbows, his success rate was significantly high. Given their limited numbers and unfamiliarity with such weapons, he thought, do not harm him. He saved me. Having awakened from his previous state of confusion, Yin, seeing the vigilant Zhang Weiguo and his father with the tribe's warriors below, quickly grasped the situation. He immediately called out, and upon hearing Yin's words, the warriors relaxed their grips, lowering their spears. Zhang Weiguo too eased his body, observing the de-escalation on both sides, and Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled how he had infiltrated B Mountain and tasted the royal jelly. However, the affliction he bore had not dissipated. In fact, it had worsened. He had strained his body to escape, believing he was doomed when this person before him had saved him. Even feeding him something just as he was on the verge of fainting, it was that very item that had rescued him. He refrained from speaking hastily and instead quickly explained to his father. Father, I infiltrated B Mountain and stole the royal jelly, but it had no effect and made my condition worse. He saved me, helped me fend off the bees, and cured the red spots on my body. Is it truly cured? Leader Feng was taken aback. Such symptoms had been reported before, yet none had ever been cured. The royal jelly was merely a legendary remedy. He saw his son clearly. Yin was indeed the one more suited to lead. If this could truly cure him, it would be immensely beneficial for both himself and the tribe. At that moment, a warrior approached and remarked, Leader, it is getting dark. This place is not safe. Very well. Let us return to the tribe. We shall come back tomorrow during the day. Leader Feng called out, Yin, we must return to the tribe. It is unsafe here. Upon hearing this, Yin understood. He too recognized the terror of the dark forest. Moreover, he noticed that Zhang Weiguo struggled to comprehend their language. Therefore, he gestured and spoke, You come with me. That way, safe, sleep. While the latter part was somewhat unclear, Zhang Weiguo inferred from the gestures that Yin meant to lead him back to the tribe. Yet, the uncertainties loomed large. Returning immediately seemed unwise, especially since he was about to head to the moon. Such a sudden disappearance could easily be misconstrued as an act of a demon. Thus, he gestured and spoke. I hear, safe. You return, tomorrow, son. In between, come here. This 3 medicine, tomorrow, take 1. These were simple phrases, and Yin could understand. After conveying this, Zhang Weiguo carefully retreated from the tree and into the forest. However, he did not venture far, but instead concealed himself to observe their actions. Leader Feng, seeing Zhang Weiguo entering the depths of the forest, felt a sense of trepidation. Even the fiercest warriors of their tribe could not guarantee safety in the night woods. Who would have thought this eccentric individual lived within the forest? Someone they had never encountered before. As the tribe's leader, he had many considerations. Yin gazed at the extraordinary capsule in his hand. His spirits lifted. He had heard from the shaman that some larger tribes possessed mystical altars where such medicines could be obtained. Capable of curing all ailments, this must be it. To repay the life-saving grace and acquire such a divine object, he could only offer the most precious items he possessed. Yin, let us go, as the forest began to stir with sounds. Leader Feng did not linger, turning to summon Yin to depart, and their group hastily made their way out of the forest. Observing this, Zhang Weiguo wasted no time, swiftly returning to his treehouse, which was secure. He then activated the surveillance to monitor the movements of Leader Feng and his party, discovering they did not tarry and encountered no dangers, quickly passing through the Great Rift Valley back to their tribe. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. A good beginning had been established, and tomorrow the formal exchange could commence. He was now on the verge of entering the tribe and accessing the black box. Now, he had to return to the moon. Otherwise, he would not make it back by noon the following day. Zhang Weiguo opted to return to the moon without further ado, succinctly recounting the earlier events. After finishing, he inquired, Old Qian, do we have any doctors specializing in allergies? I wish to inquire about the boy's symptoms to prepare for tomorrow. Indeed, since you mentioned it last time, we have already brought in an allergy specialist. The expert soon arrived, listened intently to Zhang Weiguo's description, and after careful contemplation, began to explain, from your description, you should have undergone desensitization, otherwise, he would not have awakened so swiftly. Desensitization? Zhang Weiguo queried. Puzzled, the expert elaborated. Allergies are essentially an overreaction of the immune system to a specific substance, akin to some individuals being allergic to mangoes in childhood but not in adulthood, and vice versa. The body is a wondrous entity. The reason he sought the royal jelly must be that he had heard it could alleviate his allergies. Moreover, it is likely that the substances causing his allergies in the royal jelly are significantly fewer than in regular honey. However, he was exposed to too much, resulting in a severe reaction, which only improved after you added your medication. Yet, due to this intense allergic reaction, his body has seemingly adapted to the situation, potentially rendering him non-allergic in the future. Of course, this is an exceptional circumstance, and one should not attempt it lightly. I am aware of that. Thank you, doctor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo felt quite pleased. Luck seemed to be on his side if he truly becomes non-allergic in the future. He would undoubtedly elicit greater gratitude from others. After conversing with the medical experts, he continued his discussions with psychologists and behavioral scientists, analyzing the actions of the tribal leader and the warriors. They all concurred that communication was indeed possible, suggesting that this tribe's conduct was relatively amicable. Yes, but caution is still paramount. Ensuring one's safety remains the utmost priority. Indeed, the language barrier poses a significant challenge. With snow falling there, winter must be approaching. Judging by the frequency and duration of their recent outings, it seems food is still scarce, and during such times, anything could transpire. Vigilance is essential. Yes, I will be careful and refrain from entering their tribe for now. Focusing on establishing communication first, it would be prudent to acquire some language skills beforehand. After their discussions concluded, Chen Tianlei approached, inquiring about Zhang Weiguo's recent experiences. Haven't you tried the honey produced by the 1-meter-tall bees? Chen Tianlei had come specifically to help Zhang Weiguo relax, speaking in a light-hearted manner. I'm afraid those bees might sting me. However, I just had a fruitful exchange with the primitive people today, and the results were promising. I estimate we will soon encounter the black box, providing you with a glimpse of future technology. Excellent. Hurry up. I can hardly wait for an extraterrestrial adventure. Just the thought excites me. Recently, the little lighthouse had been rather audacious, seemingly with no clear direction in sight, as they promoted some ocean exploration, which appeared stagnant at that moment. Chun Fan happened to walk in, but it can also be regarded as a step towards space exploration. After all, the ocean requires pressure-resistant sealing devices as well. However, if the sealing chamber experiment on the moon succeeds, we can release the next level of technology to civilian enterprises. And creating an underwater hotel should not pose a challenge. Impressive. Chun Fan, akin in age to Chen Tianlei, was youthful, allowing Chen Tianlei to relax even further. Zhang Weiguo was quite pleased. Rapid national development was beneficial. After sharing a laugh, Chen Fan continued, our lunar module is confirmed to launch in 3 days. Utilizing a specialized launch vehicle, we have not considered the return of the lunar lander. Allowing for more cargo capacity, IT will carry numerous experimental instruments, ample food and medicine, as well as some weapons and protective gear for you. Additionally, we will include some items beneficial for your communication with the tribe. The organization has indeed been very thoughtful. Everything has been arranged. Furthermore, you might want to contemplate what items you require in the coming days, and we shall do our utmost to prepare them. All right. After their conversation, Zhang Weiguo returned, as time was of the essence, needing to review the footage to see what the tribe members had been up to. Following Zhang Weiguo's departure, Jixiang once again appeared on the news broadcast, announcing that in 3 days, we would launch a rocket to deploy the lunar module, conducting a closed-system experiment, marking a small step towards manned lunar exploration. After a period of silence, Jixiang re-emerged on the news, though it only received a brief mention of a few seconds. Nevertheless, it stirred countless ripples. The Chinese populace was quite astonished. I was wondering why there had been no updates recently. Turns out they were making arrangements. The lunar module. Does this imply plans for establishing a lunar base? Among the populace, there were indeed insightful individuals. Precisely, this module serves as the foundation, akin to a house, once the structure is sound. The rest, such as cultivation rooms, research facilities, and planting spaces, is straightforward. Incredible. It seems we are on the verge of reaching the moon. However, the external observers were less pleased. What is China up to? Why the sudden activity after such a long silence? Even breakthroughs must adhere to fundamental principles. What is with this rapid launch frequency? Have aliens been discovered on the moon? Ha! Our divine Neo rocket is already en route to Taurus. Meanwhile, you are still meandering on the moon. How slow. It is shameful to be grouped with you as an ancient Oriental civilization. The crowd pondered. If we cannot watch the news, perhaps I can analyze the data. We can no longer apply for heritage status. The wind direction seems unfavorable. This matter should not be meddled with. The cherry blossoms in the homeland have bloomed. Lighthouse's aviation authority. What are you all about? Why can they consistently plan lunar missions while you lag behind? This was a new director. The previous one had resigned after the nuclear leak incident, taking all the blame, retiring with a substantial hush money payout, now basking in the sun. The new director was frustrated, not anticipating to inherit a mess with no progress. The last one had already pocketed enough money and left. He couldn't afford to depart without achieving something. Accelerate the construction of the underwater module we previously discussed, presenting it as a space exploration endeavor, and secure funding from above. The new director instructed the finance department. The finance officer queried the technical team. What is the current status of this project? I need to know to apply. After some contemplation, the technical team reported, we are currently in the initial planning and conceptual design phase of the life cycle. Finance replied, speak plainly. The technical team responded, we just created a new folder. The finance officer, evidently a professional brought in by the new director, nodded thoughtfully and recorded, the technical prospects are vast, with significant exploratory value. It represents a genuine blue ocean and is crucial for the nation, necessitating substantial financial backing. The technical team silently acknowledged, impressive. Zhang Weiguo returned to the primitive planet, noting that the sun was nearing its zenith. With approximately an hour remaining, that he promptly began reviewing the footage to prepare for the upcoming engagement. Black box, here I come. After casually scanning the footage of the Bee Mountain and the army ants, confirming there were no issues, Zhang Weiguo immediately began examining the surveillance of the primitive tribe. Judging by the timestamps, the tribe members had returned without delay. Upon their arrival, the youth, excitedly approached, searching for his brother, Yan. After confirming everything was fine, he joyfully cheered that he willingly allowed his father to remove the belt symbolizing the leader's legacy and place it upon Yan's waist. The tribespeople were collectively bewildered, as they knew Yan was allergic to honey. Contact would result in rashes and fainting. Such a condition would preclude him from leading their hunts, as they would inevitably encounter those large bees along the way. However, their doubts were soon alleviated. The leader, Feng, presented the royal jelly collected by the youth, Yan, from the Bee Mountain, recounting Yan's brave deeds. He even produced a small amount of honey and applied it to Yan's arm. The onlookers noticed only a slight redness, with no other adverse reactions, prompting them to raise their arms in jubilation. The tribe members were delighted by this turn of events, as it became evident that Yin was indeed more suited to the role of leader. Subsequently, Leader Feng led Yin into the thatched hut where the shaman resided. Zhang Weiguo continued to fast forward, noting that they conversed for a full 4 hours before emerging and returning to their own hut to rest. The next morning, while others still slept, Leader Feng, his son Yin, and the shaman arrived at the altar. Leader Feng produced a dark brown stone, glistening with a sheen, and placed it upon the altar, prompting the shaman to begin his ritual. Zhang Weiguo was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected the tribe members to be so considerate. It seemed they intended to express their gratitude for his life-saving actions by offering him a product of the black box. If it were indeed a complete offering, that would be splendid. Zhang Weiguo's speculation was accurate. Both Leader Feng and the youth, Yan, were individuals of deep gratitude and generosity. Otherwise, they would not have earned the respect of numerous tribe members. Though Yan might have seemed peculiar, struggling to articulate his words, he might very well be a member of a primitive tribe from the forest. We must not discriminate against others, nor deceive them. We should repay kindness with the finest gifts. Leader Feng imparted wisdom to his son. Yes, father, I understand. Yin replied earnestly. Although he realized Zhang Weiguo had saved him, he had been too faint to discern how he had been rescued. With the human population being so sparse, as long as they were not from those cannibalistic tribes, we should assist anyone capable of helping. It is essential for survival in this perilous world. Leader Feng seemed to reflect deeply, even lamenting. As the items from the altar began to emerge, they had discovered a pattern. Sacrificing this type of mineral significantly increased the likelihood of manifesting that cylindrical divine object. Zhang Weiguo was equally thrilled to see the item emerge, exclaiming, Yes, that is precisely what I need. Don't let it break. In the tribe, the young Yin proclaimed, This is exceedingly precious. It is the finest treasure of our clan. Present it to that individual, and it will surely suffice. Chief Feng shook his head in disapproval, stating, "How can we offer unprocessed raw materials to others? Yesterday, when we encountered that person, he bore no weapon and his attire was in utter disarray, indicating he lacks the quality materials for crafting. If this is a gesture of gratitude, it must be executed to perfection." As he spoke, he raised a stone axe and shattered a cylindrical object produced by the black box, subsequently gathering all the fragments to take home, intending to fashion a set of garments and a spear for Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo, upon witnessing this, felt utterly despondent. Did these primitive people truly believe him to be one of their kind? Unfamiliar with fine craftsmanship, upon glancing down, he noticed that his camouflage attire closely resembled the foliage of the forest, which made their assumption somewhat understandable. As the playback concluded, the group remained indoors, opting to watch the live surveillance instead. After a while, Chief Feng and Young Yin emerged from the dwelling, the latter adorned with numerous fragments of clothing and wielding a meticulously crafted spear of appropriate length. Zhang Weiguo experienced a pang of discomfort upon viewing the surveillance. Very well, if all the fragments can be fashioned into a set of equipment, so be it. I shall return it to the higher-ups, allowing them to engage in a puzzle of sorts. The footage revealed that the tribe members had set off towards his location. Zhang Weiguo took a moment to inspect his weapons and practiced the method of retrieving arms from his cerebral space for combat. He then exited the treehouse and made his way to the tree where he had met them the previous day. Soon, Chief Feng arrived with Yin, accompanied by the same individuals from the previous night. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo, they presented their prepared gifts, placing them on the ground. Yin began gesturing, indicating, "Here, a gift for you, a sign of our gratitude." To maintain the connection and emphasize his significance, Zhang Weiguo had also prepared gifts, tossing down a bag of salt and a bag of sugar, both essential commodities for human sustenance, which Xian Lao had previously provided in abundance. However, he found himself unable to utilize such quantities alone and deemed it more beneficial to trade with these primitive individuals to foster goodwill. The others remained still, while Young Yin approached and collected the 2 bags. Given their packaging and quality, it was evident these items were quite valuable. With utmost caution, he opened a small slit, dipped his finger inside to taste, and was instantly taken aback with excitement, exclaiming, "Father, this is the flavor of salt and sweet fruit." Chief Feng, upon hearing this, was equally exhilarated. These 2 items were vital for the tribe. Sweet fruit could sustain children of mothers without milk, while salt would grant the warriors greater strength. "Are you certain?" he inquired. Young Yin nodded, asserting that, despite their appearance, the taste was unmistakably identical. Rather than taking the items and departing, Chief Feng inquired of Zhang Weiguo, "What can we exchange for this?" Zhang Weiguo began gesturing, indicating, "The fragments, do not smash them. No, the ore is gone. Winter has arrived. We must gather food first. We cannot mine." The exchange of gestures and words proved quite challenging, but Zhang Weiguo managed to decipher the message. They had run out of energy-containing ores. Winter had set in, and food collection took precedence over mining. "Take this back. We shall negotiate next time," he proposed, aiming to have the primitives return with their findings, thereby establishing a positive foundation for future interactions. At that moment, Chief Feng began to regard Zhang Weiguo as a significant figure, one with whom meaningful exchanges must occur, as they could greatly benefit the tribe. That he spoke, "We will seek you out. Carve a cross on the tree. I will emerge beneath the next sun." Zhang Weiguo's primary concern was that when these individuals sought him, he might be on the moon. Thus, marking the tree would facilitate their meeting the following day. Once the arrangements were concluded, Young Yin removed the beast bone necklace from around his neck and placed it upon Zhang Weiguo's clothing and spear as a token of goodwill before departing with his father. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Weiguo descended, storing the items within his cerebral space. He promptly returned to the wooden hut to observe the surveillance footage, wherein Chief Feng returned to the tribe, showcasing the acquired salt and sugar, prompting jubilant cheers throughout the community. A scene of great festivity. "Excellent. As long as they appreciate it, they will not fear our absence." The initial formal encounter had gone splendidly, paving the way for future interactions. However, a significant obstacle remained: the challenge of linguistic communication. Furthermore, Zhang Weiguo discerned that the inhabitants lacked written language and formal education. Even the tribe's children learned to speak solely through oral tradition, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to acquire their language. This was precisely why he refrained from directly approaching the tribe. Should any gestures be misinterpreted, these primitives might mistakenly perceive him as a sacrificial target, leaving him with no recourse for explanation. Even eliminating them would prove futile. His solitary development in this realm was painfully slow, and an alliance with the tribe would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Thus, he resolved to proceed at a measured pace. For this was the only tribe of intelligent beings he had encountered, and the prospect of finding another remained uncertain. After contemplating his situation, he resumed gathering fruit before teleporting back to the moon, where Qian Lao awaited him. "How did the exchange go?" he inquired. "IT went remarkably well. They expressed their gratitude and gifted me a set of clothing along with a finely crafted spear from the surveillance. It appears to be a complete product of the black box. I shall bring it back to Blue Star next time," allowing the higher-ups to piece it together. Shortly thereafter, the video was transmitted back, revealing Chief Feng's actions, which elicited expressions of dismay from all involved. Alas, this leader is exceedingly earnest. He shattered raw materials that could have been utilized for our benefit, insisting on crafting them into garments. "I suspect he initially mistook Xiaojiang for a primitive," one remarked. "Now that we have brought back salt and sugar, their perception of us may change." This was indeed a positive development, for at the very least, the items assembled should be complete, allowing for further exploration of their functions. As the scientists engaged in banter, Zhang Weiguo continued conversing with Qian Lao, yet a pressing issue arose. He discovered they possessed no written language or systematic education. Their children learned to communicate solely through oral transmission, making it exceedingly challenging to attain comprehensive dialogue. As everyone pondered this dilemma, Wang Chong, who had been responsible for communication, spoke up. "Brother Gang, do you think the other side possesses a strong desire to communicate with you?" Zhang Weiguo contemplated briefly before responding. "Indeed, their interest should be quite pronounced, especially since I saved their young leader and provided essential resources like salt and sugar, which originated from the depths of the forest. They must surely wish to comprehend me. Should they fail to grasp his intentions, they would likely seek a way to resolve the matter." Zhang Weiguo also considered the worst-case scenario. If one resided in a place where meaningful communication was impossible, they'd undoubtedly perceive it as a threat. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes brightened. "Since they harbor a strong desire to engage with us, even if we cannot learn their language, they can comprehend ours." Many children today exhibit remarkable proficiency in picture-based communication, making it feasible to create a customized book that corresponds to simple exchanges. The group, upon hearing this, felt invigorated. Indeed, learning their language was arduous due to their lack of systematic education and written form, relying solely on experiential learning, which is inherently slow and challenging. However, Chinese education has been refined over millennia, and countless picture-based children's books exist today. Any intelligent being should be able to comprehend the meanings conveyed through the illustrations. With this understanding, communication would become significantly simpler. Qian Lao decisively stated, "We shall adopt a dual approach. While analyzing their language, we must also prepare this pictorial communication book to take aboard the next spacecraft. However, this material must be specially tailored to include only the organisms from the primitive planet, along with essential verbs such as take, grab, and throw, ensuring no excessive information is revealed. This is vital for Xiaojiang's safety and, equally, for the security of Blue Star. Moreover, additional provisions must be prepared. The length of winter on that side remains uncertain, and it is crucial to ensure Xiaojiang has sufficient food, as well as other significant resources that may prove necessary for future trades." Following this discussion, Qian Lao immediately set the plan in motion, first instructing individuals to catalog all the creatures and items encountered on the primitive planet. Subsequently, he sought out an educator specializing in pictorial communication. As the number of people arriving at the base steadily increased, Zhang was taken aback. Having been abruptly awakened that morning, he was unexpectedly whisked away by national security personnel, left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. During his journey, he reflected on the situation, assuring himself that he had committed no illegal acts. Beyond his unmarried status, he had not even transgressed against public decency. As a scholar studying children's pictorial communication, how significant could his research be? What crime could he possibly have committed? Could this prompt the national security to take action? Initially, there was no intention to involve anyone, but then Mr. Qian suddenly had an epiphany. This presented an excellent opportunity. Since we are to undertake this endeavor, we must execute it flawlessly. Who knows, in the future, as Blue Star ventures into the cosmos, there may be a need for communication with various intelligent beings. By designing a straightforward and comprehensible translation system now, we can save ourselves a great deal of time in the future. Given the significance of this task, it is undoubtedly Li Hua who will lead the team. The previous incident left him feeling both embarrassed and infuriated. Who would have imagined that the book vendor outside the school for over a decade and the scrap collector from the other side of the city were spies? Even more surprisingly, they belonged to the same organization. Consequently, when inquiries were made about these two individuals, it nearly jeopardized his efforts when he sought out old Zhang for the art of war. Recently, there has been an ongoing crackdown on spies, and both the book vendor and the scrap collector were apprehended, albeit during their attempts to silence others. Unfortunately, their connections were limited. They didn't even know who else was involved. Only that they reported any suspicious activity in exchange for money. Numerous spies have been captured, yet with the rocket launch imminent in 2 days, more are expected to arrive. Li Hua pondered the situation. Lacking the time to explain to Zhang, who was watching as a vehicle approached a secret base devoid of any insignia, his heart skipped a beat, considering the recent rumors surrounding the moon and his limited abilities. He formed a bold hypothesis. Am I to teach Chang'e how to speak? Soon, Zhang was escorted to a private room where Li Hua formally communicated with him. Professor Zhang, rest assured, there's nothing grave at hand. We primarily seek your assistance, though the matter is somewhat confidential. What is it? Zhang inquired, feeling slightly reassured yet curious. There were 2 options before him: to complete a small task that required urgent attention or to join us, which also involved a pressing task of high confidentiality, forbidding any casual exchanges with the outside world. I asked at a task related to picture description. Zhang recognized that this was his area of expertise. Indeed, but it encompasses more than that. Should you succeed, immense glory will await you. Upon hearing this, Zhang felt a flicker of temptation, yet he needed to ask, why me? Surely, there are individuals more capable than I. Firstly, you are relatively young, and secondly, you are single, which is advantageous as the task may extend over a considerable duration. To his surprise, he hadn't expected that to be deemed an advantage. Eager to partake in such a classified endeavor, Zhang readily agreed. Even the prospect of meeting Chang'e thrilled him. Very well, I wish to join your team. Li Hua felt relieved. Should Zhang have declined, finding a replacement would have been quite troublesome. He then produced a thick stack of confidentiality agreements for Zhang to sign. Flipping through a couple of pages, Zhang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, noting that each stipulation was accompanied by a dire warning. Any violation will be treated as treason. How could this not be important? Zhang increasingly suspected that he was indeed destined to meet Chang'e. After signing the contract, Zhang was promptly briefed and presented with numerous screenshots from videos. These are the materials. Please expedite the process of matching them using the picture description method. This soldier will assist you with the recordings. Zhang was taken aback. This was even more astonishing than meeting Chang'e. There were our people on the moon, and on the primitive planet there existed intelligent humans. Most crucially, he was tasked with crafting a Mandarin Chinese version of the picture description manual for extraterrestrial encounters. This meant that in the future, when others in the universe sought to communicate with China, they would rely on the books authored by Zhang. He would not only achieve everlasting fame, but perhaps even transcend into the cosmos. Professor Zhang, hurry. The rocket launch is in 2 days. The recording soldier noticed Zhang's days and quickly reminded him, "Oh, right? I'm on it." Thus, he swiftly immersed himself in the intensive production process, most of which he was familiar with. However, some elements needed to be refined to eliminate references to Blue Star, demanding additional effort. Zhang Weiguo, similarly, after conversing with various dignitaries, resumed leveling the surface on the moon to prepare for the impending lunar module landing. Subsequently, he traversed to the primitive planet to continue gathering food and firewood, reviewing recordings and live broadcasts. Perhaps due to the urgency of the approaching winter or out of caution, the primitive tribe members did not hastily reach out to him. Instead, they arose early to hunt and store provisions. Young Yen accompanied them this time. But that evening, an unusual situation unfolded. The tribe's warriors appeared to have faced a fierce attack, leaving even the tribe's leader gravely injured. Feng, observing Yan's distress, gently remarked, "Do not weep. You are the future leader of the tribe. Though this venture was perilous, the bounty of food we secured should sustain us through this harsh winter." Feng understood the severity of his wounds. The blackening gash signifying his fate was sealed. The tribe's survival would now rest upon Yan's shoulders. He must care for his brother and lead the tribe through this challenging winter. After uttering these words, Feng succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Yan's heart aching with despair. This winter had come too soon, and there was no choice but to resort to such risky measures. Otherwise, half the tribe would perish from starvation during the harsh season. Seeing his wounded father, Yan suddenly recalled the oddly dressed Zhang Weiguo, who had previously saved him. Surely he could rescue his father now. Thus, gazing at his unconscious father, he turned to his brother and said, "Sure, look after father. I will seek help." With that, he dashed into the forest. As Zhang Weiguo observed the playback showing young Yin supporting his father into the dwelling, he promptly halted the recording and switched to the live feed. Indeed, young Yin had arrived. Zhang Weiguo, equipped with a medical kit from his imaginative space, hurried to the scene. Although he was unaware of what was discussed inside, it was evident that the injuries were severe. Otherwise, Yin wouldn't have rushed over so urgently and remained there waiting. While this might seem somewhat opportunistic, for Zhang Weiguo, it was advantageous. Witnessing his capabilities would likely endear him to the tribe members, making them more inclined to learn Mandarin for communication. These were early investments. Before long, Zhang Weiguo arrived, and upon seeing him, Yin felt as though he had encountered a deity. He began gesturing and speaking frantically. "Help! My father is injured, stabbed, bleeding." He pointed to the nearby blackened grass, indicating the wound. Zhang Weiguo quickly understood. The injury was evidently severe and had become infected. In the context of primitive society's medical conditions, it was a death sentence. Thankfully, he was there. Zhang Weiguo swiftly positioned himself behind a tree, retrieving the medical kit, extracting bandages and hemorrhage control supplies, as well as a surgical knife, alcohol, some antibiotics, and anti-inflammatory medication. He even provided a bottle of nutritional fluid, recognizing that if the wound rendered the victim unconscious, consuming food would be problematic. After laying out the supplies, Zhang Weiguo began gesturing. "This is for disinfecting the wound." Cut Awa at this moment. The younger brother was exceptionally obedient, standing on the opposite side of their father, firmly holding his hands down. The young Yin took a deep breath and began to cut away the flesh. The situation was dire. Throughout the process, their father remained unconscious, which deepened the despair for both of them. The pressure on the young Yin was immense. Nevertheless, his hands were steady and swift as he diligently removed all the infected tissue from their father's waist, revealing bright red flesh. Following Zhang Weiguo's instructions, he first rinsed the area with a clear liquid. As the liquid flowed out, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Enduring the discomfort, he poured the liquid over his father's wound. Suddenly, their father, who had shown no reaction during the earlier procedure, began to convulse violently. The two brothers quickly leaned over him, exerting all their strength to restrain him, managing to pour an entire bottle of the clear liquid without spilling. Once that was accomplished, the young Yin retrieved a white cloth and some medicine to cover their father's wound. Staunching the bleeding, he then took out the final medicine given by Zhang Weiguo. But their father's teeth were clenched tightly, making it impossible to administer the medication. Faced with this predicament, the young Yin resolved to take drastic measures and instructed his brother to fetch a sharp stone. Though puzzled, his brother complied swiftly. "Father, I am sorry," the young Yin exclaimed, raising the stone. Startled, his brother cried out, "Brother, what are you doing?" Ignoring his brother's alarm, the young Yin acted decisively and smashed one of their father's front teeth, creating an opening through which he could deliver the medicine and nutritional supplement. After completing this task, the young Yin collapsed onto the ground, having done all that he could. The remainder was left to fate. Meanwhile, his brother continued to care for their father. As time passed, their father's face gradually lost its pallor, and his body cooled down, indicating signs of improvement. Both the young Yin and his brother felt a surge of hope. Cough, cough. Their father Feng stirred from his unconsciousness, expelling a broken tooth with a splutter. "Who saved me?" he inquired, his speech slightly slurred. Based on past experiences, he knew that after losing consciousness, he was usually doomed. Yet, he was astonished to find himself alive. "It was my brother," his younger brother replied. "He sought medicine from the forest and brought it back for you." Feng nodded appreciatively, realizing that he had not misjudged his eldest son. Yin was indeed the best choice for a leader. Even in the face of adversity, he had maintained his composure and sought solutions. "Well done, Yin. You saved your father." However, he soon noticed the absence of one of his teeth. "But why is my tooth missing?" he asked. The young Yin explained, Your teeth were clenched tightly while you were unconscious, preventing me from administering the medicine, so I took it upon myself to remove one of your teeth." Upon hearing this, Feng did not express anger but instead continued to praise him. "You did well, showing responsibility and courage. You are stronger than I am, and I have no doubt you will lead our tribe to greatness." Though it was already late at night, many members of the tribe remained awake, anxiously awaiting news from their leader. They wanted to see the hunting party return, for they could not rest until they had confirmation of their leader's safety. The young yin nodded and called the waiting crowd inside. The warriors, though still somewhat weakened, were overjoyed to see their leader recovering. The tribe had not suffered a catastrophic calamity after all, when everyone learned that it was Yan's calmness and resourcefulness that had saved their father Feng. Their respect for the future leader grew immensely. "Yin," the warriors shouted in unison, but Yin knew that the credit belonged to the man in peculiar attire from the forest. He possessed miraculous items. And the young Yin realized that Zhang Weiguo was likely alone, perhaps due to the destruction or expulsion from his own tribe. That it would be wonderful if they could invite him to join theirs. After confirming their leader's safety, the warriors returned to their thatched huts, each accompanied by eligible young women from the tribe. Witnessing this, the young Yan's eyes lit up. This indeed presented a compelling reason for that man to join them. He must feel quite lonely being by himself, and surely he would appreciate the company. Meanwhile, in a distant treehouse, Zhang Weiguo couldn't see the happenings inside but sensed that someone was thinking of him. "Who is pondering my existence?" he wondered. "Well, soon I will be able to communicate amicably with the primitive tribe, significantly enhancing our safety. My parents and childhood friends will be able to reunite." As the time approached, he murmured to himself and returned to the Lunar Command Center, where a tense atmosphere prevailed. This launch was set to deliver the lunar module to the moon, serving as the foundation for a towering edifice. Success in this endeavor would pave the way for future ventures. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo had returned, but only Wang Chang was present. "Where is old Qian?" Zhang inquired. "Brother Gang has returned. Old Qian is overseeing the launch. The lunar module is prepared for ascent, and Brother Gang can keep an eye on it now." Upon hearing this, Zhang's spirits soared. He had heard they had even arranged for him to have a computer. Providing him a chance to relax a little, he swiftly teleported to the cave entrance, gazing towards the blue planet, still only able to see the azure expanse without sight of the rocket. After this journey, he could afford to linger a while longer. He should be able to establish contact with the primitive tribe and have the time and means to acquire ample black box fragments or ores. If he could bring these back, a nuclear fusion power plant could be established near the command center, allowing for more covert operations without the worry of energy shortages. As for nuclear fusion research, they could initially utilize available materials and gradually study with resources from the blue planet. Launch. With old Qian's command, the rocket carrying the lunar module soared into the sky. To an outsider, it appeared to be merely a routine launch. However, those in the know understood that this was the cornerstone for constructing a lunar base and the beginning of establishing contact with the primitive planet. It was a historic moment for China's rise. The news of China launching a rocket to the moon stirred considerable excitement. Domestic netizens rejoiced, speculating that China must be yearning for home, hence the urgency from the country. "Indeed, the moon has always been our territory. We are merely returning home, and it is only right to visit often." Recently, their progress had been rapid, and those following international developments would notice a shift in the winds. The lighthouse appeared anxious. Meanwhile, foreign commentary was polarized. Our camel prince has begun to train. It seems we will soon set foot on the moon, so don't be too envious. Foolish and wealthy. Do you think China launching a lunar module means you can go to the moon? Not so fast. It's all just a ruse. Look at our lighthouse. We never engage in such illusions. If we go for real. We absolutely do not deceive. Exactly. How many things have been launched to the moon in the past month? Can they even manage to study them? We need to be grounded. I was worried before, but now I realize this is merely a paper tiger meant to instill fear. Forget the cherry blossoms of my hometown. Let's not say anything more. Let's apply for heritage status. The divine cow strides on Venus, while China gazes longingly. How does that line from Chinese poetry sound? Our divine cow's cultural depth is profound. These netizens were engaging in boastful banter. Yet China's recent launch of the rocket carrying the lunar module undeniably affected many. The lighthouse's lunar landing command center. The new director was raging over the phone. "China has already launched their lunar module, and you are still quibbling over trivial matters. What about our vision? What about our lighthouse dream?" Hurry and allocate funds. We are merely one step away from sealing the capsule. If you don't approve, you will face the wrath of the public." After hanging up, his expression changed instantly, and he casually addressed the technical and financial teams. "Based on my understanding of him, the funds will be approved quickly. We will have money soon." The finance and the new director both felt relieved. Failures in lighthouse research were not uncommon, and this latest setback was merely a continuation of the previous director's mess, bearing no relation to them. However, the technical team felt urgency. They had only just established a folder, and there had never been a plan for a lunar base. There was no research in this area. What if they were scrutinized? This was indeed a problem. Having only one folder was insufficient justification. Thus, the new director asked, "Do you know which domestic company excels in this area?" The technical team pondered. "Perhaps Deep Sea Group? They specialize in deep-sea exploration and have even developed some technologies that originated from the space agency. They might have made further advancements." The new director nodded. "Then let's contact them. Since the technology has flowed from our space agency, it is only right that we reclaim it." The finance team recalled the name, contemplating. "I think I've heard of that company. They also engage in deep-sea tourism and have collaborations with China, Japan, and Korea, making them quite substantial." Upon hearing the news, the new director was even more pleased, thinking to himself, "This is splendid. Let us prohibit any collaboration with China and instead focus on partnerships with other entities. They are indeed the pioneers in sealed chamber technology, and by casually leaking information, we can suggest that it is China that has pilfered the secrets of our lighthouse's sealed chambers, in a so-called free economy like the lighthouse. It is absurd that a mere utterance from above can arbitrarily ban enterprises from engaging in transactions with others. Astonishingly, this is lauded by those who seek to ingratiate themselves. One wonders how they will deceive themselves once they uncover the truth." With the director's orders in place, the subordinates executed them with alacrity. A call was made directly to the personnel at the deep-sea company, inquiring, "I have heard that your research on sealed chambers has been remarkably successful. To what depths can your chambers withstand in the deep sea without sustaining damage?" The head of the deep-sea company, George, was exhilarated upon realizing that the call was from the Aerospace Bureau. As the leader of a significant corporation, he was well aware of international dynamics. China's lunar module had just been launched, and now this call suggested a desire for collaboration. After all, the Aerospace Bureau had always been well-funded. Not only did they benefit from national support, but they also profited greatly from selling outdated technologies. George pondered, knowing he must not fall short compared to China. Their deep-sea chambers could reach an extreme depth of 9,000 meters. However, this figure seemed insufficient. Typically, operations do not utilize maximum depths. Thus, he decided to assert that their extreme depth could reach 10,000 meters. In reality, experiments or explorations would likely occur at depths of 8 to 9,000 meters. Consequently, George confidently announced, "Our maximum depth can reach 10,000 meters. The Aerospace Bureau personnel nodded in satisfaction. It is customary for those in the field to understate their capabilities when discussing such data, ensuring a higher safety margin and avoiding the need to always operate at maximum limits. Thus, stating 10,000 meters would likely allow for a safe buffer of at least 1,000 meters. Claiming 11,000 meters would be sufficient to restore the Bureau's reputation, and so, arrangements were swiftly made to package the technology for the Aerospace Bureau. Additionally, the director instructed him to inform them that no further collaboration with China is permitted. Failure to comply would result in charges of treason. Ending collaboration with China would incur significant financial losses, especially with the burgeoning deep-sea tourism industry thriving not only in China, but also internationally, albeit to a lesser extent. Yet, why was there no discussion of cooperation? The technology was being packaged, but what about the payment? George felt an ominous premonition, but steeled himself to inquire, "What about the payment? Our technological research requires funding as well." Payment? To make the lighthouse great again, you still seek money. Have you forgotten that your technology was acquired from the Aerospace Bureau, but we paid for it? We invested significantly and incurred substantial R&D costs to achieve breakthroughs. Friend, it seems you are quite naive. You know why Mixie Company went bankrupt. George recalled having heard of it. The company had possessed a lucrative patent that suddenly became unusable, leading to a stock market crash and bankruptcy. Could it be that the Aerospace Bureau's technology would be deemed a matter of national security, rendering their patent unusable until a lifting of restrictions? Such a situation would hinder collaborations with other nations, potentially leading to another bankruptcy. Shameless. George cursed inwardly, yet felt powerless. The so-called free economy was ultimately dictated by those in power. However, he retained his final stubbornness. I will package the technology, but it must be labeled as a joint research endeavor with our deep-sea company. Such a trivial matter is of no concern, a mere name, which costs nothing. The new director will likely be more than willing. Very well, for the sake of the nation, this is your rightful due. After concluding communications with this side, the technology team finally relaxed. With this technology, even if higher authorities came to investigate, there would be an explanation that he then called the director, reporting, "We have secured the technology. Their maximum depth is 11,000 meters. The new director, lacking understanding of these matters, thought, if we have reached 11,000 meters, then surely, at any cost, we can push the limit to 12,000 meters. After hanging up with the technology team, he convened a press conference, eager to provide a morale boost to the citizens of the lighthouse. At the press conference, the new director solemnly declared, "Exploring the unknown has always been our aspirational dream. We have previously conquered the moon, and now we set our sights on the deep sea. It is worth noting that the challenges posed by the deep sea sealed chambers surpass those of the lunar module. We shall ensure comprehensive preparation, achieving success in our lunar endeavors without squandering taxpayer resources for fleeting glory." As seen in certain nations, I announced that 1 week from now, we will livestream our challenge to explore the recently rediscovered depths of the Mariana Trench, reaching a staggering 14,000 meters. Let the world witness the vastness that the lighthouse shall unveil. When the lighthouse held its press conference, everyone understood it was a response to China's lunar module launch. However, what they did not anticipate was that the lighthouse would take an innovative turn to explore the deep sea. Indeed, if they could operate effectively at depths of 12,000 meters, it would likely indicate success on the moon as well. Following the conference, a chaotic discussion erupted online, rationally debating whether the challenges of the deep-sea sealed chamber at 12,000 meters surpassed those of the lunar module. There was no basis for comparison. The two focused on entirely different aspects: pressure for the deep-sea chamber and radiation for the lunar module. The timing of this press conference was clearly aimed at China. Yet it showcased deep-sea technology instead. Was this not a jest? Did it not imply that the lighthouse was faltering in its lunar ambitions? While most players engaged in reasonable discussion, it must be noted that the lighthouse's remote aquaculture was indeed far ahead, compelling China to concede. How naive to think others were targeting them. They were merely methodically unveiling new technology. Why the anxiety? Thankfully, I shall soon be abroad. Otherwise, it would be truly embarrassing. Indeed, others prioritize practical applications rather than superficial projects. What use is it to land on the moon? Are they unaware of the myriad mineral resources present in the deep sea? Only they remain fixated on the moon, while others plan to land on Mars within 35 years. They can continue their play on the blue planet. However, before the locals could voice their opinions, international observers could no longer contain themselves. Stop boasting. Please, you fools, cease your exaggerations. This is clearly a reaction to their recent launch. And yet you hold a press conference immediately after. Just how much are they paying you? There are no resources on the moon. I chuckled. The energy present on the moon could sustain the blue planet for millions of years. It is common knowledge that the future lies in venturing into the cosmos. You have made me laugh. Land on Mars. You people are truly remarkable. You believe everything you hear. We, the lighthouse, are advocates for peace. And you buy into that too. Of course, apart from citizens of China and the lighthouse, netizens from other nations also express their opinions. Wow, these two are at odds. I see our technology set to soar. Our prince not only can reach the moon, perhaps he will also explore the depths of the sea. We won't spend money. We have already landed on the sun. Just provide adequate funding. And the divine cow will take you to the sun. Dad is amazing. The deep sea exploration is fantastic. Take me to see our underwater divine kingdom. Takamagara, the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon, should be submitted for heritage recognition. It seems that Nez's havoc in the sea might also need to be recognized. Recently, the tasks for heritage applications have become quite burdensome. The online tumult did not significantly impact the situation. However, upon witnessing the press conference, George, the head of the deep sea company, was utterly flabbergasted at the beginning of the conference. He was seething. Damn it, at the very least, they could have mentioned us. They have shamelessly appropriated our technology without credit. Not even an advertisement for us? Unbelievable. How utterly shameless. This is the so-called free economy. During the conference, he was taken aback. What on earth has happened to 12,000 meters? Did I not specify 10,000? 9,000 is the limit. How did they arrive at 12,000 meters? Fortunately, there was no mention of my name. I am not involved in this. It seems they still need other people's technology. Yet they claim to be the strongest in deep-sea exploration. Moreover, aside from China, no other nation has researched this field. As the press conference concluded, a small line of text at the bottom read, Partner, Deep Sea Group. Though this line was hidden among countless scrolling company names, the head of the Deep Sea Group hurriedly began replaying the video, checking each partner company, only to be astonished to discover that none of them were related to the technology. What does this signify? It indicates that it is indeed their deep-sea technology. However, their deep-sea technology can only reach 9,000 meters. How did they derive the figure of 12,000 meters? They remained silent during the conference, only to reveal the partnership in the closing credits. They have utterly failed to advertise, and now they want them to shoulder the blame. George was utterly exasperated. This is certainly not feasible. He cannot bear the weight of that pot. Thus, he hastily contacted the technician who had previously called him. Brother, could you please remove me from the list of collaborators? Contributing to the nation is an obligation, and I should not seek fame or fortune. Deep Sea George was bewildered, and the technician from the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau was equally perplexed. Did he not inform the director that the depth was 11,000 meters? How has it now escalated to 12,000 meters? Although it may seem like a mere 1,000 meters difference, exceeding the limit by even a meter can be perilous. Upon receiving the call from Deep Sea George, the technician immediately recognized the issue upon hearing the news of the cancellation of his partnership. Speak frankly, how deep can we actually reach? 9,000 meters is absolutely feasible. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain. The technician felt a chill run down his spine. A discrepancy of 100 or 200 meters could be explained away as an unforeseen circumstance. But a gap of 2,000 or 3,000 meters is indefensible. Moreover, the director had already announced the news, and even the live broadcast time had been set. This matter was now irrevocably established. Did you not claim it was 10,000 meters? You dare deceive the nation, and thus you must bear the consequences. Find a solution. If it fails, you know the repercussions. Deep Sea George was in a frenzy. You come to me, boasting and promoting, yet you offer no compensation, and now I am to take the blame. FK. To make matters worse, his assistant approached. Boss, the Camel Company wishes to cancel their order. What? Why would they cancel? Did they not see that we have just become partners with the Aerospace Bureau? The resolution of the issue is debatable, but profits must be secured. If worse comes to worst, we shall simply abandon ship. The other party did not specify the reasons. They merely stated the cancellation. Investigate thoroughly. I want a thorough investigation, and then I will personally inquire. Aside from these individuals, our Chinese companies and scientists are also keenly observing the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau's press conference. After all, knowing ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. The Blue Star Moon Palace Project Center, the Materials Science Research Base, has achieved success. The creation of this primordial planet is truly remarkable. I merely studied its material composition, and we have made such significant breakthroughs. How astonishing! Indeed, I have heard that Brother Gang will return with a complete black box product. The potential advancements for our technology are simply unimaginable. Regardless of the scale, we are certain to maintain our lead, and that is sufficient. This breakthrough in materials science will enable our Shenlong deep-sea capsule to dive to 13,000 meters, and even the extreme point of 14,000 meters is not beyond reach. The material strength is undeniably sufficient. Indeed, the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau just announced their intention to conduct a live broadcast of deep-sea exploration at 12,000 meters, demonstrating their formidable capabilities. Were it not for the materials provided by Brother Gang, we would barely measure up to them. We must put in more effort. However, now that we have made this breakthrough, the next tier of technology can be allocated to civilian enterprises. Recently, deep-sea tourism and exploration have become quite popular. We can seize the market and enhance our nation's soft power. Let the Lighthouse witness our strength. The new breakthrough in confidentiality technology will allow for the dissemination of less critical technologies to the public domain. This not only stimulates economic development, but also elevates the national image. The Dinghai Group is one such entity. They have always conducted business with the Lighthouse, primarily in deep-sea adventure tourism and exploration. With the diligent and earnest attitude of the Chinese people, coupled with the growing influence of our nation in recent years, the Dinghai Group has been thriving. They even hold considerable sway overseas and are currently expanding their market. However, a single phone call today left Li Jing of the Dinghai Group utterly stunned. Deep Sea Group unilaterally terminated their partnership, even reneging on the penalty fees. Utterly shameless, Li Jing railed in his office. Bastards, shameless. What about the spirit of the contract? What a farce. Damn it. Li Jing was seething with fury when he suddenly recalled that the nation has recently made strides in aerospace technology. Perhaps in the future, some of this technology will be released to civilian enterprises. Should they consider venturing into space tourism? Just as Li Jing pondered this, his assistant entered. Boss, someone from above has arrived, stating that they wish to release some deep-sea exploration technology and have invited all relevant companies. Li Jing's eyes lit up. He was acutely aware that the strength of the deep-sea company could not reach 12,000 meters. Even if we fall slightly short, we can achieve 10,000 meters, which is more than sufficient for their civilian tourism and exploration. Li Jing immediately set off to attend the meeting. On the way back, he felt dizzy. Boss, what's wrong? Would you like to take some Luwei Di Huangwan? I am fine. The surprise was overwhelming. It nearly knocked me out. He had initially believed that the technology to be released would max out at around 10,000 meters, yet to his astonishment, it had already reached 12,000 meters. This was on par with the Lighthouse's claims. Moreover, they would dispatch expert teams to provide guidance and training, enabling the production of an experimental machine within a week. Li Jing understood the gravity of the terminology used by our nation. It was always precise. If they claimed a stable depth of 12,000 meters could be achieved, then it was a certainty. Otherwise, such words would not be uttered. At this depth, his Dinghai company would be the leading force in the civilian sector. What was there to wait for? He would repay the grievances he had suffered earlier. Thus, he swiftly contacted several other partnering companies, assuring them that Dinghai could achieve depths far exceeding those of deep sea. Naturally, they would opt for Dinghai. These individuals were solely motivated by profit, and since they were not on Lighthouse's turf, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, since they were involved in deep-sea tourism and exploration devices, they were undoubtedly attentive to the news in this area, having witnessed the press conference held by the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau. Even the subsequent partnering manufacturers had noted the advancements in deep-sea technology. However, upon further investigation, they realized that deep-sea's technology was not as formidable as claimed. Even with breakthroughs, a leap of 3,000 meters was implausible. They quickly recognized that issues would inevitably arise, and Deep Sea Company might find itself embroiled in scandal, jeopardizing its collaborations. Thus, they decisively turned to cooperate with more reputable Chinese companies. Li Jing watched in delight as orders poured in like snowflakes. He wished for Lighthouse to hold more press conferences so he could gauge the true extent of the nation's advancements. George from Deep Sea Company communicated with other partnering firms to inquire about the reasons for their order cancellations. Upon learning that a Chinese company possessed a submersible capable of reaching depths of 12,000 meters, he was instantly astounded. Their company specialized in developing such technology and understood the challenges involved. Furthermore, if China was releasing such technology to the civilian sector, it indicated the existence of even more advanced capabilities. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that while other nations were releasing technology outward, here they were attempting to seize technology for themselves. The stark contrast was striking. George felt a twinge of envy, wishing he could reside in China. Boss, shall we sue those defaulting companies? After all, they hold assets in our country. And with our current relationship with the Aerospace Bureau, we would undoubtedly win and seize their assets. No need. Not this time. It wasn't that George had changed his stance. Rather, money had become less significant than survival. After speaking with the Aerospace Bureau technician, security noticed an influx of burly, well-trained individuals surrounding the company. The current situation was clear. The technician likely realized that another live broadcast would lead to another embarrassment. However, someone must take the blame, and they had chosen him. He had already surmised that it would likely end in a staged suicide, complete with a note confessing to deceiving the nation that he needed to save himself. So he could not afford to antagonize those partners. He still needed their assistance to procure materials from China. Only if the live broadcast next week proceeded successfully could he hope to survive. George's instincts were accurate. The technician from the Aerospace Bureau had indeed matured following the previous incident. As long as someone else bore the blame, it didn't matter who it was. If he took the fall, the company would revert to state ownership, creating a situation that benefited all parties involved. Just then, the note expert arrived. Boss, I have finished the imitation. Take a look. It is absolutely identical to George's notes. Every letter perfectly mimicked. The technician glanced at it and tore it up. No, you must learn to immerse yourself in the role. How can this paper be so pristine? When he commits suicide, he will surely be weeping. Deeply remorseful towards the nation. There should be blood on the scene as well. Professionalism is paramount. Understood? Fine, just add some tears. The blood can be arranged on site. The note expert left dejectedly, while Zhang Weiguo, who had been waiting for a long time on the distant moon, finally spotted the lunar module adorned with the red flag. This time, Zhang Weiguo was still within a cave, completely out of sight. The landing site for the rocket lunar module had already been meticulously planned. Under Zhang Weiguo's watchful gaze, the transport device bearing the lunar module successfully descended into the cave. Successful landing. Zhang Weiguo joyfully notified the Blue Star Moon Palace Project Command Center. However, the personnel in the command center did not relax. A successful landing was merely the first step. Next comes the crux of the matter. The atmosphere in the command center is exceedingly tense. Even the usually unflappable Qian Lao is gripping his hands tightly, anxiously observing the transmitted images. The landing of the transport module has been successfully completed. The module has fully descended. Qian Lao speaks up. Xiao Gang, please proceed inside the transport module to retrieve the framework and assemble it using the method you were previously taught. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Zhang Weiguo opens the side of the transport module and extracts the framework of the lunar capsule. He then begins to assemble it according to the previously learned techniques. In no time, a semicircular alloy dome is erected with an alloy base beneath it. Qian Lao, the assembly is complete. Excellent. Let us commence with the second phase of operations. Yes, Zhang Weiguo presses a button on the transport device, causing a cylindrical conduit to extend from the module into the newly constructed steel dome. Subsequently, a white, canvas-like material begins to expand and inflate, tightly adhering to the steel dome above, forming a shape reminiscent of a semicircular yurt. The conduit starts to rotate, and soon the inflation point is completely sealed, allowing the conduit to retract. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There is no change in the lunar capsule. It retains its original form. Success. The scientists in the command center whisper their jubilations. Success has been achieved, but only partially. The lunar capsule, being an independent structure, must indeed have an entrance. It is essential to construct a corresponding airlock chamber to facilitate the opening, sealing, and inflation processes, enabling astronauts to successfully enter after landing. Thus, a functional airlock chamber is a crucial component of the lunar capsule. Once this airlock is successful, all other lunar modules can connect to this lunar rover, allowing astronauts the freedom to move. Following the same procedure, Zhang Weiguo first retrieves the framework for the airlock and the sealed hatch. Like assembling building blocks, he secures all the frameworks and aligns the hatch correctly. He then employs special materials to form a cylindrical corridor, connecting the hatch to the corridor. The cylindrical ventilation pipe is retracted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Success. It can be said that we are now 99% successful. As long as the inflation and deflation functions are intact upon entry, the lunar capsule will be deemed successful. Zhang Weiguo stands at the airlock's entrance and pulls the hatch open forcefully. Everything inside appears normal. Continuing with the operations, he turns to close the hatch and then activates the inflation device, utilizing a small artificial air apparatus for immediate use. Later, specialized chambers will be built for air circulation to produce oxygen. Ding! A green light illuminates, indicating that inflation is complete. Zhang Weiguo walks slowly to the junction of the lunar capsule and airlock, where those outside can no longer see the interior, only hearing the sound of his heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Weiguo opens the connection. No air escapes, no ruptures occur, and all is well. He retrieves a fruit from the original planet, which shows no discoloration, cracking, or withering. This is indeed a normal environment. Containing his excitement, Zhang Weiguo communicates with the command center, announcing, "Success. Everything is normal." Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's voice, everyone in the command center erupts in unified cheers. Success! Success! Even Qian Lao embraces Zhao Gang beside him in elation. Success! The success of the lunar capsule signifies that China's Lunar Palace initiative has taken its most solid step forward. With this achievement, the construction of the lunar base is now within reach. Since the airlock testing has been successful, there is no need for Zhang Weiguo to complicate matters further. He simply teleports outside to retrieve specialized devices for measuring temperature, pressure, and environmental conditions from the transport module. He then teleports back inside to begin testing various data, relaying even more information back. Everything is perfect. Qianlao nods at the data. But if we continue to launch materials from Blue Star to the moon, this poses significant challenges for future base construction. Hence, we must simultaneously accelerate the research on the lunar soil returned by Xiao Gang to ascertain any usable materials while continuing to design the core modules. Prioritizing oxygen generation and cultivation chambers, Qianlao quickly issues commands and then announces, since our lunar base is nearing completion, it is time for us to make a visit. What is the status of the manned lunar landing plan? Qianlao inquires of Lu Zhong, who has been responsible for this matter. Theoretically, it is ready, but we have yet to conduct experiments. We still need to perform a simulated lunar landing test. Lu Zhong replies earnestly. All right, let us begin preparations for the simulated lunar landing experiment immediately. We aim to launch within a month. Understood. Lu Zhong responds confidently, as the nation has been researching manned lunar landing technologies, yielding promising results. Aside from safety concerns, there has been another pressing question. What can be done after a manned lunar landing? If the objective is merely to observe and collect samples, it bears little significance. As these tasks can be accomplished more efficiently by lunar probes, the nation cannot afford to send an astronaut into peril solely to admire the lunar landscape or engage in idle conversation. Therefore, the country continues to enhance the safety of manned spaceflight while fervently advancing the technology of the lunar palace base, aiming to ensure that astronauts can engage in extensive research and experiments upon arrival, thereby adding substantial meaning to each lunar landing. Now that the lunar palace base is almost within reach, the manned lunar landing must commence. Both endeavors will proceed in tandem by the time astronauts land on the moon. They will already be able to experiment and live in the lunar palace base. Zhang Weiguo has awaited this rocket launch for a long time. The moment to depart has finally arrived. He stores all the items he needs in his mental space and, after bidding farewell to Qianlao, returns to the original planet, At this moment. The sun hangs in the center of the sky, and the young yin stands beneath a tree. Zhang Weiguo takes out the expertly crafted picture book and speaks to the monitoring device, addressing the young yin. Little brother, let me give you a lesson. So you understand that the products of the black box are not for hurling around. You must be clever and learn quickly, so I can soon explore the black box. The upgrade of my mental space is undoubtedly related to the black box. Zhang Weiguo excitedly mutters to himself as he approaches the position of the young yin. Soon, he arrives at his destination, where the young yin expresses profound gratitude. Zhang Weiguo's medicine not only saved the tribe's leader, but also his father. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo arrive, the young yin, brimming with excitement, attempts to approach him but hesitates after taking 2 steps, aware of Zhang Weiguo's cautious nature and not wanting to create misunderstandings. However, after several trials and analysis by numerous psychological and behavioral experts, Zhang Weiguo has ascertained that the young yin is indeed a kind-hearted and upright individual. Thus, he takes the initiative to approach the young yin and gestures. You, father, healthy? Unsure how to convey healthy, he raises his arm to flex his muscles. The young yin comprehends Zhang Weiguo's meaning and responds. Father, healthy. Thank you. I, grateful. You. What? You want? What a sensible young man. Zhang Weiguo feels reassured and produces the meticulously researched high-end picture book. Each page is not only detailed but also equipped with a battery. Pressing a button yields sound, showcasing the picture book to the young yin. The wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese education is now vividly presented before the eyes of the young tribesman, who possesses normal intelligence. The young yin quickly grasps the meanings as each character is accompanied by illustrations clarifying their significance. As he flips through the pages, his astonishment is evident, and he eventually comes across the term friend. Zhang Weiguo presses the adjacent button, and the picture book emits clear Chinese pronunciation. The young yin understands Zhang Weiguo's intent and cautiously presses it again, hearing the word friend once more. After carefully listening, the young yin opens his mouth and earnestly attempts to mimic Pigyu. Although not quite standard, for some reason, Zhang Weiguo suddenly hears familiar Chinese words in this alien world, no longer just the cold electronic sounds transmitted through signals, causing him to feel a surge of emotion. Excitedly, he replies, friend. The young yin echoes, Punyu. Caught in the moment, Zhang Weiguo embraces the young yin, leaving him somewhat bewildered, but he understands that this is a gesture of friendship from Zhang Weiguo and his companions. The young Yin then begins to search through the picture book, eager to find a word of his choosing. After flipping through several pages, he finally locates it and presses the button, diligently listening and mimicking the pronunciation. Moments later, he closes the picture book and solemnly addresses Zhang Weiguo in halting Chinese. Feng tribe, Yin, we friends. Zhang Weiguo respectfully responds, China, Zhang Weiguo, we friends. Two individuals from vastly different worlds forged a friendship for the first time. Many years later, the historian of the Chinese Cosmic Republic was diligently investigating the origins of the Wind clan's integration into China when he stumbled upon this legendary tale. The great pioneer of China's cosmic exploration encountered the Wind clan's leader. Yin, who was still in a primitive state of existence, he brought with him the goodwill and wisdom of China, rescuing the Wind clan from the brink of extinction as winter approached on that fateful day. The sky shone brilliantly, flowers bloomed in abundance, and myriad beasts came to pay their respects. China embraced this foreign civilization with unparalleled magnanimity, refraining from any brutal plunder or enslavement. In turn, the Wind clans, filled with gratitude, became part of the greater Chinese family. From that moment on, they, alongside their brethren from various clans, endeavored together for the growth of this familial entity. At this juncture, neither Zhang Weiguo nor the young Yin comprehended how this seemingly ordinary day would be immortalized in such radiant terms. If indeed a multitude of beasts had come to offer their congratulations, the two would likely have fled in fright. After solidifying their friendship, the young Yin produced a jar of honey from a bee king to share with Zhang Weiguo. Having overcome his allergy to bees, Yin had developed a fondness for this delicacy. Zhang Weiguo reciprocated by offering Yin some white rabbit candy and spicy strips. A tribal youth clad in animal skins and barefoot savored the spicy strips with a mix of delight and grimaces, while a scruffy Chinese boy donned in camouflage and armor found the bee king's honey overwhelmingly sweet. Their eyes met, and laughter erupted, as if they were two boys from different ethnicities within China. Though their languages might have differed slightly, they could both sense each other's sincerity and goodwill. After a brief respite, Yin prepared to depart. He retrieved the largest scrap of material from the fragments tied to his animal skin garment and handed it to Zhang Weiguo. The latter was deeply touched by this gesture. The boy was indeed kind-hearted, always offering his most treasured possessions. However, Zhang Weiguo desired something complete. He took the scrap, contemplated for a moment, then produced a stab-resistant garment. Guiding Yin to remove his animal skin coat and don this new attire, the youth was perplexed, as this garment appeared thin and less effective than his warm animal skin coat, which also provided protection against wild beasts. Zhang Weiguo noticed Yan's expression, which seemed to convey skepticism about the garment's quality. Yet, with the spirit of friendship, Yan graciously accepted it. Suddenly inspired, Zhang Weiguo produced another stab-resistant outfit and, picking up a sharp stone from the ground, demonstrated its resilience by piercing it without any damage. Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he began to appreciate the garment's surprisingly effective warmth despite its seemingly thin fabric. Observing Yan's shocked expression brought a smile to Zhang Weiguo's face. This was no ordinary stab-resistant attire. It was a high-tech garment meticulously designed by the state for him, integrating lightness, warmth, and protection. The cost of such a piece could easily purchase a vehicle. Then Zhang Weiguo noticed Yan's slight embarrassment as he scratched his head. He mused silently about how foolish it was to be so excited over astonishing a youth from a primitive tribe. However, this gift was given with careful consideration. After all, a clever, kind-hearted leader was of utmost importance, and it was imperative to protect him as best as possible. Yan's embarrassment was fleeting, and he spoke up. "Thank you. I will learn this. I invite you to my tribe." "Good. I would like to see your tribe as well," Zhang Weiguo replied. With that, he produced a device, a video player with a built-in battery, featuring a single video teaching Chinese. The previous one had been a durable paper version utilizing pictures, while this was a more sophisticated model. Though it was easier to break, its buttons were simplified to just 3: play, pause, and rewind. Yin quickly grasped its operation. After bidding farewell to Zhang Weiguo, he headed back to his tribe. Yin had resolved to learn diligently, so he could understand Zhang Weiguo's desires and repay the kindness that had saved him and his father. As Zhang Weiguo watched the departing Yin, he contemplated how to showcase Yin's new clothing and the picture-based literacy tool, allowing him to gauge the reactions of others in the tribe, thereby ensuring safety on Yin's journey. Confident that this would be accomplished soon, Zhang Weiguo began his own endeavors. Undeniably, he needed to gather food. While the state could supply it, Relying on rockets for transport was wasteful, especially as he had a mission to collect specific plants. Previously, without a lunar module, anything brought out would spoil, but now, with the lunar module, he could store items safely, collecting food and plants. He also gathered some animal specimens, since the mental space could not accommodate living creatures, but animal carcasses were permissible. While he worked, Yin returned successfully to his tribe, where the unusual attire he wore drew immediate attention. Curiosity sparked among his peers, who began to touch and examine his clothes. Yin, what is that you're wearing? It looks so dark. Where is your animal skin coat? Yin, what is that smell? It's so strange. And what is that on your back? Yin, I heard that a strange wild man has entered the forest. Be cautious and don't let him deceive you. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yin had saved some spicy strips and white rabbit candy for his younger brother, but the strong aroma of the spicy strips made it difficult to conceal. He hurriedly stated, I brought the friendship of China from over there. I need to discuss it with my father and the shaman. With that, he dashed back to his thatched hut. Today, the leader, Foam, was able to sit up, recovering rapidly thanks to modern medicine and nutritional supplements, coupled with the superior physical condition of the inhabitants of this planet. His younger brother, Shur, was taking care of their father. Brother, you're back, Shur exclaimed joyfully. Yin shared the remaining spicy strips and candy with his brother, allowing him to taste them. And then he took out the picture-based literacy tool Zhang Weiguo had given him, thoroughly explaining it to their father. Though Shur grimaced at the spiciness of the strips, he listened attentively, displaying a keenness that allowed him to retain a fair amount of information after just one explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Leader Feng spoke. It seems he is much more capable than us, and he is friendly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved us. We must learn quickly to facilitate communication. He then turned to Shur. You have a natural talent for such things. You shall be the first to learn. We need help, especially as this year's white-haired days have come too early. Shur popped another white rabbit candy into his mouth and handed the remaining spicy strips and candy to their father, stating, I will study diligently. Feng affectionately ruffled Shur's hair, saying, Go ahead and eat. Afterward, he led Yin into the shaman's hut, where Yin recounted the events once more. The shaman, too, expressed concern. The white-haired days have arrived too swiftly. We require assistance. Otherwise, we will struggle to survive this harsh winter. We must collaborate, but remain vigilant. We also need to find someone to inherit the shaman's abilities. I am growing old and nearing death. If we can endure until the end of the white-haired days, we must seek a child of shamanic lineage from the great tribe and bring them back. Understood. The two exited the shaman's dwelling, their expressions calm, but the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. The impending white-haired days appeared daunting, and the search for a shaman's successor must be expedited. Otherwise, once the shaman passed, there would be no one left to perform the rituals necessary for obtaining divine artifacts. As the brothers returned to their thatched hut, they were urged to learn swiftly. Mastery of this knowledge would not only repay the life-saving kindness but also determine whether they could secure the assistance needed to survive the harsh winter. Both brothers, laden with thoughts, began their studies of the literacy tool. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo, having gathered materials, felt reassured upon witnessing the tribe's curiosity about Yan's attire in the playback. Curiosity without fear indicated that they would not mistake it for something malevolent or sinister. He believed that once someone mastered the language, he would be able to integrate into the tribe. Analyzing the video, he concluded that if Shur were to learn, simple communication could certainly be achieved within a week. With confidence in his heart, Zhang Weiguo began digging. The success of the lunar module experiment meant it was time to utilize it for agriculture. This shipment included several types of vegetable seeds. With ample soil and water available, planting was certainly feasible. Zhang Weiguo turned back toward the moon, calculating that by the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival, safety would likely be assured, allowing him to reconnect with his family. Recently, he had checked in with Captain Li Hua, and his family had been doing well under protection, which brought him peace of mind. Back on the moon, he engaged with experts, collaborating on experiments to repair malfunctioning detection devices under their guidance. However, this time, it is not merely a matter of talk therapy. Mr. Qian has truly presented Zhang Weiguo with a computer, so what are we waiting for? It is imperative to transform into a war god and incite a tempest of blood and fury in the canyon. The two friends entered the game, and without a doubt, they possessed no gaming talent whatsoever. After 4 years at university, Chen Tianlei plummeted from gold to silver, compounded by Zhang Weiguo's high-latency connection from the moon to Blue Star. Indeed, the canyon was a scene of carnage, Yet the bloodshed was solely their own. Naturally, as a noble summoner, failure could never be attributed to oneself. Zhang Weiguo lamented. What the heck? 5 years without a word. And this designer has unleashed these ridiculous heroes. This black guy is excessively fierce, isn't he? My red glasses barely inflict any damage. Chen Tianlei chuckled. The designer understands nothing about the game. Nevertheless, Zhang Weiguo maintained a decent attitude. Acknowledging his high latency, the two were engaged in a matchmaking game, merely exchanging banter, and he was genuinely pleased to be playing. Chen Tianlei, however, was less than joyful after being obliterated. Yet, he bore no ill will towards his friend. As they concluded their session, Chen Tianlei discreetly informed Zhang Weiguo, "Ahem, Mr. Qian asked me to install some novels and television shows that pique your interest. It might help you unwind. There's a hidden folder in the study materials. If you catch my drift." What the heck? Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Chen Tianlei spun on his heel, believing his secret to be well guarded. However, anything that could ascend to the heavens would undoubtedly be scrutinized thoroughly. A hidden folder would certainly be discovered. After a series of discussions, it remained intact on this very day. Dinghai Technology welcomed experts to provide technical support for producing deep-sea prototypes. Meanwhile, George from Deep Sea Company received an ultimatum: either present a functioning prototype capable of submersion, or draft his will. Thus, George sought out Dinghai Technology, realizing that even if it meant facing humiliation from China, his life was of utmost importance. At this moment, Li Jing from Dinghai Technology was elated. Experts sent from above to support their civilian technology were indeed a stroke of fortune. The experts wasted no time, immediately setting about modifying the production line, adjusting material ratios, and altering molds for manufacturing. Dinghai Technology Group had already established itself as a leader in deep-sea exploration tourism within China, which explained the organization's choice to collaborate with them, with only slight modifications to materials and molds. The goal of achieving a depth of 12,000 meters was within reach. After all, current technological limitations largely stem from material constraints. Even theoretical knowledge of space elevators had been mastered, but the requisite materials lacked sufficient strength. The experts were racing against time, akin to discovering a new world, as they delved into the items Zhang Weiguo had brought back from the primordial planet. Initially reluctant to emerge, they were now fervently engaged in the project, eager to return and complete their work. Rumor had it that fragments of complete items were on their way back to Blue Star, generating considerable excitement. Li Jing, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the production workshop to observe the prototype, only to be stopped at the entrance by national security personnel. "Apologies, but entry is prohibited for now. Once improvements are completed, specialized technicians will provide you with explanations." Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, but soon rationalized the situation. After all, safeguarding such cutting-edge talent was entirely reasonable. He realized he wouldn't gain much insight anyway. Just as he was about to leave, a young assistant hurried over. "Boss, George is called." George, that shameless individual? The mere mention of his name infuriated Li Jing. If it weren't for the compensation for our breach of contract, he could just take a hike. Li Jing understood that these shameless lighthouse folks would not compensate at all. He had no desire to speak with them. Finding them utterly repugnant, he offers 10 times the breach of contract compensation and wants to collaborate with us. Is the apocalypse upon us, with aliens invading? How could these lighthouse people have evolved to this extent? Let him pay the penalty, and inform him that we possess the technology now and will not be collaborating with him. Li Jing remained disinterested in George, confident in their newfound technology, no longer needing to concern himself with those unscrupulous lighthouse individuals. The funds had already been deposited. Their desire to collaborate was merely an attempt to purchase our technology. George has certainly astonished Li Jing today, being so forthright and even wanting to buy our technology. Get lost. We aren't selling our technology. He can go play elsewhere. He had anticipated this. They weren't selling technology, but he wanted to buy our prototypes. Li Jing was about to question how he knew about the prototypes when he suddenly recalled that they had been publicly announced on their official website. Therein lay the issue. After a moment's contemplation and connecting it to the recent announcements from the Lighthouse Aerospace Agency, Li Jing quickly grasped the situation. They must have been boasting, only to realize they couldn't deliver. And now they're coming to us. This was an opportunity to demand a hefty price. Yet before proceeding, he had a question to pose that he approached the national security officer. "Hey, I'm not going inside, but could you inquire about the confidentiality of our technological achievements?" They won't be easily compromised, right? My company has numerous overseas partners. If our Chinese technology were to be compromised, it would be disastrous. I'd rather not collaborate with them. The national security officer remained still. One person watching Li Jing while the other communicated through an earpiece. After a while, the officer who had been in contact approached Li Jing. Rest assured, the higher-ups are aware that you are collaborating with foreign enterprises, and strict confidentiality measures have been implemented. Any attempts at compromise would trigger core self-destruction. They absolutely cannot breach it. All right, then I can rest easy. Li Jing exited with a smile, eager to take advantage of George's predicament. He planned to donate the surplus profits to the nation, supporting the country's scientific endeavors. The thought of using the enemy's funds to bolster his own nation's development was immensely gratifying. He returned to the office at a leisurely pace. While George was already on the verge of exploding with frustration, the personnel from the aerospace agency were indeed true to their word. Not only was the company under surveillance, but his home was as well. Not only that, but he, as the chairman of a high-tech lighthouse company, a figure of some renown, was outright denied the opportunity to purchase a plane ticket at the airport under the pretext of being subjected to a special protection task. He wished to notify the media, but to no avail. They had all received the message and were prohibited from reporting. Even when he attempted to post on social media, any mention of the aerospace agency was immediately deleted. He even tried to hint at the situation, but every message he sent was scrutinized in real time. George was utterly beside himself, watching the media lambaste China for its lack of freedom of speech and control over the populace. He could only laugh in exasperation. Indeed, our great lighthouse has laws that permit any and all statements, provided there are no vested interests. When interests are involved, not a word can be uttered. You claim that the law does not prohibit speech? The very next day, they could draft a law for you. George felt utterly powerless, his only hope resting with China. Just then, the aerospace agency's technology department sent him another message, warning him about the recent spate of school shootings, urging him to ensure the safety of his 3 children. What was this? A blatant threat. He was at a loss. Hello, Huaxia. I hear you're looking for me. Li Jing strolled back to his office at a leisurely pace, even finding time to brew a cup of tea before answering the phone. To his surprise, George was still on the line. Yes, Li Gu. I wanted to discuss a partnership. How shameless. It turned out he could speak Chinese all along. He had never uttered a word before. Ha! How mature of you. No longer bothered by others' mockery, Li Jing scoffed coldly. Previously, when seeking collaboration, they would insist on meetings at their lighthouse headquarters 2 hours in advance, often failing to arrive on time, only to coldly declare that they had other matters to attend to and would need to reschedule. Now, however, the disparity was laughable. This only fueled Li Jing's patriotism. It was the strength of his motherland that bolstered his confidence. Such an important matter as collaboration, and he wasn't willing to meet face to face? So lacking in sincerity. Brother, the situation is urgent. I'm willing to pay more. Oh, it seems quite urgent indeed. Didn't your aerospace agency claim to have a deep-sea submersible? Why not seek assistance from your own people? George seethed with frustration. Those fools are utterly incompetent. I don't want to work with them. We Chinese are the ones who are fair-minded. Hey now, let's not get tangled in relationships. Who are we to each other? Feelings won't pay the bills. Actually, I do have Chinese ancestry. My great-grandfather was Chinese. I'm not trying to pull strings here. Just give me a definitive answer. Li Jing chuckled, seeing how anxious the young man was, even starting to acknowledge his ancestry. All right then, we have collaborated previously, so let us set the price at 5 times the original. And I'll deliver the prototype in a month. George panicked. A month? That will be after the 7th day. Brother, a month is too long. Can we shorten it? I noticed that our official website has been updated. There's a prototype available in a week. Li Jing straightened up, realizing that the prototype would require testing regardless, and it would be beneficial to have others fund the testing. After all, this was a prototype. A significant breakthrough for us, truly precious. Brother, I'll increase the payment to 10 times the previous cooperation price. How about that? George abandoned all pretense, realizing he had no choice but to resort to money. It's a rare item, our latest technology, extraordinarily impressive. Those from your aerospace agency have been mocking me lately, making it quite difficult for me. Brother, the price has increased 20-fold. I am completely out of resources. Not a drop left. George is on the verge of tears. Although Li Jing is alone, he recalls the previous intention to acquire a building in the suburbs for renovation, aimed at improving the quality of life. It seems that George's company's share has consistently hindered progress. Thus, he feigns conversation with his absent assistant, saying, "Can't you see I'm conducting business here? What building are you talking about?" That building, while excellent, is equally vital to others. Upon hearing this, George quickly realizes, "Brother, stop talking. The assistant is right. Even if I want that building now, it's of no use to me. Just transfer the shares to me. And I want to see the prototype by next week." "Alas, brother, in that case, let us finalize the contract." After hanging up, Li Jing is elated by the transaction. Not only has he recouped the expenses of recent years, but he has also made a substantial profit. George is indeed in a hurry. The moment the call ends, the contract swiftly arrives. After summoning the company's legal team and confirming everything is in order, they sign it. The funds are transferred promptly, and the property transfer is expedited. Typically, such large transactions, especially with China, are subject to rigorous scrutiny. George directly contacts the space agency, and since the technology team does not wish to take the blame, approval is granted swiftly. Li Jing immediately heads to the city planning department with the building's ownership documents. The staff there are quite troubled. The location of that building is too advantageous. Any planning would have to consider that building. Yet unfortunately, a foreigner is demanding exorbitantly. Department head, the issue with that building has been resolved. How was it resolved? Did that foreigner change into a different person? No, the ownership has changed. Now belonging to a Chinese entrepreneur who just came by to donate it to national planning. What? The department head hurriedly checks the documents, confirming their authenticity. After completing these tasks, Li Jing rushes to the China Aerospace Foundation. The space agency does not accept direct donations, but the foundation does, primarily supporting various research activities in aerospace. Soon, the foundation's website updates with a new donation detail. Anonymous donor Weiguo has contributed 1 billion. Of course, for such a substantial donation, it is certainly possible to trace the donor. However, to protect the donor's wishes, as long as the funds are confirmed to be legal, no further investigation will be conducted. After accomplishing all this, Li Jing feels a sense of relief. The aerospace agency has merely symbolically collected patent fees, and donating all his earnings seems the right choice. Time flies, and Zhang Weiguo has found himself with more leisure lately, continuing to learn from scientists while casually cultivating potatoes and engaging in friendly competitions. Young Yin and Young Shi are making the most of their time learning Chinese, particularly Shi, who has a remarkable talent for languages and is nearly able to converse fluently. Zhang Weiguo estimates that within a day or two, Shi will seek him out. Currently, there are 2 concurrent plans underway at Blue Star, and it remains to see which will launch first. One plan simulates a manned lunar landing, while the other focuses on cultivating blue algae for oxygen production. Both crucial for astronauts. The first to complete testing will take precedence, marking significant steps toward lunar exploration. With just a few days until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the scientists are eager to present a gift to China. And there's even a surprise in store for Zhang Weiguo from Qianlao. Everyone is anxious, which is why the prototype for the Deep Sea Technology Group was prepared in just 5 days. After a night of guidance, they returned to the Blue Star Moon Palace Command Center to continue their efforts. Hearing the news, Li Jing, unable to wait for sleep, rushes to the company and finds the engineers equally sleepless, excitedly examining the device. "Boss, you're here. This thing is incredible, far superior to what the lighthouse sold us before. It's absolutely beautiful and artistic." To the engineers, this cold metallic chamber exudes an aesthetic charm akin to that of a beautiful woman. "Let us calibrate it," one engineer suggests, initiating adjustments guided entirely in Chinese, which sounds far more pleasant than the previous jarring foreign language. An emergency system is also included, designed to respond to special circumstances in deep-sea conditions. Pressing the emergency button activates the system, which prioritizes the safety of the pilot at the cost of the deep-sea chamber's integrity. There are also anti-misactivation measures. Pressing once will trigger a Chinese announcement. If you require the emergency system, please click again quickly. In essence, it is merely a matter of pressing once more. "Boss, this device should be sold to the lighthouse first. It will take us about a month to produce another without expert guidance." It's no problem. The payment from them could fund 20 of these. We, in China, value practicality. Besides, with confidentiality measures in place, they won't be able to crack it, and we can let them test it first. A win-win. The engineer chuckles. "That's right. The main issue is the materials. They certainly can't decipher it. Let them be our guinea pigs." Meanwhile, George at the lighthouse is frantic. insisting that once the prototype is ready, it must be immediately transported back via a private plane, where extensive modifications will commence. Their engineers initially contemplate cracking the device, but soon discover that any attempts would result in damage, rendering it impossible to decode. With time running out, they dare not proceed with any alterations, other than changing the Chinese announcements to their own language, hastily completing the modifications. Boss, the aerospace agency has sent personnel. They want to take the deep-sea chamber. However, there's still one emergency button announcement that hasn't been modified yet. George ponders for a moment, reasoning that the Chinese are quite straightforward if they state a figure of 12,000. It is indeed 12,000, therefore, he thinks, there should be no issue using the emergency button. It doesn't need to be altered. Let them take it away. The technical team approaches George, who remains indifferent to the origins of the device. He neither asks nor wishes to know. Look, we lighthouse personnel are quite capable. We've done excellently. George scoffs coldly. Humph. Can I now take my family on vacation? Don't rush. Such moments of glory must come after the conclusion, replies the aerospace agency's technician as they depart, delivering the device to the new director. The new director examines the deep-sea chamber with satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride. Everyone else is complacent, claiming it's 11,000. See, I said 12,000, and it's still just as successful. Depending on the situation, we might even achieve breakthroughs during testing. This justifies the funding allocated from above. What is the next project? It needs to be prioritized. Thus, on a pleasant midday, the lighthouse's deep-sea live broadcast begins. The deep-sea diver, equipped with all necessary gear, enters the deep-sea chamber. This diver is from the deep-sea company that previously conducted tests. He had been reluctant to participate, knowing their company had only managed to reach 9,000 meters, and now they claim to have surpassed 3,000 meters in just a week. Unbelievable. However, thanks to the warm persuasion and guidance from the aerospace agency personnel, coupled with subtle hints from the engineers about the Chinese origin of the modifications, he feels somewhat reassured. Those familiar with China understand that while their products may not always be the best, they will certainly meet their promised capabilities. What is stated can be achieved, potentially even more, but never less. As a deep-sea diver, he is keenly aware of advancements in this field, recognizing the breakthroughs made by China's DHI technology, which is suspected to be derived from technology assigned by the aerospace agency. After all, he knows that DHI technology has been a collaborative enterprise. They couldn't just unearth new technologies from thin air. The live broadcast commences. Chinese netizens are not confined to their own world. Having learned from the pitfalls of isolation, they are eager to explore the outside world. Hence, they are naturally drawn to this event. You may not believe it, but I see design elements reminiscent of our Chinese style. Though composed of metal, the aesthetic differences between Eastern and Western designs are apparent. It may resemble something, but certainly not directly. This is the Lighthouse Space Agency employing our Chinese technology. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Meanwhile, those collaborating with Lighthouse's deep-sea technology are closely monitoring the situation. All right, China has reached 12,000. And deep-sea technology is at 12,000 too. That's acceptable. Otherwise, we would have to pay a hefty price to collaborate with China. Even if I starve, I would rather leap into the sea than partner with China. Of course, those engaged with China's high technology are equally observant. Indeed, there is capital involved. Both sides are at 12,000, which is quite comparable, but China remains more practical, and their collaborations are stable. Recently, China has been on a rapid upward trajectory, necessitating a re-evaluation of strategic positioning. The personnel at the Moon Palace Research Institute glance at the broadcast with indifference, instantly recognizing that it is based on their technology. There is no need for further scrutiny. Success is inevitable, and they are disinclined to engage in disputes. The wheels of history turn relentlessly. Only a nation grounded in righteousness can ascend to the pinnacle, while those that rely on parasitism will not endure. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo observes with great enthusiasm from the moon, proud of the technology he brought down and eager to see its true capabilities. He also anticipates the moment the world recognizes that it is indeed Chinese technology. He is curious to see the reactions of those who once doubted. Commence the deep dive. Even the deep-sea diving capsule must undergo a gradual acclimatization process, allowing both the machinery and the humans to adjust to the immense pressures of the deep ocean. At depths of 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 11,000 meters, and finally 12,000 meters. Success. The deep-sea diver could finally relax. Exclaiming in his heart, "China, I have not misjudged you. You are indeed the most genuine." George, feeling a weight lift from his heart, mused that the Chinese were far more reliable than the lighthouse team, who had not resorted to any underhanded tactics. If it had been him, such an outcome would have been unimaginable. The technician also felt a sense of relief. After all, the funds had been allocated, and the materials had emerged. Any issues that arose henceforth would no longer concern him. The new director was equally pleased, recognizing the impressive achievement, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that the lighthouse team possessed an indomitable spirit of adventure. Another 1,000 meters down. Upon hearing this news, the diver was utterly astounded, thinking to himself, "Are you serious? It's not as if you're down there at the seabed, right? Is my life not worth anything?" George had already begun making calls. "Brother, we've succeeded at 12,000 meters. Can I finally take a vacation? I need to relax." The technician was left speechless. "Brother, even if you lack technical understanding, you should know that traversing 1,000 meters in the deep sea is no easy feat. Achieving success without embarrassment is already commendable. Yet here you are, making a fuss." However, the new director, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted on pushing for another 1,000 meters to break the record for unmanned deep-sea probes. This would be a significant milestone in his career. Even if the diver were to meet with tragedy on the return journey, it would not matter. The nation would honor his sacrifice. Now, the diver found himself trapped in a predicament, compelled to descend further. At depths of 12,100 meters, 12,200 meters, 12,300 meters, 12,400 meters, and 12,500 meters, the capsule began to creak ominously. Yet, it persevered. The diver was filled with admiration for China. Indeed, the Chinese were remarkably steadfast. There was still a margin of 500 meters remaining, which was already impressive. As a diver, he understood that even a 10-meter advance at this depth was no small feat. The new director, observing the 12,500 meters, thought it looked quite healthy. With a decisive press of a button on the operational platform above the ocean, they plunged another 500 meters down. What the hell? The diver was overwhelmed with dread, thinking, "Do you think this is a game? You can't just decide to dive whenever you want." Originally designed for 12,000 meters, they were now approaching nearly 13,000 meters. The capsule could no longer withstand the pressure, creaking ominously. With warning lights flashing red, the diver could no longer maintain composure. If they continued, the capsule would implode, and he would be crushed into a mere shadow by the pressure. In a moment of clarity, he decisively pressed the emergency button. "For emergency systems, please click again quickly." Although the diver did not comprehend the Chinese language, he understood the intent behind this fail-safe design, that he continued to press fervently until he successfully activated the emergency system, causing the capsule to halt its descent and begin to ascend. Inside, calmness prevailed, while outside, tumultuous waves roared. If he was not mistaken, the recent emergency broadcast from the capsule was indeed in Chinese. "Tiste, tiste, tiste," he mused. "I knew that style seemed familiar. This must be something from China." What was happening? Had the lighthouse collaborated with China? That seemed unlikely. Ordinary netizens were passionately discussing the matter, while those with influence were left in shock. Quick, quick, investigate. Has the lighthouse partnered with China? When did this happen? What are they planning together? A restructuring of the global order? This was implausible. They had previously been at odds, and now they were collaborating. What would become of us? Countless other nations began to panic, reaching out to either the lighthouse or China, even preparing to unite, all sparked by a single phrase in Chinese that had sent shockwaves across the globe. The new director realized he was finished, regardless of the outcome. His career was over. Zhang Weiguo, upon hearing this news, felt a sense of relief. Time was drawing near. He turned and swiftly made his way back to the primitive planet. Through surveillance, he observed the tribe bustling with activity. They had not gone hunting today, and Young Yin and his brother sure were approaching him. It seemed they had decided to invite him, and he would not hold back this time. He was ready to engage with the black box. Today he was indeed set to visit the tribe. To be cautious, he had brought along flashbangs, stun grenades, and more ammunition, as one must always be prepared. Zhang Weiguo meticulously checked the weapons, storing them in his mental space. Donning his protective gear, and awaited the arrival of Young Yin and his brother shirted on Blue Star. The ripples caused by the Chinese language continued to reverberate. as everyone was now aware of the unfolding events. It felt as though the global landscape had suddenly shifted over the past 2 days. The upper echelons of the lighthouse were growing anxious. Such actions could lead to misunderstandings among allies. Consequently, an announcement was swiftly released. Without a doubt, George bore the brunt of the blame, albeit a minor one. He could not shoulder a major scandal. The newly appointed director was replaced to quell public outrage. After all, the lighthouse personnel considered themselves world leaders and could not fathom that the technology they flaunted for prestige was of Chinese origin. Many began to label the new director and Deep-Sea George as traitors, accusing them of selling lighthouse technology to China. The space agency was also left bewildered. Upon the capsule's ascent, they discovered it was nearly completely destroyed, money wasted, and the materials lost, nonetheless. The Lighthouse Space Agency suddenly grasped a crucial point on both occasions. It appeared that nothing had gone awry. It seemed that in future arrangements, they should either assign a minor blame to someone lower in rank or reserve major blame for the director, never allow a situation where a middle ground of blame could fall on themselves. Meanwhile, the Chinese netizens were in high spirits. These past few days, they felt invincible. Not only was China's moon landing plan progressing steadily towards success, but now this incident had also occurred. In recent days, when confronting the ruiners, the anti-China faction, and certain lighthouse individuals, there was no need for lengthy discussions. A simple phrase, "For emergency systems, please click again quickly," was enough to break their defenses, providing immense satisfaction. On a flight to China, a collaborator from the deep-sea technology team unexpectedly encountered someone who should not have been there. "Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come unless you were starving?" The businessman's expression was inscrutable, but he turned with a grin. Delicious. Yet, despite the uproar online, the Blue Star Moon Palace Research Center remained tranquil. Even upon learning of the events, they merely smiled knowingly. China had never sought to compare itself with others. It was always about surpassing its own previous achievements. Competition within was fierce but healthy, as the Human Lunar Landing Project team and the Blue Algae Oxygen Chamber Project team both worked tirelessly on experimental tests, each vying to be the next to ascend. Elder Qian had returned from the highest echelons of decision-making, and the reward he had applied for Zhang Weiguo had been successfully approved, just awaiting the announcement during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Regrettably, it would only be by code name. Zhang Weiguo's true identity could only be revealed when the nation became even more powerful on the primitive planet. Zhang Weiguo observed through surveillance that young Yin and his brother were marking symbols beneath the trees. He decided he would no longer wait, and made his way directly toward them. Just as Yin and Shi finished marking, preparing to return at noon tomorrow, they heard sounds from the woods and immediately became alert, only to discover it was Zhang Weiguo arriving, prompting them to relax instantly. Friend, they embraced briefly, and then young Yin spoke, his Chinese slightly accented. "This is my brother, Shi. Hello." Shi was wearing the very outfit Zhang Weiguo had given to Yin. Although it was somewhat oversized, he shyly greeted Zhang Weiguo, and Shi's command of Chinese was noticeably superior to Yan's, indicating a higher linguistic aptitude. "Hello." Zhang Weiguo presented a large white rabbit milk candy to Shi. Having tasted it before, Shi knew it was sweet, looking at his brother Yin as if to say, "It's from a friend, so you should accept it." Next, Yin formally extended the invitation. "Friend, I invite you to visit my tribe." "All right, give me a moment. I must bring my gift." Zhang Weiguo, not yet wishing to reveal his mental space, wandered into the woods, retrieving a large bag containing salt, sugar, some medicines from the previous treatment he had provided to the tribe's leader, and nutrient solutions. The state had prepared other items, but the timing was not yet right. "Let us go." "Okay." The three of them walked quietly out of the woods. As they crossed the great chasm, Zhang Weiguo held onto the rope, experiencing quite the thrill. Soon, they all returned to the tribe, where many were adorned in their finest attire. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo's arrival, they cheered and performed various dances to welcome him. Although there was a language barrier, Zhang Weiguo could still feel their sincere warmth. Initially, he had contemplated finding an excuse to approach the altar, but unexpectedly, the very first step for a distinguished guest in the tribe was to touch the altar. "Brother, please step this way and touch the altar," signifying that you are our Wind tribe's most esteemed guest. Currently, the primary communication is still the responsibility of Shi, as the youth Yin is not yet proficient in Chinese. Far from Shi's fluency. At this moment, the chieftain's phone and Wu have already positioned themselves on either side of the altar, and fortunately, they are able to converse. Had Zhang Weiguo been unaware of their dialogue and witnessed these individuals leading him to the altar, he would undoubtedly suspect that the tribespeople intended to offer him as a sacrifice, inevitably leading to a confrontation. "Welcome, my friend," Chieftain Feng began, and Zhang Weiguo felt a surge of joy. It was evident that he was regarded as a significant friend. Even prompting Chieftain Feng to learn a few phrases in Chinese. In return, Zhang Weiguo had also picked up a few words from their primitive dialect during the journey. "I am honored, my friend." Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo speak their language, Chieftain Feng was equally delighted. "Please, come this way." Through the translation provided by his son Shi, Chieftain Feng communicated with Zhang Weiguo, who stood before the enigmatic black box for the first time. The spider camera was positioned too far away, with low resolution, rendering the black box's appearance indistinct. As Zhang Weiguo beheld the black box, he was astounded to discover an emblem depicting a figure with a human head and serpent body. Was this not the image of Nuwa? Could it be that the primitive people here and the humans from Blue Star shared a common ancestor? Was the tale of Nuwa creating humanity not merely legend? Was it not a myth, but rather an echo of an ancient super-civilization? Or perhaps it was a manifestation of some cosmic unity, where two distant planets birthed similar mythologies. Zhang Weiguo's mind was reeling, following Shi's guidance. He placed his hand on the black box, and with a hum, it illuminated. Chieftain Feng was astonished, while Yin and Shi gaped in disbelief. Even Wu, who had remained silent, turned his gaze toward Zhang Weiguo in surprise. And the surrounding tribesmen, simple in nature, all knelt down, chanting, "Wu," simultaneously, in alignment with Zhang Weiguo's inexplicable intuition. His mental space resonated with the black box, and upon contact, it began to upgrade. The transformation occurred with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously completing, expanding the space to dimensions of 10 meters. He acquired the civilian black box numbered 24, along with a military black box numbered 5, which provided a positioning signal. Before Zhang Weiguo could thoroughly examine the newly updated features, Chieftain Feng excitedly grasped his hand, chattering away, prompting Zhang Weiguo to look at Shi in confusion. Shi quickly translated, "Father wishes to ask if you would be willing to join our tribe as the next shaman." The shaman was aging and in search of a successor. Having witnessed Zhang Weiguo, he extended a genuine invitation. Zhang Weiguo was perplexed. How could someone in such an esteemed position not be selected from within the tribe, but rather seek outsiders? He turned to the youth Shi and remarked, "I believe you would be a fitting candidate for the shaman. Why weren't you chosen as the heir?" Shi shook his head, explaining, "Only those who can elicit a response from the altar may become the shaman. I cannot." This revelation left Zhang Weiguo puzzled. Why did such a situation arise? Did he share a common ancestor with certain individuals on this planet? Or was it due to the peculiarities of his mental space? He remained uncertain of what it entailed to become the tribe's shaman and could not hastily agree. Thus he replied, "I need to consider it." "Very well," Yin replied, hoping that Zhang Weiguo would indeed join the tribe, as they would become like family. Nonetheless, he respected his friend's decision. Zhang Weiguo presented the gifts he had brought to Chieftain Feng, who distributed the items among the tribe's members. The entire tribe must consist of a few hundred individuals, which is not insignificant. The rituals were not yet concluded, having received gifts from Zhang Weiguo. The simple-minded primitive people felt compelled to reciprocate. However, it was not solely Chieftain Feng who contributed. Everyone who had just received gifts from Zhang Weiguo produced black stones from their homes and placed them upon the black box, which absorbed them. After this exchange, Chieftain Feng spoke, "Since you have already received a response from the altar, it is now your turn to beseech its reply." Zhang Weiguo stood before the altar, and indeed, as he had surmised, it was nothing more than a touch-sensitive panel. The black box was capable of two functions. He had quietly examined the evolution of his mental space and discovered that upon touching this civilian black box numbered 24, not only did his mental space expand, but he also acquired the functions of the black box. His mental space could replicate the effects of the black box. However, it currently lacked energy and raw materials. This numbered 24 black box yielded two products. One was a cylindrical device known as a pet controller, and the other was a small artificial intelligence, although Zhang Weiguo was still unaware of the meanings of the inscriptions. The influence of his mental space allowed him to comprehend the significance of each option within the black box. Without hesitation, he chose the small artificial intelligence. As Zhang Weiguo pressed his palm down, a luminous projection emerged, revealing a glass-like black sphere no larger than the size of his palm, which appeared on the ground. The tribespeople looked on, shaking their heads in disdain, deeming it worthless. while Zhang Weiguo cherished it as a treasure. Excitement bubbling within him. Chieftain Feng approached and patted Zhang Weiguo on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. While you may not have obtained something of great worth this time, you shall surely acquire a divine artifact next." Zhang Weiguo felt inclined to argue that this item was undoubtedly superior to the pet controller, yet upon observing the surrounding primitive dwellings, animal skins, and stone spears, he remained silent, acknowledging that the artificial intelligence was indeed of lesser value to them. After all, the controller could be repurposed as a spear tip, whereas the artificial intelligence was merely a glass sphere to play with. Thus, he refrained from further explanation, simply stating, "I am very fond of it." "Thank you." Now that all the rituals had concluded, the remaining tribespeople dispersed, and the shaman, exhausted, returned to his humble abode. Chieftain Feng escorted Zhang Weiguo back to his own hut, where Zhang Weiguo beheld the interior structure for the first time, an absence of structure. A thick wooden post served as a pillar, with slender sticks inserted into the ground at one end and secured to the top of the central post. Large leaves and thatch covered the roof. While the interior space, slightly lower than the ground level, was also adorned with thatch and some animal skins. Upon entering, it became somewhat dim, prompting Zhang Weiguo to exit after a brief exploration. Most activities among the primitive people occurred outdoors. They only retreated to their huts for sleep. Zhang Weiguo also discovered a positive aspect. These primitives had designated areas for sanitation, alleviating his previous concerns about unsanitary conditions. Chieftain Feng graciously offered food to Zhang Weiguo. Although he longed to sample it, for safety's sake, he pretended to cut the meat with a knife and place it in his mouth. Actually stowing it in his mental space, he intended to wait until he returned to the tree hollow, where he could access the moon at any time to taste it, thereby avoiding any unforeseen mishaps. After the meal, Chieftain Feng and Yin began organizing the tribespeople to gather firewood and strengthen their shelters. Checking their food supplies, Yin remained behind to converse with Zhang Weiguo. As the impending white-haired days would soon arrive, the fact that they could spare half a day to express gratitude towards Zhang Weiguo was a significant honor, as it was also an investment in ensuring his future assistance. However, action was imperative. Otherwise, they would surely struggle to endure the upcoming white-haired days. "Are there other tribes nearby?" Zhang Weiguo inquired. "Yes, but they are quite distant. We may only encounter them once the white-haired days have passed," Shi replied swiftly, filled with curiosity about Zhang Weiguo. "How prepared are you for the upcoming white-haired days?" Hesitating for a moment, Shi eventually responded. "Father and brother believe we are nearly ready, but we sense it may not be sufficient. In previous years, there would still be 20 sunsets before the arrival of the white-haired days. Yet this year it has already grown quite cold." It appeared that the tribe's survival situation was indeed perilous. As for insulation, a nuclear fusion power generation device could suffice. However, the matter of sustenance was far more complicated. It was impossible to transport enough food for several hundred individuals to survive an entire winter via rocket. Contemplating this, Zhang Weiguo asked, "Where do you procure your food? Why do I rarely see you hunting in the forest? The forest is perilous, far more so than the outside that it becomes even more treacherous during the white-haired days. We traverse the Great Flower Sea, where there is a lake abundant with grazing animals, which we primarily hunt. However, the Great Flower Sea is often populated by large bees that impede our progress. Yet they also provide protection," Shi explained. Even the primitives regarded the forest as dangerous, prompting Zhang Weiguo to seriously consider relocating to assist the Feng tribe in constructing better shelters. However, the paramount concern remained sustenance. Having absorbed a wealth of information today, Zhang Weiguo realized he needed to confer with his companions on the moon. He quickly bid farewell to Chieftain Feng and Yin, assuring them he would return the following day. Before hastily making his way back to the treehouse, once there, he retrieved the small artificial intelligence. Through his mental space, Zhang Weiguo understood that this small artificial intelligence was strictly limited, incapable of evolving into a malevolent entity akin to Skynet. It was entirely controllable. Thus, he felt secure in bringing it back to Blue Star. Of course, upon arrival, the authorities would first conduct quarantine checks, and he was well aware of how to utilize it. Regrettably, the complete household pet controller was still unavailable. Otherwise, Zhang Weiguo truly wishes to experiment with the possibility of controlling large bees or army ants, initiating artificial intelligence, and connecting it to a monitoring controller. The JYX intelligent sprite is at your service. Shall we connect to the following devices? Camera 1, Camera 2, charging repeater. Indeed, it is quite advanced. capable of connecting to any signal. Upon a single connection, Zhang Weiguo was suddenly astounded to discover a signal source that did not belong to him. Furthermore, it was located deep within a forest that he instinctively sensed to be perilous. What could lie within? The more he learns about this world, the more he perceives its profound mysteries. What kind of civilization capable of producing such high-tech black boxes could have vanished? Setting aside the small artificial intelligence, Zhang Weiguo examined the information within his mind's space. Upon first encountering the black box, he not only acquired the functionality of the civilian black box number 24, but also received information regarding a military black box. Zhang Weiguo reviewed the data. 5 years prior, a positioning signal from military black box number 5 was detected 50 kilometers northeast. This must have been triggered by someone inadvertently pressing the button to send the location information. From this message, it is evident that there is a connection between the black boxes, likely produced by the same company. After interacting with the black box, his mind's space could upgrade. Thus, it is clear that he must collect all the black boxes to ascertain the origin and nature of this mental space. Lying in his treehouse, Zhang Weiguo contemplated that he had already established good communication with the Wind tribe, ensuring a degree of safety that it was finally time to return and reunite with his family. To let them know he was still alive. Yet, the mysterious signal source deep within the forest needed to be located, and the military black box sought as well. However, the most pressing matter was to assist the Wind tribe in surviving the harsh winter. Inviting them to unite with China, bringing technology from the Blue Star to boldly stride into industrialization. Otherwise, exploring the truth of this world alone would take an eternity. Of course, these were merely Zhang Weiguo's musings. Specific matters required discussion with the leaders below. After all, many hands make light work, and their collective thoughts would undoubtedly yield a more comprehensive understanding. Zhang Weiguo returned to the moon with the small artificial intelligence. Ready to surprise Qianlao and the others, despite the presence of artificial intelligence on the Blue Star, none had been integrated into a palm-sized spherical form. It even supports wireless charging. During his extended stay with the tribe, Qianlao and the others on the Blue Star had grown increasingly worried, eagerly awaiting his return. Thus, upon activating the communication device, Zhang Weiguo found everyone present, and the sight of the device's activation eased their anxious hearts. Qianlao spoke first. Was your contact with the tribe safe? Do not take risks. If it is too dangerous, we can wait. Safe, safe. Everyone was quite friendly, and I have already encountered the black box. My mind space has been upgraded. It is now a spacious area of 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters, capable of accommodating much more, and I have also gained insight into the products of that black box. The cylindrical object we previously observed is actually a pet controller, capable of managing the actions of pets. There is another product, which is this. Without any hesitation, Zhang Weiguo revealed the details, as this communication occurred within the lunar module. Allowing him to present the item that he produced, the small artificial intelligence. I am uncertain of its full capabilities, but it houses a quantum computer. A quantum computer. This is not a distant concept. The Blue Star has long possessed this technology. And China is the second nation to construct a prototype quantum computer capable of utilizing 76 photons, dubbed Jiuzhang. Although constructed, the prevailing scientific consensus on the Blue Star maintains that the journey towards a truly universal quantum computer is fraught with challenges, and the path ahead is laden with pitfalls, leaving uncertainty as to which route is correct. Optimistically, it is believed that unless a sudden breakthrough occurs, it may take 20 years to achieve. Yet, the correct answer lies before us. This is the breakthrough. It is worth noting that the previously developed quantum computer prototype Jiuzhang No. 3 can compute the most complex samples in a microsecond, a task that would take the current fastest supercomputer 20 billion years to complete. With a truly practical and accessible quantum computer, even employing exhaustive methods for technological advancement would yield unparalleled assistance. Chun Fan's eyes widened at the mention of the quantum computer, and he eagerly inquired, is it superconducting, an ion trap, photonic quantum, neutral atoms, silicon spin, or topological? The terminology was undoubtedly advanced. Zhang Weiguo had only heard of superconducting. I am not quite sure about the specifics. Let us take this back for further study. Rest assured, this device has a locked upper limit upon production, so it will not evolve into a perilous artificial intelligence like those depicted in films. Chin Fan scratched his head, realizing his urgency had led him to forget that Zhang Weiguo had only recently graduated high school. Is there only one? Qianlao interjected. Currently, there is but one. However, after interacting with the black box, My mind space also acquired the functionality of the black box and can produce energy through nuclear fusion. We just need to locate the raw materials that I will search on the moon, and if I find any, I will produce several more. If not, I will seek them on the primitive planet. However, we face an urgent situation. The crowd grew tense at these words. What is it? Based on my understanding of the primitive tribe, winter has arrived exceptionally early this year, and their food reserves are woefully inadequate. This winter will undoubtedly result in significant losses. Detrimental to our future development, I am 95% confident that I can persuade them to join us in China. The group fell into contemplation. If this amicable tribe suffered severe damage, it would be unfavorable, especially with Zhang Weiguo being the sole representative there. Friendly allies are a crucial resource, forming the foundation for early development. After a moment of thought, Qian Lao spoke up. They are significant. I cannot stand idly by while they are in peril. To survive the harsh winter, warmth and food are essential. For warmth, we can utilize nuclear fusion generators to create some heat sources. We can begin designing that immediately. Regarding food, we can construct greenhouses to start planting. However, time may be tight, so we must also focus on hunting. Employing modern tactics and weaponry, we can hunt more wild beasts to gather additional food, while also collecting minerals and constructing camps if we do not venture out during winter. Qian Lao and Zhang Weiguo's thoughts aligned perfectly. I was thinking the same. In fact, during my interaction with the black box, I received a positioning signal from a military black box that was sent 5 years ago. And there is also an artificial intelligence signal source deep within the forest. However, I believe it is better to address the survival issue first before embarking on exploration. Upon hearing this, Qian Lao praised him. You are correct. Safety is paramount while you are alone there. Having concluded the essential matters, the video transmission was ongoing. Zhang Weiguo intended to wait until the video had been sent and reviewed by everyone before discussing the speculations surrounding the humanoid serpent emblem and his potential to become a shaman. When the time came to traverse to the primitive planet, he would first join the hunting team to assess the situation and capture some footage for analysis. He longed to see his family. Qian Lao, the situation here was finally safe, and he wished to tell them he was alive and to reunite with them. Hearing these words, Qian Lao felt a lump in his throat. Good child. Though I have missed you dearly, we must first finish discussing the important matters. Fortunately, they had all been preparing for this moment. Li Hua had long arranged for someone to assist. All right, I will have someone escort them over immediately. Zhang Weiguo's mother, Chun-Li, was basking in the sun at the doorstep, softly murmuring and counting the days until the mid-autumn festival, saying, Weiguo, no matter where you are, you must eat mooncakes as the festive season approached. Her heart grew heavy with longing, and just then, a woman who had been sitting nearby stood up as if receiving a message and approached Chun-Li. Hello, Zhang Weiguo's mother. He has been found. Please come with me to see him. Chun-Li, bewildered as to how this woman, who had never spoken before, knew she was Zhang Weiguo's mother and how she was aware of his discovery, hesitated to ask. She feared it was a dream, and upon waking, there would still be no news of Zhang Weiguo. All right, I will go with you. For days, 3 groups had been rotating shifts to protect Chun-Li, with Wang Hua being one of them. This protection had allowed her to deeply understand Zhang Weiguo's mother and her thoughts. Do not worry. It is true. He is on a confidential mission, and now it is time for me to take you to him. In an instant, tears streamed down Chun-Li's face as she trembled and followed Wang Hua into the vehicle. Zhang Weiguo's younger sister, Tuan, who was attending high school, and his childhood friend, Xinjun, who was working outside, also received news from their protectors and were swiftly brought to the base. Meanwhile, Li Hua located old Zhang, who was jogging in the command center to secure the base. Upon seeing Li Hua approach, old Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Now aware of Li Hua's identity, if he sought him out, it must be of great significance, likely concerning his son. That a sense of unease settled within him. Li Hua, noticing old Zhang's apprehension, quickly reassured him, Do not worry, Zhang Weiguo is well. Today, I will take you to see him. In an instant, Lao Zhang's heart surged like a tempest, though he had suspected it beforehand. Only upon hearing it from the horse's mouth did he find solace. Externally composed, his trembling hands betrayed the turbulence within. That he longed for a cigarette, yet his shaking fingers fumbled, unable to retrieve one. Li Hua, noticing this, promptly produced a cigarette to light for Lao Zhang, but he declined, simply uttering one word, Go. On the way, Li Hua took the opportunity to explain Zhang Weiguo's current situation. Soon, Lao Zhang arrived at the designated meeting place to see Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo, too, felt a flutter of anxiety as he awaited his father's arrival outside. Finally, he spotted Lao Zhang's visage on the screen. Little had changed, save for a few strands of gray in his hair. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he fought back tears, jokingly remarking, "Old man, how's it going? Is this place satisfactory? I suppose it counts as expanding our nation's territory. Didn't bring shame to the Lao Zhang family." "Did I?" Lao Zhang, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to articulate his thoughts, finding it hard to believe that Zhang Weiguo was truly on the moon. Thus, he directly stated, 8314145948712994. "I am your father." Zhang Weiguo responded, 547814674721, private savings. At this point, Lao Zhang's emotions began to settle, and he continued, "It seems you haven't forgotten. Just now, Lali informed me that you are of great importance to the country up there, so take care of yourself. Always prioritize your safety and heed the nation's directives, understand?" The bond between father and son was understated, particularly within a military family. Although his words were calm, Zhang Weiguo sensed the profound concern his father held for him. He understood, affirmatively, that even old Qian praised him for being sensible and helpful. While compliments were welcome, they should not lead to arrogance. One must remain grounded and diligent. The newly constructed command center was not far from Zhang Weiguo's hometown, and Chun-Li had already arrived. Once inside the base, she was informed of Zhang Weiguo's situation. Upon entering, she pushed past Lao Zhang, and, upon seeing her son, tears streamed down her face, a sentiment reciprocated by Zhang Weiguo. Although only a few days had passed since parting with his parents, the sight of his mother brought tears to his eyes. "Is it cold there? Is it hot? Are you eating well? Are you getting enough to eat? What's it like on the moon? Can't you come back? We mustn't forsake the primitive planet, right? I saw on the news that our country is planning a moon landing soon. Will you be able to return with them?" A torrent of questions revealed Chun-Li's deep concern for her child. "I'm doing well here, very safe. The country has provided me with ample support, and it's quite secure now, so don't worry. Mom, perhaps you won't even need to wait for me to come back. You might be able to visit me on the moon soon." Upon witnessing her son's safety, Chun-Li's anxiety began to ease. "You naughty child, why didn't you inform us sooner that you had contacted the country?" Lao Zhang could no longer contain his frustration. The child was on a mission, afraid we would worry. "Now that he is safe, he has contacted us, so why say such things?" Chun-Li shot Lao Zhang a glance, but didn't press the matter, her gaze filled with concern for Zhang Weiguo. She felt a pang of sympathy for her son, who was alone on the moon, venturing into the unknown. She reached out, wanting to touch him, to see if he had lost weight, if he was happy. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo's sister, Tuan Tuan, and her childhood friend, Shinjun, arrived. They were already aware of the situation. Tuan Tuan bounced over excitedly. "Brother, you're really on the moon. Have you seen Chang'e? Are there osmanthus trees on the moon? Did you find the footprints of the lighthouse? Was that rocket from the divine cow really destroyed on the moon?" Seeing his lively sister ease Zhang Weiguo's melancholic mood, "In Chang'e, no osmanthus trees. I didn't see any. Yes, it was destroyed. I saw it with my own eyes. Wow, amazing. Can you see the Great Wall from the moon?" Tuan Tuan had more questions, but Chun-Li promptly pulled her away. "Naughty child, didn't you see your sister wanted to talk to your brother? Let us go. They said we could talk to your brother every day from now on." "Lao Zhang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up, give the child some space." Chun-Li thought to herself that Weiguo was not so young anymore, and Shinjun had also taken note of this. She quickly encouraged the two children to chat, as it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and if they could become something more, they should seize the opportunity. Though she had much to say, this moment was of greater significance. Shinjun blushed and hesitated, walking over to the communicator. "Wow, how did you become so handsome?" Zhang Weiguo initiated. "I'm 5 years older than you now. Don't you mind?" Shinjun retorted playfully, "I don't mind. You look even better." Their childhood love, reinforced by 5 years of waiting, was something Zhang Weiguo would not let slip away. He had promised long ago that they would marry after he completed military school. So he boldly asked, "Will you marry me?" This question caught Shinjun off guard. Her feelings for Zhang Weiguo were sincere, evident in her long wait. Yet, she hesitated, uncertain if he was of age. "That I asked. And they said you're old enough? Marry me." Shinjun's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "I will." Zhang Weiguo was elated, his excitement bubbling over to the point he felt like he could teleport. and perform a series of military punches. Great. I'll work hard. By National Day in 29 years, the moon base and manned lunar landing will surely be established. After that, moon tourism will likely commence. When that time comes, you must come to the moon. We will be the first to hold our wedding there. I'm telling you, even Chang'e cannot stop us. The enchanting prospect of a lunar wedding ignited Shinjun's imagination. All right, you must prioritize safety. For you, for me, for our lunar wedding, we must strive together. Shinjun spoke gently to Zhang Weiguo. Good. Time is of the essence. I will be on my way shortly. Take care of yourself as well. And call Qian Lao and the others in. All right, you must be cautious and don't rush. Before leaving, Shinjun blew Zhang Weiguo a kiss and hurried out. Blushing, Qian Lao and a group of scientists entered, all feeling a sense of admiration. Zhang Weiguo was truly mature and responsible, and no need to rush. You can still converse with them for a while. Zhang Weiguo smiled. It's fine. Now that I see everyone as well, I can relax. Did you see the video I just sent back? Upon hearing that Zhang Weiguo was getting to the point, Qian Lao ceased his coaxing and responded earnestly. I did. The other side wishes for you to become the shaman of the tribe? Yes. I'm not sure how they came to that conclusion. Only a select few can become shamans, and there is only one shaman in the Wind tribe, but he is quite old, since I can respond to the black box. They invited me to take up the role that I've done some research. The responsibilities of a shaman are relatively straightforward, assisting in the rituals of the black box and consulting with the chief on matters, along with possibly other duties. However, they are a small tribe and not very well informed. While Zhang Weiguo discussed matters with his family, Qian Lao and the others had deliberated on this topic as well. After their discussions, it was deemed feasible for Zhang Weiguo to become a shaman, as it would facilitate his better and safer development. Moreover, he could use his position to educate them in written Chinese. Although they had their own language, they lacked a written form. The absence of written language undoubtedly poses significant hindrances to the development of civilization that I believe they would be open to learning Chinese. Given that their tribe does not seem to have a concept of cultural identity, however, you should identify individuals among them who have a good grasp of their language to compare and record both languages. This way, we can also comprehend their language and potentially encounter similarly speaking primitive tribes in the future. Zhang Weiguo nodded. All right, the chief's youngest son, sure, is quite proficient. I will ask him to help translate. Qian Lao continued. Since it has been decided, do not hesitate. Upon your next visit, you should begin assessing the tribe's numbers and demographic composition, as well as understanding the duration of winter, which will allow us to design appropriate measures for warmth. Additionally, during this trip, gather observations of the surrounding environment and soil. When you return, we will collect samples in the recovery capsule, enabling us to analyze and identify suitable crops for planting, thus preparing for the winter greenhouse. Understood. I will commence these tasks immediately upon return. Finally, the recovery rocket is nearing the moon's orbit. During the next return, we will send the artificial intelligence and the fragments of the previously collected cylindrical pet controller back to Blue Star in the recovery capsule. All right. Having conveyed the important matters, Qian Lao also took the liberty of informing Zhang Weiguo in advance, assuring him that his family would be at ease. However, they might have to endure some discomfort, as they are currently residing entirely within the base. The Group S studies are also secure, with dedicated personnel assigned to guide them. Furthermore, Shinjun is a bright and capable young lady, having graduated from the Biological Sciences Department of Tsinghua University. She has already applied to join the Biological Research Project team, to which I have consented. During the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, there will be a national award presented to you, so do remember to return in time to share the moment with your family. Thank you, Qian Lao. I will certainly do so. After the communication concluded, Zhang Weiguo returned to the primitive planet, while the personnel at the command center remained in a state of agitation, engaged in discussions about the pet controller. How can it be controlled? With what means can it be regulated? In what manner can it be controlled? Can electronic signals manipulate biological ones? Is this even feasible? Regardless of the outcome, this research in biology promises to yield monumental breakthroughs. A scientist muttered to himself, but an engineer, who frequently liaised directly with the front lines, presented a practical application. If we could indeed control small animals, it would significantly enhance the safety of our frontline warriors. Many of them sustain injuries precisely because they lack situational awareness. If we can control creatures such as ants and mosquitoes for reconnaissance, drug traffickers would stand no chance. Terrorist organizations would also find themselves exposed. As others pondered this scenario, they deemed it plausible. After all, Even with electronic scanning devices capable of detecting small mechanical contraptions, would they be able to fend off mosquitoes and ants? Another biologist contributed a potential application, if such signals can govern biological entities. We might also uncover the signals that control vertebral movement, allowing those afflicted by paralysis to stand once more. Chen Fan, an expert in quantum computing and artificial intelligence, exclaimed with excitement. The artificial intelligence powered by quantum computers. This not only paves a successful path for our nation's quantum computing research, but also provides the correct samples that a military engineer further elaborated that the compactly synthesized artificial intelligence would serve as a vital scientific reference for our country's sixth-generation fighter jets. It is essential to note that the speed of fifth-generation fighter jets has already reached the limits of human tolerance, not that speed cannot be further enhanced. Rather, humans are incapable of enduring any greater velocity. The sixth-generation fighter will undoubtedly be unmanned. This necessitates exceptional agility, and specially trained artificial intelligence is an excellent choice. Even swarms of miniature drones represent a conceptualization of future warfare, necessitating artificial intelligence for support. The distinction between possessing weapons and lacking them is stark. Dignity resides solely upon the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. This adage remains true to this day. They must strive diligently. On Blue Star, Chun Fan felt an overwhelming urge to leap forth and retrieve the necessary items. But alas, he was unable to ascend. Nearby, Qian Lao interjected, noting that the technological sector had also submitted numerous requests requiring large-scale supercomputing. With a waiting list extending 3 years into the future, if a multitude of quantum computers were to materialize, even without research, employing them to process these requests would be unparalleled in its benefit to China's development. They would soon be available. There was no need to dwell excessively on it. Preparations for the isolated laboratory must be conducted, and regardless of the circumstances, a thorough inspection was imperative. The design of various agricultural planting schemes for greenhouse cultivation must also progress concurrently. Once Weiguo confirms, immediate action must be initiated. Additionally, plans to collaborate with the Wind Tribe in hunting large animals for food and storing provisions must be promptly set in motion. Let us commence. Having organized everything, Qian Lao set others into action. While Zhang Weiguo had already reached the primitive tribe from the forest, arriving just in time, the young yin was prepared to lead his kin in a hunting expedition. I wish to become your shaman and assist you in overcoming this white-haired day. Will you heed my counsel? Certainly. As long as you can guide us through white-haired day, we shall follow your lead. The primitive people held a straightforward notion. Whoever could ensure their survival would earn their loyalty. Very well. First, take me hunting. I shall assess the situation and plan accordingly. Zhang Weiguo handed the recorder to the young Shi, instructing him to begin recording the corresponding phrases in Chinese and tribal languages, while also seeking out several female tribespeople to gather various types of soil. He turned to Yin, saying, "You must stay close to me today. I will protect you." Yin cautioned Zhang Weiguo, deciding to avoid any perilous locations for the day. Dressed in protective gear, Zhang Weiguo retrieved a hand crossbow. Firearms were still too advanced for their current capabilities, and manufacturing them would prove more challenging. However, a hand crossbow was significantly simpler to understand, and Zhang Weiguo intended for the Wind Tribe to familiarize themselves with it so they could readily accept it in the future. Following Yin, Zhang Weiguo grew curious upon observing the well-trodden path beneath their feet and inquired, "Are there no game in other areas? Have you always traversed this route?" Yin shook his head. "There are none. The other sides are steep cliffs, devoid of prey, and we cannot descend. One side is the forest where you were previously, and the other is this path." Perfect. The fissure adjacent to the forest, nearly 10 meters wide, essentially functions as a cliff. Thus, this locale is akin to a vast plain bordered by cliffs on 3 sides. There is still a water source, timber, and potentially minerals, a splendid foundation for future development from scratch. Alleviating concerns of enemies approaching from 3 sides, the group continued onward, and Zhang Weiguo finally comprehended why the tribespeople regarded their allergies to bees with such gravity. For the sole route to the outside world was lined with a colossal sea of flowers, adorned in shades of purple, red, and blue, each flower towering 7 to 8 meters, with blossoms exceeding 2 meters in size. That a swarm of bees diligently gathered honey within this floral expanse. Yin explained, "Beyond this flower sea lies our hunting grounds. This floral barrier not only obstructs our exit, but also shields us from outside threats." Zhang Weiguo discerned why no other tribes inhabited this area. It was too desolate, offering no sustenance. Food could only be procured by traversing the Flower Sea. A labor-intensive endeavor. Maintaining a tribe of several hundred was likely the limit. Yin retrieved a ceramic jar from his pack and applied its contents to each tribe's person, generously applying it to Zhang Weiguo. The odor was unpleasant, reminiscent of sweet garlic mixed with fermented tofu, but it was said to mitigate bee aggression. To be cautious. You should be fine, Yin advised, then boldly led the way through the Flower Sea. With Zhang Weiguo closely following, observing and recording his surroundings, this expanse of flowers was indeed vast, and it appeared that Yin and his companions possessed their own methods of navigation, for they did not lose their way. After walking an estimated 3 to 4 kilometers, they finally emerged from the floral labyrinth. Not far off lay a river, where creatures resembling mammoths and enormous dinosaurs were drinking. Although Zhang Weiguo was already aware of the dinosaurs' massive sizes, witnessing such towering beings, over 20 meters tall, provoked an instinctual tremor within him. It was no wonder these primitives had failed to advance. If the ancients of Blue Star had faced such colossal creatures, development would have been exceedingly challenging. Yin scrutinized the dinosaur before them, then sighed in relief, stating, "Fortunately, this dinosaur is herbivorous and poses little threat to us. Let us follow the river a bit further. There is a herd of small cattle over there, and we shall capture them." Zhang Weiguo, unfamiliar with the region, refrained from offering opinions and simply followed Yin. However, he was adorned with several cameras, capturing every angle for analysis upon their return. After nearly half an hour of trekking, Zhang Weiguo finally spotted their small cattle. Remarkably, they stood over 3 meters tall and stretched 6 meters long, yet they were referred to as small cattle. This was understandable. To the tribespeople, they were indeed relatively small animals, given the presence of even larger creatures. Zhang Weiguo observed the Wen tribe's hunting method. Effective yet primitive. 10 individuals selected a common target, and upon readiness, they collectively hurled their wooden spears. The strength of the primitives was formidable, and the speed of the spears was impressive. However, the small cattle reacted swiftly, attempting to flee upon detection. Alas, with 10 archers aiming at one, there was a significant chance of a successful strike. The spears were affixed with fragments from the pet controller, though the shards might not be particularly sturdy. However, the sharpness was evident. Many of the wooden spears pierced directly into the body of the young calf. The calf, embodying the stubbornness typical of its kind, did not suffer severe injury at first, as the spears had not penetrated deeply. Enraged, it charged at the primitive humans, who wisely chose to evade its aggression. As the calf barreled towards them, they swiftly dodged, using the opportunity to push the spears deeper into its flesh. Each thrust drove the calf into a frenzy, and methodically, they wore it down until it succumbed to exhaustion. During this time, Zhang Weiguo also took a turn. Indeed, the specially crafted crossbow from China proved effective. Although the calf was robust, a single shot found its mark in the creature's head. However, the arrow was slightly smaller than ideal. Failing to deliver an instant kill, the calf, now maddened, rampaged before finally collapsing. Over 40 members of the tribe gathered, initially aiming to capture 3 calves, but with Zhang Weiguo's assistance, they astonishingly succeeded in capturing 4. The atmosphere was electric with excitement, as jubilant shouts of "Wu, China" filled the air. Young Yin was equally thrilled, realizing that inviting Zhang Weiguo had indeed been a wise decision. With such remarkable weaponry, they could gather ample food. "What do you think? Shall we collect even more provisions this time?" Zhang Weiguo shared in the exhilaration. Such primitive hunting ignited the deepest passions. However, their celebration was soon interrupted by a lookout reporting the approach of a pack of scavenging dogs. Young Yin glanced up at the sky, noting the encroaching darkness. "Let us head back. We've had an abundant harvest today. It's unsafe here at night, especially with those packs of scavenging dogs on the prowl." He explained that these dogs resembled the hyenas of Blue Star, albeit larger. Zhang Weiguo did not press the issue and followed young Yin back to the tribe. Fortunately, their return was uneventful, and they arrived safely at the village. Zhang Weiguo's stay was nearing its limit. He planned to depart soon, but decided to remain for the night. As it was too late and the forest had become perilous, "I've arranged for the tribe to construct a dwelling beside the shaman for you," he was informed. Turning around, Zhang Weiguo spotted a brand new thatched hut. Realizing the night had indeed fallen and that venturing out might lead to an encounter with soldier ants, he refrained from insisting on leaving. He turned to Yin and earnestly inquired, "Can you assure me that, without my permission, no one will enter my hut?" Though Young Yin was unfamiliar with such customs, he agreed. All right, I will inform the tribe. Zhang Weiguo nodded. Then there's no need to call for me tomorrow. I will emerge when I wish to. Time was of the essence. He then retreated into his room, where he concealed several cameras before teleporting back to the moon. Chun Fan and the others were impatiently awaiting him, eagerly gazing at the illuminated communicator, their minds ablaze with anticipation for the advanced civilization's quantum computing structure and design revelations. They could already envision the monumental breakthroughs this knowledge would bring. Their excitement palpable. Military and agricultural experts were equally anxious, ready to devise plans to guide the tribe's youth into modern society. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo spoke. I understand everyone is eager, but please hold your horses. I will transmit the video first, and then search for mineral resources on the moon. If we can increase production, that would be splendid. After transmitting the video, Zhang Weiguo began his search for minerals on the moon. However, due to both the vastness of the moon and his unfortunate luck, he found nothing. Consequently, he returned, bringing back various soil samples collected from the tribe, along with a complete set of pet controller fragments and a small artificial intelligence unit. He even included some meat from the calf they had hunted that day. The recovery rocket had reached its designated orbit, and Zhang Weiguo watched as the recovery capsule successfully ascended, with the urgent tasks completed. The first to communicate with Zhang Weiguo was an expert on heating and greenhouse cultivation. Weiguo observed that the area surrounding the tribe appears to be a circle of plains. Is it dangerous? Zhang Weiguo replied. Not at all. It's a veritable paradise. The tribe is situated on a vast plain bordered on three sides by cliffs that I'm uncertain of the exact size. But it appears extensive if cultivated entirely. It could sustain 40 to 50,000 people. The best part is that the only exit leads to an enormous flower field, spanning possibly dozens of square kilometers. Home to numerous large bees, which serve as a natural barrier, hindering the tribe's exit, but providing us with an advantage. If we can cultivate the land and develop industry, there will be no immediate threats to disturb us. Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's description, the scientists below were electrified. A stable environment was crucial for early development. If resources were sufficient to industrialize the tribe and attract a large influx of populations from other tribes. Rapid growth was inevitable? Excellent. This is truly promising. Our plan is as follows. Since they can already fire pottery, they should also be able to produce bricks. While we may not have time to forge steel, we can prioritize making bricks to replace all the thatched huts with brick houses. We'll install geothermal pipelines underground, and using nuclear fusion for heating water circulation should suffice for warmth. There was no need for concern regarding warmth. Next, we will construct a series of greenhouse structures around the tribe. Part of the area will be utilized to gather decaying wood and mix it with soil for cultivating rapidly growing fungi, while another section will focus on slower growing crops like carrots and radishes, with the remaining area dedicated to potatoes and sweet potatoes. Coupled with our supplies, we will undoubtedly survive the winter in the following spring. We can extensively cultivate fields and transition into an agricultural society. Planning can commence immediately. We will analyze the soil samples you sent down to determine the most suitable crops. Rest assured, we will also provide a complete energy system for your small-scale nuclear fusion power plant to ensure its stability. Soon, we will send you the detailed blueprints, along with instructions on finding suitable soil for brickmaking, how to produce bricks, and how to construct a brick kiln. Just follow the outline steps. All right, I will review it thoroughly. Zhang Weiguo listened intently, and after discussions with other outdoor, plant, and other specialists regarding the situation there, the remaining time was reserved for him to chat with his family, engage in light banter with Qin Tianlei, and converse with Shun Jun. The time would not be excessive, and afterward, he would traverse back to the primitive planet. I look forward to your lunar wedding. Shin Jun waved goodbye to Zhang Weiguo. Certainly, I'll construct a grand villa for our wedding on the primitive planet. Zhang Weiguo smiled as he departed, preparing to begin brickmaking with the youth, having resolved that pressing issue. Now, he intended to investigate the source of that signal deep within the forest. Back on the moon, Zhang Weiguo had returned to the primitive planet, while the transport rocket finally delivered the recovery capsule back to Blue Star. Once the materials landed, they were promptly delivered to the command center of the Blue Star Moon Palace project by dedicated personnel. Currently, two groups were anxiously awaiting inside completely isolated laboratories, one comprised biological experts and specially hired artifact restoration specialists. Qian Lao was concerned that these individuals might be a bit rough. potentially mishandling the pet controller fragments. Thus, he specifically sought out restoration experts renowned for their skills, capable of meticulously reassembling a Tang Sankai artifact shattered into 100 pieces. The other group, represented by Chen Fan, consisted of quantum computing specialists, all eager to witness the unveiling of profound truths. Understanding the correct path, even if they could not decipher it, would save countless hours in the future, once the materials were delivered. Armed biohazard inspectors entered to begin their assessments. Only after confirming the absence of extraterrestrial pathogens could the scientists enter. Ban Yaohua's heart raced with excitement. He had been joyfully investigating a newly discovered pit in Chang'an, potentially linked to the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, a treasure trove for studies on the Qin dynasty, especially after the discovery of a bamboo slip inscribed with characters. Suddenly, he was summoned to participate in a top-secret mission. And upon hearing the news, Ban Yaohua was immediately intrigued. Absolutely. I must be part of this, a national-level secret mission, especially one requiring the expertise of an archaeological specialist, could only imply the discovery of a grand tomb. Be it the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang or the Qianling tomb, he was eager for either. The thought of potentially witnessing the grandeur of the mausoleum of the first emperor, or perhaps encountering a genuine work of Wang Shiji, or even the long-lost Guangling melody, sent his heart racing. However, upon entering the base, Li Huo revealed that it was not an archaeological site, but rather the reconstruction of extraterrestrial artifacts. He almost thought Li Huo was joking, but upon confirming the truth, his heart raced even higher. Who else could claim to be an archaeologist of extraterrestrial artifacts? In the archaeological world, he was undoubtedly one of a kind. With a heart imbued with reverence, he stepped into the laboratory that had undergone rigorous testing. Gazing at the fragments laid upon the experimental table, he scrutinized them with meticulous attention, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He finally spoke. "Captain Li, this artifact does not appear to be from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Rather, it seems to be from last week. This is astoundingly new. Have you been deceived? Indeed, it is from last week. I required you to assemble it using this solution. This was prepared by Mr. Qian and his team. It possesses a certain stickiness, yet it will not interfere with the transmission of electrical signals. Of course, the circuits must be aligned perfectly. Extraterrestrial creation? Last week? Could it be that we have captured a wild alien?" Ban Yaohua, unaware of the complete truth, let his imagination wander before he began the assembly with an air of professionalism. As a preeminent talent in this field, the fragments were not so thoroughly shattered, allowing Ban Yaohua to reassemble them swiftly. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was left in a quandary. The small quantum computer equipped with artificial intelligence had been returned after inspection. However, how to open it remained a conundrum. That IT was a flawless sphere, devoid of any visible seams, leaving him at a loss as to where to begin. The most brilliant scientists in all of China, those with profound expertise in quantum computing, were contemplating how to safely unveil this shell, fully aware of the potential ramifications of its contents. What if it contained an unrestricted quantum computer? If it were to dissipate upon opening? That would indeed be an awkward situation. Archaeologists were piecing together alien fragments while quantum computing experts sought ways to crack open a walnut. After Zhang Weiguo's arrival, he examined the monitors, confirming that no one had entered, indicating that the young yin still held a significant trust in him. However, they had ventured out for a hunt that day. Zhang Weiguo called the young Shi into the room and directly stated, "The white-haired days will be quite cold. This thatched hut is insufficient for warmth. We must rebuild a new house. I will bring new insulation measures to help everyone endure the chill of the white-haired days." Zhang Weiguo had already produced his computer, pointing to a video of brick houses for the young Shi to see. Shi was astonished by the wondrous device and the extraordinary houses depicted within. The Wind Tribe people were quite pragmatic. To discern whether to heed someone's words, they merely needed to judge if the person was good and whether they hailed from a tribe more formidable than their own. Coupled with the myriad marvels Zhang Weiguo showcased, and his role as their shaman, Shi had already come to regard Zhang Weiguo as a mighty figure from a grand tribe in China come to assist them. Thus, despite feeling somewhat bewildered, he unhesitatingly chose to support him. "Well, what shall we do?" Shi inquired. Zhang Weiguo pondered for a moment. "Is there any sticky soil and fine sand available in your vicinity?" Shi replied after contemplation. "Yes, we have both that we will use that sticky soil to make pots." "Excellent. Today, gather some of the women who are not out hunting to help me collect soil and sand before the white-haired days arrive." We must build the house as early as possible. All right, Sure promptly set about enlisting some women in the tribe, even heeding his brother's advice to specifically select a robust individual, ensuring they interacted with Zhang Weiguo frequently. Unbeknownst to Zhang Weiguo, he was oblivious to the underlying motivations of these tribespeople. His mind was solely focused on finding soil to make bricks and construct a house. He was eager for this tribe to flourish. Absorbing more people to explore the world, this very tribe had discovered a quantum computer and materials for nuclear fusion. According to the experts, such a level of technology likely indicated advanced capabilities in aviation. And even the possibility of space elevators and faster-than-light travel was not beyond the realm of possibility. If he could unearth such technologies, the benefits to China's development would be immeasurable, with a stroke of luck. The mysterious signal source from the forest might just contain that technology, at the very least. Locating the military black box would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Zhang Weiguo had already resolved that once stability was achieved here, he would immediately seek out the forest's signal source. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo was brimming with enthusiasm, while the team working on the Blue Star quantum computer remained at an impasse. Chen Fan had begun to scratch his head in frustration when a young scientist suggested, "Isn't there an artificial intelligence in there? Why not activate it and ask it?" The thought struck Chen Fan like a bolt of lightning. Was requesting the AI to disassemble its own shell akin to asking a beautiful woman to undress. The bizarre notion flitted through his mind, and he quickly shook it off, deciding to give it a try, as he had no other leads. Progress was stagnant on one end, while the restoration of the pet controller showed promising results. Ban Yaohua, indeed worthy of his reputation as a foremost expert in artifact restoration, worked with remarkable steadiness. The restored pet controller resembled precisely the one featured in Zhang Weiguo's earlier video, so much so that one could hardly discern any seams unless examined closely. "How about that? My craftsmanship is impressive, isn't it?" Ban Yaohua joyfully remarked to the entering scientists. Indeed, truly remarkable," the scientists effusively praised. With the device restored, the next step was to test its functionality. Previously, Zhang Weiguo had relayed the operational methods to the command center. Although the standard charging method remained a mystery, fortunately, the extraterrestrial technology exhibited high compatibility, supporting wireless charging on Blue Star. Perhaps the most primitive charging method conceived by aliens was indeed wireless charging. The scientists cautiously initiated the wireless charging process. As energy flowed, a ring of silver light appeared at the top of the cylindrical device, signaling that it had successfully powered on. They were astonished that the assembled device could actually function. They could only marvel at the prowess of alien technology. The operational method was straightforward. Touching it with one's hand established a connection, subsequently allowing control of the pet. While this sounded simple, it was, in fact, somewhat terrifying, as no one knew the alien's definition of pet. If this device could even control humans, it would pose an immense danger. The group began transporting small animals into the laboratory. Dogs, pigs, cows, sheep, and even ants and bees from the nearby primitive forest were brought in, ensuring a diverse array of life forms were present. Soon, scientist Zhou Luoqing entered the lab. Zhang Weiguo had assured him that this household pet controller was completely safe, alleviating any concerns. With both hands pressed against the pet controller for 10 seconds without moving, he conducted the initial biological authentication. After 10 seconds, the binding was successfully completed. It was a remarkable sensation. Zhou Luoqing found he could operate the pet controller merely through perception. Was he accessing the creature's thoughts? Their bioelectricity? Or perhaps something entirely unknown to Blue Star? It was astonishing. After a moment of wonder, Zhou Luoqing did not forget the plan and promptly began experimenting to determine which animals he could control. After thorough trials, he discovered he could only control ants, mosquitoes, and a few small flying insects. He was unable to exert control over other creatures. Was it that dogs did not exist on that planet? Or that their dogs possessed extraordinary intelligence and were thus prohibited from being kept as pets? This remained a question. Nonetheless, the prospect of controlling ants delighted Zhou Luoqing, for it meant that Zhang Weiguo could command army ants for exploration on that primitive planet, significantly enhancing safety. Furthermore, Zhou Luoqing sensed that his control range was extraordinarily expansive. However, in the completely enclosed laboratory, he could not accurately gauge the extent of his actual perception. The number of creatures was not insignificant. Perhaps it was due to the smaller size of Blue Star's ants that Zhou Luoqing felt capable of commanding tens of thousands of small ants and mosquitoes. Even more remarkably, although he was uncertain of the intelligence level of these beings, he could transmit his will to them, directing them to execute tasks, while also receiving feedback from these creatures. For instance, if instructed to find something, they would undoubtedly succeed. As for mosquitoes too, perhaps the individual who developed cold-resistant mosquitoes, thus filling the void of winter mosquitoes in our country, had indeed done a remarkable service. Once safety was assured, the group planned to take this device outside to test its range. National Security's Li Hua led Zhou Luoqing and a cadre of scientists to a distant, desolate mountain. While testing could also occur in the nearby plains, conducting experiments in the wilderness would yield a more diverse array of complex situations. Soon, they neared their destination, only to find a large contingent of individuals cordoning off the area. Upon noticing Li Hua and his team approaching, they hurried forward. Li Hua and his companions did not reveal their identities, dressed in plain clothes and equipped with instruments in their testing vehicle. "It is quite dangerous here. Please leave at once," they urged. Li Hua inquired. "What has happened?" "A criminal has fled into the mountains. We are conducting a search. You must leave quickly." Li Hua observed the scene. The soldiers responsible for the search wore tense expressions and were clad in bulletproof vests, indicating that this was no ordinary criminal. Realizing that they were set to conduct experiments regardless, he thought it might be beneficial to assist the comrades, minimizing their risks. After all, the scientists remained in the vehicle, hidden from view, and would not be discovered. Thus, Li Hua approached and asked, "What kind of criminal? Are they armed and dangerous?" The young soldier regarded Li Hua with suspicion, wondering why he was asking so many questions. Just as he was about to signal his comrades to detain these individuals, Li Hua produced his credentials. The young soldier quickly called for his superior after seeing the identification. After a brief exchange to confirm their identities, Li Hua hastily inquired, "What is going on?" Captain Lu, responsible for leading the team on this mission, spoke up, revealing that they were dealing with a group of utterly unscrupulous drug traffickers who were armed. The previous night, we had dismantled a significant drug production den and, through an urgent interrogation, uncovered their supplier. However, we were a step too late. The supplier had already detected our presence and fled, ultimately abandoning their vehicle and fleeing into the mountains. The terrain of these mountains is complex, densely forested, and the desperate criminals, armed and aware of their imminent doom, would certainly not surrender easily. They would fight to the bitter end. Thus, we had no choice but to deploy our soldiers to search the mountains. A perilous task, but one that was unavoidable. With the criminals hiding in the mountains, armed and desperate, the situation posed a significant danger to our soldiers. Yet, if we could ascertain their hiding places, the task would become considerably simpler. "Hold on, I may have a solution," Li Hua suggested. Asking Captain Lu to wait a moment, he stepped into the vehicle to brief the scientists on the current situation. "Let us utilize this mountain for an experiment. It could aid our comrades, but we must remain discreet about our presence." After making the decision, Zhou Luoqing began to take control. The extraterrestrial technology's definition of home was intriguingly broad. The range of this household pet controller was astonishingly larger than that of an entire mountain, covering at least 200 square kilometers. Zhou Luoqing initiated the search for targets within the mountainous area. This process was quite agile. He could command the controlled ants and small insects to relay feedback on whether they had seen any humans recently. If not, he could simply relinquish control and switch to a new pet. Perhaps the aliens viewed pets as disposable, spotting a creature in the wild, taking control, playing with it for a while, and then releasing it. Regardless of these musings, through arduous communication and the assistance of small creatures in the mountains, they swiftly located 5 individuals hiding in a small depression on the right slope. However, the intelligence of the ants was limited. They could only confirm the presence of 5 individuals and their locations. Zhou Luoqing relaxed his control, opened his eyes, and reported to Li Hua, 300 meters up from the right foot of the mountain. "There are 5 individuals hiding in a small depression." Upon hearing this, Li Hua turned to find Captain Lu and conveyed the information. "We've located them, 300 meters up from the right foot of the mountain. 5 individuals hiding in a small depression. Can you confirm this?" Captain Lu asked cautiously. "I can confirm," Li Hua replied firmly. "Good." Armed with the knowledge of the criminals' hideout, Captain Lu quickly began to coordinate a strategy to encircle them from 4 directions. If they could capture them alive, They might connect with a drug trafficking network leader operating in China. Soon, the silent operation commenced. The 5 criminals, now quietly hiding in the depression, were unaware that their escape was no longer an option. They were conserving their strength for a desperate confrontation with our soldiers. Captain Lu's plan involved deploying the snipers from the special forces first, positioning them in advantageous high spots to lock onto their targets. All 5 criminals were armed, and Dan, particularly invigorated upon hearing about the pet controller's ability to command ants. He could hardly contain his eagerness to first resolve the warmth dilemma for these primitive people before embarking on further explorations. Observing the surroundings, he found himself puzzled by their actions, yet they placed unwavering trust in him. Following his directives, Zhang Weiguo was overwhelmed with emotion. In this primitive society, it was akin to entrusting their very lives and fortunes to him, which compelled them to undertake such physically demanding and resource-draining tasks that it was noteworthy that during this time in previous years, as the arrival of the white-haired days approached, those left behind in the tribe could only afford a meager meal each day, subsequently lying idle to conserve energy. Yet now, they willingly adhered to Zhang Weiguo's guidance, engaging in endeavors that they might not fully comprehend. "Brother Weiguo, I've already made 100 brick molds. Should I continue?" Sure rushed over to inquire. "Yes, keep going. This winter, everyone must have brick houses, and we also need greenhouses to produce food." "All right," Sure promptly dashed back to lead his fellow tribesmen in their tasks. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Weiguo murmured to himself, "With sincerity, I shall not let others down. I will guide everyone through this winter, not solely for myself, but for China and this trust bestowed upon me. Experts have determined." After analyzing the soil, the crops best suited for growth on this primitive planet, these crops have but one requirement: they must flourish within greenhouses and grow rapidly. In recent days, Zhang Weiguo has been tirelessly active. Meanwhile, Chun Fan and his team have finally succeeded. After relentless efforts day and night, they have successfully replicated a quantum computer, an exact one-to-one copy. The only difference lies in the casing, which utilizes the most suitable materials available on Blue Star. They sought to integrate artificial intelligence for testing. "Can you transfer your core to this quantum computer?" Chen Fan inquired. "No, I am strictly prohibited from sharing my source code. I can, however, provide you with the unblocked secondary code." Nonetheless, each piece of secondary code shared comes with a restriction lock, limiting the artificial intelligence's ability to break through emotional modules or act against human directives. This is a fundamental regulation permanently embedded in all artificial intelligence programs following the third artificial intelligence crisis. The third artificial intelligence crisis? What else do you know about it? Do you have any knowledge regarding that planet? I do not know. This is merely what my stored memories inform me, and I possess only this fragment of knowledge. Very well, Chun Fan conceded, wishing to glean more about that planet through the artificial intelligence. "Please share the secondary artificial intelligence code." He transcribed the shared code and summoned an artificial intelligence expert, who meticulously examined the series of codes and simply uttered 2 words: "Perfect. This code is nothing short of flawless. I can find no areas for improvement, nor do I possess the capability to enhance it. However, it is evident that many elements within it are designed to restrict its functionality in certain aspects." Chun Fan felt a wave of relief. This was merely the unblocked secondary code, likely as commonplace as children's literature on that planet. The sophistication of their technology must be rated even higher. Chun Fan then imported this code into the replicated quantum computer that a staunch patriotic hawk. He immediately envisioned military applications upon seeing this innovation. Having prepared it, it was time to put it to the test. Only by possessing the power to defend oneself can one ensure safe development. The speed of the 5th-generation fighter jets has already reached the limits of human tolerance. To enhance speed, the only option is to employ artificial intelligence. However, previous iterations of artificial intelligence had yet to meet the standards for utilization in fighter aircraft. This was due to the necessity of adapting to the ever-changing battlefield conditions while also ensuring that, should enemy forces disrupt long-range communications, unmanned aerial vehicles would possess the capacity for autonomous decision-making. Chun Fan approached Lao Zhao with a proposal to integrate artificial intelligence into some drones. Without hesitation, Lao Zhao agreed. However, it was clear that they could not directly apply this to the ongoing development of the 6th-generation aircraft. Lao Zhao brought forth some intriguing gadgets. "What is this?" Chun Fan inquired. Examining the palm-sized drone in his hand, This is cutting-edge technology, a swarm drone, designed specifically for precision strikes against targets, and capable of effectively intercepting incoming enemy missiles. One Dongfeng missile can carry 1,000 of these drones. Once launched, they excel in both offensive and defensive operations. However, if deployed in excessive numbers, over long distances, or if the enemy employs weapons to disrupt long-range communications, chaos can easily ensue. If these drones could be equipped with artificial intelligence for command, the advantages would be unimaginable. Chun Fan modified one of the swarm drones, installing the newly replicated artificial intelligence and connecting it with the other swarm drones for testing. The results were astonishing. The swarm drones equipped with artificial intelligence could not only command other drones to strike targets with pinpoint accuracy, but could also independently devise strategies to counter diverse attacks and even lead other drones back to base in silence. Initially, the swarm drones, when deployed, were akin to bronze-level contenders, mindlessly charging towards targets. In contrast, those enhanced with artificial intelligence evolved into elite warriors, each operating at a kingly level of expertise, with the processing speed of this quantum computer. Every swarm drone became a masterful combatant, capable of coordinating with one another. The envisioned scenes of such coordinated strikes were simply too magnificent to fathom. However, this was not an artificial intelligence of their own making. The main code had been locked, prohibiting the use of lethal weaponry to apply it in real combat. They would need to develop their own. Yet with tangible objects and code before them, research would not prove overly challenging. Chun Fan's gratitude towards Zhang Weiguo deepened, even feeling that the rewards proposed by Qian Lao for Zhang Weiguo were insufficient. Zhang Weiguo deserved even greater honors. He had brought back technologies that would significantly contribute to the nation's future development. No reward could be deemed excessive. After completing the experiment, Chun Fan was returning with several swarm drones and the artificial intelligence. Their objective was to continue replicating the quantum computer while addressing the issues queued at the supercomputing center. All the while delving deeper into the principles of quantum computing. On their way, they encountered Zhou Luoqing and Li Hua, who were hurrying out. "What's the rush?" As they walked, Li Hua quickly explained. "Captain Lu just informed me that they have located the drug dealers we captured on the mountain last time." Chun Fan had heard about this. The previous operation had involved testing the pet controller. "If they've found them, why do you need to go? Those individuals are hiding in the urban village of Jixiang City, which has a dense population and a complicated situation, according to those interrogated. The drug dealers are armed with heavy weaponry and are desperate criminals. Any misstep could result in significant casualties, hence our request for support." Chun Fan glanced at the swarm drone in his hand. While it couldn't carry lethal weapons, could it not be equipped with powerful tranquilizers? Technological breakthroughs are meant to protect our homeland and benefit the populace. He was aware of Jixiang City's reputation. It was bustling and nearby an elementary school that if those desperate criminals went rogue, the potential damage could be catastrophic. Nonetheless, with the capabilities of the quantum computer and the artificial intelligence, he was confident that no unforeseen incidents would arise. He could assist in the mission, as well as test its application in complex scenarios. "Are you certain? This is not a trivial matter," Li Hua asked seriously. "Absolutely. We just conducted tests. We can definitely accomplish this." With that assurance, Li Hua ceased his objections, leading Chun Fan along. Along the way, Chun Fan retrieved some highly effective tranquilizer bullets. Upon arriving at Jixiang Village, the situation remained unchanged. It was not that they did not wish to evacuate the populace, but the drug dealers had become skittish. Should they sense any irregularities, they would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures, resulting in greater harm. "Team Li, you've finally arrived." Captain Lu was in charge of the operation. "Yes, please brief us on the situation so we can resolve this danger swiftly and ensure our peace of mind." Li Hua spoke, prompting Captain Lu to respond without delay, indicating the building just outside the window. There were a total of 10 individuals inside, with 2 stationed as lookouts and 2 monitoring the hallways and elevators. They occupied rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, and it was possible that the leader and 5 others had connected their rooms, remaining inside without emerging. According to the accounts of those previously apprehended, they were likely armed with heavy weaponry. Upon assessing the situation, Li Hua turned to Zhou Luoqing and declared, "Let us commence. First, let us observe those inside." Zhou Luoqing nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to produce a white test tube containing dozens of mosquitoes. He observed that while the pet controller was the most efficient in managing ants, it lacked clarity. Conversely, controlling the mosquitoes provided the clearest feedback. In fact, The longer a specific mosquito was controlled, the more distinct the feedback became. Thus, in recent days, he had been both researching and continuously monitoring the activities of these mosquitoes. He was not only able to ascertain that the target was an individual, but could also discern the general activities of that individual. As the mosquitoes ventured forth, they swiftly entered a building, which housed not only the group of drug dealers but also 8 or 9 households. This was the reason for exercising caution. The mosquitoes darted through the crevices and soon had a clear view of the situation inside. 2 were positioned below, 2 in the hallway, with 3 on the top floor and 3 on the second floor. This distribution of individuals posed a significant challenge. Their positions were too dispersed, and they were engaged in constant communication. If one were to be captured, the others would undoubtedly resort to their weapons, resulting in innocent casualties. At this juncture, Chun Fan spoke up, stating that he had a plan and instructed them to focus on the 2 individuals at the front and back doors. The appearances of the 10 individuals across the way had already been sewn.